Weird military stories captivate us because they blend the grit of reality with the allure of the unknown. They offer a unique mix of disciplined order and chaotic unpredictability, placing trained soldiers, symbols of strength and logic, against forces or phenomena that defy reason. These tales take us to remote locations, often shrouded in secrecy, where the stakes are high and the consequences are monumental. The clash of humanity's military might against the bizarre sparks our imagination, making us question what lies beyond our understanding while grounding the narrative in the relatable struggles of those on the front lines. Tonight's video is a compilation of some of my favorite stories over the past few years. So, as always, it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink and listen. I've been many things at different points in my life. I'm an 8-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps who served in the Gulf War. I was, for a relatively short time, a husband and father. I've worked in construction, trucking, food service, and many other menial jobs. More recently, I've had some success at building a solid career selling insurance, a career choice I'm hoping will ultimately last, unlike the last 4 or 5 times I've tried. I think at the ripe old age of 51, I'm finally starting to think clearly about what to expect from life after decades of false starts and missed opportunities. I still struggle with depression and self-doubt about the failure of my marriage and how far I've drifted from my children, but I've gotten used to frequent disappointments in my life. For years I also struggled with a moderate case of agoraphobia, and it's only been within the last few years that I sought serious treatment for it. For anyone unaware, agoraphobia is a generalized but intense fear of certain places and settings, and the image of a housebound agoraphobe largely stems from a desire to avoid at all cost these dreaded places. I was never fully housebound like many people with agoraphobia, as I instead simply tried to power through my fear and nascent panic wherever possible, at considerable cost in stress and anxiety. It was only after suffering a mild heart attack last year that I finally sought serious therapy for my condition, because the stress of ignoring it all these years is probably killing me. People with agoraphobia tend to experience this fear in specific environments that trigger feelings of vulnerability and dread. In my case, I'm terrified of wide open spaces, particularly in remote and isolated areas. I remember in the summer of '97, not long after I left the Marines, I took a road trip to Las Vegas from my home in Riverside, California. Interstate 15 runs right across the flat expanse of the Mojave Desert between these two cities, and throughout the trip, I had to stop 3 times to have a panic attack at the side of the road. Well, I guess this is why I've always preferred to live in crowded cities, and why I travel so little, despite the irresistible wanderlust of my youth. I've known for years what exactly triggered my development of agoraphobia, and you'd think knowing this would make it easier to work through it. I only wish it was that easy in my case. What I experienced in those dark days in March of 1991 is clear in my mind, even though I know on an intellectual level that everything that happened could not be possible. And this uncertainty has been a dark cloud over my mind ever since then. On one level, I know that my anxiety about what I saw is probably overblown, but I'm worrying about something of which I have no control, and that I can't even confirm is actually the truth. But, on the other hand, I can't help but feel that I should be worried, that dismissing it would be like ignoring a speeding train when you're seconds away from being hit by it. When I began my therapy, I was told that writing and journaling my thoughts would be cathartic and relieve my anxieties. Well, I can't say for sure whether it will or won't, but putting it all on paper might help me answer a few of my own questions. Like I said before, I'm a veteran of the Marine Corps who served during the Gulf War of 1991. I enlisted in the Marines in the summer of '87 when I was 19 years old. I graduated the previous year and spent my first year after high school attending community college and working a menial job delivering pizzas. I had always intended to join the Marines, but as a promise to my parents, I gave the whole higher education experience a try before deciding for sure. Well, after a year of hitting the books and delivering one too many pizzas to former classmates, I was ready to make the plunge. I wasn't motivated by any sense of patriotic duty. I was never all that patriotic. But my own father had served in the Navy during Vietnam, and his stories about all the friends he had in the Navy and all the exotic places he'd been were what drove me. That, and maybe I watched a few too many war movies as a kid, including such classics as The Longest Day and Patton. The chance to make new friends, see the world, and experience true camaraderie was irresistible to a lonely young man who'd never been outside of the United States. Fast forward 3.5 years, and I'm part of a tank crew in Bravo Company, 1st Tank Battalion, US Marines, and we're posted in some remote desert camp in Saudi Arabia, just south of the Kuwaiti border, waiting with bated breath for the order to breach the border and drive Iraqi forces out of Kuwait. Our battalion of M60A1 Patton tanks had been waiting, coiled and ready to strike for 3 months, hearing distant shell fire from Iraqi artillery many kilometers ahead. That's right, we were still using Patton tanks when we went over the top in the Gulf. While the army was almost fully equipped with the latest and greatest Abrams tanks seen in all those pictures of the war, we were still making use of the last generation of tanks in the Marines. Anyone who's served in the Marines knows that when it comes to logistics and procurement, the Corps has always been like the red-headed stepchild of the family. So we just made do with what we had. But that's not a knock on the venerable M60 Patton tank. Despite the design being 30 years old by this point, it was still an excellent and fearsome fighting machine. Throughout the years, the design had also been continuously upgraded with new equipment to keep its performance well up to par with other modern main battle tanks. Our machine, which we'd affectionately nicknamed Hellhound, had received the standard suite of upgrades: advanced modern optics, a gun stabilizer, an explosive reactive armor package, the works. I'm glad to say that our crew had complete confidence in our tank, and I can personally attest that our machine was more than up to the task of taking on any tank or armored vehicle the Iraqis had, like the T-55, T-62, or even the dreaded T-72. There were 4 men in our crew. I was the gunner, which in my admittedly biased opinion was the most important part of the crew. Our tank commander, TC for short, was a guy named Paul Hilaire, who was a few years older than me and a steady, competent professional. The loader was a squat, muscular guy named Gilbert Castro, who, like me, was from California, and the youngest. And our driver, Tim Laurie, who was rather highly strung, but still managed a very dry sense of humor. We'd all trained together for 2 years at Camp Pendleton and later 29 Palms, and now that we sat on the brink of a real combat operation that we'd hoped for all that time, we were restless and impatient. Our isolated camp in the middle of the Arabian desert was at the literal ass end of nowhere, and being that we were so close to jumping off, we were confined there for several weeks. When Iraqi forces tried to invade Saudi Arabia and take the city of Khafji in January, we were on the edge of our seats, hoping we could finally see some real action. All these months we'd entertained dreams of racing forward across the desert like Rommel, taking the fight to the enemy. But we were disappointed when other units received that honor instead. It wasn't until late February that we finally got the order that we'd all been waiting for: to breach the border and cross into Kuwait to drive out the occupying Iraqi forces. I admit, I was more excited and thrilled than scared. Might seem like a stupid attitude for a young man to rush so willingly into war, unaware of what he would encounter. But you have to understand, we spent years training for this sort of operation, and we saw ourselves as consummate professionals, like tradesmen doing their jobs. And we were eager for a chance to actually apply our skills and give Saddam Hussein and his much vaunted Republican Guard a swift kick in the nuts. Such is the gung-ho attitude of the Marine Corps. In the small hours of the morning of February 24th, 1991, we and the rest of the 1st Marine Division got the order to advance into Kuwait. As a part of Task Force Papa Bear, we surged forward over the sand berm that marked the Saudi-Kuwait border, and we encountered, not a lot, actually. We tore through several areas blocked by barbed wire, but actual resistance by Iraqi forces was quite limited. Every now and then, an enemy unit would half-heartedly fire upon us, mostly just a few shots for honor's sake, and surrender as we returned fire and closed on their position. Iraqi troops, who we were told were battle-hardened after years fighting Iran, were actually quite tired and unhappy, and only too willing to surrender. I can't blame them. A man like Saddam Hussein is hardly worth dying for. And so for the first few days, that was the most of what we encountered. Marine units collected thousands of prisoners, took few casualties, and only occasionally met Iraqi armed units. It bears mentioning that we didn't directly encounter these enemy tanks, and we wouldn't see a serious tank battle until a few days later. On the few occasions we fired upon objects we thought could be enemy tanks, but which often turned out to be already wrecked vehicles. It was only on the 27th, when we finally reached Kuwait City, that we got the chance for a real battle that we'd been waiting for all this time. The Battle of Kuwait City International Airport was one of the largest tank battles of the war, though much of it actually took place in the suburbs surrounding the airport, and that battle did not disappoint. We encountered a large force of Iraqi Army and Republican Guard tanks just short of the airport, and in a brief but incredibly tense battle, we just wiped the floor with our enemy. We destroyed over 100 tanks and armored vehicles in that action, and I scored myself my first real kill in armored combat. Well, the whole crew takes collective credit for such achievements, but being the gunner and the one who pulled the trigger, so to speak, I was quite satisfied with myself for a time. As we pushed forward, the TC spotted an Iraqi T-62 skulking behind a line of destroyed buildings, presumably trying to flank us, and I traversed the main gun and put him in my sights. At a distance of 850 meters, I put a 105mm round right through the turret of the tank, just as it gave me a beautiful side silhouette, just like the ones we get in training. That shot visibly rocked the entire enemy tank, as if it were struck by a boulder, and a large plume of smoke followed by a brilliant jet of flame erupted from the top hatch, which must have reached nearly 20 feet into the air. I was quite proud of that shot, and scoring my first armored kill, but after a few moments I was struck by the real gravity of what I'd just done. Despite the fierce kill 'em all attitude cultivated in us throughout our training, doing the actual deed is quite different. When you see an enemy tank, you tend to think of your enemy as being the machine itself, as if the human beings in the crew don't even exist. But when I came to the realization that my shot had probably just killed all 4 men in that tank, some may be hit by the shell itself or who were incinerated when the ammunition cooked off, I was struck by a strange feeling for several days afterwards. Even though the moral context of war would make my actions somewhat more explicable, I couldn't help but feel that I'd committed something truly serious. After all, I'd ended 4 human lives with the pull of a trigger. Nobody escaped the flaming wreck of that T-62. But despite knowing that they would have likely done the same to me in their position, I was still awestruck and disturbed by the feeling of such power and choosing to use it so destructively. But, like I said, I guess that's just war. And there's nothing like a war to teach you that morality is a fickle beast. I still felt this way, even as I also fired on and destroyed 2 Iraqi BMPs and an armored car. A moment of brief exultation, followed by a nascent but palpable sensation of guilt. But I've learned through the years that even though regrets can set you on a better path, little good can come of dwelling on such things that you can't take back. Learning this is what kept me afloat all these years, and I try to impart on others the moral perspective I developed back then. But, well, I digress. The ground campaign in Kuwait was rather short, only about 4 days, and what Saddam Hussein had promised would be the mother of all battles had mostly been a catastrophic rout of Iraqi forces that badly damaged his international prestige. For our part, it was decidedly disappointing, especially compared to what we were told to expect. But we got the war we'd craved for so long, despite its disappointments and unexpected reality checks. For a few days, we held our position at a place in the western reaches of Kuwait City known as Al-Jahra, as other forces pushing around Kuwait through southern Iraq were mopping up enemy forces trying to retreat. It was during this phase that controversial battles like the Highway of Death or the Battle of Rumaila took place, which were controversial because they happened after the ceasefire and were fought against Iraqi units who were technically complying with international mandate to withdraw from Kuwait. On March 2nd, we received our own mission as part of this effort, with the intent to block the retreat of any stragglers trying to retreat into Iraq by backroads in northwestern Kuwait. We were to conduct a road march across the desert, to take up a blocking position on a road that ran parallel to the Iraq-Kuwait border, where we would stop anybody trying to force their way through. The blocking position we were meant to assume was actually over the border, inside Iraq itself, although this wasn't strictly unusual, as other coalition units were also well inside Iraq. Early that afternoon, our platoon of 4 tanks, led by our platoon commander Lieutenant Ratner, set out on our road march as per our orders. The distance was about 100 kilometers, although we were fully fueled up and a Patton tank can do 500 kilometers easy at a reasonably efficient pace. The whole journey was about 3 hours, although as we were within 7 to 8 kilometers from our objective, we were suddenly given the order to turn around and return to base. Well, this was irritating, as we were glad to have another mission, and we'd driven all this way for nothing. Just as the weather was starting to turn, a large shamal, or windstorm, was forming off the northwest, and the idea of being caught in a sandstorm in the middle of nowhere was not very attractive, especially given a shamal can last several days. After a brief pause, we plotted the route we would use to return. Since the war was pretty much over, and because we were in the middle of a trackless desert, we decided there was no risk in taking the same route back. But a shamal moves quite quickly, and after only 20 minutes, we found ourselves overtaken in the midst of a ferocious sandstorm that completely obscured our view. In these conditions, we had to adapt our methods to avoid becoming separated. While some individuals floated the idea of simply staying put and waiting out the storm, this was quickly dismissed, as it could last several days. Instead, we slowed our pace to under 20 kilometers per hour, turned on our forward lights, made a point of staying within 10 meters of the vehicle in front. And likewise, the commanders of each tank were urged to open their hatches and direct their drivers, despite the blowing sands. They were expected to cover up and bear with it. They would just have a clear view of the tank in front. Both the gunners and commanders could also use their thermal optics to look out for the vehicle ahead and avoid getting separated. Our radios wouldn't work all that well in this weather, but we did our best to stay in contact with the others. As we moved out, we kept a close eye on the thermal signature of the diesel exhaust of the vehicle ahead. We were last in the column, so it was on me to pay extra attention. Hilaire, our TC, had his head out of the top hatch, letting in gales of wind and sand inside the turret. I think at least a pound of sand must have gone down my collar into my uniform. With all of that mess inside our turret, Hilaire got fed up and closed the hatch, ordering me and the driver to pay extra attention to where we were going. Now, some commentators later described the Gulf War as a GPS war because of the influence the system had on our tactics. But in our platoon, only the platoon commander's vehicle had it, so I did my best to lock eyes on that diesel plume, while also scanning for unlikely threats we might encounter. It was then that we started having trouble keeping up. Our radio, which we needed to stay in contact with the rest, began to fail at the worst possible time. Well, that in itself wasn't unusual. Sometimes radios and other comms can just go haywire or crap out without apparent reason, but without it, we only had visual contact with the other vehicles. Now, Lieutenant Ratner was a pretty good officer, but he could be rather erratic and make snap decisions without always telling everybody what was going on. I noticed that the tank ahead of us was slowly inching away, apparently going faster than us. Hilaire shouted down to Laurie to pick up the pace and keep up with the rest, but with visibility so poor, speeding up only did so much to improve the situation. Worse still, that distinctive outline of a tank in the thermals was becoming hazy, probably from all the wind, and it constantly got harder to see our fellows ahead of us. The column's speed seemed to constantly increase. Despite gunning the throttle as much as we considered safe in this situation, they kept creeping away. We were all starting to get concerned, and Hilaire, who was working with the radio, tried his best to restore comms with the rest. After smacking that radio case and issuing a colorful rant, Hilaire finally gave up on the radio for the time being. At that point, the tank ahead of us had started to fade from visual range. We'd nearly doubled the speed of our march, but with the constant blowing sands, the road we followed was starting to get buried and fade from sight. Finally, after a few tense minutes, the rest of the column faded from sight. Laurie kept moving forward in the hopes that we would find them again, but this proved futile. Hilaire went on another bout of swearing and implying that Lieutenant Ratner had carnal knowledge of his mother and decided to use his flare gun in the hopes that somebody else was paying attention. He opened the hatch and fired our flare pistol in the air. Though it didn't do much good, the wind simply pushed it way off course and quickly disappeared. Now we were all starting to get worried. At this point, we were unofficially lost and separated from our unit, stuck in the middle of a trackless desert with virtually no visibility. The road was no longer visible, having been buried by sand, so we couldn't reliably follow that either. Laurie kept us moving at a slower pace in the same general direction, hoping that we might get a break in the storm soon so that we could see where we were going. After a short time, Hilaire told him to stop. Moving forward without knowing where could risk putting us way off course, especially when the road was no longer visible. And if we strayed too far into the sand, we might risk getting bogged down and throwing a track. When we were still in camp, we'd heard about other units getting lost in sandstorms while on maneuvers, and this was the first time it had happened to us. Hilaire suggested, and we agreed, that we should stay put for now until the storm had calmed down somewhat, and then do our best to restore comms with any friendly units nearby. Using a compass and simply heading straight east from our position seemed logical, as we were bound to encounter a friendly unit in that direction. Again, we were still concerned with the idea of getting bogged down in the sand dunes, so waiting for the road to clear seemed the best bet. So, we remained in our position for several hours, hoping for the storm to relent. But evening was falling, and the storm not only seemed as strong as ever, but seemed even to get worse. Pushing through a sandstorm in the daylight was difficult, and doing it at night seemed out of the question. We made the decision to remain there for the evening, a rather unpopular one, as this pointless aborted mission had gone on far too long at this point, but we apparently had no other choice. Well, I've slept inside our tank before. Trust me when I say that it's not ideal. But sleeping outside on the rear engine deck or digging a sleeping hole in the sand was an even more uncomfortable proposition, so we rested in our tank, taking shifts for watch. Our auxiliary engine was running so we could keep on the heaters and optics, but trying to sleep in that cramped space was difficult. I imagine it was worse for Laurie, because the driver's position was even more cramped, although it was more reclined. Hilaire kept tinkering with the radio while Castro and I argued about our favorite basketball teams. He's a big-time Bulls fan, despite being from California. I didn't expect too much sleeping in the tank anyway. Finally, Hilaire lost patience and decided we should try to move out anyways, relying on our compass to keep us oriented east, since we couldn't see the sun. He warned Laurie to take it easy if we seemed to get bogged down in the sand, although the desert was thankfully flat, so we wouldn't have to actually climb a sand dune. Laurie turned us east, put it in gear, and moved out at a slow, cautious pace. Moving across the sand was slow going, and Hilaire was worried about how much fuel we were burning compared to traveling on the road. We'd used about a fifth of our diesel fuel getting this far, so we didn't worry too much about making it, even if the engine was struggling. We tried to keep a path straight east, but often deviated our course to go around troublesome bits of ground like sand dunes. It was then that something really bizarre started happening. It was still dark and dusty outside, and without seeing the sky, we needed our compass to keep us oriented the right way. But our compass began to act very strangely. The needle wavered and began spinning around, not keeping any strong orientation, and would snap back and forth even as we travelled in the same direction. Hilaire, baffled by this development, ordered Laurie to stop. I have no idea what sort of phenomenon could make a compass behave like that, but it was certainly happening to us. We were worried before, but this bizarre event now had us all on edge. The compass would briefly seem to fix itself, but every few minutes it would go haywire again, and the fact that we needed to keep going around certain spots didn't help keep us on track. We decided yet again to simply stop and wait for daylight to regain our bearings, thinking we'd not gone all that far off the road since our brief detour. Around dawn, we decided once again to have a look around to see where we'd ended up. The sandstorm had calmed down somewhat, as we had apparently found a gap in the storm with relatively clear skies. The storm front still raged to the east and west of us, so this respite would likely be short-lived. We were all horribly dismayed to see that the landscape around us looked nothing like anything we'd seen so far, with no visible landmarks, paths, or anything. Even our tracks across the desert had been swallowed by the sand. All around us were rolling sand dunes, and with the storm on the horizon in both directions, nothing was visible beyond our position. That's how it is during a chamal. Millions of tons of sand being kicked up in the air and deposited elsewhere, seeming to move entire hills across the wastes. This is what had apparently happened to us. Our surroundings had almost completely changed, and in the middle of a trackless desert, that was a dangerous situation. Now that it was the next morning, our absence and lack of communication would surely have been noticed by company commander. Well, we reasoned that a search effort would likely have been underway by this point. This assumption made us feel better, even though our radio was still not working. Likewise, with coalition aircraft being highly active in this region, we thought we could be spotted by a passing plane who would relay our position to friendly units in the area. But, well, this optimism wouldn't last. The storm was starting to pick up again, with the walls of sand closing in on us and no aircraft were becoming visible. That was extremely odd to us. Throughout the campaign, there was a constant stream of fighters and bombers overhead at all hours, striking positions throughout Kuwait and Iraq. And we'd seen plenty as we'd set out on this very mission. Perhaps, we thought, they were grounded because of the weather, and once the chamal had passed, they might have a better time finding us. But the chamal could last days, and it might be longer to find us in our new position, well off the beaten path. We all got out of the tank, hoping to stretch our legs, relieve ourselves, and maybe spot a gap in the storm that we could exploit. I'd gone off to take a piss, even though it was still quite windy, while Hilaire had stayed back in the tank, having it out with the radio again. I was on my way back to the tank, incredibly ticked off because the wind had caused me to get piss all over the front of my uniform, when I heard Hilaire and Castro shouting excitedly. According to them, the radio was working again, which was a major relief. We all rushed back to the tank, confident that we just found a way out of this mess, and we all crowded inside the turret to see what was going on. Hilaire was fiddling with the radio set, adjusting the band and trying to get a clean signal. He stopped when something sounding like a voice came over the speaker. But it was a deep, muffled, static-filled voice with unintelligible words. But the rhythm and cadence definitely sounded like a person talking. This continued for several minutes as we watched with bated breath while Hilaire fiddled with the knobs, with no apparent effect. That deep, muffled speech just continued with short pauses, when Laurie pointed out that the words were repeating. It was just the same unintelligible phonemes in a sequence about 20 seconds long. That paused briefly before playing the same message, if it could be called a message. We were all stunned by this unexpected turn, and no matter how much Hilaire fiddled with the knobs, the sounds on the radio stayed exactly the same. Finally, after about 5 minutes, the signal simply cut out in the middle of the sequence, leaving only a low whisper of static. My heart sank into my stomach as I realized we were now again cut off from all communication from the outside world. But we all wondered out loud what signal we had gotten over the radio. Hilaire had changed to every frequency and band, and still that same unintelligible speech over and over again. Laurie speculated that the signal might have been a pre-recorded message, like a narrate warning, that we'd picked up by accident. Well, we couldn't tell what was being said, so it could have been in a different language. I told him that the words didn't sound like Arabic, and the voice seemed to be too deep to be human, like it was a computer or something. Near as we could figure, it might have been chatter from another coalition unit that spoke a different language, like the French. But at this point, we were just spitballing. The fact was, the radio signal had cut out and couldn't be reacquired, nor could any other signal be picked up, so the radio was back to being pretty much useless. It was at least able to turn on, which it hadn't done the previous day. All there was left to do was go back to our original plan of heading east, all the way to the Persian Gulf if necessary, and hope that friendly units could help us out. Being surrounded by sand dunes now complicated that, as we'd now have a hard time of getting across them in whichever direction we went. We couldn't even say exactly where we were, because the landscape all around us had completely changed. But wandering the desert seemed better than staying put and dying of thirst, and even though we had a fair amount of rations and water, camping out in this place wasn't very appealing. The storm was still going, and now starting to close in, the sky getting hazier by the minute. We remounted our tank, set out again, and hoped that our eastward drive would come to fruition. Getting out of the dunes was as difficult as we'd feared, and we all sat on the edge of the seats, listening to the engine roar, hoping desperately that the dreaded sound of a track being thrown wouldn't come. Finally, it seemed that we'd crested the hill and were moving down, when we saw that the dunes continued in that direction for miles. Hilaire was now starting to get seriously concerned about our fuel consumption. We had 4/5 of the tank left when we first turned back, but now we only had 3/5 left, even though we'd only gone a fraction of the distance across the desert. The effort to climb up those dunes had taken a lot of fuel, and now with sand dunes in every direction, and the sandstorm picking up again, we were all starting to despair. Hilaire remained cool, and ordered Laurie not to climb up any more hills, and just stick to the low ground between them. Castro, however, was starting to get agitated. He was not quite yet 20 years old, and in his short life, he'd probably never been in a situation as bad as ours. He was starting to pester Hilaire and question him about where we were going. Did we have enough fuel? Are we sure this was the right way? And so on. Finally, Hilaire snapped at him to calm down, and Castro retreated into himself, sulking. After a few hours, the engine started to overheat from the exertion, and we stopped to give it a chance to cool down. The storm had slacked off again, and we all dismounted to do a maintenance check and scout around for a potential path. Hilaire decided to clean out the air filter while the engine was cooling off. Laurie and I checked the track tension, and Castro was sent out to scout across the top of a sand dune for a way out. We'd gone far enough that the desert had flattened out a bit, with much more space in between the hills, and we took this as a good sign. Still, fuel was now a concern, and lacking any landmarks, we couldn't tell how much further we needed to go. Castro returned from his scouting mission, saying that there were still no landmarks, but the ground to the south was much flatter and probably easier to get across. Laurie and I went back to our work, thinking Castro would just mill around until we remounted. A few minutes later, we looked up to see that Castro had wandered off. He had one of the weapons issued to our crew, a Colt Commando, and we were worried what he might have gotten himself into. I climbed a hill to the west to get a view around to find him, and I saw him cautiously walking west, rifle in hand, as if he expected a threat. He was probably about 100 meters away, scanning the horizon, and didn't respond when I shouted his name. I ran out after him and caught up with him before he got too far, but he still didn't respond, even when I came up next to him. He was absolutely fixated on some point in the distance that I couldn't recognize, and I practically had to shake him to get his attention. He acted like a man coming out of a trance. When I asked him what the hell he was doing, he answered, "Nothing. I didn't see nothing." Almost as if I were accusing him of something. He abruptly turned around, slinging his rifle, and briskly walked back in the direction of the tank. I was baffled by this strange behavior, especially from a man like Castro, who wasn't much more than a kid. Well, I chalked it up to the stress of the situation, but I still resolved to tell Hilaire about it, in case something escalated. I returned to the tank shortly after Castro and saw that Hilaire was still working on the engine and nursing some skinned knuckles. The engine had finally cooled down, but he said that the coolant was starting to pick up sand, which could clog the whole system. Unless we jerry-rigged some kind of water filter, we'd just have to deal with it and watch the engine temperature more carefully. I told him about Castro, and he said that he'd noticed similar behavior, and the normally verbose young man was uncharacteristically quiet. Our concerns expressed, we remounted and proceeded south, towards the hopefully flatter terrain. We went south and east, trying to stick to low ground, and for a time we had relatively clear visibility in our path, so we could stay on a rough course. It was like this throughout the afternoon, with Laurie counting down the ticks on the fuel gauge. Out of nowhere, in the course of less than a minute, the storm brewed up again, more violently than at any point so far. We were all startled when we heard especially harsh gales of wind and sand pelting against the outside of the tank, visibly dropped so low that even the thermals couldn't make out anything much more than 60 meters. Worse still, we even noticed some bright flashes of lightning, and if there was lightning, there could be rain. And in this terrain, a sudden downpour could cause a flash flood that would swamp our tank. The suddenness of the storm caught us all by surprise. We'd gotten used to the general ebb and flow of the weather, with periods of relative calm in between constant winds. I kept scanning the horizon through the thermal. I started noticing some strange objects. Actually, they didn't even seem like just objects. I could swear that they were moving. At first I briefly panicked when I thought I saw a human outline, maybe a hostile enemy, but it sank low to the ground and tumbled across the sand like no living creature I knew of. I was thinking that perhaps it was some kind of loose debris, a tarp maybe, that had drifted across the desert in the storm. But then I noticed that there were more of them. I was so stunned for a moment that I didn't immediately tell Hilaire what was out there. I wasn't even sure what it was out there. There were at least 3 or 4 signatures in the thermal, all white hot, like you would expect from a person or animal, but there was nothing about them that made them seem like a person. After all, what would a person be doing out there in a storm like this, in the middle of nowhere? I saw some of those signatures suddenly flip up. I could swear that there was something vaguely human about that posture. When I told Hilaire, he immediately got on his periscope and scanned in that direction, but he couldn't make out a thing. Castro suddenly seemed even more agitated and froze up, just riveted to his seat. I wondered at that for a second, but kept scanning for these beings or whatever they were, not sure if they were hostiles or just wild animals. But as quickly as they came into view, they suddenly disappeared into the storm, with no trace of their passing. The sudden apparition and the brief panic it had caused left us all rattled for a time. We were definitively lost out in the middle of the Kuwaiti desert, with no clear clue where we were or what direction we should go. And now there was a possibility that we were trapped with some strange creatures in a blinding sandstorm. I say possibility because I wasn't completely sure what I was seeing. Was it a living thing? Well, maybe because of the way it glowed in the thermal scope would suggest that it was. The storm continued to rage all around us as we moved further south and east, and the pelting of sand against the turret hull grew stronger and stronger. Fuel was now getting worryingly low, as according to Laurie, we now had just under a third of a tank left. Enough to get us 150 kilometers at an efficient speed, but we were not at an efficient speed. We were still trudging across open desert, burning more fuel than usual, and the possibility of having to hoof it from here to civilization left us all deeply worried. Eventually, evening came, with still no sign of human habitation anywhere, and we knew what it meant, spending yet another night out in the open desert. As a Marine, I'm used to the idea of spending nights far from civilization, but out here, totally alone, and with some strange creatures roaming about the wastes, I was starting to have serious doubts about my choice of career. When the storm finally eased off, we stopped to do our necessaries and called it an evening. Castro was being particularly fidgety, so we gave him the first watch. Exhausted as I was, having not slept much the previous night, I was able to get some quality shut-eye, curled up at the back of the turret floor under the loader's ready rack. Since I had third watch, I was able to get a few hours in before my turn. I was woken by Laurie at 0300 hours to begin my watch, although I wasn't thrilled about spending any time outside the tank in that storm. I opted to take my sidearm with me in addition to the rifle. Whatever was out there, I'd take no chances. I sat outside the tank on the front glacis, next to the windows hatch, surveying the scene. I was glad that I'd have a break in the storm, but this small comfort was rather short-lived. The wind slowly picked up its pace. Once again, the tank was shrouded in complete darkness. It was then that I was able to register a faint sound, indistinct at first, but which started to stand out as a high-pitched howl. If I didn't know better, I would have said it was the nasally hoot of an elk. But, well, I knew it couldn't have been that. In a different situation, I might have dismissed it as a trick of the constant winds. But this time I was fully alert and on the lookout for any sign of the creatures from the previous day. I pounded on the hatch, and Hilaire almost immediately came out of it and wanted to know what was happening. I told him that I'd heard something out there, even though I couldn't see it, and that I wanted to be inside the tank if it showed up. We both climbed back into the tank, and I immediately got my position and scanned the horizon for anything. But to my disappointment, the thermal optic was on the fritz, and everything appeared hazy and dim. But even so, I could make out something in the distance. I was just about shitting bricks at this point, convinced that these were the creatures I'd seen yesterday. And even though I couldn't prove they were hostile, I just felt it. The storm was making it difficult to see, but I recognized those forms, and I was sure they were getting closer. That howl was now slightly audible inside the tank, and everybody was on alert. We'd done numerous close combat drills before, practicing scenarios where enemy troops got in close enough to our vehicle that we couldn't use the main weapons against them. But even our practice minds couldn't fathom just what kind of threat we faced. We stayed absolutely silent inside the tank for several minutes, trying to discern the howls from the ceaseless gales outside. The howling ceased abruptly, and Castro, who'd gone white with fear, suddenly jerked up from his seat. Through the turret wall behind him, we could make out a faint scratching noise, like the pawing of an animal. We were so riveted by this that we were caught off guard by the harsh thunk on the turret behind me. I jumped at this and nearly brained myself on the turret roof, and a few seconds later, I could swear I heard something like laughter. It was a thin and sibilant sound, not human at all, high-pitched and sinister. Then we heard a skittering sound across the roof of the turret, like a large creature scuttling across it, and Hilaire tried to look through the cupola to see what it was, but nothing was there. The scratching sound became more insistent, and now the pattering was happening across the entire outer surface of the turret, and sharp, screeching sounds came from the front, right over the port for the gunner's sight. Castro, who was fighting panic this entire time, finally lost it and began pounding on the turret walls, screaming and cursing, demanding whatever was outside to leave us alone. First, we were about to smack him and make him be quiet, but his outburst gave way to a moment of silence around the tank. When the attacks resumed, we all took Castro's cue and started banging on the walls, shouting and swearing, giving our best war faces, trying to scare off the hostiles. Finally, they gave up their attack and ceased their scratching and banging on the outside. But as they made their retreat, I once again heard that horrible, sinister laugh, fading into the night. Morning came with all of us completely drained. The attack during the evening had left us all shaken, and now, more than ever, we felt the urgency of our situation. We all wanted to leave this area immediately, and Hilaire agreed with us, but the situation did not improve. We kept rolling onwards in the same direction for about an hour, when Hilaire suddenly ordered us to stop. None of us saw any reason for the delay, but we weren't stopped for a second before he jumped out through his hatch and strode in front of the tank. We all followed his lead, not knowing just what he had in mind. We caught up with him to see he was holding his head in his hands, growling, "No, no," to himself. We asked what was wrong, and he rounded on us, pointed out that it was impossible for us to have gone so far and not arrived anywhere near civilization. We'd traveled well over 100 kilometers since getting lost, but in all that time we hadn't seen or discovered anything. There should have at least been a road or trail somewhere, or a village or hamlet. There should have been aircraft overhead, and even though we were lost, some kind of search effort must have been underway. But we'd neither seen nor encountered anything but endless hills of sand. He cursed himself for his decision to go off the main road when we first got separated from the column, saying we should have stayed put and waited for a break in the storm. But, well, he was right about one thing. We should definitely have encountered something by now, just by the sheer distance we'd traveled. Kuwait is a small country. It seemed impossible that we should be so hopelessly lost when we knew where we started from and how far we needed to go. All we'd seen since then was nothing but rolling sand dunes that always seemed to be in a different place when you looked out at them. Our fuel was now perilously low, only about a quarter of a tank, and a day's worth of travel had gotten us nowhere. God, had we wandered out into the desert even farther than we thought? We knew that heading east, even with a moderate deviation to the south, should have gotten us to some place that we could recognize, but there was nothing but desert in all directions, and no sign whatsoever of human civilization anywhere in all that time. Unless Kuwait had magically gotten twice as large in the span of 2 days, this could not have happened. Hilaire was almost despondent, and seeing him start to lose it had a serious effect on us. All this time Laurie was observing the horizon, which had now mostly cleared as the shamal finally died down after all this time. He called out to us while we listened to Hilaire, and we saw that he was pointing to some spot on the horizon that we couldn't make out at first, but he was insistent and kept pointing towards what he called a tower, and after a minute I saw just what he was pointing at. Far in the distance off to the west, I could faintly see a grey object, a tower like he described, and I could see that it actually glittered slightly in the sunlight. It was quite tall in the distance from where we stood, hardly poking out above the hills, but it seemed attainable, and it most definitely was not a mirage. But it was to the west, deeper into the desert, in the complete opposite direction we'd resolved to go. Now, this dissuaded us for a minute, but when we realized we'd endlessly driven east with no results, heading west towards a sign of civilization seemed totally rational to our desperate minds. All at once our spirits lifted tremendously, and we decided then and there that we would turn west, making a dash towards the only sign of humanity we'd seen in days. Fuel reserves be damned. Castro, however, did not seem all that pleased. I thought he'd be the most excited by this news, given that he was under serious strain from our situation, but he was actually quite muted. We told him that our new path led west, and assented to this without any comment or complaint. But the rest of us were jubilant, thinking that the end of our ordeal was in sight, and we gave little thought to what we would actually find there. We mounted our machine and turned it west, into the direction of this heavenly sign to a group of stranded and desperate men. We took a much quicker pace than we had in days, only loosely paying attention to our remaining fuel. Our tank surged across those hated desert sands, and even as the weather yet again took a turn for the worse, we felt unstoppable. The shamar we thought had died out picked up with a vengeance, though, and once again we were nearly blinded by that curtain of sand and grit. We kept that shining tower in our sight the whole way. As if rising to the challenge, the storm grew ever worse, and soon our visibility was nearly gone, but we still had our bearings. Through the thermal I observed the horizon for this tower, catching faint streaks of heat in the direction we were going, convinced that this was our destination. At this point Hilaire once again began working on the radio, and after days of inactivity, that voice recording once again filled the speaker. It was muffled and filled with static, and no more intelligible, but it was a stronger and clearer signal than before. Days before we'd wondered at the wisdom of trying to follow such a signal, but in our desperation we were prepared to accept many risks. Indeed, it seemed as if the source of this mysterious signal was coming from this tower that we'd spotted in the distance, as the signal came in clearer and clearer as we kept going. I thought we must have been very close when the violence of the storm suddenly became worse, and the pattering on the outside of the turret gave a sign of what we'd feared most: rain. We were in one of the driest places on Earth, and we had somehow stumbled into a goddamn rainstorm. I suppose it was possible that the Shamal could bring in scattered rain clouds that hung over the desert, but this seemed like an unfathomable stroke of bad luck. But still, we pushed on, hoping that our mad dash would bring us to our destination before the worst of it took hold. Our desperate hopes proved fruitless as we came upon a distinctive sight of a torrent of water rolling across the sand. A flash flood, brought on by this rain. For a vehicle as large and heavy as a Patton tank, a flash flood might not seem that dangerous, but we were driving over soft, porous sand, and there was no telling just how deep this stream could be or if the ground beneath would hold out. Hilaire was unimpressed by this obstacle, and seeing we were so close to our goal, he made a snap decision to just forge ahead through the flood, hoping that speed and weight would keep us upright. At Hilaire's signal, Laurie gunned the throttle and drove forward into the mud and muck of the flash flood. The tank noticeably sank into the ground, but we still managed to keep moving forward. But this momentum was slowly fading. As we made to within a few meters of the other side, the tank started getting bogged down in the waterlogged sand. Laurie kept at it, pushing the engine harder and harder, and the old hellhound managed to slowly inch forward. After a few tense minutes that seemed like hours, we finally reached the other side, but it was still not over. The rear of the tank was still in the stream, and just as the rear made it up to the bank, we heard the dreaded clunk, clunk of a track being thrown. Despite lurching onto more solid ground at the last second, Laurie had still placed too much stress on it, and it had simply bunched up and rolled off. We all got out to examine the damage, our once high spirits now crushed, and thought it would take hours of work to get the track back in place. Hours spent out in this horrible storm, even when we were so close to our destination. Hilaire wanted us to focus on getting the tank back in order, but Castro and Laurie both floated the idea of simply pushing ahead on foot, hoping that we were close enough to reach our destination without transport. Hilaire aggressively vetoed this idea, saying that leaving our machine behind was not an option, especially since all of our weapons were still operational. Following his suggestion, we all gathered inside of the tank to begin the arduous task of getting the track back on the road wheels. All this time the storm had kept up its constant assault, and even face wrapping and goggles could only do so much against the high-speed barrage of sand. Thankfully, the rain had ceased, and the threat of any more flash floods was gone, although the stream of water we'd just crossed continued flowing for hours. We'd been working on the track for just over an hour and making good progress when Laurie pointed out that Castro yet again seemed like he was going to wander off from the rest of us. He was stalking off into the storm, rifle in hand, behaving very similarly to that trance-like state I'd found him in the day before. Shouting over the wind would do no good, so I ran after Castro to try and get his attention. To my surprise and shock, Castro suddenly broke into a heaving sprint further into the blowing sands, and Hilaire bellowed from behind me to follow after him. I wasn't thrilled by this idea, as I was convinced that I would end up getting myself lost out in the storm, but I was also deeply worried about Castro. His increasingly strange behavior these last few days had left us all quite disturbed, especially since he'd been so cool and level-headed during the battle at the airport. I charged after him, barely keeping up and struggling to even see through all the dust and grit in the air. For a few moments he disappeared from my sight completely, and I nearly panicked, thinking that both of us were now hopelessly lost out in this weather. I kept running in the direction I'd last seen him, silently praying that he would turn up while simultaneously cursing him for running off like this. Without warning, I suddenly moved into a break in the storm. My vision suddenly clear, and I saw Castro at a dead stop about 30 yards in front of me, staring up in awe at something in the sky. It was then that I saw just what we'd been traveling towards all this time. Looming high above us, silhouetted against a sky still filled with storm and moving sands, were a pair of dark stone objects that I recognized as buildings. The bases of these buildings seemed totally buried in the sand, but the rest of them stuck out above the ground at least 5 or 6 stories tall. They were mostly square and featureless, the sides canted inward slightly like a trapezoid, with no trace of windows or doors on the outside. The facade of each building was just a flat, barren stone exterior, not sand-colored or beige like most structures I'd seen in this region, but dark grey and very smooth. Above us they loomed on the side of a particularly steep sand dune, like the ramparts of a great fortress, spaced only a few short ways apart. Castro and I were equally dumbfounded by this unexpected discovery of such strange architecture in the middle of a barren, featureless desert. But, odd as it was still the first clear sign of civilization that we'd had in days, and these were clearly not natural features of the land. I finally broke out of my own astonishment and got Castro's attention. He was still awestruck, but not pleased or as excited as I felt. I urged him to follow me back to the tank to tell the rest that we'd finally arrived at the mysterious destination that we'd been following the whole day. With some reluctance, he agreed to follow me back to the others. We must have wandered off close to a quarter mile into the storm, and I had no clue how we might find the rest going back through it. Castro suddenly took the lead and began moving briskly back in the rough direction we'd come. Since I had no better ideas, I followed him closely through the storm, hoping that his sudden confidence meant he knew where he was going. To my relief, we shortly caught sight of our tank and saw Hilaire waving his arms over his head, signaling to us his position. He must have been incredibly relieved to see us back. I excitedly told Hilaire and Laurie what we had found ahead, and they were just as perplexed by what we told them as we'd been when we found it. The work on the track was nearly done, outstripping our expectations, and I tried again to urge Hilaire to just push ahead on foot back to the structures. Again, he rejected this idea, but with Castro and I back, we could more quickly finish repairing the track. With great speed and excitement, we got back to fixing the track, and in less than an hour, our tank was operational again. We remounted and proceeded in the direction we'd gone earlier, still carefully rationing our last sips of fuel to cover the short distance. Once again, we made it through that sudden break in the storm, and again beheld the awe-inspiring sight of those looming towers. We knew we likely couldn't get the tank up that steep hill, so we circled around the base of it, our eyes fixed upwards to survey the perimeter of this bizarre settlement that we'd found so far out into the desert. As we drove around, we saw that there were other structures around the top of the hill, extremely similar to the first two, spaced evenly apart. Between two of them, we finally found a relatively manageable slope leading up to the crest of the hill, and cautiously we moved up this path, alert for whatever we may find in this strange and remote place. We reached the top of the slope and moved down slowly between the two structures, nervously eyeing the upper reaches for any possible sign of trouble. We passed between the towers and came into a flat, empty area surrounded on all sides by these strange buildings, an area that seemed strangely like a plaza of some sort. And in the center of this plaza was the glittering tower we'd spotted in the distance hours before. It was an enormous steel-grey obelisk that must have been 100 meters tall or more, built out of smooth and polished stone that still shone slightly in the dim sky. But despite these obvious signs of civilization, there was no trace of human life any place around the whole area. This whole unexpected scene left us dumbstruck for many minutes, until Laurie suggested we dismount and explore the area, in hopes of finding any locals we might ask for information. We were reticent about this at first, given the unnatural solitude of this strange and isolated city. Apart from these blank and ominous buildings, the whole area was still as barren as much of the rest of the desert that we'd just left. We moved slowly and cautiously deeper into the plaza area, now completely unnerved by the silence. Though the sky was still hazy and mostly obscured by the sandstorm, the wind on the ground level was quite calm. We finally parked our tank in the shadow of the obelisk, and we all sat quietly for a few minutes, internally debating our next course of action. The excitement of the hours before, when we thought our predicament had come to an end, was all but gone. No sign of life was remotely present here. All we seemed to have followed were some ancient and long-abandoned ruins, far away from anywhere. After a few quiet minutes, Hilaire ordered us all to dismount and survey the perimeter for any signs of life. With reluctance, we all climbed out and had a good look at our surroundings. The buildings, particularly that obelisk, were even more impressive and ominous up close and personal. We explored all around the base of the obelisk, and on the other side from where we parked, we saw yet another strange structure that escaped our notice before. It was a large ziggurat, mostly covered by sand, set in a low depression in the ground, like something sitting in the base of a bowl. But this wasn't like any normal ziggurat I'd learned about in my 6th grade history class. This one had rounded edges on each successive tier, and each tier was not flat but slightly inclined upwards. Unlike the other structures, this ziggurat was fairly squat and wide, though still very tall compared to the others, and the stones that made up the outside were a dark rusty red color, almost like brick, but completely smooth and without seams. At its base was an arched opening with a high peak, blending seamlessly into the smooth exterior. Being in a depression in the ground, the top of the ziggurat was still lower than the other buildings, but up close we could see that it was at least as tall as all the others. Entranced as we were by this unusual scene, we still couldn't deny that we were in a similarly dismal situation as before. We were still stranded far out into the desert, and now we had too little fuel left to go anywhere else, and the hopeful signs of human habitation had turned out to be totally lifeless and abandoned. The best we could claim is that we now had a recognizable landmark, but without fuel or other transportation, navigating according to this landmark would have been useless. The buildings might provide better shelter from the sandstorms, so we could still hope to wait out the shamal and try signaling to passing aircraft. This, of course, was assuming that aircraft were momentarily grounded by the storm. We still had plenty of MREs and fresh water, as well as a mostly stocked survival pack with medical supplies and tents, so if needed we could last in this spot for a week or more. But none of us were excited about that. But there was no alternative. We'd used much of what remained of our fuel getting here, and driving back out into the desert would have been worse than useless. However, being at a distinct landmark in a featureless desert could make it easy to find us from the air, so for the time being, that was the obvious choice. For the rest of the day, we explored the whole site, examining the buildings for any clue of recent human activity. Many of the buildings on the perimeter were still inaccessible, their entrances presumably buried beneath the sand, and only 3 had usable openings. The insides of these structures were strange and fascinating, but disappointing as far as survival was concerned. Like the exteriors, their interiors were largely barren, consisting of a single cavernous chamber whose ceiling was many meters above our heads. Strangely, the insides were reasonably well lit, even though there were no windows or obvious sources of illumination. Looking up, we saw that there was a shallow dome protruding from the ceiling that seemed to be composed of a highly polished metal that appeared to be brass or even gold. The dome was highly reflective, and though its surface was totally opaque, there seemed to be a mesmerizing amber glow that seemed to reflect from within it. This feature was repeated in identical fashion in the other outer buildings we accessed, and it struck us that such a building didn't seem like it was meant for humans to dwell in. What could this building even be for? It had no furnishings like tables or places to sit. Higher up there were ledges that stuck out from the wall, but with no clear place to climb up to reach them. These bizarre identical buildings seemed to have no obvious function, and in fact didn't even seem like they were meant for human beings at all. We explored the ziggurat last, thinking that this might be the obvious place for us to shack up during our time here. The entrance to the ziggurat was quite dark and seemed to shrink a bit as we moved inwards. It led into a similar open chamber as the last buildings, but this one was almost in the shape of a globe, with the walls and ceiling being a cavernous dome and the floor being a bowl-shaped depression similar to the one the ziggurat rested in. In the center was a trapezoidal mound with rounded edges, perhaps 6 feet tall and similar dimensions wide and long. Like the others, the chamber was illuminated by some unseen source, but with a soft greenish-blue light instead. The ground in the depression was especially bright, as if cast in the harsh glow of a spotlight, but from no visible source. The surface inside the dome was noticeably less smooth, but on closer examination, we could see that it was because it was absolutely covered in strange drawings and hieroglyphics etched into the stone. These markings were so bizarre that we could hardly decipher their meaning. Some of the drawings were more legible. The drawings clearly showed crude human shapes, but not much more than stick figures. They were clearly meant to represent humans, though. The drawings showed many vaguely recognizable scenes, like people gathering around what I assume was a campfire, and another appeared to show a battle of some sort. But this battle scene was where things got strange. On one side was what were clearly human shapes, gathered with spears and other weapons, but the other side was composed of something that didn't even resemble a human being. It appeared to have 2 arms, but instead of legs it had a cluster of flat, wide appendages that were splayed out almost like knives. Altogether these strange legs formed a wide fan, like a bird spreading its wings. The head was also oddly shaped, with a pear-shaped base and a wide crescent perched on top. From this head were etched lines pointing towards the humans on the other side, like some kind of ray or emanation. Further down was another drawing with human figures arranged in a sequence. The sequence started with a typical drawing of a human figure. A further drawing showed human figures with increasingly long limbs, while at the same time they adopted a more hunched gait, more like a gorilla or a chimpanzee than a man. Above the sequence was a figure of the non-human creature from the previous battle drawing, hovering above the sequence as if it were observing it. What was most odd about this sequence is that it appeared to go right to left, with a normal man at the logical beginning of the sequence, and the long-limbed creatures further down towards the end of the sequence. But these disturbing drawings weren't our main focus for now. When we finished our explorations, it was nearing darkness and about time for us to set up camp. The storm outside, which had previously been so calm around this strange city, was now increasing in force. But strangely, the wind didn't feel like it carried the familiar abrasive sand. Now it appeared more like a very fine dust, almost like smoke, with only a few grains of sand mixed in. Laurie mounted the tank and drove it around to the front above the ziggurat so that we could clearly see it from the entrance. In another situation, it would have been more appropriate to camp near our tank, but with such crappy weather and a spacious shelter so close at hand, we decided to make our camp inside the ziggurat. To avoid the brightness inside, we camped in the middle of the entrance tunnel, sheltered from the wind but with a clear line of sight up to the tank. Our guard was relatively low as we bedded down for the night, but we all kept our rifles and sidearms with us at our sides. Since there was no sign of human life in the area, and because we were so isolated, we didn't really expect visitors. But at the back of my mind, I clearly remembered the previous night when we'd come under attack from these creatures roaming through the sandstorm. We weren't really all that far away from where it had happened, and as darkness fell, I felt my heart sink, desperately fearing that those creatures might have followed us. I volunteered for first watch, not wanting to take any chances, and for 2 hours I sat on watch, ruminating on our situation. I thought mostly about those creatures. They'd descended upon us the previous night in the middle of the storm, as if it didn't bother them. Clearly they had no trouble moving in the storm, and had even managed to follow us for a few days before their attack. But they couldn't just live out in the empty desert, could they? Didn't they need some kind of shelter as they roamed the sand dunes? Maybe they burrowed into the ground or hid under rocks like scorpions. If burrowed, maybe there were whole underground colonies of them out there, lurking under every dune or canyon wall. Well, maybe they sought shelter in other places. Maybe even a place like this. Hilaire had the second watch, and I woke him after I'd finished mine. I almost didn't want to end my watch, trusting nobody else to hear what I heard or see what I saw. I could have let Hilaire sleep and continued on my own sleepless vigil. He could certainly use a sleep after the last few days we'd had. But at the appointed time, I woke him anyway, still nursing vague hopes of sleeping through any of this. Castro, who'd been on the edge for 3 days straight, was now sleeping like the dead. So if he could do it, I suppose we all could as well. As I closed my eyes, I kept thinking about whether or not we really were alone out here. Hilaire took up his post without complaint and reassured me that he would keep a sharp lookout. He must have known what I was thinking. But as I drifted off to sleep, I could swear I heard through my dreamless haze that distinctive high-pitched howling in the far distance, echoing slightly through the entrance of the ziggurat. I woke up to find my blanket covered in dirt from the storm the previous night. Lowry and Hilaire were discussing doing any more exploration around the perimeter, hoping that our elevated position would give us a better view of landmarks in the distance. A stiff breeze was still blowing, but it didn't carry much dirt or dust, so I was hopeful that the hellish shamal was finally calming down. Castro sat against the outside wall of the ziggurat, staring blankly off into the distance. Once again, we set ourselves to exploring the outer limits of the ruins, looking for any other areas that might be accessed. We would spend most of this day examining the horizon from the edge of the hill, hoping for a sign of a landmark, all the while keeping an eye on the sky for any passing aircraft. Still, nothing. That didn't make any sense to any of us. We knew the war was pretty much over, but there still should have been aircraft overhead. Even worse, the weather was now quite clear. Coalition planes shouldn't have been grounded, unless the Coalition had completely stopped their air operations. I couldn't think of any reason why we were so isolated out here. We convened back at the ziggurat to discuss our options, so thoroughly discouraged by our lack of success that we were all starting to doubt we would ever get out of this place. Tempers began to flare as we argued about our next move. Larry was now openly pessimistic about our chances. Hilaire was doing his best to convince us to stay together and stick with the plan. Castro didn't say much at all. He abruptly left the argument and began tentatively exploring around the mound at the base of the ziggurat chamber. We hardly paid him any mind while we argued, but then a resounding thud echoed throughout the chamber, followed by an ear-piercing hiss and an enormous gust of air from the middle of the chamber. As we turned, we were able to see that the mound in the center had collapsed into the ground through a large sinkhole. We saw Castro falling after it. We forgot our grievances with one another and sprinted to the edge of the sinkhole to see what had happened to Castro. Leaning over the edge, we called out his name at the top of our lungs, hoping he'd survived the fall. But that sinkhole was astonishingly deep, so far that we couldn't even see to the bottom of it, even with the light in the chamber. After several minutes calling his name down the sinkhole, we finally heard his voice faintly echoing up the abyss. We called to him to see if he was injured, but we could hardly make out his voice. He had fallen so deep. From what I could make out of his faint words, he said he was unable to get up. We couldn't see him from where we stood, and the light we shone down the hole couldn't penetrate the thick dust that still hung in the air. Hilaire went back to the tank and quickly returned with a length of rope, intending to try and rappel down the sinkhole to retrieve Castro. The hole was so deep that Laurie and I didn't have high hopes for retrieving him, but we knew that we would certainly try. Lowry and I both secured the rope, and Hilaire began his descent down the sinkhole, shining his light down into the abyss. He tried to descend rapidly, but the dust and loose dirt at the edge of the hole made it difficult for him to get a decent foothold. He went ever deeper into the hole, getting so far down that we could hardly see him, and we were starting to run out of rope. All the while Hilaire was calling down to Castro, trying to reassure him that we would get him out of there. But Castro's responses became increasingly faint and inaudible, and finally ceased completely. When we ran out of rope to safely lower Hilaire any further, we called down to urge him to come back up. After a few minutes, he resurfaced, utterly defeated and on the verge of tears. It seemed that Castro was all but lost down that god-forsaken sinkhole, and it seemed like we had no real chance to get down there and find him. Our morale was poor before, but losing Castro like this was absolutely devastating. He was the youngest man in our crew, just shy of his 20th birthday, yet dependable and steadfast as a man twice his age. Despite his odd behavior in the last few days, we still owed a lot to him. He led us here to this place, and even though we were still lost, it was better than taking our chances in the desert. In those early days, when we were bogged down in the sand dunes, he took the personal risk of scouting a way out of there. Losing him like this, in this strange and ominous place, was something that hammered home more than anything the hopelessness of our situation. Even so, Hilaire still talked about making another rescue attempt down the hole, even though Castro's voice was gone and we didn't have nearly enough rope to make it down. When Laurie and I suggested that Castro could be gone for good, Hilaire flew into a rage and cursed us out for just abandoning him like this, saying that we shouldn't even be thinking about leaving a man behind, alive or dead. We didn't say anything in response. Between our fatalistic helplessness and Hilaire's guilt about the whole situation, hope seemed like a vulgar proposition. Hilaire sat by the hole for the rest of the day, occasionally calling out Castro's name down the hole with no response. Lowry and I camped outside of the entrance, ostensibly to keep watch, but mostly to commiserate where Hilaire couldn't hear us. Both of us were convinced that we would probably die out here. Either we'd run out of food and water, or be the victim of an accident like Castro's, or we'd try our luck in the desert and die of thirst and heat stroke. Darkness came again, and Hilaire was still inside the ziggurat, shouting down the sinkhole until his voice went hoarse. Lowry and I regretted telling Hilaire just to give up, even though we still believed it was hopeless. No aircraft had ever shown up. No sign of a search operation looking for us. We were the only human faces that any of us had seen in days. There's something really strange about being stranded in a place so lifeless and empty. I guess we're not really used to the idea of being so alone, so far from city lights and crowded avenues, the general hustle and bustle of human life. And this place, these ancient ruins, all of it should have reassured us with a reminder that once upon a time human beings had set foot in this place. Instead, it seemed like there was nothing really human about this place at all. We prepared to spend another night in the ziggurat, and Hilaire finally gave up his desperate mission. This time he volunteered for the first watch. Lowry and I were nervous about being around him, because of his desperate and clearly agitated frame of mind. We didn't really think he would hurt us, but his abrasive outbursts were starting to get more personal and hostile, and being around him like this was an extremely unpleasant experience. Nonetheless, we supposed that he really could use some alone time to work through his issues. Being around us probably wasn't easy for him either, the way Laurie and I were moping around and being generally hopeless. I was asleep when Hilaire charged in through the entrance, shouting in pain and panic, rousing Laurie and I from our leaden sleep. As we came to our senses, I noticed that the air outside was utterly clouded by a resurgent sandstorm, and through it I heard distinctively that high-pitched howl that we all knew so well. Hilaire was limping as he sprinted inside. I saw that his right leg was slick with blood and a large gouge was ripped in his pant leg. He shouted, "They're back! They're back!" as he charged in, more terrified than I'd ever seen him. In less than a second, we gathered our weapons and trained them on the entrance, nerves alight, convinced that this would be our last stand. The howls grew louder with each passing second, and more of those horrific, sibilant voices joined in with the chorus of screams and howls. For several seconds, we focused on the wall of airborne sand blowing across the entrance, knowing at any second that something could come storming in with great numbers. When the shadow became visible through the storm, one of us must have panicked and opened fire through the entrance, the report of gunfire nearly deafening us in the confined space. All of us joined in, firing rapidly at every shadow and vague silhouette visible through the darkness, without regard to conserving our ammunition. When my rifle went dry, I didn't pause for a second to reload, instead drawing my sidearm and keeping up the fire until I emptied that as well. We'd taken the ammunition for our individual weapons with us when we made camp inside the ziggurats, but anything more powerful than small arms was still on the tank, outside the storm and probably surrounded by those creatures. As our magazines went empty, we stopped for a moment, examining the entrance. Nothing had, apparently, come through. We couldn't see if all our fire had actually hit anything. Something was obviously out there. We turned our attention to Hilaire's leg wound, a sizable gash running down his right leg that must have been nearly a foot long. It was clearer evidence than anything that whatever had followed us here was now clearly hostile and meant to do much worse to all of us. We were now unexpectedly thrown back into a fight for our lives, and, if Hilaire was right, then the outside of the ziggurat was just about crawling with those creatures, and they were almost certainly prepared to descend upon us once they had gotten their second wind. Holding out inside the tunnel might have some advantages. We could funnel the hostiles into a narrow path and create a virtual shooting gallery out of whatever came through, but we could only do this with our small arms. What would we do once we ran dry? Could we possibly hope to kill or drive off a hostile force of that size only using what we had? If they remained committed to the attack after we'd fired our last rounds, the only hope of defense would be to physically block the entrance. Without any nearby loose debris or entrenching tools, we couldn't make that happen. But our tank seemed the best bet for defense. The coaxial and cupola gun machines still had thousands of rounds of ammunition left, and if that failed to drive them off, then we could just batten down our hatches and wait out the hostiles. But getting back out to our tank would mean having to go outside and dash over 150 meters up the edge of the bowl, all through both the storm and the creatures outside waiting to ambush us. As we saw it, there was no alternative. As long as we stayed inside, we were confined in a kill zone from which there would be no retreat. We hastily reloaded our weapons, planning to make a dash for the tank, firing from the hip in the hopes that we could suppress our enemies long enough to make it. Hilaire stuffed a rag into the wound on his leg, and I worried about whether or not we'd be able to make it the distance to the tank, but he had as little choice in the matter as any of us. We braced ourselves for a few seconds, preparing for our mad dash, convinced that we would all be dead within the next few minutes. Hilaire, like a true leader, was the first out of the entrance, and we followed close behind, expected to be set upon the second we left the opening. We were relieved not to have anything jump on our backs as we plunged into the storm, but that relief was short-lived as we saw dozens of silhouettes coming through the sand on both sides. We fired wildly from the hip, spraying fire at the level of these grotesque, vaguely human shadows. This bold maneuver certainly did catch these things off guard, backing off for a few seconds, but others ducked and weaved and carried on their attack. Lowry, immediately behind me the whole way, stumbled to the ground as I saw one of those things tackle him from behind, swiping and scrabbling at the back of his head. I turned back, and rather than risk shooting Lowry, I charged in like an old-time Napoleonic soldier, rifle tucked at my hip, and reaching the creature I swung out my weapon like a club and bashed it across its face with the butt of my rifle. I helped Lowry to his feet and got him moving again as he clasped the back of his head with both hands. The dash to the tank must have taken a minute at the most, but it seemed like at least an hour. A frantic hour firing wildly at shadows in the mist. But against all odds, we'd actually made it back to our machine, and I have to say, the dusty outline of the hellhounds seemed like a divine gift from above. We remounted the tank like getting reacquainted with an old friend, but rather than close the hatches, Hilaire got on the 50 cal machine gun on the cupola and without hesitation swung around in the direction of our assailants. He bellowed a vicious war cry that seemed to come from the bowels of hell itself, and without pause opened up on the outlines coming through the storm. Lowry and I crouched at the bottom of the turret while I inspected his wounds. He had indeed sustained numerous cuts on the back of his scalp, and though these didn't look too deep, they still bled like mad bastards as scalp wounds often do. I wrapped his face rag around the back of his head like a turban, hoping to staunch the flow of blood. That was the best I could do for the time being, until we got our medical supplies. I used the commander's override to switch on our auxiliary engine and restore power to the tank, and even though we were dangerously low on fuel, I knew it could keep us going for a little while longer at least. I tapped the back of Hilaire's leg and let him know that I was about to reverse the turret, and he shouted back in acknowledgement. I shifted the turret in the direction of our attackers, turned on the thermal, and flipped over to the coaxial machine gun. And good God, I must have seen hundreds of thermal signatures through the dust. Pausing was not an option. I immediately let it rip with a coax into the line of thermal spots, firing long bursts in a general sweeping motion aimed at ground level. For the first time, I could see with my own eyes that we were doing serious damage to our attackers, mowing them down in absolute droves between the sharp chatter of the coax machine gun and the steady hammering of the 50 cal. But these little bastards learn quick. Soon they were skittering across the ground, ducking and weaving and even leaping several feet in the air to avoid the incoming fire. Worse still, I could see in the peripheral that new thermal signatures were coming from further to the sides in both directions. There's no way I could move the turret fast enough to get them all. I shouted to Hilaire that they were trying to split our fire, and he should aim right as I moved the turret left. But there were just too many of them, moving too quickly in all directions. No sooner did I set my sights on the attackers from the left that Hilaire screamed that they were about to climb onto the tank. I heard then the pounding and scratching of the turret walls as the creature scrambled up the sides, and Hilaire screamed something and tried to draw his sidearm. One of those things tackled him and tried to grapple with him. For the first time, I got a close look at exactly what these creatures were. It was a pale and hairless thing, humanoid in shape, but with no nose and a long, sloping maw with no lips and glossy black orbs for eyes. I was stunned by this sight for a second, and I tried to pull Hilaire down into the turret. Several more scrambled up the tank, piling on top of him, scrabbling and clawing at his whole upper body as he screamed with panic and rage. Lowry threw himself around Hilaire's legs, and we pulled as hard as we could to get him back into the turret. With a sudden and violent jerk, Lowry and I were yanked upwards with Hilaire, bashing our heads into the turret ceiling. And in a flash, we felt Hilaire's legs slip through our grip and out of the turret hatch. We were stunned and horrified for a few seconds as we struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Hilaire was gone, torn out of the turret by the creatures that had overwhelmed our position. For a few moments, we stared dumbly at the open hatch, listening for a scream or any sign that Hilaire was still out there, alive. I thought I could make out his shouts through the roaring storm, but they quickly faded into the din of howls and gales of sound. Lowry had the presence of mind to finally close the hatch, a move that, in that instant, probably saved our lives as well, as the hatch wasn't closed for a second before violent scratching and pounding resonated through it. We both slunk to the bottom of the turret floor, staring at the hatch and hoping that it was secure enough to keep out a determined group of those creatures. And they were determined. We must have sat there for hours, riveted on the hatch, jumping at every violent assault on the turret hull. Good God, there must have been hundreds of them out there, not the least bit dissuaded by the heavy losses they'd taken trying to overwhelm us. We lay on the turret floor, horrified and completely despondent about our predicament. We were now down to half of our number. Losing Castro had been bad, the worst moment so far, but losing Hilaire was a virtually irrecoverable blow. Without leadership, trapped in a metal box, with our choices being to stay here and starve or risk getting torn to pieces, we believed we now had a clear picture of exactly how we would end up dying. When it finally struck us that Hilaire was lost, I couldn't take it anymore. I broke down in tears, both in despair and disbelief. I never suspected that such a situation like this was even possible on Earth. I had expectations of dying as an old man, surrounded by my children and grandchildren, or of dying a noble death in combat with a foreign enemy. Getting trapped in the middle of the desert and getting torn to bits by hideous unknown creatures didn't even seem possible. But no matter how much I blinked and rubbed my eyes, there was no waking up from this nightmare. There are no words to describe what it's like to stare your imminent death in the face. Even in the worst scenarios, there would seem to be some optimism, some skepticism about death that could carry you through the worst of the fear. That battle at the airport those days before was like that. Rolling forward against enemy fire, wary that a lurking enemy tank or RPG could suddenly light you up and end your war without warning. That was a real fear, but you also knew that it might not happen as well, that you'd be lucky or good enough to get out of combat with all your parts intact. But knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that the jig was up, in a way more horrible and seemingly impossible than you ever thought possible, took the last reserves of my courage right out of me. Larry wasn't doing much better himself. He'd never broken into tears, but he was definitely showing the same hopelessness that had crushed me. Without options, we just curled up on the turret floor, resigned to waiting hours or days or whatever for what might come. Somewhere in there, I fell into a dreamless sleep that must have lasted several hours. No nightmares. When you're truly exhausted, miserable and emotionally drained, there are no dreams or nightmares. The only nightmare is waking up again. When I did awaken, I looked at my watch and saw it was 05:30 hours. Lowry was still awake, staring back up at the hatch. He turned his attention to me and pointed out that the outside was completely silent. No pounding or scratching. This got my attention. Had our attackers given up? Were they waiting for another opportunity? Or did they have some other plan for leaving us? Larry proposed that maybe we should take a brief look outside, even consider making a run for it. That didn't make much sense to me, because there didn't seem like there was any place to run. However, having a quick look around for an idea of what to do next wasn't a terrible idea. I looked through the thermal sight and saw nothing. Lowry used the commander's cupola to examine in all directions around the tank, and again, no sign of anything. He picked up his rifle and cautiously opened the hatch while I held my breath, waiting for something to storm in as soon as it was opened. But there was nothing. Silence. Unusual silence, in fact. Even the storm had finally calmed down, and although dust still hung in the air and clouded the sky, there wasn't even a slight breeze. For several minutes Lowry scanned all around, not sticking his head out above eye level. He noticed that the 50 cal machine gun had been torn out of its mount and laid on the ground next to the track. Lowry said he was going out, and even though I protested harshly, he pulled himself up and out of the hatch. After a few minutes with no screams of alarm, I tentatively followed him up. Indeed, the whole scene was eerily still and silent. No trace of our attackers remained, not even the corpses of all those we'd slain the night before. They had, evidently, taken their dead with them and done God knows what with them. More disturbingly, there was no sign of Hilaire either. When he was snatched from that turret, he had simply disappeared off the face of the earth. But at this point I had no real hopes of finding him. I can only surmise that what must have happened to him at the hands of those creatures, well, if their violent attacks were any indication, I'd be surprised if anything was left. Lowry pointed down at the entrance of the ziggurat that we'd abandoned the previous night. He suggested we should try and make our way back there, maybe for any trace of our former commander, or to reclaim any supplies we'd abandoned at our camp in the entrance. I thought now he was starting to take some excessive risks, but the silence and stillness of our surroundings swayed me. Daylight was starting to come on more strongly, and nothing was visible in the distance. I think he was mostly interested in the first aid kits we'd left behind. Although the bleeding from his head wounds had stopped, he must have wanted to find something more than a dusty rag to bind these wounds. With some reluctance, I got fully out of the tank and followed him to the edge of the bowl. With some reluctance, I got fully out of the tank and followed him to the edge of the bowl. With some hesitation, we proceeded down the bowl to the ziggurat with a slow and particularly cautious pace. But something about the ground beneath our feet didn't feel quite right. Until now, it was mostly soft and porous sand, but now it seemed more firm, like it had settled and was squirming under our feet. We were suddenly overcome by a chorus of hellish shrieks, and I saw just what made the ground feel so strange. Dozens of the creatures had burrowed out from the sand and leaped straight up from the ground on all sides of us. These fucking things had actually ambushed us. They deliberately waited us out, hoping we'd leave our armored refuge, so they could take us out in the open from right beneath our feet. Larry and I just panicked, letting loose our rifles on the creatures as they sailed through the air above us. To our dismay, the sounds of gunfire no longer seemed to dissuade our enemy, but they did duck and weave just enough to slow them down. We sprinted down the bowl to the entrance with our backs to the enemy, hoping beyond hope that we wouldn't get taken down before we made it inside. One creature did manage to reach me, tackling me with surprising strength for their emaciated frames. I nearly stumbled all the way to the ground. Like a miracle, I managed to get my feet back under me before hitting the ground, and I kept going, practically breathless when I finally crossed the threshold of the ziggurat entrance. The creatures balked at first, as if they objected to entering this place, but as Lowry and I made it into the chamber, I could hear them making their way down the entrance corridor after us. We had run straight into a trap, an open chamber with no real exit, and I figured now that this is how I would die. But Lowry wasn't finished yet. He ran over to the edge of the sinkhole that had swallowed Castro earlier, staring into it resolutely. He was actually suggesting that we go down into that endless abyss, with no knowledge just where the hell it even led. I was ready to refuse this out of hand, when the hoots and shrieks of the creatures near the entrance made me think better. I had resigned myself to a grisly fate at their hands, but thinking about it, plunging to my death down the hole didn't seem much worse. Lowry grabbed the rope we'd left there earlier and spiked it into the ground with an entrenching tool. Without hesitation, he took the rope and began his descent into the hole. I watched incredulously after him as he swiftly descended without breaking. When he disappeared from my sight, I tried to yell after him, but the noise of those creatures made it impossible for me to hear any response. I saw them finally enter the main chamber, crawling all over the ground and walls at the threshold. And without much choice, I took my own place on the rope and slid down. I took it more slowly than Lowry, and as I descended below the edge of the hole, the shrieks and howls turned into something else. It became that hideous, rasping laugh I'd heard so many days earlier, as if they were amused by my attempt to escape. When I made it far below the rim, I looked up and saw those horribly familiar faces looking over the edge, giving off that disgusting laugh all the while. I focused my attention downwards on the depths of the pit. Down this far, the dust had become thick enough that I couldn't see more than 2 yards below me, but going anywhere but down was not an option. I slowed my pace and descended until I reached the end of the rope, with the bottom still nowhere in sight. I wondered just how I would go from here, but Lowry had evidently made it down, so there must have been some way. The dirt surrounding the pit was quite loose, but it was heavily sodden and probably could make a good handhold. I made the decision then to try and free climb down the rest of the way. Well, this proved quite challenging and slow, but the dirt managed to hold so long as I plunged my hand as deep into it as possible. I must have gone down another 20 feet this way when the dirt became less stable. As I swung forward to dig my boot into the side of the hole, I lost my grip without warning and tumbled down into the abyss. I slid down against the edge of the pit, desperately clawing at it in the hopes of catching a new hold, but it was for nothing. I fell a good 30 feet before suddenly hitting the bottom and collapsing flat on my back. I felt that the bottom was soft and poor as sand. Having slowed myself down against the side of the pit, I had managed to save myself from falling to my death. Castro had fallen down this way as well, and I was suddenly struck by the hope that he might have survived his fall into the pit relatively unharmed. Despite this hope, I saw no trace of anywhere he might have ended up. I remembered he'd fallen all the way down the pit, closely followed by the collapsing debris from the mound, which dashed my hopes of his survival. If he had made it all the way down, he would have hit the bottom much harder, and maybe been crushed by the rest. At the bottom of this pit was a tunnel entrance, a small tunnel that seemed hastily excavated from the dirt like a mine shaft, rather than carved or sculpted. I called Larry's name down the tunnel, and to my relief, heard his distant response. I worked my way through the cramped tunnel, which must have extended over 100 yards at least, and I came out of the tunnel to another bizarre and awe-inspiring sight. Lowry was just outside the end of the tunnel, staring at the same thing. We found ourselves in another enormous chamber, at least as large as that at the top of the hole. Most of it was quite dim, but in the center was a considerably bright light, almost like direct sunlight, illuminating the center of the chamber. In the center of the chamber, shrouded in blinding reflections, was a glossy black pyramid with a sort of obelisk on top. The structure was entirely color black and was polished to a smoothness and sheen like obsidian. The light surrounding the pyramid ended at a stark boundary with the darkness of the rest of the chamber, like a line in the sand, and at the pyramid's base was a round stone altar. The altar was the familiar red color of the ziggurat above, but the surface of it was as smooth and polished as the pyramid, and glinted like a precious metal that I assumed was platinum. We were riveted by this sight for many minutes, completely dumbfounded that such a thing was lying here under our feet, something even more alien and ornate than anything we'd seen above. I started to approach it slowly, this time more confident than Lowry. I felt an insatiable desire to approach and even touch the pyramid, struck by its brilliant sheen. It didn't even seem like it was made of solid material, but rather a glossy, static liquid. Lowry followed me to within a few yards of the light boundary on the floor of the chamber, but stopped and began to urge me back. I slowed my pace, but I still wanted to get a good look at it. The boundary of light was unusual, but not immediately disconcerting, and I didn't feel any fear of crossing it. Lowry implored me urgently to stay back, but he still followed me closer to the line. I stood less than a few feet away from the line when I stopped, and I became aware of a reverberating hum in my ears. It was a powerful noise, as if some titanic energy buzzed around the chamber, but this noise gave me pause. Lowry came to my side, telling me that we should keep our distance from the light. I finally agreed with him, but my eyes were still fixed on the gleaming pyramid. I struggled to take a step back from it. Further back, Lowry had stopped dead in his tracks, looking around as if hearing something unusual. I still only heard the hum, but he began whipping his head around, as if barraged by noises from all around him. He asked me if I heard what he was hearing. I asked if it was the hum, but he said the sound was more like voices. I listened closely as well, and to my shock and utter horror, I heard that distinctive, deep, static-filled voice repeating unintelligible words. It was the voice we'd heard on the radio days before. Now it was becoming louder and more insistent, and the fear it gave me broke my trance and got me moving farther from the pyramid. Lowry was still listening, now frantically searching about for the source of the voice. His eyes were transfixed on the pyramid, and in a low and determined voice he said, "There," and pointed at the obelisk on the top. He started inexorably striding forward towards the light boundary he'd urged me away from moments ago, and now it was my turn to fear for his life. I came up behind Lowry and grabbed him by the shoulders, trying to direct him away from the pyramid, but he suddenly shook me off with startling violence, even elbowing me in the ribs. He slipped from my grasp and began walking to the boundary with great determination. Again, I came up from behind and grabbed him a few short feet from the edge, and he began to struggle even more aggressively. I tried to bear hug him and drag him away, but he threw his head back and struck me on the nose. I instinctively let go to cradle my nose, and he charged across the boundary of light as I screamed his name. He got a few feet beyond the line and quickly slowed to a stop. He began writhing on his feet as if something was burning him, and to my horror, I saw heat vapor rising off his skin. His cries became audible, and his pain groans quickly rose to agonizing shrieks. His body started jerking incontinently as his shrieks rose. He sunk to the ground, almost to his knees, but he was suddenly thrown up into the air by some unseen force, tumbling end over end. Then, to my shock, his body hung in the air for a few seconds, still screaming, and he began to roll and twist in the air. His whole body was twisting violently, and I saw that this unseen force was twisting, bending and breaking his body section by section. The rolling motion rose to a tremendous speed, and with one last powerful and blood-curdling shriek, Lowry was completely torn apart in the air, his shredded remains being catapulted into the far reaches of the chamber. I was shocked beyond words at this sight, and I couldn't even move from that spot for several minutes. I'd seen Castro fall to his demise into a sinkhole. I'd seen Hilaire dragged away by those creatures, but the sight of Lowry being torn limb from limb by an invisible force was beyond reckoning. Castro and Hilaire's deaths at least seemed physically possible, but I didn't know of any force on this planet capable of doing such things, or for several moments I wondered if I'd just hallucinated it. As I came round, I knew for sure what I'd seen had actually happened. Nothing remained of Lowry, not even shreds of uniform or spots of blood in the dirt below. I backed away from the edge of the light and curled up on the floor of the chamber. I was now alone. Alone in this horrible place that, by rights, shouldn't even exist. Well, I'm a lifelong skeptic, and I should know that places like this weren't possible anywhere on Earth. But I also knew what I saw. I know that Gilbert Castro, Paul Hilaire, and Tim Lowry never came back from this place, and that nothing was ever found to prove what had happened to them. But even if this whole dark time was just some revolting fever dream, those basic facts remain, and the images will never go away. I stayed curled up on the ground for what must have been hours. Every death of one of my comrades had driven me deeper and deeper into despair, and even when I thought it wouldn't get worse, it did. I can say with complete confidence that those hours were the worst of my life. We escaped thirst and starvation in the desert, only to find ourselves set upon by creatures that probably no living human had ever seen before. We escaped them only to find ourselves faced with being trapped at the bottom of a pit, only to be set on by physical forces that nobody has ever described. I was utterly defeated. Despite my previous despondence, I'd managed to keep some semblance of reason and sanity. But at that time, I was finally starting to crack up and lose it. I got to my feet and paced around the chamber, cursing the universe for making such things possible, especially here on Earth. No longer think of my own death, but what would become of this place after I was gone? I was furious that this place had gotten the best of us, had devoured 3 human lives so swiftly and without any regard or remorse. The idea entered my head that this place might somehow be alive, as if this dead city and an inanimate part of the desert was consciously evil and uncaring. It might seem ridiculous to think such things, but my own safe perception of reality was so shattered that anything seemed possible. I reached the peak of my despair down in that pit, in the dismal shadow of the pyramid, when I lost all reason and picked up my rifle. The thought of suicide had indeed crossed my mind at various points, but that wasn't what I intended now. Laughing maniacally, I loaded a fresh magazine, chambered around, and leveled the barrel at the pyramid. That hateful object seemed like the source of all my despair. I cared nothing for any consequence of my actions. I fired round upon round at the side of the pyramid, rounds that mostly bounced off without effect. But one round did make a gouge in that finely polished exterior, and I was exultant at this petty sign of revenge realized. I broke out of my state when I noticed that the entire chamber seemed to tremble. Now I was suddenly regretful of my ill-considered actions, deeply afraid of what new event I had just triggered. The trembling only got worse, and that damned hum I'd heard earlier came back with a vengeance, with a volume that was almost deafening. I dove to the ground on my stomach, covering the back of my head while still trying to see what was happening. Now debris was starting to fall from the ceiling under the persistent shaking, and I saw that the light surrounding the pyramid was not only getting blindingly bright, but was starting to expand to cover an increasing area of the chamber. I scrambled away from the expanding boundary of the light, knowing full well what would happen if it overtook me. I pressed myself against the wall towards the chamber entrance. Looking back, I could see that part of the tunnel had collapsed. Now I had no chance to retreat or seek cover. The boundary of light slowly expanded towards the edge of the chamber, and the pyramid was now trembling violently in place, and the obelisk at the top emitted a fierce beam of light up through the ceiling of the chamber. As the lion edged closer to me, I tried to brace myself for the horrific fate suffered by Lowry. But the lion slowed, and then stopped. The hum was now absolutely deafening, a hellish abyss of noise that felt like it would cave in the sides of my skull. But without warning, the hum ceased, and the light boundary suddenly contracted towards the pyramid, and the entire chamber became deathly silent. A rushing sound like the roar of waterfall suddenly rose, and several brilliant flashes of light emitted from the pyramid. I resisted the urge to watch what was happening and buried my face in the dirt. Then, another piercing silence, and a continuing bright light that felt even hotter than standing in direct sunlight, and a swift roar and shockwave that lifted me off the ground and slammed me viciously into the dirt. The roar and shockwave seemed to go on for hours, and in that brilliant spectacle, I lost myself completely. I thought I was dead, but somewhere in there, I realized that if I was dead, then I couldn't possibly be thinking anything, much less that. Coming to my senses, I found myself partly buried in sand in the midst of an enormous crater surrounding me. Beyond the edge of the crater, I could see that the sky was visible. I had somehow ended up above ground. That sky was clear, refreshingly clear after so long spent in miserable dust storms and penetrating darkness. I was still quite weak, but I was able to shake myself out of my partly buried state and stand on my feet. Now I could see around the crater more clearly. Above the crater, where I assumed the dead city should have been, was now a patchwork of hills formed from dirt and sand that looked freshly churned. No sign of the strange buildings or the towering obelisk at the center remained. I surveyed this whole scene in a complete daze, unsure of what had just happened. The roar and the shockwaves felt like an explosion, and I did find myself at the bottom of a crater, so I assumed that was what had happened. I have no clue how I could have survived such a thing. And at that moment, I was struck by a feeling of victory and exultation, the likes of which I never experienced again, not even on my wedding day 9 years later. Against all odds, I was somehow still alive when the rest of the city and all the disgusting creatures that inhabited it seemed to have been wiped from existence. I remember being overcome with a fit of deranged laughter of my unexpected victory. In this state, I wandered out of the crater and into the desert, being sure to head east as we'd done all those days before. I had no expectation of finding my way out of the desert, no plan to do much of anything. Being satisfied with somehow destroying that hated city was enough to carry my mind through anything. I just trudged east without pause, never thinking of where I was going or if I was still fated to die out there in the desert. There aren't many memories of this part of my journey. I know that I was walking through the rest of the day and much of the night, but I don't remember sleeping. All that I could remember was the walking east into the rising sun, hardly a care in the world. It's not that I forgot, or that I was totally nuts by that point, because at that time I didn't think the journey was that important. After all, can anyone remember every inch of a daily commute they've done 1,000 times or more? Again, against all possible odds, I was finally found and rescued at last. During my walk across the desert, I came upon a road, maybe even the same road we'd left days before when we first got lost. I was sitting at the edge of the pavement when a passing civilian spotted me and offered me a ride. Thinking about it later, I should have been more grateful to that man, willing to offer a ride to a stranded stranger, especially one in my deranged condition. The next stop we made was a town in Saudi Arabia called Afar al-Batin, where I was delivered into the care of a British expat who was able to contact US forces still operating in Kuwait. Seeing human life again was an overpowering experience, and I nearly broke down in tears again when I beheld a busy street scene. Within the day, I was back in the company of fellow Marines, and I was put on a chopper back to Al-Shara, where the rest of the battalion was still posted. I don't know what kind of welcome I expected, but I certainly didn't get a warm one. The entire unit was well aware of our absence and had been on edge for over a week waiting for any news or sign of their missing comrades. When I came back home, they knew to assume the worst. But there wasn't any time for fond greetings with the others. Despite my poor condition, I was brought in for a full debriefing on the events of the last several days and to shed light on what exactly had happened out there. If I were in a better frame of mind, I would have been offended by the accusatory tone of their questions. But after what I'd been through, those stuffy pricks didn't intimidate me in the slightest. Without hesitation, I told them the exact story I'm telling you now, with greater brevity and minus certain details. To say they were utterly flabbergasted by this tale would be an understatement. Well, I could tell they thought my recollection was a lot of bullshit, but I didn't care. How could I? I knew the whole story, and they didn't. Maybe they wrote it off as a fever dream of a man stranded in the desert, or some elaborate joke meant to mock them. I was coldly written off as a lunatic, placed into the care of Navy doctors to recuperate from the ordeal. However unbelievable my story, there were still some undeniable facts that have mystified me ever since. We began our journey back to base in northwestern Kuwait, near the Iraqi border. When I emerged from the desert and was found, I was well over 100 miles west of where we should have been. The town of Hafar al-Batin is in northeastern Saudi Arabia, but the road we took into town came from the west. It is true we deviated west when we spotted the dead city in the distance, but there's simply no way we could have gotten that far, especially since we'd spent days before heading east. Not only that, but based on how far we'd traveled in the days before, we should have practically driven into the Persian Gulf before turning west. Instead, we were lost out in the middle of a trackless desert with no sign of anything but sand in the distance. How could we have gotten that far west? How is it possible that we found ourselves well beyond the fuel range of our tank in Saudi Arabia, well out of our way? Maybe if I knew the exact location of the dead city on a map, I could work it out, but I don't think any trace of that place still exists. I spent about a month in a Navy hospital healing and regaining my strength. A month might seem excessive for a case of exhaustion, dehydration, heat stroke, and some small gashes on my back, and it was. I realized within a few days just why I was being kept there for so long. At least 3 or 4 times a week, I'd be summoned to talk with a Navy psychiatrist to go over the specifics of my story. It was clear at that point I was being accused of having lost my mind, and their clumsy attempts at therapy and emotional support meant I could end up with a Section 8, or even worse, be confined to a psychiatric unit. From that point on, I clammed up and claimed I couldn't remember anything clearly about that time. My previous bravado when first recounting my story to my battalion commander was more or less exhausted, but I instead learned to be at peace with my own knowledge. Because of all this, I spent far longer than I needed in their care, but after 33 days, I was finally deemed fit to return to my unit and discharged. My guess is that they just got tired of my obstinacy and decided to waste their time on someone else. Returning to my unit was a more distressing experience. The others had been kept in suspense about our fate during that whole time, but the fact that I returned alone and that Hilaire, Castro, and Lowry were never to be found again changed their attitude towards me. Maybe they thought I'd abandoned them out in the deserts, or that my wanderings were part of some ill-conceived attempt at desertion, but they always held me in suspicion from that point on. As confidently as I conveyed my story to our superior officers and the Navy shrinks, I never uttered a word of it to them. By that point, I was exhausted with recounting the story, and I was starting to worry that repeating it elsewhere might get me thrown back in the psych ward. My silence didn't help my case with my fellow Marines, who thought I was hiding something, perhaps some proof of something sinister on my part. If only they knew the truth. Others were more sympathetic and thought I was still recovering emotionally from everything, but they were something of a minority. Marines are expected to bring their comrades home, no matter what, alive or dead, and I hadn't. So from then on, I was permanently tainted in their eyes. I still re-enlisted later that year, confident that I was more or less recovered from my ordeal, and a little stronger besides. Because my comrades were turning against me, I was transferred to another tank battalion in the Marines, and thankfully my checkered reputation didn't follow me. However, I wasn't fully done with the debriefings. Even years after that, I would still be periodically summoned by officers of an intelligence unit and some men from the Pentagon. They pressed me to go through the whole story again, eager to extract some new detail that I might have missed before. Well, of course, they still acted like it was horseshit, but they couldn't fool me. The fact they were still asking the same old questions years later proved to me that something about my story had got to them. And even though they still had a record of my original report, the full, unadulterated story I'd told my superiors before, I started to change my story. I was getting real tired of the cycle of constant interrogations and thinly veiled suggestions that I was either a nutjob or a liar. The creatures became an unidentified enemy insurgency. The dead city was an unmarked and abandoned settlement, and what happened to Lowry became the consequence of stepping on some unexploded ordnance. They must have known I was deliberately changing my story, because they wouldn't stop pressing me for details of my original account, even though I was now claiming it probably wasn't true. But, ironically, despite their assertions that the original story was ridiculous, the fact that they were still interested has only made me more secure in my own knowledge. My last years in the Corps were rather rocky despite the transfer. This was when I was starting to manifest symptoms of agoraphobia, particularly during training exercises at 29 Palms. The sight of that open and endless desert could instantly bring me back to those dark days, hopelessly lost with nothing but vast stretches of dirt in every direction. At first my hands would shake, I'd become sweaty and riddled with anxiety, but things only got worse from there. On night exercises, I'd be trying desperately to suppress moments of intense dread and panic, remembering how those creatures had ambushed us from beneath our feet, hoping that we wouldn't have to spend a night out in the field. When we did, I wouldn't sleep a wink the whole night, always on alert for whatever might be prowling out in the wild, far from human civilization. The thought that any place on Earth could be so barren, unpopulated and unexplored, never failed to fill me with anxiety. I knew how it felt to somehow be lost or hidden from sight, even when you can see for miles in all directions. Makes me wonder what sort of things can be hidden out in barren wastes and remote places around the world. Maybe even places like the Dead City, or those horrible creatures. Having seen what I've seen, heard what I heard, anything seems possible when I behold the vast horizons and empty skies. I think it's because of this I developed disciplinary problems that marred my service record during those last years. Insubordination, absence without leave, occasionally theft of Marine Corps property. These were some of the more typical offences that I got myself into. But the most serious problem I developed was substance abuse, particularly alcohol. I couldn't afford hard stuff on a Marine Corps salary, and weed never seemed to do anything for me. I would brawl with army guys or sailors, come back to base from leave while drunk, or talk back to my superiors. I don't really know why I started acting this way. Maybe because military discipline no longer intimidated me, or because I needed a desperate escape from my thoughts and recurring nightmares, or maybe I was just a lame drunk. I faced some quite serious charges during these pathetic escapades, but thankfully they never pinned anything more egregious on me, and a demotion and some days in the stockade were the worst I got. In 1995, when my chance to re-enlist came up again, I opted to leave. Everybody else wanted me out, and I felt there was nothing left for me to gain by staying. Despite the disciplinary problems, I still managed to receive an honourable discharge, and without any hits to my pension. And the rest, well, I've already told. Since then, I've just bumbled through life, checking off various milestones that any adult should. Hilaire, Castro, and Laurie never will, though. I could chalk that up to the fortunes of war, but in our case, I don't think that quite applies. From their loss, I learned a few things about the world and about myself, and in some ways, I think I'm stronger because of it. True, my agoraphobia left me virtually crippled for years, and that's because I know. I know what I saw out there in the Arabian desert in those early days of March 1991. And I know that my friends Hilaire, Lowry, and Castro will never be coming back. And I know that in the remote places of the world, anything can lurk between the vast and cursed sands under our feet. If that means I'm slightly crazy, then so be it. But I simply can't be afraid any longer, and the stress of it all is slowly killing me. And that's why I'm finally seeking help for my condition. My therapist might think the story is just a nightmare or a delusion, and I'm willing to accept that. Somehow I have to reconcile not being afraid with knowing that the Dead City and those creatures actually existed, that any such things are possible on this planet. Somehow, I have to make a future for myself in such a world. But when I awoke in the rubble of the Dead City, flush with victory, I learned that there is some comfort in knowing that there will eventually be an end to all things, and an end to everything that comes after. The Soldier by Shadow Swimmer 77. Part 1. The Dream. I can hear the screams of men and gunfire. I can smell their fear. They know something's in the dark, something strange, menacing, and very, very hungry. Oh God, the fuck is that? It hurts. Please don't. No. I wake, trembling in a cold sweat, sheets tangled around my legs. I look across the bed to the nightstand, the green LED lights telling me it's 4:30 a.m. It was the dream again, the same dream. I glance reproachfully at the remains of a fifth of whiskey and a half-empty bottle of sleeping pills lying on its side by the clock. They've never quite kept the nightmare from me before, but I still have hope it's just a question of finding the right quantity. My hand still slightly shaking, I grab the bottle and take a healthy swallow, then drop it empty to the puke green-colored carpeting that passes as decoration in my bedroom. It burns, but that's just fine. Knowing I'll never get back to sleep, and with only another 30 minutes before I'd set my alarm to wake me anyway, I throw on coffee and jump into the shower. It's cold, but that's just fine too. I stand there, arms bracing me against the wall, head bowed under the frigid stream of water, and I try to forget. I stay like that for several long minutes. Finally, when my skin is practically blue, I get out and towel off, shivering from the chill. My name is Michael Landry, and today I'm a high school history teacher at Haverbrook Prep School on the main line outside of Philadelphia. Well, the shower is just what I needed. Already the vivid horrors of my dream have begun to slowly fade back into my subconsciousness. I know all too well that they'll be back in full force when I manage to finally drift to sleep tonight, but even this slight reprieve is welcome. I look into the mirror and decide the dark bags under my eyes can be attributed as much to a genuine lack of sleep as my ill-advised bender. I quickly run a razor over the rough stubble of my beard and briefly attempt to tame my mop of brown hair still sticking up at odd angles. Not that long ago, I'd have gotten reprimanded if it was half this length. I return to the bedroom and dress in the dark slacks and grey button-down shirt that has become my unofficial teaching uniform. I've worn one uniform or another for most of my life, and consider it a shameful waste of time to spend too much effort worrying about what to wear. Moving to the kitchen, I decide to take advantage of my unexpected time this morning and scramble some ham and eggs to complement my coffee. I note that, besides the few remaining eggs and a half-eaten package of assorted lunch meat, my refrigerator is virtually bare, not counting a 3-day expired carton of milk and 2 cases of beer. Grimace at the trash can sitting next to the refrigerator, currently overflowing with empty takeout containers. Slapping the egg-meat concoction between 2 slices of only slightly stale bread, I throw on my black pea coat to ward off the chill November air, grab my thermos, throw yesterday's graded quizzes into my valet, and head to the door. Gripping the coffee and valet under my arms and the sandwich in my mouth, I punch in the 6-digit code to my state-of-the-art security system. I step outside and fumble with my keys to work the 3 separate deadbolts securing the giant steel slab that serves as a front door to my first-floor apartment. All these extra precautions might seem a bit much, but Overbrook makes up for its insanely cheap rent with an even more astounding crime and murder rate. With that in mind, I probably would have considered upgrading my security even if events 3 years ago hadn't shown me exactly how many scary things existed in this world. That experience is also what prompted me to start carrying the tiny Glock currently concealed in my ankle holster. I'm on good terms with Gabe Parr, the aging head of security at the school, who generally shares my view on gun control. Make sure you're the one with control of the gun. Gabe had been enlisted 20 years in the army, just missing the tail end of Vietnam and retiring as a master sergeant following the first Gulf War. Sounding like a cross between Sam Elliott and Ernie McDermott, he is all NCO, crusty, hard-bitten, and essentially every platoon sergeant I've ever known rolled into one. Even after finding out that Haverbrook had no weapon searches to speak of, I revealed to Gabe that I carried shortly after starting the job.
I reasoned his position would make him the most likely person to find my gun during the course of a normal workday. Well, to my surprise, he was completely supportive. I would later learn some of the circumstances behind Gabe's enlightened opinions. On one occasion, we'd gone out for drinks. He confided in me that his youngest son Billy had been killed 2 years earlier. His boy had been 16 and carrying $5 on the way home from evening basketball practice when he was approached by a strung-out junkie looking to score some quick cash. The lone witness to the crime said the druggie took the money and then, apparently angry that his efforts had been wasted, shot the boy out of spite. Unfortunately, the witness had been unable to clearly identify the junkie's features in the gathering dark. The murderer was never caught. Suddenly, Gabe's unique perspective became crystal clear. The walk from the train station to Haverbrook is a short one, and I find myself walking past the large asphalt parking lot and up the wide cement-lined path to the main entrance just a few minutes past 6. The entire building is a study in architectural extravagance. Enormous granite archways, steepled turrets, and literally tons of red-brown brick make the whole gala resemble more than an exclusive postgraduate university than a college prep school. The official seal is carved into the peak of the entryway arch. Its motto, Mens Corpus Animus, proudly emblazoned beneath. I spot Gabe as I pass through the archway into the entry hall. He's manning the main door himself, as he does every morning. During my first year, I asked him why. "Mike," he told me, "I'm at the front because when the shit hits, I want it to go through me first. 20 years in, through more action than I can remember, ain't anything in this world can walk through that door if I ain't fought, fucked, or blown up more than twice. So while some green huntin's busy pissing himself, I've already drawn and put 10 rounds in the motherfucker, center mass." Well, I couldn't argue with his logic. "Morning, Gabe. How's it going?" It's not so bad, Mike. Only sort of wanted to gnaw through my arm at the elbow when I woke up and saw wife number 3 this morning. Still a marked improvement over the last one." He spits into the used styrofoam coffee cup he has perpetually in hand, a huge wad of tobacco wedged in his lower lip. Good to hear. We still on for hitting the bar tonight?" Depends. Still got that youngling bullshit?" "You know it." "When are you gonna give that shit up and move to a real American beer, like Bud?" "Gabe, we've been over this 100 times. Youngling is American. It's brewed in Pennsylvania. Hey, not that I care, but didn't the dean tell you not to dip on the job anymore?" Sure did, and I don't. Just don't any less, neither. Big you up at 9. After receiving my discharge from the army, I got in a pretty bad way. Chronic alcohol abuse will do that to you. I applied to Haverbrook in response to a notice that they were looking for a social studies teacher specializing in military history. I figured dropping my name into that particular hat couldn't hurt. Imagine my surprise when the school not only asked me in for an interview a few days later, but ended it by offering me the job. Fortunately, only riding a slight buzz at the time, I had enough control to take it. Apparently, the school board saw West Point graduate and overseas combat experience as enough to move me ahead of the dozen or so certified academics that I was in direct competition with. 2 older board members with prior service experience made a case for hiring me to the other 8, stating that no one was better qualified to teach military history than someone who'd actually seen combat. They argued that competent professional educators would always be available and, worst case scenario, the board could fire me after a semester and hire one of them. Well, I won't say that the Haverbrook job was exactly what I needed to get my life back on track. It's just a job, albeit one with a good salary and better benefits. It serves 2 purposes: pay the rent and keep me in booze. That's all. I won't say the one simple act of getting a job made me get along with my landlord, made my nightmares disappear, or the world a better place for everyone to live in. It didn't. My landlord, Mr. Peacombe, is still a prick, which I attribute to gratuitous levels of inbreeding. My dreams only became worse, more horrifying with each retelling. My men, are still dead. Officially founded in the early 1900s, Haverbrook can actually claim history back to the pre-revolutionary times, when a one-room schoolhouse stood on the very spot. That first tiny structure only occupied one small corner of the total grounds allotted to the school, which actually encompass almost 20 square miles of rolling, wooded terrain. The athletic compound is by far my favorite building at Haverbrook, specifically because one of the many perks associated with being a faculty member is unrestricted access to any and all of the equipment and facilities. Since I no longer have 2 hours of physical training scheduled into my day by the government, this fact alone has allowed me to stave off the approaching effects of middle age. Today is the last day of school before Thanksgiving break, so I decide to go for a run after class lets out. It's the perfect kind of weather for it, mid-50s and no breeze. Just warm enough not to start out cold, just cool enough not to easily overheat. The main gymnasium contains a locker room for faculty use, complete with a small bank of washers and dryers. Such amenities are convenient since they mean I don't need to be constantly transporting workout clothes back and forth on the train. Distance melts away as the ground speeds beneath my feet. Most days I try to put in 5 or 6 miles on the winding forest paths, and there are enough of them that I only need to repeat routes every couple of weeks. Today is one of the more difficult trails I frequent. 5¼ miles of almost constant elevation change. About halfway into the run, my legs are burning and I feel my breathing shorten as I near the top of a particularly brutal hill. I pause at the summit for a moment to look back and take in the view. Vast acres of untamed wilderness stretch behind me. Crisp snap to the air makes everything seem somehow sharper, but in doing so only accentuates the grey deadness that is insidiously leached into every aspect of the environment. Hazy, translucent clouds rise in front of a pale sun that seems a shadow of its normal self. It sets very early in the day now, and the shadows are already long. The deciduous trees that blaze like a campfire in the autumn rise up below me, now eerily foreboding in their stark nakedness. The faintest hint of wind stirs the branches. Its passing causes the trees to sway and groan with almost malicious intent. I feel a shiver trickle down my spine that has nothing to do with the weather. These are woods from the darkest fairy tales. These are woods that are alive. Only the distant 3rd floor of the Haverbrook Library, just peeking up over the treetops, serves as proof that I haven't been unwittingly transported through some magical doorway into a land populated by creatures terrible and unknown. Unbidden, my thoughts turn to memories of another time, another darkness, and the things I found there. Disturbed, I start running again, faster than before, the sun slipping closer to the horizon. As I descend from my vantage point back into the trees, the darkness grows rapidly deeper, the shadows thicker. This can't be right. Even in winter the sun doesn't set this quickly, does it? Appearing out of nowhere, thick black storm clouds have replaced the wispy greyness I observed only moments ago. Deep peals of thunder ride wicked through the seething black seas above. The wind, once only a faint whisper, has become a tormented scream, the death cry of a wild beast. The trees no longer gently sway, but thrash and buck wildly as if trying to uproot themselves from the very earth that holds them. Massive sheets of icy rain begin to pelt down from the heavens, soaking me through to the bone. Instantaneously, a mild afternoon has been replaced by a savage tempest. I fly down the hill, the storm raging about me. Branches seem to reach out, to snatch at my arms. Roots and stones rise up to tangle my feet. Suddenly, an incredible blast of pain ignites my right shoulder, sending stars shooting across my eyes. I cry out, tumbling to the ground. As I roll, a jagged stump appears in my vision, too fast to avoid. Pain. Blackness. Part 2. The Storm. I lie there, in the middle of the forest, not seeing the dueling lightning flashing high above the trees, not feeling the drenching rain that continues to pour down on my still form. Michael. A voice cuts through my mind. So tired. I just want to lay here, ignore it. Michael, you must listen. There isn't much time. Go away. Just a voice in my head. Leave me alone. Events are in motion. The storm is only the beginning. They sent it for you, hoped it would kill you. They know you have a role, but they can't know how important you are, or they wouldn't have stopped there. They? What are you? Quiet. There's no time. We have to... Wait. Oh no. Michael, you need to get up. You need to get up and get the hell out of there. It's coming. My eyes flutter open. Disoriented. Can't tell how long I've been out. The storm still thrashes crazily around me. I ease myself into a sitting position and gingerly assess myself for injuries. There's a large lump raised above my left eyebrow, and I can feel a sizable gash running along my scalp, although it doesn't seem too deep. I won't be able to tell if I need stitches until I can get to a mirror. A sharp stab of pain beams directly to my brain as my fingers probe the wound, so I quickly stop. Various cuts and scratches from my fall are spread sporadically over my arms and hands, in addition to a particularly nasty one along my left shin. My shoulder still throbs, not the blinding agony that sent me sprawling earlier, but a dull ache emanating from deep inside the tissue. God, was I struck by lightning? I don't remember hearing any thunder, so what the hell? My head snaps up as a deep, inhuman roar rises above the fury of the storm, reverberating over and over again through the trees. The ache in my shoulder flares sharply. I suddenly remember the words of the disembodied voice in my head. Still dazed, I uneasily stagger to my feet. Concussion, based hallucination or not, getting the hell out of here seems like an excellent suggestion. I manage to find the path and haltingly begin to make my way back towards the athletic facility. The storm continues unabated. Bathtubs of freezing rain continue to drench my shivering body. Shearing winds carry the chill deep into the marrow of my bones. Lightning flashes periodically, lighting up the pitch sky as brightly as midday. Dizzy, my foot hits a rock in the path. The whole world lurches as I barely manage to catch myself, the throbbing wound on my scalp making my head feel like an abused bass drum. I stumble along as fast as I'm able, occasionally pausing to glance behind me. If they weren't soaked through, the hairs on the back of my neck would be standing at full attention. Impossible to see or hear anything over the fury of the storm. Some primal sense held over from my caveman ancestors blares a warning at me that I'm not alone out here in the dark. The savage roar I heard shortly after waking doesn't repeat itself, but in truth I don't know if that disturbs me more or less. If I hear it again, that means that whatever made the sound exists and is somewhere in the woods with me, but at least I would have an idea where. As it stands, I can hope the unworldly sound was just another delusion brought on by my head injury. I can't manage to shake the chilling feeling that the beast is simply remaining silent, hunting me. At last, after an eternity of fleeting glances and barely avoided falls, I finally emerge from the woods along the path, the school stadium lying before me. The electric lights of the gymnasium several hundred yards down the paved walkway burn cheerfully, oblivious to the violent events of the night. I urge my wooden legs to greater effort and blessedly make it to my destination, throwing open the door and tumbling inside. I sit there sprawled in the facility entryway, trembling from the cold and fear, watching the storm rage outside. After what must have been several minutes, I managed to gather the will to painfully regain my feet and work my way through the building and down the long corridor to the faculty locker room. The building is deserted, the silence making the noises of my struggling movements seem all the louder. For a moment, I wonder at the complete lack of people before remembering virtually all sports practices have been cancelled in lieu of the pending week of vacation for the Thanksgiving holiday. Gaining access, I immediately moved to the row of sinks and the mirror to get a better assessment of my injuries. The bump above my eye is considerably swollen and will soon turn into an ugly-looking bruise. On the plus side, the cut on my scalp is actually more of a scrape and doesn't appear to require stitches. The cuts on my arms, hands, and shin are superficial, but will hurt and itch like crazy while they heal. Suddenly, seeing past the painful details, I struggle to recognize the haggard, beaten-looking figure returning my stare from the glass. Well, you've had worse. God knows you've had worse. Well, that time, that was a lot worse. I grimace, my reflection perfectly duplicating the motion. Turning on the faucet, I grab a handful of paper towels and begin to carefully daub at the dry blood and dirt around my cuts, not wanting to inadvertently open them again. Satisfied that they've closed up well enough to allow it, I strip off my sodden workout clothes, throw them into one of the dryers, and step into the shower. I set the water to scalding. I stand under the steaming water, trying to rub the kinks out of my neck. A small throb in my shoulder reminds me of the incredible pain that first sent me on the way to my current condition. Reluctantly turning off the shower head, I dry myself, wrap the towel around my waist, and return to the mirror. Although certainly cleaner and free of the caked dirt and blood that previously clung to me, I still paint a terrible picture. The cut on my scalp shines red just below my hairline, and an enormous purple bruise has now begun to complement the generous swelling above my eye. I turn my back to the mirror and move my head so that I can observe my shoulder in the reflection to see the scars located there. 3 long marks extend the length of my shoulder blade. The lines are jagged due to the poor nature of the canvas they were inscribed upon. Aside from the nightmares, they're the only proof I have of the reality of the most horrifying experience in my life. The terror and bloodshed that occurred in a Middle Eastern cave 3 years ago. Tonight, the marks are inflamed and wet, as if I'd just received them instead of having worn them for so long. Had I not just showered, I'm sure fresh blood would still be oozing from them, though all my other cuts and scrapes are closed and dried by this point. As if listening to my thoughts, tiny red beads slowly begin to well along their length as I watch in the mirror. Without warning, an intense pain radiates outward from the center of the marks. At that moment, 2 things happen simultaneously. First, all the lights in the locker room go out, leaving me in absolute darkness. Second, I hear the unmistakable sound of the main entry door closing, and the slow steps of someone or something entering the building, the otherwise utter silence serving to augment the noise. The emergency generator kicks in, backup lights humming to life and bathing the room in a weak amber glow. I run to my locker and hurriedly dress, almost tripping myself on my pants, taking care to loosen the Glock in its holster once I have it strapped to my ankle. I throw my coat on, twinging at the pain now continuously radiating from the scars, and grab my valet. The whole process only takes me about 30 seconds, a holdover from years of uniform drills in the army, where soldiers who don't make the time limit are met with insidiously creative punishments. I creep silently over to the locker room door and gently ease it open, just a crack, feeling slightly foolish. Odds are the noise I heard is just a student, or maybe a guard Gabe sent to check on the facility. Still, I can't shake the feeling that whatever is now occupying the athletic wing with me is somehow connected to the bizarre events that have already occurred this evening. Its arrival and the loss of power to the building seem too timely to be mere coincidence. I peer out and down the dimly lit hallway through the slit in the door. At first, I don't see the thing, not until its eyes catch the light, gleaming a sinister shade of red. My breath catches in my throat as a wave of pure terror thunders through my suddenly rigid body. My shoulder screams, almost as badly as in the woods. My mind is struck dumb, crazed gibbering crowds out all rational thoughts. God. My God, it's just like that time. Just like the last time. Gotta be a dream. Gotta be... Can't really be happening. I'm still unconscious on the trail from hitting my head. That's it. Yeah, that's it. But this seems to be so real. What if it's not a dream? Then I have to move. I have to do something. Why the fuck does this keep happening to me? I'm only frozen for a single long moment until my brain unconsciously kicks into analysis mode. This feeling of unreality is disturbingly familiar, but other than the fantastic nature of my subject, it's not so different from some reconnaissance missions I've been on. 20 yards down the hall, the creature stands on two legs and appears to be about 8 feet tall. Definitely not a student, not a guard either, unless Gabe decided to try out some biomedical mutants in the rotation. Other than its immense size, I can't determine any further details about the entity because of the way the shadows seem to bend around it, almost as if light is absorbed once it gets within about a yard of the creature. As I watch, it raises its head as if sniffing the air. A chill runs down my spine as I realize that's probably exactly what it's doing. Its head snaps forward, its incredible blood-red eyes fixed directly on the door concealing me. Ever so slowly, it begins silently stalking down the hallway, hunched into a hunting posture, moving with the powerful grace of a natural predator. My fight-or-flight response frantically initiates. Logically, I have no knowledge of the identity of the creature, and the Glock only holds 7 bullets. Something that size, it's possible the gun would be empty before successfully incapacitating it. The military doctrine drilled into me stresses only committing to a fight when possessing knowledge of the enemy, initiative, and a decisive advantage. At this point, I lack all of those. I reach the conclusion to conduct a tactical withdrawal. To say I'm retreating sounds so much more cowardly. Fortunately, Haverbrook has equipped all its locker rooms with multiple exits for use in the case of an emergency, although I hardly think my current situation was considered in their plans. As smoothly and quietly as I'm able, I gently close the door and throw the deadbolt, locking it from the inside. I have little hope that the flimsy metal will impede the monster for more than a couple of seconds, but I'll take any opportunity to up my odds for survival. Wounds throbbing uncomfortably, I hobble to the far side of the locker room to the emergency exit as quickly as I can and push through it, emerging into a utility hallway. No alarm sounds. The electricians must have foolishly attached the warning system to the primary power grid, though it's not as if help would be able to reach me in time anyway. I break into a limping run towards the shining red exit sign. It seems impossibly far away. Just as I reach it, I hear what can only be the sound of a rudely abused deadbolt shearing in two and the locker room door being thrown inward off its hinges. I shove the exit door open, finally reaching the outside of the facility. To my relief, the storm has abated, though in its wake an unnaturally thick and viscous fog has crept in, sinuously enveloping the world in an incredibly dense cloud of white and reducing visibility to little better than nothing. Consider my options. I could try to hide somewhere nearby, but it seems the creature is tracking me by smell or some other method and would likely find me fairly quickly. That means my best bet is to try and put as much distance between me and it as possible. I glance at my watch and see that it's just now 6:15. If I push myself, I may be able to make the 6:20 back towards Overbrook. I make my decision. Pain and exhaustion slowly overcoming my rush of adrenaline, I stagger forward towards the station. I really hope the bloody train is on time. Part 3. The Monster. For once the train is on time, rolling in just as I reach the station. Furtively throwing futile glances back into the impenetrable whiteness for any sign of pursuit, I wait off to the side of the double doors for the train to discharge its few passengers. Standing up is an effort, but professionally dressed, moderately pretty woman looks up in passing and gives me a startled glance as she readjusts the bag on her shoulder. God, I must look a wreck. The sickly smile I return only seems to disturb her more. I enter the car and fall onto one of the hard plastic benches facing near the train, roughly dropping my valet next to me. As the train pulls out of the station, I heave a sigh of relief. Whatever that thing was, I seem to have managed to outrun it so far. If my luck holds, I'll be able to get home to my apartment and retrieve some firepower more substantial than the Glock. The heavy weight of my giant .5 caliber pistol would feel remarkably comfortable right now, as would my semi-automatic shotgun loaded with 12-gauge double-aught. The real question on my mind is what the hell that thing was. Granted, it isn't the first otherworldly entity that I've seen in my life, but a large part of me still wants to put the last time down to trauma-based hallucination. Besides, this one was physically different, though the strange feeling of unreality is absolutely the same. I've never heard of anything like this creature outside of comic books and fairy tales. The odds that one man would randomly encounter more than one of these things in a single lifetime have to be astronomical, and therefore logic suggests there must be some connection between the two meetings. But what? The lights flicker. I look around the compartment and notice I have it almost to myself. In fact, the only company I have is a homeless man I somehow didn't see when I first got on, sprawled unconscious across a bench towards the rear. I can't blame him for wanting to get out of the storm, but briefly wonder how he's managed to avoid the conductor, since he doesn't look like he'd be able to afford a ticket, or even half a ticket. I pull my monthly ride pass from my inner coat pocket and place it into the plastic slot on the back of the seat in front of me. My shoulder sharply throbs, causing me to look up. The first thing I notice is that my formerly sleeping homeless companion is wide awake and sitting at rigid attention. The next is that his eyes are fixed in an unblinking stare directly at me. They are remarkably bloodshot, so red that they bear a disconcertingly close resemblance to the eyes of the creature that was pursuing me earlier. The man slowly stands, his unwavering gaze attempting to bore straight through me. I return his stare, matching its steadiness, if not the intensity given by the preternatural color of his eyes. I can feel the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand erect, and a rash of goosebumps flush down my arms. I find myself mentally reviewing years of close combat training as my hand, almost of its own accord, slowly edges down towards my right ankle and the tiny Glock concealed there. I take stock of the man 25 feet down the car from me. On the surface, other than his startling eyes, there's nothing that would make him stand out in a room full of derelicts. He stands about 5'7", with an average build, and looks to be in his mid to late 60s. His grey hair is as long and matted as the snarling beard that practically explodes out of his lower face. He's wearing grey sweatpants and trashed sneakers, his toes showing through a sizable hole in one of them. A dark ratty fleece hat on his head. He's bundled in an old Vietnam-era Army-issue jacket, and I briefly pause in my assessment to wonder if he's a veteran. He's carrying no obvious weapons, I can see, but I know many ways for an average person to conceal any number of blades, pistols, and any other violence-inducing implements. Many more if that person's clever. Still, with those eyes, that'd be a hell of a coincidence if the two weren't somehow related. I grab my shoulder, grimacing as white-hot pain lances through it and brings stars to my eyes. Regaining my awareness, I realize the man has moved the complete length of the train car, impossibly fast, and now looms directly over me. Before I can think, much less begin to clear my gun from its holster, his hand flashes down and traps my wrist in an iron grip. Crazed, sneering grin on his face, the man's other hand seizes my left shoulder and pins me back to my seat, the whole movement taking no more than a fraction of a second. With his face mere inches from my own, it's nauseatingly obvious he hasn't bathed in some time. Dirt and other substances, whose identity I fear to guess, are smeared indiscriminately over skin and clothing alike. Several gigantic flies flit about, buzzing continuously and occasionally pausing to alight on his face, hands, and elsewhere. A sickening cocktail odor of sweat, ammonia, and something sulphurous permeates the air around him as his breath wheezes in and out of his mouth through excessively crooked teeth the color of jaundice. I notice several are missing. I also note those remaining have been filed into wicked points that look sharp enough to shred skin and tissue like so much wet toilet paper. This close to them, his eyes aren't merely bloodshot, but glowing. Their unfaltering scrutiny becomes an indefensible onslaught. I feel as if my consciousness is being forcibly drawn into some blasphemous other world through a blood-red portal. For a second, I see myself struggling, drowning in molten fire that snaps and swirls where his irises should be, growing to the point not the smallest speck of white is visible in his eyes. Realization hits me like a thunderbolt. God, he and that monster aren't connected. They're the same fucking thing. In the back of my mind, a deeply buried primal instinct tells me that this moment something is profoundly wrong with the world. The presence of this unknown entity whose very being mocks the laws of reason, a living nightmare that has escaped its realm of sleep. The most unnerving part is that I've felt this way countless times before. Once, 3 years ago, in a dank underground cavern in the middle of a war zone, and every night since while suffering those horrifyingly real dreams of the impossible things my eyes tell me they saw there. The long black tongue feeling like rough leather licks the dry blood from my scalp. I sit, completely still, shocked beyond movement, mouth slightly ajar. Ah, yes. This the one. The one, yes. This him. The man-thing mumbles. I gape up at him. Still. Not right, no. Not right. Supposed to be and has it. Doesn't be and has it. No. Doesn't be and has it, but supposed to be in. Where's it been, little soldier boy, eh? Where's it been hiding it all? Hiding? I somehow find my voice. But I think you must have the wrong man. Sir, I'm not hiding anything. I'm just a school teacher. I teach history in Haverbrook. Some incredibly small part of my brain mentally chastises the rest of my consciousness, which is currently in the process of wedding itself to stop being such a silly, helpless little bitch. I used to call myself a soldier. No wonder I didn't make it all the way through to retirement. He. Call him Bills, sir. Little soldier boy thinking he being a teacher. Being a teacher of little children's. Teaching histories, he's thinking. And the man thing giggles. Bills is knowing, saying that those who can do, those who can't teach, but you can do, little soldier boy. Little soldier boy can do. Little soldier boy will do if Bells would let little soldier boy do. Teaching a history as you thinks you teaching. History is a man, but not histories. Not right histories. Little soldier boy not one to teach him. Little soldier boy want to be doing things like little soldier boy's been doing, if Bells being letting him. But Bells not supposed to be letting him. No. But Bells not sure if Bells supposed to not been letting him, if little soldier boy not being has it. Little soldier boy, the one supposed to be in has it. But something being wrong. Supposed to be in here, but being here not. Where being it, little soldier boy? A small angry spark seems to flare in my mind. I manage to offer up at least the pretense of resistance. I always hated it when people get in my face. Probably why I had such a tough time at basic training. Now the non-pants wetting part of my brain gives a tiny cheer. Well, frankly, Beals, or whatever the fuck your name is. I glare at him with what I hope is significantly more confidence than I actually feel. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Now get your damn hands off me. Well, my anger only seems to amuse him. Yeah, damned hands. Yeah, damned hands. Damned hands, damn Beals. But dirt-smeared leathery skin of his face crinkles around the flaming pools, glowing in place of eyes, as he laughs. Little soldier boy does knows more than he thinks he knows he does, but no. Little soldier boy not knows what little soldier boy supposed to knows he does not. What be else to do? Be else supposed to be finding little soldier boy. Finding little soldier boy Beals has, but little soldier boy is supposed to be in has it. The man-thing's mouth closes in a hard line as he contemplates this dilemma. I will admit his issue has me completely confounded as well, but for entirely different reasons. Suddenly his face lights, red eyes shining ever brighter, like two miniature stars that found themselves trapped within a prison of flesh and bone. The same wicked smile again stretches across his mottled lips, razor-like teeth seeming to glint in the harsh electric light of the train car. But little soldier boy already marked by Dark One. Yes, marked, and so Biel's can find again. Find again, Biel's can. Little soldier boy is marked from Dark One. Then Biel's can make sure little soldier boy not to doing little soldier boy things. Gripping my arm and shoulder, the man-thing pulls me even closer and hisses in my ear. You belonging to Dark Ones now, little soldier boy. Once you being has what you supposed to be in has. Dark Ones being taken that what belonging to them. He abruptly releases my arms, shoving me back painfully hard against the unforgiving seat. The instant I'm free to move, I snatch the Glock from my ankle, jump to my feet and snap into a two-handed shooter's stance. Slightly dazed, I find myself alone in the train car. The creature pretending to be an old man is gone. Part 4. The Darkness. I sit sprawled in the overstuffed easy chair that comprises roughly half the furniture in the small area designated as a living room in my apartment. Aside from a threadbare, second-hand patchwork rug covering most of the floor, the only other piece is a squat table supporting my television, which currently stares hollowly back at me through its black, empty screen. I've been home 2 hours. I'm unbelievably drunk. I drop the empty bottle from my hand to join its relatives on the floor. From the look of things, it's a family reunion, and attendance is high. People get drunk for lots of different reasons. Some people think they become the life of the party when they're wasted. Others want to fit into a particular crowd. And some, like me, drink because the muddling effect of the alcohol occasionally dulls the pain of particularly traumatic events or memories. The really lucky ones are actually able to use it to forget. I have never had that option. God, I wish I could forget. I want to forget. For me, the alcohol only takes the edge off the memories. Well, sometimes. Most of the time, it doesn't even do that. The buzz just sort of gives me something else to focus on. But, like tonight, if my thoughts happen to turn to that time, to that place, to that thing, well, I shudder involuntarily. God. So much blood, so much pain, so many screams, so many. I lurch up from the chair and run, staggering to the bathroom, flinging myself at the toilet. I barely make it before an inadvisable amount of alcohol forcibly removes itself. Twice I stay hunched, clinging weakly to the bowl. God, all hail the porcelain god. Sometime later, satisfied that I've finished retching for the moment, I return to the living room, stopping by the fridge to grab another beer along the way. I just threw up a bunch of alcohol. Need to keep up the pace if I don't want to start sobering up. I settle back into my chair. As always, despite my best efforts, I have perfect recollection of the evening's events. After my encounter with the unworldly thing disguised as an old man on the train, I frantically searched the car for any sign that it was still there, or where it might have gone, or how it got there. I went over the length of the train car for a second time, replaying the sequence of events yet again, trying to convince myself that the whole thing was just a dream, that I'm not crazy, when the Overbrook stop arrived. I picked up my valet and exited the train. the Glock still held in my right hand and concealed in my coat pocket. From that point, I think my brain shut down for a little while. I remember the walk home, but it's like looking at it through a thin film of gauze, or underwater. The motion seems slower, the time takes longer. Fog still crowded around me, but I hardly noticed the lack of vision its sinuous creeping provided. Well, I've walked the path 100 times. My legs worked on autopilot. I was about a block away from my apartment when the man spoke to me. "Hey man, that's a nice fucking coat." I turned slowly towards the voice, aware but not aware. I could feel my body move, but like a puppet on strings pulled by someone else. I dimly comprehended the two men facing me under the muted glow of a streetlight. Barely more than boys, really. In a different world, I might have taught them history. God knows what circumstances forced them outside on a night like this. Doesn't really matter. One stood around 6'2", the other a bit shorter, each dressed in the current urban fashion, their clothes loose and baggy. Both had bloodshot, sick-looking eyes, and builds entirely too skinny, emaciated. The small part of my mind that still acknowledged my surroundings registered that these two were extremely dangerous. "You fucking stupid or something, man? What's that fucking look you giving me, man? Yo, Dio, think our boy here be tripping or something?" "Tink, might be right, Trey. Look like somebody beat the shit out of this fool already. You tripping, bitch? Awfully nice looking coat you be tripping. Let's be giving that over here." The smaller of the two cautiously approached me from the side, wary as if I were a sleeping dog that might suddenly wake and decide to take a snap at his hand. In a way, I suppose I was. I stood still, dully looking ahead. I felt a slight pinch from the marks on my shoulder. The one called Dre gave me a look over. "Hey, Tio, what's he got in the bag, man? Think you got some bills in there, man? Let's see what you got in this bag, man. See if you got some money on you." Tio started to remove the valet strap from my shoulder. A moment later, he was sitting down on the ground, hand clamped to his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. One of his teeth lay next to him on the wet pavement. I stared at him in surprise. Looking down at my hand, knuckles bleeding, I realized I'd hit him. "Fuck, man. What the fuck?" Tio's face was livid. Dre howled with laughter behind him. "Yo, Tio, man. That bitch popped you good. Right in your fucking hole." Tio wiped his lips with the back of his hand and spat, another tooth flying from his mouth. His face was set in a hard expression. "Gotta be the last thing he does too, man." Tio's speech sounded off as he tried to talk around two missing teeth. He pulled a knife from his pocket and flicked it open, the streetlight catching the small hard blade. "Think you're funny, motherfucker? Think you're just gonna hit me, ain't nothing gonna happen? You're fucking wrong, man. You're dead fucking wrong." His lunge was wild and sloppy, but would still do serious damage if it connected. Seeing it through the slow-motion fog that my mind was currently operating in, I had all the time in the world to sidestep. Catching the arm holding the knife and tightly gripping his wrist with my right hand, I drew my left back and drove my palm against his elbow hard, simultaneously jerking his wrist towards me. With a sickening snap, Tio's arm bent the wrong way against the joint, the knife clattering to the ground, and he screamed. "Fucking God, oh God, my arm! Motherfucker broke my goddamn arm!" I let him go and he crumpled to the ground, curling into the fetal position. He cried, cradling his broken arm. "Oh God, it hurts! It hurts! Oh God!" "Tio!" Dre's expression was one of open shock. Apparently this was the first time any of their victims had ever resisted. "You crazy son of a bitch. Shouldn't have fucked with my homie, man. Just buy yourself a one-way ticket to hell." I bent and picked up the knife, folded it into my coat and stood straight, hands in my pockets, my face placidly unaware of the whimpering heap at my feet. Dre lifted his sweatshirt and I saw a large .45 caliber handgun stuffed into his pant line. "Oh, gonna make you scream, bitch. Gonna make you bleed. He reached for the gun. Emotionless, I pulled my Glock from my pocket and shot him. It's always surprising to me how loud gunshots really are. In shootouts on television, the characters have lengthy conversations punctuated by witty quips while firing gigantic machine guns, explosions going off all around them. In real life, a gunshot is an incredibly loud, harsh thing. When bullets are flying, the last thing anyone thinks of is banter. In this case, it took a second for me to regain my hearing enough to recognize Dre's inarticulate cries over the ringing in my ears. His pistol lay next to him on the ground, where he feebly thrashed, shocked at the gaping hole that had, as if by magic, suddenly appeared in his shoulder. I calmly stepped over and kicked the gun away, sending it skittering across the street. I stood over the wounded man, frowning. Just because things didn't work out for them tonight doesn't mean a thing. Next time it might be someone else they try to mark. Next time it might be Billy Parr. A bright flash of rage flared up inside me. It must have shone in my eyes. Dre's cries quieted to soft, helpless whimpers. I pressed the barrel of my Glock to his cheek and roughly gripped his wounded shoulder, painfully hauling him to a standing position. I should kill him. Would easily be justified as self-defense. Already tonight I've seen there are monsters in the world I'm powerless to do anything about. I should take care of the ones I can. Dre's eyes went wild, and he began pleading. Please, man. Don't kill me, man. We weren't gonna do nothing. Please, man, I'm sorry. So please, oh God, don't kill me. He started to cry uncontrollably, the harsh metal of my barrel still digging into the side of his face. I smelled his bowels as they emptied themselves. Tio silently watched from where he lay, terrified on the ground, his broken arm bent unnaturally, fear plastered across his bleeding face. My finger tightened on the trigger. Suddenly a sharp flare of pain emanated from my shoulder, wiping away the fog that had been clouding my mind. It's as if a veil was lifted. For the first time I observed the situation with perfect clarity. I saw the hurt, frightened boy in my grasp, his hysterical breaths coming in short gasps. I saw myself as I must look to them, a wrecked, half-crazed madman with a gun. My God, what am I doing? Dre grimaced as I dug my thumb into the bullet hole and leaned in close, talking low into his ear. You and your friend go to a hospital. Stay out of my neighborhood. If I see you again, you'll consider this night a pleasant memory. I let him go, and he bonelessly fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Tio managed to get enough control of himself to help Dre to his feet again. I numbly watched the two of them stumble off blindly into the fog in the general direction of a hospital, horrified at what I had almost done. I looked down at the gun still gripped in my hand and shuddered. I reholstered the weapon, picked up the single piece of expended brass from the pavement, and put it in my pocket. The rest of the walk home was uneventful. I took my time, knowing that the frequency of gunshots and gang violence in this neighborhood would not hurry a police presence. I couldn't stop shaking. Finally reached my building, opened the front door with my tenant key, and walked down the hall to my door. Moving like an automaton, I unlocked the 3 deadbolts in succession, heaved open my slab of a door, stepped inside, and disarmed the security system. I dropped my valet by the door and painfully shrugged out of the pea coat that had attracted so much unwanted attention on my walk home. Hanging it on the hook by the door, I moved through the small living room towards the bathroom attached to my bedroom, briefly making a side trip to grab the first of what would ultimately be many beers from the kitchen. I finally heard approaching police sirens in the distance, not that I had anything to be worried about. The fog was thick enough that all of our features were sufficiently protected from any potential witnesses. Stripped, tossing the gun in its holster onto the nightstand next to the bed. I examined my shirt. A dark smear of blood from the oozing mark had soaked through the shoulder. I checked over my wounds and confirmed my initial assessments. The scalp was ugly but shouldn't require stitches. The lump above my eye wouldn't win me too many beauty pageants, but once the swelling went down, would be fine. I might even look almost normal by the time classes resume after Thanksgiving next week. All my other scratches and cuts were superficial, although the itching as they heal will be considerably uncomfortable. Most curiously, the mark on my shoulder had reverted to looking like it always had. Dead pink scar tissue. Without the stain on my shirt as testimony, I'd be inclined to believe I'd imagined it bleeding earlier. Even though I just showered before my escape from the school, the ensuing events left me with a decidedly unclean feeling. The frigid roar of water from the shower head was blessedly welcome. I stood there for long minutes, taking deep pulls from my drink. Toweling off, redressing, and about 15 beers later, find me in my current position, slouched in my armchair, drunk as hell. As I sit staring into space and contemplating the pros and cons of another drink, a sharp 3 raps issue at the door and cause me to hurriedly lurch to my feet. Oh, shit. That thing follow me. I've got to get a gun. No. Think logically. Wouldn't be knocking. Maybe someone saw the earlier attack. Friends of Tio and Dre, maybe. Gotta get a gun. No, wait. Could be police canvassing the area. I've never done that here before, even with that murder a couple of months ago. Still, if it's cops, I shouldn't answer the door armed. God, what the hell is going on? Part 5. The Friend. I unsteadily creep over to my giant slab of a door and stick an eye up to the peephole to find the stony features of Gabe Parr staring back at me. Oh, right. Drinks at 9. Completely forgot. I can't imagine how. My head. With a little effort, I managed to work the deadbolts and heave the door open enough to admit the school guard. Yeah, evening, Mike. You about ready to... He stops short on the threshold as he catches sight of my trashed features. The hell happened to you, boy? Looked like you either decided to challenge a billy goat to a headbutting contest or made a pass at my first wife. Same difference. Get in a fight or something? You need to go kick some banger ass? No, Gabe. No fights. Well, I guess there was a fight, but that's not where I got these. The fight came later and I kicked the shit out of those guys. A couple of junkies. Good, but what in the blazes did you do to yourself? It was a pretty nasty gash you got on your noggin there. Well, I was running the trails at school when it started to rain. Slipped and took a header into a tree stump. But it's fine. You shouldn't even need stitches. Hurts like hell, though. But beer's been helping with that. Gabe steps further into the apartment. A single raised eyebrow the only sign of his disapproval as he sees the heaping remains of tonight's binge littering the ground in my living room. Guess you went and got started without me. Sorry. Totally slipped my mind that we were going out, what with the head injury and all. Pretty sure I should call off going out for tonight. You're more than welcome to hang here for a bit. Want a beer? There's more in the fridge. I need another one, too. Here, I'll go get him. Hang on there, Mike. Just hang on. I don't want a beer, and you sure don't need any more either. Looks like you already drank enough for both of us tonight anyway. He takes my arm, leading me back over towards my easy chair. Why don't you take a seat over here, and I'll go and rustle up a pot of coffee right quick and help you sober up some. Yeah? Hot anger flashes red across my eyes. I hate being patronized. How about screw you instead? What do you think about that, Gabe? I don't want to sober up. It's my house, you piece of... Gabe's grip on my arm becomes suddenly hard and painful. A dull gray steel slides over the normal sparkle of his eyes. Mike, I'm gonna stop you right there. You've obviously been through some stuff tonight, and I aim to talk you in a bit here and help you work through that. But I'm not gonna let you be self-destructive about it. Now, you got 2 options. Either take a seat nicely and wait for me to make a cup, or I can put you in a seat and do the same. Same result, different way of getting there. You're smart enough to know which one will be less grief all around. Now, where you start getting ideas about trying to kick my ass too, you should probably consider something. Might be hot stuff with a couple of junkies like the pair you ran into tonight. Yeah, maybe hang on to me on a good day. Right now, in your condition, you don't really have much of a choice in the matter. I became aware that Gabe had put himself in a calculated position where he possesses all the leverage to make both of our body weights work in his favor. So, what's it gonna be? As he applies the lightest bit of pressure to make sure he gets his point across, I feel how precariously overbalanced I am, even without the added effects of the alcohol. There's no doubt in my mind that Gabe could put me into the chair as easily as he says. Fine. I turn and slump into the chair sullenly. Asshole. Good choice. Now, won't be a minute. And we can talk about what's got you in this state. Should probably think about what you're gonna say, 'cause I'll tell you, boy, I've both seen and participated in enough benders to know it wasn't getting whooped on by a tree throwing down against a couple of punks that set this off. You just sit there and think about it. For the next several minutes, I sit in my chair, glaring venomously towards the kitchen as I hear Gabe clattering about. Hey, Mike, where'd you keep the coffee? The grounds are on the top shelf of the fridge. Filters are in the cabinet above the pot, I answer grudgingly. I got it, thanks. Finally, I sigh and inwardly concede defeat. It's obvious that Gabe isn't going anywhere, and that I'm in no position to do anything about it. I settle back more comfortably into the chair and close my eyes, mentally trying to halt the room's slow spin. Think about what I'm going to say. The man makes a good point. I need to figure out how I can successfully appease Gabe's annoyingly friendly concern without coming off sounding like a drug addict or a mental patient. Relating the events as I actually remember them occurring sure isn't going to cut it. I found that out the hard way 3 years ago. All telling the truth then got me was 6 months of psychiatric evaluations, a lifetime's worth of bad dreams, and a truckload of self-doubt and loathing. Trying to tell Gabe that I'd disembodied voices in my head giving me instructions, and was subsequently attacked by a giant nightmare creature, a disturbingly creepy old man, and a couple of druggies, would go over about as well as trying to throw him out, if less physically painful. Best case scenario, he just thinks I'm crazy, tells me to get help, and I lose a perfectly good friend. Worst, he assumes I'm strung out on something and hauls me down to the drunk tank at the police station to sober up. Gabe re-enters the living room holding 2 steaming mugs and hands me one. He pops open the camp chair I keep against the wall for company and positions himself across from me. Taking a sip, he grimaces. That is some terrible shit. Ugh. Now then, Mike. I believe you were going to regale me with the facts concerning your current disposition. I look at the man facing me, and an overwhelming feeling of helplessness wells up from deep inside my chest. There was a time I would have told Gabe everything, but I've been down that road before. Sharing my truth would only cause more pain, and I can't lose one of my only friends I still have. At the same time, although Gabe may talk like a hayseed country boy, he's savvy enough to spot it if I try to outright lie. But maybe a part of the truth will be enough. I stare into the mug cradled in my hands. I almost killed a boy tonight, I say softly, almost whispering. The punks who jumped me, they were 16 if they were a day. I almost killed one of them. Hell, I wanted to kill him, or at least a part of me did. I stopped them easily enough, had him beaten. But then, my gun was to his head, and I thought, just for a second, how easy it would be. That I could get away with it. That it was maybe even the right thing to do. I look up, tears in my eyes. What I'm telling Gabe may not be the whole truth, but the emotions are real just the same. There's a darkness in me, Gabe. A darkness I brought back with me from that shithole in Iraq. At some point it's gonna get out. It scares the shit out of me what might happen when it does. Gabe keeps me fixed in his gaze, a thoughtful look upon his face. Well, you know what your problem is, right? He looks at me expectantly. PTSD, you idiot. Gabe takes another sip of the horrible coffee and continues. Shit, Mike. That ain't nothing to be ashamed of. Hell, half of us grunts that come back in one piece on the surface got some kind of shit rattling loose up there. Who wouldn't? Not many folks have seen what we've seen or felt what we've felt. That gets my attention. Could Gabe possibly have experienced the same horrors as me? And, what's that? I ask. He smiles. Why, combat, of course. Very real notion that another human being is doing their damnedest to make sure you don't come out alive. And on the flip side, that you've snuffed out of the potential of another person. Everything they could have ever been gone in an instant by your hand. Mike, remember how I told you about Billy dying? Well, there's a part of that story I maybe sort of held back a little. Now, don't be getting all bent out of shape. Didn't really know you as well back then. I do now. He shifts in the camp chair, pausing as if to collect his thoughts before continuing. I found him, Mike. Found the son of a bitch that killed my boy. Wasn't hard. Went to a few places cops are reluctant to go. Spread a little cash. A few ass kickings. Those fucking animals will sell out their own for almost nothing. Eventually I talked to the right guy who graciously led me to the flop house my boy's killer was holed up in. When I found him, the little bitch was high on something, laying there. He was in no position to do anything to stop what I was about to do to him. Hell, he was so far gone he maybe didn't even know I was there. I had my pistol to his head. Probably pretty similar to how you did tonight. You know what I did? I shook my head. Not a goddamn thing. The bastard that killed my boy in my hands, and I couldn't do it. I just couldn't, Mike. There are tears welling in the old NCO's eyes, a slight tremor in his voice. I'm going to tell you something. You listen to me good. Wanting to kill someone, especially some evil mother that'd probably do same and worse to you given half a chance, that doesn't make you evil. Hell, Mike, that makes you human. He wipes the back of his hand across his eyes. Billy dying had me torn up for a good long time. But maybe his killer getting the same might be what it took to bring me back around. Well, in the end, it wasn't. I was facing the anger, Mike. Facing the rage and the fear. Then it'd get bottled up inside only served to feed it. Gabe gets to his feet. Now, I don't specifically know what you done or seen over there. Don't much care either. The only thing I know is you gotta face it. Admit what happened to yourself, or it'll destroy you. He moves to the door and opens it, stopping halfway through. I'm gonna go home, Mike. I'm gonna leave you here. You're a grown-ass man and more than capable of deciding whether you want to keep going down this path. He indicates the pile of bottles. Or actually, try to get better. You're a good man, Mike. I hate to see anything get in the way of that. My friend leaves. I sit there, staring into the space of my almost empty apartment for what seems like a long time. Finally, I make a decision. I get up and throw the bolts on the security door and set the alarm. I go to the kitchen, find a trash bag from under the sink, and clean up the remains of my evening. I throw out the sludge in the pot. Gabe is a man of many talents, but brewing coffee is definitely not one of them. I undress, get into bed, and lay there for a few long moments, staring at the ceiling. Oh, if only, Gabe. If only it was another human being trying to kill me that I was worried about. Part 6. The Tale. 3 years ago. Hey, Lieutenant. Tahir's at the gate to see you. Says it's important. Look up from my desk at my platoon sergeant. That's what he said last time when he wanted fuel for his truck. And before that, when he wanted plywood for his checkpoints that he ended up selling for a profit. There's always something important with that asshole. Now take Lucas down there and get the details. Nah, I don't need the turb. Get this. Tahir's speaking English, but he says he'll only talk to you. This was a new development. My platoon and I had been in Iraq for just over 6 months, manning a tiny outpost on our own. The slice of hell we were responsible for was a small shitheel of a town called Al-Sinia, up Route Tampa north of Tikrit. Officially, Tahir al-Qassam was the leader of that town's Sahwat, basically a neighborhood watch with guns. And unofficially, he ran the place. Before the war, he worked as an intelligence officer in Saddam's army. He was smart, cunning, and extremely dangerous. He was also a necessary evil, keeping order in his kingdom through guile when possible and force when required. I had suspected for months that he understood English better than he would admit, but this was the first outward proof of it. For him to wantonly play a card that big, maybe this time what he needed actually was important. Well, Sergeant Troy, guess you better bring him in then. Well, I hardly recognized the man escorted into my office. The brash, confident thug I'd grown used to dealing with is gone, and in his place is a furtive wreck. Tahir takes a seat across from me and accepts the soda Troy offers him. I notice there are deep circles under his eyes, like he hasn't slept in days. His hands are shaking visibly, and he has trouble working the tab on the can. Tahir is terrified. I can't begin to say how much that scares me. Thank you for agreeing to see me, Mulazim Michael. You will, of course, be realizing that I only come to you this way out of grave necessity. His accent is noticeable, but doesn't impede his speech in the least. The man is fluent. Well, past experiences aside, it does strike me as pretty odd that you'd suddenly reveal you spoke English, Tahir. Especially after all those awkward conversations we had through Lucas about how you didn't speak English. So I figured there was at least a chance it might be worth my interest. Now, let me guess. Your boys need more plywood at their checkpoint. Oh, would that it was. I suppose I deserve that. I admit I have certainly taken advantage of certain situational realities in the past. His eyes grow hard. But I would ask that you not make jokes at the expense of the dead. I sit up straighter. Are you telling me? All of them, save myself and 3 others, 2 nights ago. Tahir, you had more than 50 men. What the hell happened? The broken man continues to face me, but his gaze is far away. Why, just that, Mulazim Michael. Hell happened. It's 4 hours after my conversation with Tahir, and I'm riding shotgun in my mine-resistant vehicle. There are 3 more of my trucks in the convoy following the Sahwat leader in his beaten-up pickup. All told, I only have 20 of my men, with the other 10 needed back on guard at the outpost. I didn't want to lie to my commander, but I didn't want to get committed either. Telling him I needed reinforcements to go monster hunting just wasn't going to fly. Well, I can only hope this will be enough. Some of the townspeople had come to Tahir earlier in the week. Kids started going missing. The only signs were strange marks leading off into the desert, like something huge and heavy was dragging itself among the dunes. They pleaded with him to send his men after the kids, and he complied. Maybe he isn't quite the bastard I thought he was. Tahir managed to follow the marks to a natural cave dug into the side of a hill out in the wastes, several miles from even rudimentary civilization. I'm still unsure exactly what to believe of the rest of Tahir's story. I've known the man for long enough to be sure that something happened, but God, I hope he's lying to me, or crazy. Bandits or Bahatis factions are one thing. Living nightmares that slaughter and eat your men in front of you, well, that's something else. It's twilight, the moon just starting to peek up over the horizon. Unfortunately, there's some nasty weather heading in. Not uncommon, as winter's the only time it rains here, and the clouds are going to block any illumination. Damn, but I wish we could have done this mission during the daylight. My gut tells me this could go sideways really fast. If I knew exactly what we were going after, the terrorist cell, say, doctrine supports a night strike since our tech is better than theirs. But going in on half-blind intelligence, and with the insane stories Tahir's spouting, I'm not too keen facing monsters in the dark. My conscience won't let me wait, though. If kids are missing, and I'm sure Tahir's telling the truth about that, it has to be now. I briefed my men exactly what Tahir had told me. It took me a little while to decide whether or not I was going to go, but ultimately, I'd rather they have an idea of what we might be up against. Worst case scenario, I might end up looking like a jackass. Best case, maybe it eliminates hesitation and saves lives. Well, I can only hope we're so lucky. For anyone who's only ever lived in a city, it's almost impossible to appreciate how absolutely empty and dark the desert can be. Night has truly fallen now, and with the clouds totally blanketing the sky, only Tahir's headlights ahead offer a faint reminder of day. I've ordered my men to drive blacked out. Convoys at night are prey for even the merely human monsters. We left the road behind 30 minutes ago. Bouncing along, the dunes rise up on either side of us, too high for anyone but my gunner to see over. It's like traveling down a narrow hallway walled with sand. It's anyone's guess what's at the other end. I glance over at Robinson, my driver. His face is set, eyes straight ahead, hands tightly gripping the wheel. The banter that would normally accompany one of our missions is nowhere to be found. Abruptly, the way opens into a large clear area about 50 yards across and ringed by dunes. Ahead, the far end of the clearing is capped by a large hillock about 30 feet high. Tahir's headlights are fixed on a yawning hole at its base that seems to bore into the mound. He stops the pickup. I call over the radio. "All right, boys. Guess this is the place. Establish a perimeter with the trucks around the clearing, then dismount. Drivers and gunners stay with the vehicles. Everyone else meet me in the center." Checking to make sure my rifle is loaded and my grenades are accessible in their pouches, I shove open the heavy door of the vehicle and step down to the ground. Since we were driving without lights, I'm already wearing my night vision goggles, and the entire world shows up in my monocular sight as alternating shades of black and green. I move to the middle of the perimeter and wait for my men to join me. Sergeant Troy is the first one there. "Sir," he says, "I'm again going to reiterate that you should not be going in on this mission. We don't know what's down there, and you're too important to risk." "Oh, I appreciate the concern, Sergeant, but you know my philosophy is lead from the front. I can't very well ask you to go down the scary dark monster hole if I'm not willing to, and besides," I grimace, "leaving 2 men per truck out here means we only have 12 trigger pullers, including me. Whatever's down there killed almost 50 of Tahir's guys. You're going to need all the help you can get." He grabs my vest and pulls me in closer. "Damn it, sir. Let's swap out with one of the drivers." "No, Troy. I'm going, and that's it. Now let go and shut up before the rest of the men get here." "Fine, but I've got 2 conditions, sir. Number 1, lead from the front or not, you let 2nd squad go first." Fair enough. What's number 2? "If shit starts going south in there, we are pulling your ass out of the fire." "Sergeant, if things go south, I don't think you'll have the chance." Letting go, my platoon sergeant reluctantly backs off. The men have begun to trickle in, so he makes himself busy doing final checks of weapons and gear. I appreciate his concern, but there's no way I'm sending my men into this situation on their own. If something happens, I need to know about it. The strike team is fully assembled. A light rain has begun to fall as I turn to find Tahir standing next to me. "You see the hole there, Mulasim Michael? It is the mouth of hell itself. I wish you the very best of luck, my friend, and for your safe return. Assalamu alaikum." As he turns to go, I grab his arm. "Oh, I'm sorry, Tahir. I think you have the wrong idea of what's happening here. You're coming with us. If it weren't impossible, I'd swear I could see him blanch through my goggles. But you surely jest, for it is very dark in the cave, and the last thing I would want to do would be to draw attention to your party with a light. He smiles nervously, and I do not have access to the wonderful equipment you do. Well, looky here. I hold up a pair of goggles. I seem to have found a spare set. Tahir flies into a rage, arms wide, spit spraying from his mouth. No, I will not go down there again. You cannot make me, you damned American. He tapers off when he feels the barrel of Sergeant Troy's rifle in the small of his back. Please, he pleads. Please, my friend, do not make me throw my life away. I lean in close, talking low into the big man's ear. Now, you listen to me, Tahir. If what you're telling me is really down there, then I'm an even bigger bastard than you for making you go in there again. But here's the thing. I continue. What you're telling me is fucking crazy. For all I know, you sold your ass out to someone, and I'm walking my man into a nice, real ambush. So, I'll give you a choice. Go in there with us, and I can promise you at least a chance of surviving. Or you can die out here right now. I step back, holding the goggles toward him. So, what's it gonna be? A look of pure despair passes across the man's face. Shoulder slumped, he takes the goggles from my outstretched hand, completely defeated. Putting them on, he turns away and begins walking toward the looming hole. You are wrong, Mulazim Michael, he calls back to me. I am a dead man, either way. The rain has picked up steadily. Thunder rolls ominously in the distance. God help me, but I hope you're wrong, I say under my breath. All right, boys, let's go. Make sure you have positive ID on any targets. Remember, there might be kids in there. Second squad, lead out. With that, my men and I slowly move forward, the sinister entryway beckoning us onward to face what horrors I can only imagine. Part 7. The Cave. The hole yawns wide and deep, its top reaching almost halfway up the mound. Sergeant Brown and the 4 men comprising second squad cautiously move forward in formation. Still sulking, Tahir joins me a little ways behind them, while Sergeant Troy and first squad bring up the rear. The rain has continued to fall and, uncharacteristically, shows no signs of stopping. If it keeps up like this, we might have issues getting the trucks out of the sand and back to the road. Well, on the bright side, I'll only have to worry about washouts if I get out of this cave alive. About 10 feet from the entrance is when a familiar, unmistakable odor hits me. The cave smells of death. Walking through the entryway, the stagnant air intensifies the stench, wielding it like a weapon. Ahead, I hear someone in second squad retch. The hole itself is actually more like a semicircular tunnel, about 15 feet high and 10 feet wide. Pushing forward, the first thing I notice, other than the sickening smell, is that the walls are smooth and unnatural. For about 25 feet, the entire expanse from floor to ceiling is covered with strange cave art, fantastic symbols that bear a passing resemblance to ancient Syrian writings I came across during my studies in college. One small section of the tunnel roof appears to have collapsed, disrupting the otherwise unbroken pattern of art. Whatever ink was used to transcribe the symbols glows with a faint luminescence, giving the passage a disconcertingly eerie feeling. The tunnel seems to be sloping gradually downward. Rather than simply leading into the hill, the hole burrows into the ground itself. How deep, I can only guess. I see movement ahead as Specialist Barnes from second squad jogs up to me. The kid looks scared. Sir, Sergeant Brown says, you need to come and take a look at what he's got up there. Okay, what is it? Well, he said not to tell you. Said it's something you've got to see for yourself. Why didn't he call me on the radio? Tried, sir. Radio's out. I key my hand mic, futilely trying to reach the trucks just 50 yards behind me. Damn it. Must be something in these walls screwing with the signal. Barnes, keep going back to Sergeant Troy and tell him to send a couple of guys to let the trucks know they won't be able to talk to us while we're down here. Then meet me up with Sergeant Brown. Come on, Tahir. Let's go see what this fuss is all about. The Sahwa leader sighs resignedly. I think you have a very good idea what it is, Mullah Sim Michael, as I have already told you. We continue forward another 50 yards before I reach second squad and discover the source of the smell. Dozens of bodies cover the floor of the cave, torsos ripped open and limbs strewn about in a mess of gore. The blood is dried, but based on the smell, the remains haven't been here long. All of the corpses exhibit wounds that appear to have been caused by something incredibly sharp. Holding my breath against the stench, I lean down to take a closer look at one of the corpses. The body is headless and missing its right arm at the shoulder, where it was messily torn off. The shredded remains of the clothing left on the body suggests it's local. Its stomach has been ripped open and huge chunks of the guts seem to be missing, almost as if, well, something has been eating it. A sharp thrill of fear shoots down my spine as I step back from the thing that used to be a human body. Oh, Tahir, you son of a bitch. I'm starting to think you may have just been telling us the truth. I look around until I find Sergeant Brown, who beckons to me from where he stands a little ways further down the tunnel. As I approach him, there's a look of silent rage etched across his face. One arm outstretched and pointing to a pile of human bones completely picked clean of flesh and tissue. They're so very, very small. I feel my heart break. Led by Specialist Barnes, Sergeant Troy comes hustling up from the rear. He takes in the scene before turning to me and holding out a remote clacker. Barnes filled me in. I took the liberty of prepping the tunnel entrance with C4 before coming down here. I highly recommend we withdraw back to the trucks and seal whatever the fuck is in here to rot. Numbly, I take the trigger from him. Look, there might be more kids down there, Sergeant. Sir? Troy's voice cracks. You know there's not. I think for a long moment. The gibbering caveman part of my brain tells me there's nothing more it wants to do than leave this hole far behind and escape back to the relative sanity of the patrol base. But the rational part, the one I've spent years training to perform under incredibly stressful situations, disagrees. What Sergeant Troy says is probably true. The odds of there being any live kids down here is almost zero. But on the other hand, there's no telling where this tunnel goes, or if there are other exits the creature could use to escape if we destroy the entrance we came through. If that's the case, there'd be nothing to stop it from killing again. Nothing to stop it from feeding. There's only one way to make sure that these bones will be the last. Sorry, Troy. We'll see the entrance as a last resort. But we have to make sure we stop this son of a bitch for good. By my estimation, the best way to do that is to shoot the fucker until it's in too many different pieces to be a threat. We keep going. I pause and turn to the Sahwa leader. Tahir, sorry for doubting you earlier, but it looks like you were being honest with me. It doesn't seem right to drag a civilian any further into this mess. You're free to leave. Now, I can't spare an escort, but you're welcome to keep the goggles on your way out if you promise to pass them to my driver once you reach the trucks. The big man grips my shoulder, a grave look upon his face. You are a good man, Mullah Sim Michael, and I think, in different circumstances, perhaps a good friend. I shall wait for you at the entrance. I will pray that if ever Allah watches over the infidel, that he do it this night. Moving rapidly, he then disappears toward the entryway. Looking after Tahir, Sergeant Brown hocks up phlegm and spits it to the side. What a pussy. This casual bravado makes me smile. Agreed, but I'll do my best not to judge him too harshly until we find the thing that did this. Your squad okay staying on point? Sir. Brown's voice is cold as ice. It'll be my absolute pleasure. I've got a feeling this tunnel is going to be the start of a honeycomb, or follow the stench. Radios are worthless down here, so don't get ahead further than shouting distance. Tell the boys to stay sharp, weapons free. If it moves, shoot it until it stops. No worries there, sir. Let's go, Second. He turns and the squad begins making its way deeper down the tunnel. Troy's left standing beside me. I'll keep the rear, but remember what we agreed to, sir. I remember, Sergeant. Keep them alert and mark the way back to the entrance with IR chem lights. This hole starts to branch off. I don't want to get lost down here, and I really don't want this thing sneaking up behind us. I follow close behind Second Squad. Just as I suspected, the tunnel soon begins to break off into multiple forks, sometimes as many as 3 or 4 different paths at an intersection. The darkness is now absolute. The strange glowing markings near the entrance of the cave are distant memory. I reach up and key the IR flood on the side of my goggles, washing the expanse of the tunnel in a beam of invisible light to help my goggles be more effective. As we move ever deeper into the abyss, I become sharply aware of the crushing weight of the earth around me. I'm not claustrophobic, but down here I may as well be. We travel what seems like hours, but, checking my watch, is only about 15 minutes. Brown seems to pick the route at random. Right, left. Second from the left. I try to keep track, but after 7 or 8 turns, I know it will be impossible to remember them all. Doing some quick mental calculations, I realize if this goes on much longer, we'll have to stop and cross-load chem lights back with first to make the route that, well, they'll be running out. I curse inwardly. It would have made way more sense to have the lead element mark the path, but I hadn't been thinking about it at the time. Now I'll have to hope that Troy keeps close, or we'll risk losing him and the rest of First Squad at one of these intersections. I pick up the pace and try and halt Sergeant Brown in order to consolidate and reorganize, when the latest tunnel abruptly opens into a large subterranean cavern. I have no idea how the geometry of this tunnel system works, because, while it hasn't seemed like we've been going that far down, the height of the stalactite-peppered ceiling, almost lost in the darkness above my head, suggests we must have descended at least 100 feet. Brown and Second Squad have stopped up ahead at the foot of a wide pool that dominates the cavern, reaching as far as I can see in either direction. Despite the size of the cavern, the air is closed and thick, smelling of rot. I look behind me and confirm my fear. Troy and First are nowhere to be seen. Think this is as far as we can go down this way, sir. Unless you brought a canoe with you. No, I forgot something, Sergeant Brown. Well, we have to go back anyhow. Looks like we lost First somewhere along the way. You kidding me? How the ever-loving did they... Sergeant! Barnes is shouting. There's something in the water. Brown and I turn simultaneously in time to see a small wave ripple across the pool. Something huge moves below the surface. There's a brief pause where all time and motion seem to stop before the water explodes, an inhuman roar echoing throughout the cavern. Part 8. The Beast. The creature is woven from pure nightmare. Rearing up out of the pool, the thing's head towers 20 feet above us. It resembles nothing so much as some kind of giant centipede crossed with a sea monster, the segmented sections of its body protected by a shiny carapace. Dozens of squirming legs protrude from its sides, each tipped with serrated blades. Near the base of its neck, 2 enormous tentacles like those of a giant squid flail about. The thing's head is the size of a small car. Despite this, its open mouth is simply wrong. Too wide, too many shark-like teeth. Its multifaceted eyes stare at us with a keen intelligence and an almost human malevolence. Time stops as I make these observations in the fleeting instant before hell erupts around me. Sergeant Brown acts instantly, raising his carbine to his shoulder and dropping to a knee in one smooth motion, peppering the creature's face and neck with sharp, controlled bursts. Smitty, put a 203 grenade down that ugly fucker's throat. Martinez, you have 2 seconds to get the SAW rocking. Barnes and Cook, alternate your fire and aim for their eyes. The squad leader's calm control does the trick. The monster roars again as it is enveloped in a storm of gunfire that goes on for the better part of 30 seconds. At some point, I realize I've gotten down beside Sergeant Brown and added my own instrument to our deadly symphony. I'm mindless of the sharp hisses passing close by as the cave is filled with deadly ricochets from the solid stone walls. Dust from hundreds of impacts fills the air, and through my night vision the beast is lost in a haze of green powder. At last, the weapons run dry and the firing stops. I dive behind a 2-foot-high rock to my right to try and get some kind of cover, slapping a fresh magazine into my rifle. Around me, I hear the men of Second Squad quickly and professionally begin to reload their expended weapons. They are nowhere near fast enough. To my left, Cortines is struggling to load a drum into his SAW. From out of the haze, the creature's tentacles whip out too quickly to follow. One slaps the machine gun out of his hands, while the other envelops his head and neck. His yell is muffled as he briefly struggles to remove the hideous limb from his face, before the second tentacle wraps around his waist and yanks him out of sight into the cloud. Now accompanied by wet, ripping sounds, Cortines' screams grow higher in pitch, until they're abruptly cut off. I can see Sergeant Brown and Barnes a few feet to my right, where they've taken cover in a similar position to my own. Barnes jumps to his feet and sprints towards the machine gun lying on the cavern floor. Brown tries to grab him by the back of his body armor, but misses. Barnes, don't, damn it. Smitty, get another grenade ready. That fucker's still out there. Cook, help me cover that idiot. Barnes slides up to the SAW like a runner stealing second, and ratchets the new belt into the weapon. Barnes, get your ass back here behind cover now, screams Sergeant Brown. Roger, Without warning, the creature roars out of the cloud, its maw snapping shut around Barnes' head and shoulders. As it lifts him bodily into the air, Barnes squeezes the trigger spastically. With Barnes being jerked around like a rat caught by a terrier, the SAW in his hand spits death at a rate of 200 bullets a minute. I try to make myself as small as possible behind my rock, fatal hisses and pops sounding all around me. Sergeant Brown grunts as a wayward round catches him in his lower leg. Specialist Smith, raising to a knee to fire his grenade, drops without a sound in a spray of blood. From where I lay sprawled, I can see his unmoving form, a dark pool slowly collecting around his head. The firing finally stops. Looking up, I see the creature has tipped its head back and is using its tentacles to push Barnes' still body down its gullet, body armor and all, its neck convulsing like a snake swallowing its prey. I realize we need to get out of here, and fast. Pumped on adrenaline, my own body armor feels almost weightless. I roll from behind my rock, hop to my feet and take 2 steps before diving down next to Sergeant Brown. He's managed to get his combat tourniquet around his leg, but from the blood still pushing out of the wound, it's obviously not tight enough. Right, we're tightening this tourniquet, then we're gone, Sergeant. Damn it, sir, leave me. Get Cook out of here. I'm just gonna slow you up with this leg. Not a fucking chance, soldier. Now, try to hold still. This is gonna hurt like hell. I grip the 2 ends of the windlass and twist. I hear Brown's breath catching his throat beside me, and his hand gripping my arm contracts hard enough to leave bruises. But to his credit, he doesn't scream. When I can't twist anymore, I secure the windlass and throw his arm over my shoulder. Glancing up at the creature, all that is left of Barnes is from the knees down. All right, back up to the tunnel, before Ugly notices us. Cook, you've got rear security. All right, let's move. We stagger to our feet and begin hobbling back the way we came, away from the horrors of the cavern. Cook trails a short way behind us and throws furtive glances over his shoulder. Sergeant Brown tries to help as much as possible, but he's severely hampered by his wounded leg, and our progress is slow. Far too slow. We've made it perhaps 200 yards when the creature lets out a howl, and I hear the unmistakable sounds of its enormous mass exiting the cavern pool. We stumble into the first of the tunnel intersections, and my stomach drops when I realize the path is unmarked. 3 openings beckon from the far side of the intersection. I set Sergeant Brown to the ground as easily as I can and frantically search for any sign of our previous passage that might suggest which way to take, but find none. Oh, shit, Cook, this is a terrible plan. But I've got no better ideas. We have to find Sergeant Troy and make sure that somebody gets out of here alive so we can alert higher about this thing. You take the left tunnel, Sergeant Brown and I will take the middle. That gives us a 2 in 3 chance of picking the right one. If you find the platoon, Sergeant, priority is making it out to get reinforcements. Then worry about coming back for us, got it?
Roger, sir. I won't let you down.
Okay, get going. Fast but careful and quiet. Cook takes off down the left fork at a jog. I look over to my wounded charge. Well, looks like it's just you and me, Sergeant Brown. Let's make Ugly work for the rest of his dinner. Throw his arm over my shoulder, and we again stagger to our feet. Brown grimaces as we begin to stumble up the middle path.
Unfortunately, sir, I don't think it's going to have to work all that hard.
The man is shaking. Now that his initial rush of adrenaline has worn off, it's only a matter of time before shock sets in. If I don't get Sergeant Brown out of here quickly, he's going to be dead whether the monster finds us or not. We haven't gone far when I hear a strange rolling sound, like far-off thunder, issuing from back the way we came. It can only be the noise of the creature's passage. I set Sergeant Brown down behind a slight outcropping on the wall and drop to a knee as the sound gets closer. For all the good it will do, I raise my weapon and wait with my finger poised on the trigger. My hands are shaking, and I realize how terrified I am. The noise grows until it seems that the thing must be right on top of us. Every moment I expect its grotesque maw to appear down the tunnel, ready to devour us whole, like Barnes. Abruptly, the sound begins to diminish. The monster must have chosen a different fork to pursue us. I struggle to get Sergeant Brown back to his feet again, and we continue our slow crawl up the passageway. Each time it's harder to get him up, and each time he's able to help me stagger along a little bit less. After perhaps 2 minutes, I hear the unmistakable sound of gunfire issue a few sporadic reports before going silent. The thing must have found Cook. It'll surely be coming for us next. As the last of the echoes from the gunshots die away, Sergeant Brown's wounded leg buckles and he falls, dragging me to the ground with him. I rest for a brief moment before fighting to my knees and attempting to stand, but I stumble, both of us falling to the ground again. Groaning, Brown struggles to a sitting position. He's back against the wall of the tunnel.
It's no good, sir. Brown must have hit a damn artery. Lucky I made it this far.
Well, we got a lot further to get you, Sergeant, so we best be going. He shakes his head.
No, sir. I reckon that's not going to happen. We both know I'm not making it out of this cave alive either way. And Troy told me about the deal he was going to make with you before coming in here. Made me agree to back him up on it.
He grips my arm.
We need to get you out of here, sir. It's like you told Cook. This thing needs killing at all costs, and that's more important than you, me, or anyone else. You're the only one who's seen this thing that even has a shot of making it. And you're sure as hell the only one that has any kind of chance of convincing Hire that it's real. Hey, if I went to the commander with this story, he'd have 3 MPs cop me off as sampling the local drug market.
Then he grimaces.
I've got my rifle and some grenades. I'll keep 'em off you as long as I can. See if I can't give that son of a bitch the mother of all indigestion. But you gotta make it out, sir. Barnes and Cook, for Smitty and Cortinez. For those local kids. Someone needs to know. We need to stop this godforsaken thing.
He lets go of my arm and sinks back against the wall for a moment before sitting up and beginning to prepare his weapons. Lining up his grenades and taking out a handful of parachute cord from his pocket, he starts to jury-rig them so that one solid tug will pull the safety pins from all 5 grenades. I stand, unable to speak, knowing that the man is right, but feeling like I need to change that simple fact. There has to be some way I can change it. Not looking at me, my squad leader ties knots and continues to talk. Part of me dimly registers that the rumbling sound has started again. It's getting slowly but steadily louder.
And one other thing, sir. For me, there's a letter in the side pouch of my rucksack. It's for my ex-wife and the kids. Just, if you get out, could you make sure they get it? Don't tell them what happened. Just that I was thinking about them and I love them. Even that crazy woman. Tell her I should have tried harder.
He pauses for a moment and looks up.
Please?
My voice hitches.
Yeah. Absolutely, Sergeant.
He returns to his preparations then.
Appreciate it. It's been a pleasure serving with you, sir. Now, no intended disrespect. Get the fuck out of here.
I stand there for a moment, unable to move, unable to speak, able only to look at my friend quietly preparing himself for death. Then, before I can change my mind, before I can truly think about what leaving one of my men says about me as a leader, and as a soldier, and as a man, I turn and begin making my way up the tunnel, the rumbling sound echoing and making my head pound in time to my racing pulse. All too soon, an explosion rocks the tunnel behind me. The creature's roar of rage so loud it threatens to shatter my eardrums. And I run. Part 9. The Relic. My lungs and my legs are burning in concert. The breath heaves in my chest and I feel like I'm going to throw up. The incline that was so unnoticeable during our descent now fights me with every step. At each intersection, I take a path utterly at random. Terror has placed my mind on complete autopilot. My only thought to try and put as much distance between myself and the thing as possible. And soon, I'm hopelessly lost. I'm not sure how long I've been going when the rational part of my brain regains control, but it can't have been very long. Even though the entire expanse of the network looks similar, I'm completely certain I've been down this pathway previously. As I continue forward, I slow my flight to little more than a fast walk. The pounding sound of the monster's passage has faded to a distant throbbing, and the combat gear I'm wearing isn't designed for long-distance running. Best to conserve my energy for when I need it. Even though I know this isn't the way towards the entrance, something seems to drag me forward. Not anything particular that I can identify, but some kind of sixth sense, or perhaps a slightly less noxious quality to the air. The tunnel begins to gradually narrow until it's little more than 5 feet wide. There's still plenty of space for me to make my way unimpeded, but the relatively small size of the tunnel may prevent the creature from following me. Abruptly, the pathway dead ends in a wall of unyielding rock covered by a blanket of lichen. There's no exit this way. But I could stay here. I could be safe. Yeah, starving to death might actually be worse than letting that thing eat me. I run my hands along the wall, searching for any sign of a way through or around, not really expecting anything, when I notice a small alcove obscured by the vegetation. I reach inside and my questing hand grasps something about the size of a $50. Removing the object, I see it's a perfectly round stone, polished smooth to the touch except for a second smaller circle slightly raised in its exact center. I remove my glove and find the stone to be oddly warm, almost as if it was somehow generating its own heat. The geometry is too perfect to have been formed by nature. It must have been man-made. Whatever it is, someone went to a great deal of trouble to hide it, where it would almost be impossible to find. My thoughts return to the unnaturally smooth walls of the entrance to the cave, and the strange luminescent symbols that covered them. As if in response to my thoughts, the edge of the stone begins to softly glow. Upon closer inspection, I see that the same type of symbols have been etched along its outer circumference. The detail is astounding. By my best reckoning, the piece is ancient. The markings are so finely wrought that it must have been a truly master craftsman to inscribe them. I try to put together the messy pile of jigsaw pieces presented to me. There's obviously a connection between the entrance of the cavern and this stone. Also, at some point, someone hid it deep within a twisting subterranean labyrinth and protected it with a giant centipede monster. That means it's somehow important. Well, unless that monster's not a guard, but a prisoner. Maybe those markings at the entrance were what was keeping it in the cave. There was a break in the pattern where the roof fell in. Maybe that's what started this whole mess. No real point in thinking about it too hard, since it won't do me any good if I can't get out of here. Out. I hear the word in my head as clearly as if someone had spoken it out loud. It startles me so badly that I almost fall over backwards, inadvertently dropping the stone, which falls to rest upon the tunnel floor. Immediately upon leaving my hand, the markings fade away, the stone laying on the ground like any normal piece of rock. Hesitantly, I reach down and pick it up again, the markings glowing to life at the touch of my bare hand. "Was that you?" I speak aloud. "Did you say something to me?" With all the weird things that have already happened to me today, a magical talking stone barely cracks the top 3. Or you're just losing your damn mind, Landry. The mental shock of giant monsters and having your men eaten in front of you might be sending you over the edge. You should probably accept the fact that you're going to die down here, you coward. One way or the other. Like Barnes and Cortinez, ripped apart in the jaws of that thing. Be a man and accept it like Sergeant Brown did. No stone is going to help you find the way out. Out. The word repeats itself in my head, and this time I manage to keep control enough of myself to avoid dropping the stone. As I stand there, a feeling comes over me that urges me to walk back down the tunnel away from the dead end. It's similar to the urge that drew me this way in the first place, but is undoubtedly stronger. With no better options, I start walking and soon realize I know how to get back to the entrance. It's not that I can lay out a specific path, but more resembles how a person walks a familiar route while thinking of other things. The subconscious mind takes over. As I reach each intersection, I know without a doubt which way to take. I move cautiously while listening for any sign of the monster, keeping one hand on the stone and the other on the grip of my weapon. Soon I reach an intersection where 5 different tunnels converge. An IR chem light glows softly by one of the forks. "Holy shit, sir! Sergeant, he's over here!" Specialist Johnson, one of the members of First Squad, is pulling guard from the marked tunnel. Suddenly my platoon sergeant is there, followed closely by the squad leader, Sergeant Parks. In his relief, Troy's usual professionalism cracks just a little bit. "Jesus, you had me worried, sir. When we got to this fork, I had no idea which way you went, and didn't want to risk just randomly wandering off down one way or the other, just in case I guessed wrong. Figured you'd realize we'd lost you eventually and hopefully just make your way back to us. Then we heard some gunfire a while ago, but couldn't tell where it was coming from. What with how much these things twist and turn, but, well, I was about to say fuck it and head out looking for you and..." Troy pauses, his gaze focused down the tunnel behind me, as if he's just realized something. "Sir, what's Brown and the other squad?" "Dead, dismembered. Parts of them roaming around in the belly of the beast. They didn't have a magic stone, eh?" Inside my head, I fight to hold down the part of my brain that threatens to send me over the edge into blessed madness. I grip the stone in my hand tighter. They're gone, Sergeant Troy, and we need to get the hell out of here.
You're not saying...
Tahir was telling the truth about all of it. And this thing, we can't stop it with anything we have on us. Sergeant Brown and the others did everything they could to make sure I made it back. We need to leave, now. I turned to my squad leader. Sergeant Parks, get us out of here. The levity of the moment is instantly gone. Parks snaps into motion.
Roger, sir. Cruz and Johnson, lead out. Sir, you and Sergeant Troy right behind so you can figure out the plan on the go. I've got rear security with Pike and Dominguez. Quick and quiet.
We begin moving smartly up the tunnel, back towards the entrance, the gentle mental nudges from the stone confirming the route laid out by the chem lights. Troy shadows me.
Sir, what are you thinking?
Get out, then blow the entrance. We can't leave it open to allow this thing free rein to come and go as it pleases. Oh, there might be other ways out, but they might not be big enough to accommodate it. Or at the very least, might take it further away from the populated areas. Get back to base, figure out how I'm going to tell Haya what happened here.
There's no chance that Brown or any of his boys made it?
No. Cook was the only one I'm not 100% sure of, and the risks of leaving the hole open are way too big compared to the odds I'd give him. Besides, we can use that as additional leverage on the old man to make sure we got some reinforcements down here. He might not believe in monsters, but he's sure going to send us some help finding a soldier lost and trapped in a cave. Troy nods his head in agreement.
Sounds about right to me, sir. Tell you the truth, I'm hoping we can get it to work as smooth as that.
What? Why wouldn't it? Well, while I had the boys hunkered down waiting for you, I heard some weird noises. Made me think that maybe parts of the tunnel were caving in all on their own. Robinson's a bright kid, though, and I'm sure he'll call for help if we don't show up soon. I grab his arm and hold him up short. Sergeant, what kind of noises?
Hell, sir, some kind of deep thrumming.
Sounded like it started out near us and then was moving back away towards the entrance. Cave-in was the only thing I could think of that it could be. Shit, Sergeant. We need to stop. Johnson, Cruz, hold up. Everyone bring it in. I look around wildly as the squad converges on me. We're standing in the middle of a rather large intersection, about 50 feet across, with 4 passageways leading into it, including the one we just came from. Danger. That thought flashes through my head as powerful as a bolt of lightning. Apparently the stone is sensitive to certain environmental conditions, and the creature appears to be one of them. Parks jogs up to me.
Sir, what's...
Smart. He didn't know which path we were on, but knew we'd go for the entrance. It's lived down here, probably knows all the different ways through these tunnels. Circled around us to set a trap. Danger. Troy glances at Sergeant Parks before looking back at me.
You sure, sir?
That seems a little more intelligent than I'd expect from some kind of animal.
Oh, it's different, Sergeant.
It's not just an animal. You didn't see it. Didn't see how it picked us apart.
It's waiting for us, and we're going to walk right into it if we don't.
Danger. Now the thought slaps me like a physical force, strong enough that I reflexively grab my head with my hands.
Why can't they see? Why can't they believe me?
We need to set up a defensive position. It's our only chance. Maybe we can get lucky and find a weak spot or... Danger, 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 danger. I scream. The thought is a nail being driven through my head, a klaxon blaring next to my ear. Stone still in my hand, I collapse to my knees. And the fall saves my life. From one of the tunnels, the creature's tentacles flash out like spears. If I hadn't been moving, the first would have caught me directly in the back of my head and killed me instantly. At the same moment, the second removed Sergeant Parks's head from his body. As it is, the hideous limb only strikes heavily on my right shoulder. Some insidious design of nature, the tentacle is tipped with razor-sharp spikes that furrow deep gouges into my back, through body armor and all. The force of the blow throws me bodily forward, and I hit the wall face first, before rebounding and crumbling to the tunnel floor. I lie on my back, dazed, feel a cold numbness start to spread from the wound. Whether from the blow or some poison injected by the claws, I can't move. Helpless, I can only lie motionless and listen to the pandemonium unfold around me. Oh, God damn. What the fuck is... Oh, God, it hurts. Please, don't. No, no. Part 10. The Fury. As I lie paralyzed on the floor of the tunnel, the screams and gunfire seem to extend for an eternity. Where I'd expect my shoulder to be on fire from the gashes gouged into it, I feel only a seeping cold that deadens the feeling in my entire body. I desperately try to move my limbs, to no avail. Maybe it's not poison. Maybe when you hit that wall, you just break your damn neck. Now you wait until your turn on the dinner plate. Suddenly the ceiling starts moving. Sergeant Troy pulling me backwards up the tunnel by my body armor. Come on, sir. Let's go. Told you I'd be pulling your ass out of the fire if this thing turned sideways. Just didn't figure it'd be so damn literal. I try to respond, but even my vocal cords won't cooperate. Gotta be poison then. Broken neck wouldn't keep me from talking. Wonder if it's fatal or if the effects are just temporary. Wonder if I'll get the chance to find out. God, how terrible. Might not be able to even scream while I'm being eaten. We don't make it very far. Troy isn't in bad shape by any means, but trying to drag over 200 pounds of dead weight uphill at any kind of speed is almost impossible under the best of conditions, which these most definitely aren't. After only a few seconds, the last of the gunshots and moans briefly give way to a pregnant silence before the monster lets loose a triumphant roar. Its hunt is at an end. The now familiar sound of the creature's movement starts again. Looking over me back down the tunnel, Troy sees it coming. Almost gently, he lays me to the ground before raising his weapon and stepping over my body, positioning himself between me and the oncoming horror. The rumbling is impossibly loud. If I weren't completely numb, I could probably feel the very walls of the tunnel shaking. Troy begins firing. Hey, you ugly motherfucker. You want him? You're gonna have to come through me, you sorry sack of shit. Oh, damn it. Troy drops his rifle and transitions to his pistol, but the thing is on him. Tentacles wrapping around his waist and neck and lifting him into the air towards its slavering jaws. Fuck you. Troy empties the entire magazine into the monster's face at almost point-blank range. It roars in fury and reels back slightly before recovering, whipping my platoon sergeant like a rag doll and slamming him first off one wall, then the other, again and again. I can hear bones snapping with every impact. Finally, it stops and holds Troy's broken body up to its massive head, suspended from his arms and held precariously above its open maw. And then, of all the unbelievable and fantastic happenings of the day, the most astounding occurs. The creature starts to speak. Its voice is harsh, like a bandsaw cutting through metal, and sounds utterly wrong coming from such a being. Despite that, I have no problem interpreting its words. Foolish mortal, you would stand against the other born of the outer dark, we who have ruled this world since time immemorial. You throw your shallow life away. But fear not, your sacrifice is not in vain. Indeed, this one hungers. Your misguided courage will be most satisfying, your loyalty most savory. Take pride, little morsel.
in the sustenance you give your master.
With that, it begins to slowly lower Troy into its waiting jaws, taking obvious pleasure in the anticipation. I redouble my mental efforts, but my limbs still won't respond. Damn it, no. Not like this. Not like this. No. The word is like a gong, filling and reverberating through the air, even though I know it's only in my head. I feel a blinding heat radiating from my hand, pushing back the terrible cold of the creature's poison. I realize that, incredibly, I'm still holding the stone. Somehow the monster hears the pronouncement as well, causing it to pause and shift its gaze to me. Impossible. The light is lost, the sleeper's no more. Suddenly I can move again. I leap to my feet, the paralyzing numbness of a few moments ago already a distant memory. The relic glows with a terrible light, its raised centerpiece and markings burning as brightly as the sun. Whether through some reflex or from mental nudges of the stone, I raise the hand holding it toward the monster. The heat continues to build, till it feels as though my entire being is filled with it, too much for me to contain, so much that I will surely burst if I don't release it. So I do. The entirety of the power coalesces into a ball, tiny ball, somewhere deep in my chest before shooting down my arm towards the stone. An enormous wash of flame erupts from the center of the relic and blasts the monster full on in its horrific face, its head catching fire. The thing rears back to its full height, its mouth open wide in a silent scream of agony. The tentacles holding Sergeant Troy are nearly seared off, and it drops bonelessly to the ground in a heap. I rush to my fallen platoon sergeant. Oh, there's no time to check and see if he's still alive. We need to get out now before the thing recovers. Remains of the power still sing throughout my body. I pick up Troy and throw him across my shoulders as easily as I would a child. I begin running up the tunnel towards the entrance. I just make the section near the entryway marked by the strange runes when my supernatural strength begins to fade. The open entrance beckons as I struggle towards it, every step harder than the last. Now that the strength of the relic has faded, all that remains is an overwhelming exhaustion, even more so due to the extra energy I've expended already. My limbs are wooden planks that fight against my mental commands. Although my night vision goggles were broken when the monster threw at me against the wall, the flashing lightning from the storm raging outside and the still present mental urges of the relic guide my way. The creature screams behind me.
No, this cannot be. The mother will not allow. Impudent child, I will feast on your soul.
With a roar, it throws itself forward in pursuit. I chance a glance backward and see it coming by the light of the storm and the glowing runes, its many legs churning terribly. Its eyes are melted and blinded by the fire, its rage the only thing driving it forward. It's moving far too quickly, gaining ground far too fast. The last burst of effort sends me through the entrance and out into the howling storm before I stumble and sprawl to the ground, the dead weight of Troy's body pinning me down. Desperately, I try to roll out from under him, struggling to reach the detonator in my pocket. The creature is only 50 feet away down the tunnel when I manage to grasp the device, disarm the safety, and squeeze the trigger. Sergeant Troy made his preparations well. Instantly upon activating the detonator, a deep boom emits from inside the entrance and the tunnel collapses upon itself. The creature issues a final scream echoing over and above the fury of the storm as I watch it buried by tons and tons of unfeeling rock. I have no way of knowing for sure if it's alive or dead. At least for the time being, it won't be able to follow us. It's over. With no time to bask in my victory, I instantly turn my attention to my platoon sergeant. I slip the relic into my pocket before gently rolling him over while supporting his neck. I try to find a pulse. I feel a great swell of relief when I find one, weak but steady. His breath is shallow and he requires immediate medical attention, but Troy is alive. My driver Robinson comes sprinting up from the truck.
Oh my God, sir, what the fuck happened in there? Where is everybody? We're the only ones who made it. No time to explain, but we can't stay here. We have to get Sergeant Troy back to the patrol base and get him on a bird to Svika ASAP. Then we can worry about the others. Help me get him into the truck with Doc. Then we need to call back and tell 3rd Squad to get a medevac inbound. Roger, sir. I think we might have a problem with that. Been trying to call back for the last hour or so, but don't get any response. I think the storm might be interfering with the comms. Damn it. Okay. But we have to move. Now, help me get him up. We managed to wrestle Sergeant Troy's limp body into the truck with my medic, who immediately begins working on him. Jesus, he's really bad, sir. If we can get a bird, well, he's got a chance. Might be tricky convincing Hire to authorize one in this storm. I don't give a shit about that. Keep working on him, Doc. Let's go, we're wasting time. Right, everybody mount up. White light the whole way back. Convoy speed is as fast as we can go without flipping a vehicle. I'll keep trying to reach the patrol base on comms. Fortunately, my earlier fears of getting a truck stuck due to the rain were unfounded. Whether by luck or fortune, the ground is solid enough that we make it back to the roadway without any issues, and are soon speeding along the highway back towards the patrol base. I continue to try and raise 3rd Squad left on guard, but, just as Robinson said, the only thing I can get on the radio is static. If we get back and I find they were screwing off, I might just kill the lot of them myself. We make the trip in less than half the time it took to get to the cave. Within 25 minutes, we roll through the gate of the patrol base. I jump down and run over to the truck with the medic to help lift Troy down on the stretcher, and we begin to carry him inside. Well, I think I got him stabilized, sir. We'll get a medevac in here within the hour. I think he's going to make it. But I'm not as sharp as I usually am. Granted, I'm exhausted, a bit distracted by the events that have unfolded already this evening, and I'm currently preoccupied with trying to save the life of my platoon sergeant. Nevertheless, I'd like to think that I would have typically noticed how ominously dark and quiet the patrol base was, the telling lack of a guard at the entrance, or of anyone to greet us as we came in. But for some reason, these things don't register. Needless to say, I'm completely surprised when the bomb goes off. "Wake up, Moulasim Michael." A voice urges me out of the blackness. I have no idea how long I've been out. Surrounded by armed militants, I'm tied to a chair. Looking around, I see I'm inside my command post, the radios and computers stacked in a smoking pile of metal and wires. Across from me, Robinson and Sergeant Troy are tied to chairs in a similar fashion, my platoon sergeant still unconscious. Next to them stands Tahir al-Qasim. Robinson is awake and has obviously been tortured. Shallow cuts cover his body and he moans to me through a mouth of mush, his teeth unwillingly removed. "Kill the others. Sad gonna." Tahir draws his pistol and casually shoots my driver in the head. My head is swimming. "Tahir, you fucking animal, what did you do? What the fuck did you do?" The thug smiles. Moulasim Michael, do I really need to explain this to you?" He leans forward, stinking of sweat and blood. "I hate you. You Americans think you know what is best for my country. You know nothing. I would do anything at all to rid myself of all your kind. I would go so far as to go into the desert searching for a beast, a legend, at the barest chance that it might help me drive you out of my home." He then steps away and walks over behind Troy. Marring the runes holding it in its position was easy enough. The necessary sacrifices to engage its services were distasteful, I suppose. But I have many more men, and I would offer up 1,000 children if it means the power to be done with the American occupation once and for all. As he's talking, I've started trying to work my hand free into my pocket, where I can feel the relic still sits. God, if only I can get it. You were supposed to die in that cave, Moulasim Michael. Yet here you are, alive and whole. He strokes Troy's head, pulling it back by the hair and baring his neck. Had the Ifrit managed to end your pathetic existence, I would never have had to resort to these more direct methods. With his other hand, he removes a large kukri knife from his belt. Alas, it was not to be. Fortunately, I have no problem getting my hands dirty from time to time. Allahu Akbar. Death to the infidel. My squirming hand grasps the relic at the exact moment Tahir plunges the knife into Troy's throat. My vision goes red with rage. Death. The power fills me instantaneously, somehow even greater than before. A star gone supernova appearing in the space where my heart should be. An explosion, as closely related to the earlier bomb blast as a hurricane to a raindrop, obliterates the chair I'm strapped to, the room, and everyone in it. They have no time to cry out, no time to even realize what is happening. The purifying fire is indiscriminate and complete in its destruction. I collapse to the ground, the ruins of my command post around me. The roof is mostly gone, along with the walls. The still falling rain washes over me and begins to put out the smouldering wreckage. Blessed blackness calls, and my mind, exhausted from a night of terror and sorrow, gladly answers. I fall into unconsciousness, uncaring if I will ever wake up. Epilogue. The knock. I wake up the next morning refreshed, with only the mildest of hangovers from my bender the previous evening. Since school is off for Thanksgiving, I even take the liberty of staying in bed until late in the morning. This is the first time I can remember since the incident in the cave that I've slept through the night without nightmares. It's still a terrible thing to think about, but maybe Gabe was right. By facing my fears, I may eventually be able to conquer them and come to grips with what happened. Maybe I'll even be able to attach some kind of meaning or purpose to them. Well, obviously, I came out of my coma after the destruction of the command post. It was about 2 weeks later when I woke up screaming in a military hospital in Germany. It was another 3 days before I was calm enough for the doctors to remove the restraints. I talked to some kind but professional military police who were hoping to get a few details about the events from me. They filled me in on what they knew. Basically, once my outpost had missed its second check-in, my commander spun up one of our sister platoons to patrol over and see what was going on. What they found was me lying naked and unconscious in the middle of the destroyed patrol base. By the look of things, a bomb had gone off and destroyed everything for about a quarter mile in every direction, including 10 houses, a mosque, and the local police station. Miraculously, I was the lone survivor. My only injury, 3 deep gashes down my right shoulder blade. I told the MPs the whole story of what had happened in the cave, about the giant centipede monster, the relic, half my platoon being devoured and the other half being slaughtered during Tahir's betrayal. Not surprisingly, they didn't believe me. Equally surprising, neither did the next group of MPs that talked to me. The internal affairs investigator, my commander, and at least 3 different psychologists they had analyze me. Everyone's best guess of what actually went down was that Tahir came onto the base, turned his coat, set off a massive suicide bomb, and everyone was vaporized. Neat, easy, and much further within the realm of the rational and reasonable. I tried pointing out the inconsistencies with the narrative, at the very least to get someone to go try and find the cave to corroborate my story. But ultimately, it was just too crazy. No one would listen. In the end, the doctors and psychologists slapped me with a traumatic brain injury label, and 9 months later, I was out of the army with an honorable discharge and 20% disability. Oh, and crippling self-doubt. Oh, how I questioned myself. Having a dozen professionals tell you again and again how what you're saying is impossible. How there's no chance on earth that things happen the way you think they did. It starts to wear on your resolve after a while. For a time, I managed to convince myself that the whole thing was actually a lie cooked up by my mind from the shock. But I always came back to the dreams, and the screaming, and the scars. The one piece of evidence that would have truly helped convince everyone of my story was, of course, the relic itself. But that was never found.
I managed to talk to my fellow platoon leader, Lieutenant McCartney, who found me lying in the rubble. He told me truthfully that neither he nor any of his men had seen anything resembling the stone I described. He's a good man and had absolutely no reason to lie about something like that. So again, more questions were raised than answers. And it's possible they simply missed it in the wreckage, or that it was somehow destroyed in the blast. But in my gut, I know that's not the case. Somehow, someone took the thing out of my unconscious grasp for their own purposes. Who and for what, I can only imagine. I make a fresh pot of coffee to help deal with the lingering hangover effects, and sit down at my kitchen table. The sun is streaming in through the window over the sink, and I take a deep breath, drinking in the aromatic smell of the brew and finding myself truly relaxed for what seems like the first in a very long time. And there's a knock on my door. I jump up so fast I knock my chair over backwards. I take 2 steps and dive across the hallway into the bedroom, grabbing my Glock from the nightstand. Furtively, I creep down through the living room and position myself next to my slab of a door, gun held at the ready. The knock sounds again, this time accompanied by a voice. "Mr. Landry, are you there?" The voice speaking is female and sounds tired and more than a little anxious. I move to look through the peephole and see a woman holding a sleeping child standing in front of the entryway. The kid looks to be about 6 years old. The woman, a brunette, has bags under her eyes, as if she hasn't slept in days, but even those don't keep me from realizing how remarkably attractive she is. I shout through the door. "Who are you, lady? What do you want?" "My name's Sarah Wilder, and something terrible has happened to my husband. I have reason to believe it's coming for me and my daughter next. Please, Mr. Landry, I was told you could help me." "Yeah? Who told you that?" "A woman, some psychic. It sounds crazy, but she contacted me out of the blue before everything started to happen. She said when I needed help that you'd be able to give it to me." "I don't know any psychics, Mrs. Wilder. And you're right, that does sound crazy. Sorry that I'm not about to take you on faith here." "She said that you'd say that. She also said to show you this." A piece of paper slides under the crack of the door. I bend to pick it up. It's a computer printout of a photo of an object lying on a table. It's grainy, but there's no mistaking the round stone about the size of a $50, smooth but for the slightly raised bump in its exact center. The relic. Oh, shit. I disengage the locks and struggle to heave the door open. The woman squeezes through with her child, and I close and lock the door again behind her. The kid hasn't stirred throughout all of this and must be completely exhausted. "Thank you so much, Mr. Landry. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me." I sigh. "Ma'am, I have a feeling the fear hasn't even started yet. Let's let you put the kid down and get you a chair and some coffee. Then you can tell me what's happened from the beginning."
The British SAS found something in the fog. Part 1. 0500 hours, somewhere in the North Atlantic. The icy fog appeared out of nowhere, born in a matter of seconds, and enshrouded the warship in a blanket so thick that the startled crew could not see beyond the sides of the ship. Still, it wasn't the suffocating fog which set off the warning horns and called to battle stations aboard the destroyer. Not that the crew could hear them above the inexplicable sound steadily growing louder in intensity, seeming to rise from the ocean itself. The sonar technician was on her knees, headphones tossed aside, her hands pressed on her ears as she screamed in agony. Yet none of her shipmates could hear her. No one heard her warning that something large was rapidly ascending from the ocean just before she threw off her headphones, as more of her shipmates fell screaming to the deck, blood streaming from eyes squeezed shut and ears pressed closed by shaking hands. None of the unfortunate crew of the warship saw the giant black mass rise from beneath the waves as the intense, throbbing noise became fatal. Whitehall, London, England.
How the bloody hell does a Royal Navy destroyer simply vanish? Roared Admiral Sir Anthony David Radabar, the British Royal Navy's first Sea Lord. The highest-ranking officer of the naval service, Admiral Radabar was a tall, pale, and lanky man in his mid-50s, with a receding light brown hairline and piercing blue eyes set above a hawk-like nose. Either the HMS Northumberland sank or she didn't, but don't tell me she just bloody fucking vanished with all 180 hands on board. The HMS Northumberland was a Royal Navy Type 23 frigate, used primarily for ASW or anti-submarine warfare, which operated out of HMNB Devonport. Fresh from 6 months in dry dock for repairs and refitting, the Northumberland was on a routine patrol in the North Atlantic when, less than 24 hours ago, Naval Command Headquarters, as well as the UK Military Joint Forces Headquarters, reported that the Northumberland had gone missing. Only 6 hours after the report that all communications had been lost with the frigate, the British Royal Navy, as well as Allied Maritime Command from the NATO Regional Command, began rushing warships and search aircraft to the last known position of the ship. Admiral Sir Radabar glared around the ornate conference room filled with his assembled fleet admirals, vice admirals, intelligence officers, and operations specialists. Looking to his young chief intelligence officer, Radabar barked, "Commander Hollingsworth, what's the latest intel that we have on the situation in the North Atlantic?" "Sir," said Commander Hollingworth as she stood and cleared her throat, "our latest intel shows that the HMS Northumberland's last position was 46 degrees 39'22 north by 16 degrees 01'54 west, approximately 1,000 kilometers southwest of Portsmouth. The carrier HMS Prince of Wales and her escorts have arrived on station as of 10 hours ago and have initiated search and rescue operations. Additionally, naval ships from Spain, Portugal, and France are also assisting in the search, but as of an hour ago, none of our search assets have recovered any sign of the Northumberland. We are also aware that the Northumberland reported that she had begun picking up sonar contacts with a submarine, suspected to be one of the new Russian Lada-class attack submarines, shortly before it went missing." "Sir," spoke up one of Radabar's fleet admirals, "we know that the Americans have assets in the area. The carrier USS Harry S. Truman and her battle group, for instance, is coming to participate in the annual NATO Joint Forces training scheduled to start next week. Washington hasn't yet called to offer assistance, but I'm sure if we ask—" "The Americans," said Admiral Radabar in complete disgust. "The focus of their new administration now seems to be pleasing the Chinese. The Yanks may help, but their new president will surely have to ask China's permission first, and after their humiliation in Afghanistan, neither I nor Parliament are in any mood to trust America's claims of always standing with her allies, not after they absolutely refused our repeated requests to assist in pulling British citizens out of Kabul. I'm afraid that Britain stands alone here." Admiralty Building, St. Petersburg, Russia. How the devil did we lose contact with the B-586 Kronstadt? A submarine doesn't simply vanish, yelled a livid Admiral Nikolai Yevmenovich to the assembled high-ranking staff officers gathered inside the ornate conference room of the Admiralty Building. Admiral Yevmenovich was a barrel-chested man with a square jaw, close-set eyes, and close-cropped grey hair. Either she sank, or she didn't. The Kronstadt, designated B-586, was the newest Lada-class attack submarine for the Russian Navy. Newly completed and fresh from sea trials, her first mission was to sneak into the North Atlantic and keep tabs on the upcoming US and NATO Joint Forces naval exercises. The Kronstadt was tracking a lone British destroyer when suddenly all communications were lost with her. "Mark my words, comrades," growled the general. "The Kronstadt was attacked, and she was attacked by Great Britain in international waters." "Sir," said the senile naval operations officer, "should we worry about an American response should we retaliate against Britain for this crime?" "The Americans?" Admiral Yevmenovich gave out a disgusted laugh. "Fuck the Americans. America is finished.
After their new president retreated from Afghanistan and surrendered Bagram to the Chinese, the new American administration has proven to be nothing but lapdogs to these Chinese. America is weak, embarrassed, and in retreat. In fact, the Chinese propaganda minister has the entire American military searching like fools for white supremacists and right-wing extremists everywhere within their ranks, instead of preparing to defend against external threats. The American military is done. A wet-paper tiger bereft of the backbone and heart to defend themselves, much less their allies. Gentlemen, it was Great Britain who sank the Kronstadt, and right now, the British are alone and vulnerable. An aide with a shocked expression on her face silently entered the room and circled the table until she reached the Russian chief of naval intelligence. Handing him a file folder, she whispered something into his ear. Immediately the same shocked expression appeared on his face as he opened up the file folder and read the top secret memo. Standing up, the intelligence officer announced,
"Admiral Yevmenovich, sir, our satellites have located the Kronstadt. My God, sir, they found her on
Whitehall, London, England."
"What?"
shouted Admiral Sir Radabar, looking with disbelief as Commander Hollingsworth read the top-secret document which he'd just been handed.
"That's correct, sir," said Hollingsworth. "The transmission states that the HMS Northumberland has been located at 65 degrees, 3376 north, 18 degrees, 1646 west. Those coordinates lead to Mount Curling, part of a mountain range in northern Iceland."
"What the hell is going on?" said Radabar, reading the memo for himself. Then, nodding to himself after verifying that his young intelligence officer hadn't gone completely insane, Admiral Radabar said in a softer tone, "Patch me through to the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff. I'm pretty sure that the lads stationed in Sterling Lines will soon be getting a call." Headquarters, 22 Special Air Service Regiment, SAS, Sterling Lines, Herefordshire. "Oi, Kelly, what bloody hell are you listening to?" The muscular black SAS sergeant slowly lowered the bar into its cradle and sat up from the weightlifting bench. Although he'd been pressing weights for nearly 30 minutes straight, gradually increasing the weight plates on the bar from 150 to 350 pounds, Sergeant Mohammed Hassan had barely broken a sweat. Next to Sergeant Hassan, in 19 Troop's very well-appointed gym, a young white SAS Lance Corporal named Sawyer Kelly was doing pull-ups while wearing his 40-pound ballistic vest and body armor. He'd done at least a dozen before he noticed Sergeant Hassan was sitting up at the weight bench and yelling at him. Immediately, Lance Corporal Kelly jumped down from the pull bars and removed his headphones, the noise coming from them so loud that Corporal Babu and Lance Corporal Mobley could hear them across the gym where they were doing 500-pound leg presses.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant," said Lance Corporal Kelly, breathing heavily. "Did you say something?"
"Yes, Lance Corporal, I did," said Sergeant Hassan in his deep Nigerian voice. "I said, what the bloody hell is that damn noise you're listening to?"
"Oh, this," smiled Kelly. "It's Lil Pump. He's a mumble rap artist, Sergeant."
"He's a what?"
Mumble rap artist, Sergeant," said Kelly, offering the headphones to Hassan. "Care for a listen?"
"No, I would not," said Hassan, pushing away the preferred headphones. "Mumble crap is more like. I don't know how people these days can pay good money to listen to such snot designed to insult your intelligence."
"How can you say that, Sergeant?"
said Kelly, feigning shock in his voice.
"You'll never know if you like it if you don't give it a listen. Besides, isn't it you that has Lady Sovereign as part of your workout mixtape?"
"Lady Sovereign has talent," snapped Sergeant Hassan. "She has the potential to be the white Eminem. It's not the big midget's fault that she had lousy representation."
"If you want to hear some masterful rap," said Corporal Thomas Babu, who had secured the leg press bar on the side in order to eavesdrop on the conversation,
You should give Brother V a listen to. He's the absolute very best rapper in India. Corporal Babu, the unit's short yet stocky Indian machine gunner, smiled at Hassan and Kelly. India? Really, man? Said Kelly. India? Well, 1.4 billion people can't be wrong, man, shrugged Corporal Babu. What do you think, Mobley? Corporal Babu slapped his assistant gunner, Lance Corporal Jackson Mobley, on his shoulder. Who do you think should carry the title of Best New Rap Artist? Lance Corporal Mobley had taken Babu's place on the leg press machine, having added an additional 90 pounds of weight. Rap music sucks, man, said the lean black soldier, grunting in between reps. Yeah, give me Motown or smooth jazz, yeah. What? Said Kelly. Oh, I'm hurt, man, like, really hurt to hear that, Mobley. I don't think I can trust to put my life in your hands anymore. Whatever, Kelly, yelled his squad mates, Sergeant Hassan throwing his completely dry sweat towel at Kelly. The glass door of the gym suddenly burst open as Lieutenant Noah Fletcher stepped in. The tall, square-jawed, hawk-nosed SAS junior officer was dressed in a pressed combat uniform, his sand-colored beret bearing the proud insignia of a downward-pointing Excalibur sword, wreathed in flames on a crusader-shaped shield. Right, gentlemen, bellowed the usually easy-going lieutenant. Grab your kit and report to the armory to draw weapons. Captain Allen wants us at the team room in an hour, ready to go. Right, you heard the man, yelled Sergeant Hassan, immediately jumping up from the weight bench. Let's go. Captain Theo Allen had only left yesterday, having been told by command to take some leave time to spend with his family since he hadn't taken any time off for the past 2 years. This has to be something big for 22 SAS to have called him back on such short notice, thought Sergeant Hassan, as he rushed from the gym, followed by the rest of the soldiers in his squad. Iceland. Though the Nordic island nation of Iceland is itself large, it's the most sparsely populated of the European nations, and even though Iceland is a member of the military NATO alliance, it has no standing army, relying mainly on the few hundred members of their Coast Guard for national defense. As such, when the utterly impossible events on the rugged peaks of Mount Curling occurred, events which the government in Reykjavik initially believed was being reported by drunken Kremlin officials, until equally drunken British officials contacted them with the same story, it took quite a while for the Icelandic government to assemble the assets needed at Naval Air Station Keflavik to begin an investigation into these unbelievable reports. While this was going on, the Americans were also calling constantly, as if to harass the Icelandic government, the newly installed Biden administration even going so far as to demand that the US military have sole access to the supposed location of the unbelievable occurrence. However, an alliance with the United States had almost overnight turned into a liability for any nation that believed America's promises of friendship, especially with the new US president's subservient behavior towards China, and Iceland was no exception. Soon the Icelandic Prime Minister stopped taking calls from Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Jakobsdottir had a British destroyer and a Russian attack submarine on the top of one of Iceland's tallest mountains, and she didn't have time to waste on the American president's foolishness as the threat of a British-Russian military confrontation on Icelandic soil loomed ever nearer. Somewhere over the northeastern coast of Iceland, 30 miles off the shore of the north coast of Iceland, the rear hatch to a civilian airliner opened, and 16 specially trained commandos leapt into the blood-freezing pre-dawn air at 35,000 feet. Utilizing their next-generation special-purpose parachute system, the Special Operations Commandos free fell for 15 seconds before deploying their parachutes at 27,000 feet. At this height, the jumpers faced temperatures of minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, but the commandos wore polypropylene knit undergarments, as well as other Generation 3 cold weather gear under a windproof shell. In the pre-dawn light, high above the skies of the North Atlantic, the commandos expertly rendezvoused and stacked at 25,000 feet, their master pathfinder, the lowest soldier in the stack, using a sophisticated GPS device to guide the rest of the team as they slowly descended towards the coast of Iceland. Meanwhile, having successfully deployed its deadly cargo, the civilian airliner turned due north and away from the Icelandic airspace. As soundlessly as could be expected, all 16 commandos landed within seconds of each other on an uninhabited, windswept and frozen valley. Quickly gathering up their chutes and harnesses, the commandos quickly and quietly buried all evidence of their arrival deep under the frozen tundra. As his men established a hasty security perimeter, the lean, muscular, and stern-faced master pathfinder took a minute to verify their bearings. Confirming their grid location, he smiled in satisfaction that he had successfully guided them to the drop zone less than a mile from their estimated drop point once again. Though the training for this type of mission had cost them many good men, the unit had earned their reputation as the best, hey-ho, high-altitude, high-opening, airborne regiment in the world. Gathering his squad leaders to him, the commando's commanding officer pointed with a knife hand to the southwest where the snow-covered foothills of Mount Curling began. Their objective was 4.5 miles away, somewhere on the mountain's rocky crags. Within minutes, the sleds had been assembled and the explosives and heavy weapons securely strapped down. Grabbing up his M4 rifle, the Pathfinder, a captain, motioned his men to begin moving out towards their objective, smirking at how his soldiers proudly wore the combat patch of the U.S. Army's elite 75th Ranger Regiment on both shoulders of their winter camouflage combat uniforms. The foothills, south of Mount Curling. 4 vehicles from Iceland's Crisis Response Unit, the ICRU, the closest thing that Iceland had to a standing army, slowly climbed the treacherous, snow-covered road up Mount Curling towards the site where the impossible had supposedly occurred. Kristin Egilsdottir sat in the back seat of the last white-painted Arctic truck, staring out the window at the barren yet majestic landscape, lost in thought. The heater blew a lock of her golden hair across her face, and she nervously wiped it away from her crystal blue eyes, breathing heavily as she tried to compress the heavy responsibility which the government had suddenly thrust upon her. Kristin worked for Iceland's Nuclear Energy Agency, or rather, she was an assistant to Professor Ólafsson. However, her boss was also teaching at Reykjavik University and had been delayed in getting to Naval Air Station Keflavik, where this curious operation was being assembled. With time being of the essence, Kristin and a junior assistant, Gunnar Einarsson, who was a specialist in radiation detection and survey devices, were placed in a helicopter which sped to Akureyri, a town in northern Iceland. A man wearing a military uniform and carrying a military-style rifle met Kristin and Gunnar at the small airport and hurriedly escorted them to 4 white-painted vehicles, where a unit of the ICRU and a team from the Viking Squad, Iceland's elite counter-terrorism force, had already assembled. The sight of the dozen uniformed and heavily armed men came as a shock to Kristin, as she had grown up in Iceland. In her 25 years living in a country with almost no military at all, she had never seen such an assemblage of heavily armed, uniformed men except in Hollywood war movies. The uniformed man, who introduced himself as Captain Bjornsson of the ICRU, apologized for the abrupt call by the government for them to come here, explaining that Professor Ólafsson would be brought up as soon as was possible. But for now, the situation was critical, and Kristin's knowledge of nuclear energy and Gunnar's use of radiation detection equipment would be vital for the coming mission. Kristin's head was still spinning from the rush of events. She'd been fast asleep in her apartment near Reykjavik University when she got the call at 3 a.m. that morning to be at Naval Air Station Keflavik by 7 a.m., prepared to spend several days in the mountains. It was near noon when they finally landed at Akureyri, and Kristin quickly forgot her hunger and rumbling stomach when she saw all the uniformed men and military-style weapons and trucks. "Captain Bjornsson," asked Kristin, "why are we here? I don't understand why the military would need people like me and Gunnar." Iceland prided itself in relying almost exclusively on renewable energy such as hydro and geothermal power. Iceland had no nuclear power plants and no nuclear weapons, so there was not much need for experts in nuclear energy or radiation detection specialists, except for scientific research. "Was there an accident?" continued Kristin. "Did a satellite crash on the mountain, or perhaps a foreign military aircraft?" Something like that, Miss Egilsdottir," replied Captain Bjornsson over his shoulder as he led the two scientists to their assigned vehicles. He directed Gunnar to place his equipment in the lead vehicle, while directing Kristin to take her bag to the last vehicle. As Gunnar made his way to the Arctic truck at the front of the convoy, Captain Bjornsson turned to Kristin. "Again, miss, I apologize for the rush, but I'm afraid that we are in somewhat of a race. It will be a few hours' drive until we reach our destination. We've packed a meal in your truck for you. Remember, you ought to tell no one what you have seen or what you have done when we get back from where we're going. It will cause unimaginable problems if word got out." "But Captain," persisted Kristin, "I still have no idea what we're looking for. Obviously it has something to do with nuclear energy, otherwise you wouldn't have called for Professor Olafsson and me. I don't know how I can be of help if I have no idea what I'm dealing with." A grim look came over Captain Bjornsson's face. "To tell you the truth, Miss Egilsdottir, neither do I. Nor does anyone else here know what we are dealing with. The report I got was just too incredible to believe. That's why I'll be in the lead vehicle, because I want to see it for myself, assuming that we're the first to get there. That's also why I need Gunnar up front with me. He'll be taking constant radiological readings to ensure that the way forward is safe for us." "And the armed men?" asked Kristin. "Why do we need them?" "Insurance," said Captain Bjornsson, watching as the 8 armed men of the Icelandic Crisis Response Unit and the 4 elite anti-terrorist operatives from Viking Squad mounted on the 2 trucks in the middle of the convoy, the ICRU men mounting an MG3 machine gun in the open top of the front transport truck. Insurance in case the way forward is not safe for us. Captain Bjornsson walked away towards the lead vehicle, leaving a bewildered Kristin behind. A chill ran up her spine as she walked towards the last vehicle in the convoy, but it wasn't because of the cold wind which blew up from the south. Kristin climbed into the surprisingly spacious back seat and found that she shared the truck with 2 other young ICRU men, the lower ranking of the 2 being the driver. In minutes, Captain Bjornsson came over the radio, signaling the 4 vehicles to move out of the airport and head southwest towards Mount Kerling. The young man sitting in the passenger seat welcomed Kristin with a big smile, reaching over and handing her a cardboard box and a cold bottle of Appelsin. Kristin thanked him, opening the box to find a sandwich made of smoked salmon, Greek yogurt, and very thinly sliced apple between rye bread, along with packs of assorted jams, crackers, and chocolates. Her grumbling stomach reminded her that she hadn't eaten since the night before, and she gratefully munched on the military rations for a few minutes before striking up a conversation with the 2 other occupants. "I'm just as in the dark as you are, ma'am," said the young man in the passenger seat, a corporal who introduced himself as Alvar. "In fact, ma'am," said Private Logie, the driver, "we were sort of hoping that you might be able to shed some light on what we were looking for. Having a nuclear specialist with us lends an air of the ominous to this trip." "I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. And please, call me Kristin." She took a sip of her orange soda. "Your Captain Bjornsson was rather vague when he talked to me about why I was here." That is strange," agreed Alvar. "He's usually far more open and transparent with us. We don't usually wear combat uniforms, much less carry weapons. But this morning he ordered us into uniforms and ordered the armory to be opened and weapons and ammunition passed out. When Sergeant Hreinesson asked why we were doing such a thing, Captain Bjornsson said simply that we should be ready for a fight if the time comes." "I see," said Kristin, all of a sudden losing her appetite. "I heard we're going into the mountains to look for a ship," said Logie. A ship, yelped Kristen. Like a spaceship. Could it be possible? I don't think so. Maybe, said Logie. These are crazy times. You heard that the Swedes found the Millennium Falcon at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, right? No, answered Kristen. Well, they found something shaped like the Millennium Falcon at the bottom of the ocean. It wasn't the actual spaceship. I heard rumors that the Chinese stole it right out from under the Swedes' noses, said Logie. Then American Navy SEALs stole it from them when the Chinese tried to bring it back to China. So the Chinese bombed the Navy SEALs, which accidentally caused a volcano to erupt right under one of their artificial reefs in the South China Sea. Where do you idiot privates get all your bullshit rumors? Said Alvar, punching Logie in the shoulder. You were a private once, Alvar, said Logie. Didn't you hear your own share of bullshit rumors? Yes, I did, replied Alvar. But then I learned to pull my head out of my ass, and that's why I'm a corporal now. Now your ass is on your head, laughed Logie. That's Mr. Corporal, sir, to you, private, returned Alvar, laughing light-heartedly. What if Captain Bjornsson meant we were looking for a real ship instead of a spaceship? Mused Kristen. How could a real ship end up on the mountain? Asked Alvar. I'd sooner believe Logie's bullshit crash spaceship theory. No, said Logie. We could be looking for an actual ship. Hey, ever hear of the Philadelphia experiment, when the Americans tried to transport one of their ships from one port to another? Well, the story had it that they secretly teleported one of their destroyers from Philadelphia, and it reappeared in another port with the crew having gone insane or found fused to the bulkhead. Oh, that's terrible, said Kristen. That's bullshit, added Alvar. The buildings, houses, and shops of Akureyri swiftly passed in the rearview mirrors as the main road turned south, and soon the convoy was on the flat open road surrounded by lonely ranches, farms, and flat snow-swept plains with white-capped mountains in the distance. The three continued their banter for a while, but soon the vehicle was quiet again, each occupant lost in their own thoughts of what mysterious object they would encounter up on the mountain in a few hours. Miles and miles of snow-covered land passed lazily by, occasionally broken by the quiet, peaceful scene of near-frozen streams flowing across the white meadowlands of the quaint, tranquil villages nestled in the rolling foothills. The noise of the heater mixing with the intermittent squelch of the radio was the only sound as the hours ticked by, as the steady heat and rumble of the truck finally conspired to put Kristen to sleep. Eventually, Captain Bjornsson's voice came over the radio again, announcing that they'd come to the first checkpoint leading to the mountain. The National Police had closed off all roads surrounding Mount Curling for 10 miles to civilian traffic. By the time the convoy passed the checkpoint, they were already well into the low foothills. We should be there within the next half hour. Kristen's eyes shot open at Alvar's announcement. Looking out the truck's windows, she could see that the road had narrowed considerably, and their speed had slowed due to the increased level of snow on the road, which had yet to be cleared. The road was also climbing steadily, and the icy mountainside had closed in. We'll soon see what all the fuss is about here. Kristen sat up, suddenly filled with energy after a short nap. Well, it seems that we've won the race, then. What's that? Said Logie. Captain Bjornsson said that we were in some type of race to get there, answered Kristen. The question is, who were we racing against? I wouldn't know, said Logie. Like I said, it's very unlike the captain to be so cryptic. Well, said Alvar, the fact that we're in military uniform with rifles locked and loaded, and that we have the Viking squad attached to the unit tells me everything I need to know. The closer we get to our objective, the greater the danger we're facing. We need to be ready for anything. Attention, convoy, came Bjornsson's voice booming over the radio. Once we make the next turn in the road, our objective will be another 2 or 3 miles distant. It's inaccessible by road, so we'll have to stop about 1 mile from the location and walk the rest of the way. Radiation levels remain normal, but we'll continue to take readings along the way. Stay alert and keep your weapons on safe and at the high ready. In another mile or two, we'll be meeting with a friendly... A high-pitched howl ripped through the air as a missile came straight down and obliterated Captain Bjornson's Arctic truck, practically vaporizing it with a warhead meant to kill heavily armored tanks. "Gunnar!" screamed Kristin in horror, realizing that her associate in the lead vehicle had instantly been reduced to ash, along with Captain Bjornson. Within a half-second, 2 rockets impacted into the next 2 heavier transport vehicles. Kristin barely had time to register that the rockets had been fired from a short distance away from the elevated ridges to their right before the front of her own Arctic truck crumpled from an explosion which tossed it into the air. Alvar's warning was cut off abruptly as Kristin's door was blown open and she found herself sailing through the air. The feeling of weightlessness, combined with searing heat and pain, racked Kristin's body as she was thrown like a rag doll. Her ears throbbed with a muffled ringing as time stood still. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could briefly see what remained of the vehicle she was just in, twisting in the air. Logie and Alvar's bodies slumped over in the burning front compartment. She landed with a hard thud in the snow, and the punch to her gut knocked the wind out of her. Something heavy crashed into the ground in front of her, missing crushing her head by only a few feet. Fighting unconsciousness, a shuddering Kristin dragged her agonizing body forwards. The blown-out front tire and wrecked front axle of the truck was laying in front of her where it came to rest. Weakly peering over the wreckage, she caught a glimpse of the carnage playing out in front of her. All 4 of the trucks had been hit and were ablaze, bodies of the Icelandic defenders littering the snow. Only a few of the Icelanders seemed to be moving, visibly wounded and shaken up, while only 2 or 3 seemed to be returning fire at whatever had just ambushed them. The Icelanders' last stand was as brief as it was desperate, as automatic weapons fire mowed down the few remaining survivors. 50 meters to her right, Kristin could see several soldiers descending from their hidden firing positions on the ridge. As her sight faded, she could barely make out the bright red, white, and blue flags which adorned their shoulders. "No," whispered Kristin as the darkness finally overtook her, mercifully ending the pain she felt in her neck, back, and legs. "Oh God, no. I thought they were our friends." A United States Army Ranger stood 20 meters away, staring at the wreckage of the last vehicle in the convoy. The AT-4 rocket he'd fired had propelled the enemy vehicle into the air, causing it to rip itself apart as it somersaulted into the ground. The Ranger was impressed with the weapon, but thought that the rockets made in his own country were far better and easier to operate. "What are you staring at, Ranger?" came the voice of his commanding officer from behind him. "Thought I saw movement over there in the wreckage, sir," replied the Ranger. Forget it," said his commanding officer as he lit up a cigar. "There's nobody left alive here. Now, quickly. We're behind schedule and we need to move out now." Part 2. "Doc, get over here. We've got a survivor." Staff Sergeant Jacob Kanumba frantically began wiping snow off the body of the pale young lady he discovered lying in the snow behind the burning wheel and axle, looking for any obvious wounds and injuries. "What you got, Jake?" said Captain Allen as he and the team's medic, Sergeant Ratliff, ran to the black senior sergeant's side. "Shit, she's lost a lot of blood. Doc, can you help her?" Sergeant Ratliff knelt down beside Kristin, quickly shrugging off the heavy medic pack from his back. "She's barely alive," he said as he took her vitals. "Luckily the snow and cold has helped to staunch her bleeding, or else she'd be like her compatriots by now. Her leg's broken. If she was conscious now, she'd be in great pain. Help me, please. We have to turn her over. Watch your head, sir. We need to turn her body as one unit." Ratliff laid out a blanket on the snow next to Kristin, then supervised the team commander and senior sergeant in slowly and carefully turning the young lady over. As the 3 SAS soldiers frantically worked to save the girl's life, the rest of the team fanned out to discover who'd ambushed the Icelanders. The vehicles were still burning and the tracks of the attackers were still fresh, revealing to the SAS soldiers that the ambush occurred a little over an hour earlier. Whoever had attacked the convoy had come down into the ambush site from their hidden firing positions to put a bullet into the heads of each of the fallen defenders. For the number of tracks in the snow, there looked to have been at least a dozen attackers, maybe more. Lieutenant Fletcher led Sergeant Hassan and Lance Corporal Kelly up the gently sloping ridge, following the tracks back to their source. Corporal Babu cautiously walked among the burning wreckage of the convoy, slowly sweeping his L7 machine gun back and forth. His assistant, Colonel Lance Corporal Jackson Mobley, a few paces behind him. Bodies of the Icelandic defenders were scattered across the ground. By the looks of things, the Icelanders stood little chance against the firepower used against them, which, in truth, looked to be a case of extreme overkill. Still, it appeared that at least 2 members of their Viking squad and a member of their ICRU put up a brief defense before being cut down by small arms fire. A weak scream suddenly pierced the air, and they stopped and looked back at where the medic was located. It's okay, Mom," said Sergeant Kanumba, as the girl suddenly came to, eyes wide with pain and fear. "We're here to help. You're safe now." The girl's breathing intensified, as her eyes darted back and forth between the deadly intimidating soldiers crouched down around her. Slowly the feeling began to return, as she let out an agonized howl of pain. "She's going into shock, Ratliff," said Captain Allen. Ratliff had just finished applying pressure bandages to her most serious wounds and was beginning to start an IV when the girl had regained consciousness. Sticking a needle into her arm, he said, "You'll be fine, Mom. We'll get you out of here. This is morphine. It'll alleviate the pain. Can you hear me? Do you know where you are?" Christine's breathing slowed as the drug slowly relaxed her. Looking around in confusion, she still felt a tinge of panic. The soldiers weren't speaking Icelandic. They were speaking English. She began to panic again, realizing that she'd been taken by their attackers. Anger and hatred mixed with fear as she began to weakly struggle against the enemy soldiers. They were supposed to be allies. "Please, Mom," said Sergeant Kanumba. "Our medic is trying to help you. He can't put the IV in if you keep struggling." Christine's pale blue eyes shot to the black soldier speaking English with a heavy African accent. Before she passed out, Christine could vaguely remember that the soldiers who attacked the convoy were all Caucasians, tall, lean Caucasians. These weren't the Americans. They were British? Christine's mind began to fog over as the morphine took effect. "Americans," whispered Christine. "What's that?" Captain Allen stared down at Christian, having wrapped the young woman in 2 layers of thermal blankets. "I can't hear what you're trying to say. Who did this?" "It was the Americans," whispered Christine before the wave of peaceful numbness and euphoria swept over her as the world went black again. "Hey, sir." Captain Allen's earpiece barked to life. "What have you got, Lieutenant?" said Captain Allen as he stood up and walked a few paces away from his medic. "Find anything?" Captain Allen was a tall, broad-shouldered officer with wavy light brown hair who, admittedly, was somewhat old for a captain. This was due to an unfortunate incident at Camp Bastion in Afghanistan when, as a Spec Ops lieutenant, Allen's fist had a disagreement with a pompous supply captain's jaw when the lazy captain didn't quite display the motivation necessary to issue the vital night vision equipment Allen's team needed for an upcoming night raid against Taliban insurgents. The supply chain's father turned out to be a brigade commander, and it was only Lieutenant Allen standing as an SAS officer that saved him from court-martial, though the incident had blocked his promotion to captain by 3 years. Far from being bitter about the incident, Captain Allen found out that it was rather a blessing, as he'd since never had to bother with supply chain bullshit bureaucracy before a vital mission, else the offending supply officer found himself with a broken nose. "We found the ambush site on the slightly elevated ridge 150 meters due east of your position," replied Lieutenant Fletcher. "Classic L-shaped ambush. Several spent shell casings on the ground. 5.56 and 7.62 NATO.
3 discarded A-24 launchers and a launcher from a javelin, and, sir, the markings are in English. Captain Allen looked back at the girl. She said they were Americans, he thought. They couldn't have made it any more obvious that they were Americans if they'd left behind NFL football jerseys, empty cans of light beer, and country music CDs scattered across the snow. At that moment, the ground rocked as an ear-splitting explosion shook the air, as billowing clouds of black smoke rose into the air behind the ridgeline 1.5 miles to their northwest. The blast was so powerful that it caused sheets of ice and snow to tumble down steep mountain slopes, causing most of the stunned SAS soldiers to lose their balance as the ground shifted under their feet. The 16 Army Rangers were on the southern slopes of Mount Curling, having successfully completed their assigned mission and extracted all of the data they were looking for. Despite the not unexpected run-in with the meager Icelandic paramilitary group, the commandos had completed their task well ahead of schedule and were now on their way to rendezvous at a small secluded farmstead at the base of the mountain, operated by friendly operatives. There the Rangers would exchange their weapons and uniforms for civilian clothing and passports out of Iceland and back to their native country. The blanket of snow on the ground gradually became thinner as the commandos descended from the mountain, the target's safe house now less than a mile distant behind the next low foothill. The Ranger captain was taking the point position, leading his men in a single column down the mountain. The land around him was almost surreal, beautiful, expansive, and seemingly untouched by human hands, save for a few narrow roads visible in the distance. And aside from a few flocks of sheep and the curiously small Icelandic horses grazing in meadows of patched snow, there seemed to be no other sign of humans for miles around. The scenic vestige reminded the Ranger commander of the steppes which he'd grown up on in the city of Bugachani, next to the river Angara, though the government was not as kind to the treatment of the land as the people of Iceland were. Still, he had to remind himself that he and his men were not back home. They were inside of a NATO country, though it was the least populated and, militarily, easily the weakest of all the enemy nations. He stopped and raised a fist, slowly lowering himself to the ground. The rest of the Rangers behind him did the same thing, alternately pointing their weapons outwards to provide a 360-degree field of fire. The Ranger commander had served in conflicts ranging from the Ukraine to the North Caucasus to, most recently, Syria, and he did not survive by ignoring his battle instincts. Something was wrong. He could feel it. He scanned around, taking in his surroundings. His men were in single column on a spur of tall grass which led down into a gently sloping shallow valley. On the opposite side was another gently sloping hill, on the other side of which was their safe house. "Sir," came the voice of his senior sergeant over his earpiece, "do you see something?" The Ranger captain craned his neck around as he put a pair of range-finding binoculars to his eyes. "Scan your sectors," he replied as he looked left to right. Somewhat disappointed, he found nothing out of the ordinary, not even a helicopter in the sky coming to investigate the carnage they'd just wrought 3 miles behind them. Nothing. "No signs of movement," came the reports from his squad leaders. "Okay," the Ranger captain replied as he slowly stood up from the tall grass that rose to just below his hips. Cautiously, they moved out across the plain under clear, late afternoon skies, which were gradually turning into a deeper shade of turquoise. The Rangers crossed over the shallow valley without incident and up the other small hillside. Just short of the crest of the hill, the Ranger captain halted his men again as he went forward to the top of the hill. The hilltop was devoid of any foliage, so he hunkered down on the snow-packed grey granite, looking down at the safe house, which was now only 200 meters away in a sloping meadow below him, where the lush grass mixed with more patches of snow. Around him, all was quiet, as if the scene was simply a painting of a lonely farmstead. If anything was observing us, thought the Ranger, it was the sheep. Lighting up his cigar again, he whispered into his earpiece, "It's clear. Move out." The sound of an L-129 battle rifle spat out in the distance from behind him, followed in quick succession by 3 more shots. This was intermingled by the heavy rattle of an L7 general-purpose machine gun and the pop-pop-pop of the L-119 assault rifles as small armed rounds struck the Ranger column from an elevated position behind them. Both of the Ranger team's automatic weapons gunners spun around to return fire at their attackers, but one found himself on the receiving end of a grenade fired from a 40mm grenade launcher. The Ranger disappeared in a cloud of black smoke and shrapnel before he could fire a well-aimed burst from his weapon. The other Ranger squad automatic weapon gunner was able to direct several bursts towards where he believed the attack was coming from. However, the Rangers were on an upward slope, while their attackers were at a slightly higher elevation behind them across the shallow valley. This put the Rangers at a disadvantage, as the only way they could get out of the kill box was to climb their way upwards while firing at the enemy behind them on the higher slope. If the Rangers could make it to the top of the hill, they could then take cover behind the rocks and fire down on their attackers. The Rangers' 240 Bravo machine gun began barking, and the heavy rounds slammed into the ambushers' positions as the rest of the Rangers bounded up the slope, teams alternately firing while other teams moved, thereby providing a constant stream of fire towards their unseen enemies. Still, until the Rangers made it to the top of the hill, they were in a dangerously exposed position, and well-placed shots from L-129 battle rifles silenced the Rangers' machine gun, while a burst of automatic weapons fire threw the Ranger squad automatic weapons gunner sprawling to the ground as the rounds stitched across his chest. Still, the Rangers didn't quit fighting, even despite losing all of their automatic weapons. In fact, the Rangers were succeeding in increasing their return fire against the enemy positions on the hill behind and above them. It was quickly becoming apparent that the Rangers, although they were at a disadvantage due to the terrain, had an almost 2-to-1 numerical advantage over their ambushes. One Ranger launched a 40mm grenade towards the position where he suspected the enemy had emplaced their machine gun, and after the grenade exploded, the enemy machine gun went silent. However, that Ranger Grenadier and another Ranger beside him were themselves engaged by an enemy Grenadier, the well-placed high-explosive round impacting between them and blowing them both to pieces. By now, the first two Rangers had gained the opposite hilltop and were in the process of taking up firing positions when enemy small arms fire struck them both at the base of their spines, toppling them over the other side. Still, without the enemy machine gun to support them, the remaining U.S. Army Rangers had managed to gain fire superiority over their ambushes. Having managed to valiantly fight their way to the top of the hill, the Rangers would now be able to fire down on their attackers. Just as the tide of the battle had shifted into the Rangers' favor, the enemy machine gun suddenly began barking again, sending dozens of rounds into the remaining U.S. Army Rangers who had just crested the hill. Into this chaotic mayhem, another 40mm high-explosive grenade fell in the midst of the Rangers' position. Then another round fell. Then another. Then another. The whole time, the enemy machine gun swept fingers of deadly accurate fire back and forth across the top of the hill. Soon it became clear that nothing could have survived where the Rangers had made their final stand. "Cease fire," yelled Captain Allen. "Cease fire. Medic, we have people that need attention here." Several minutes later, Captain Allen, Sergeant Hassan, and Lance Corporal Kelly were on the opposite hilltop, looking down at the bodies of the half-dozen dead men wearing U.S. Army Ranger combat uniforms who'd made it to the top of the hill. "Well, they really went out of their way to make it look like they were Americans to the untrained eye," said Captain Allen. "But on a mission like this, real Army Rangers would never wear the patch of the 75th Regiment, much less a big, bright red, white and blue national flag on their shoulder." "So, they aren't Rangers then?" asked Lance Corporal Kelly with an exhausted but relieved sigh. "No, they aren't Rangers," said Captain Allen. "They're Russian Spetsnaz. Look at the cigar that the officer was smoking. It's Cohiba, imported into Russia from Cuba and highly favored by their military officers." "Okay then, how the hell did the Spets get so much American kit and weapons?" asked Lance Corporal Kelly in disgust. "Shit," said Sergeant Hassan.
What didn't the Yanks give to the enemy Biden surrendered Bagram Air Base to? Hell, I'm surprised that the Russians didn't just drop in with a bloody battalion of ex-US Army MRAPs and MATVs. The air whipped around the British soldiers as Captain Allen looked down at the tranquil and innocent rustic farmstead at the base of the hill, thankful that it had been spared from the violent and tragic events which had just transpired. 2 Puma helicopters of the Icelandic Coast Guard were descending out of the darkening sky from the west. They were coming to bring out the wounded and the dead. Naval Air Station, Keflavik. The mood was somber on the naval base, and even though the 8 men of the 19-troop D Squadron, 22 SAS, had defeated a Russian Spetsnaz force that was twice their number, the British commandos felt absolutely no sense of victory. It was just 2 days after the battle before the bodies of Lieutenant Noah Fletcher, Staff Sergeant Jacob Kanumba, and Corporal Thomas Babu were finally transferred into British custody to be flown home to England. Captain Allen and the remainder of his team had no time to mourn the loss of their comrades. The press of events had increased dramatically in less than a day, and the news for the nation of Great Britain was growing even more dire. Since the battle between the SAS and the Russian Spetsnaz, Iceland's Prime Minister Katrin Jakobsdottir had ordered an international exclusion zone around Mount Curling. With the exception of authorized personnel, absolutely no one was allowed within 10 miles of this secured area. By now, Royal Navy Intelligence Officer Commander Hollingsworth and a handful of other staff officers had arrived from Fleet Command in Whitehall. In addition, government officials from Iceland, including the President and Prime Minister, and the Joint Military Defence Liaison from Norway, had assembled in Keflavik for the above top-secret briefing which Captain Allen was giving regarding the mission which he and his men had just concluded. Noticeably absent from the briefing were the representatives of the United States, including the U.S. Ambassador to Iceland, as Prime Minister Jakobsdottir wisely chose caution over carelessness. She could not take the chance that whatever might be revealed in the briefing would go from Biden's lips to China and Russia's ears. In a highly secured conference room surrounded by Icelandic, Norwegian and British security specialists, Captain Allen began his report to the assembled officials. With satellite photos revealing that both the British HMS Northumberland and the Russian B-586 Kronstadt had come to grief less than 3 miles apart on the slopes of Mount Curling, it was decided by both the British and Icelandic governments to first secure the Russian submarine for fear of any nuclear materials it might have been carrying. Captain Allen, still wearing the uniform that he wore when his team encountered the Russians 4 days earlier, reported that on the day of the battle he and his men were waiting to rendezvous with their Icelandic counterparts, not knowing that they'd been previously ambushed by Russian commandos disguised as American Army Rangers. Apparently, the Russians had no intelligence information that British SAS were also operating in the area. When the Icelandic convoy failed to appear at the designated time, and having lost all radio communications with them, Captain Allen took his team to investigate, ultimately arriving at the carnage of the ambush site an hour after it had occurred. They discovered one survivor, the nuclear research assistant Kristin Egilsdottir, who managed to inform the SAS team that their attackers were Americans due to their bright national flag patches that they were wearing on their uniforms. Immediately suspecting that the attackers were Russian Spets, Captain Allen ordered his men to move out in pursuit, just moments before the Russians blew the remains of their submarine. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts to save her, young Miss Egilsdottir had slipped into a coma while in the Medivac helicopter transporting her to the nearest hospital. The British caught up to the Spets commandos as they were making their way down from the mountain, their mission to destroy what remained of the Kronstadt completed. However, instead of immediately engaging the Russians, Captain Allen decided to follow behind them as he gathered more tactical data on who he was facing. The British were outnumbered, and Captain Allen wisely waited until the terrain favored his team before acting. That opportunity occurred when the Russians descended into a shallow valley and began their gradual climb up the opposite slope. Now, on an elevated firing position, and knowing that the Russians would have to climb while defending, Allen ordered his men into a hasty ambush and began the combat engagement. The battle cost the SAS commandos the team executive officer, Lieutenant Fletcher, the team's senior NCO staff sergeant, Kanumba, and the team's machine gunner, Corporal Babu. After a grenade killed Corporal Babu, wounded Lance Corporal Mobley, the assistant gunner, painfully took up the machine gun and began engaging the last of the Russians before they reached the safety of the crest on the opposite hilltop, as Kelly launched round after round of rifle grenades into the retreating Russians, until Captain Allen called a ceasefire. There were at least 4 wounded Russians still clinging to life, but they chose to end their own lives before the SAS could get to them. Curiously, Captain Allen's team found nothing intelligence-worthy on the dead bodies of the Russian commandos. No launch codes, no secret data or storage hard drives. The SAS team found nothing about the Russians' new attack submarine that the Russians wouldn't want to fall into hostile hands. The only thing that the British found was a black metal box on the dead Russian officer, a box which Icelandic naval intelligence would later identify as a PCC sonar data signal storage device. Despite their losses, Captain Allen's team continued on their mission, including Lance Corporal Mobley, who refused to be medevaced out of the field. In spite of the painful shrapnel wounds on his back and right arm, Mobley insisted on carrying the team's L7 machine gun after the loss of Corporal Babu. The team eventually discovered the Russian submarine lying inverted and collapsed into the mountainside, broken up into several pieces as if it had been dropped from several thousand feet straight down. As expected, the SAS team found that the Russian commandos had attached explosives to all secret equipment aboard the wreckage, as well as all armament and torpedoes, and blew the entire thing to hell. Thankfully, that Larder-class attack submarine was conventionally powered and carried only conventional weapons, meaning it had no nuclear materials aboard. Frozen body parts and pieces of the crew were also scattered across the landscape, though Captain Allen surmised that their bodies had remained relatively intact before the Russian Spets detonated the explosives. The identification tags of the dead crew had not been collected by the Spets commandos, which came as no surprise to Captain Allen. The Russian government still considered those who courageously pledged their lives to defend the motherland to be nothing more than nameless cannon fodder. Names easily forgotten except to those families whom Vladimir Putin would ascribe the title of hero in order to placate their grieving widows and mothers. After turning the sonar data storage device over to Icelandic Coast Guard Naval Intelligence, the British commandos were finally able to investigate the wreckage of the Royal Navy destroyer. It was 2 days after the battle, and a small contingent of British Royal Marines and Icelandic police had secured the base of the mountain, allowing Captain Allen, Hassan, Radcliffe, and Kelly, now accompanied by Commander Hollingsworth, who had arrived with the Royal Marines, to be able to go back up the mountain. As this part of the mountain had been judged to be too steep for helicopter insertion, they would again have to drive up the snow-covered roads using a borrowed Marine Land Rover. Going with them in another truck were Icelandic medical and forensic examiners, while a squad of British Marine escorts brought up the rear in another Land Rover. It was about an hour's drive until the small convoy reached the point in the road where they would have to dismount from the trucks and hike the rest of the way. After another 30-minute climb up the mostly rocky slopes, the group finally reached the place where the British destroyer had come to rest. What remained of the HMS Northumberland hardly resembled a ship at all. It had crashed down on its starboard side at the top of a ridgeline, a third of the destroyer's aft end then breaking away and falling an additional 100 feet into a ravine. What remained of the ship was broken apart into several smaller pieces, its hull ripped and segmented, while the upper superstructure, radar masts and gun turret had separated from the rest of the destroyer and were tossed haphazardly about the mountainside. While the Marines secured a loose perimeter around the site, the forensic and medical examiners began the grim task of examining the bodies of the crew, whilst Captain Allen and the rest of his team began sifting through the wreckage in search of evidence of how this tragedy had occurred, and, specifically, the Northumberland sonar signal storage device. When the group finally returned to Naval Station Keflavik, They found that the international news media had already been busy spinning their version of the incident to suit their own political narratives. Chinese President Xi Jinping joined Russian President Vladimir Putin in condemning Great Britain for their unprovoked attack, which had sunk the B-586 Kronstadt in the Atlantic, with all hands on board. The Chinese president even going so far as to accuse the United States of being complicit in the attacks, unless the American president made visible and open gestures to condemn and rebuke Britain for their criminal acts which could recklessly lead to a nuclear war. For his part, American President Joe Biden recalled the USS Harry S. Truman carrier battle group from the multinational NATO Joint Forces naval exercises and ordered all U.S. ships to return to Naval Station Norfolk. On the same day, Biden authorized a transfer of $60 billion to Vladimir Putin to help Russia pay for their trans-European oil pipeline, claiming that his actions had been forced upon him by the political failures of the last American president. The American news media predictably painted the picture of a bold and decisive Joe Biden who was compelled to do what was necessary to prevent a nuclear war. For several days afterwards, the popular talking point with the White House press secretary and repeated ad infinitum with the American Democrat Party press corps was, "Retreat means victory." Captain Allen's briefing was halted briefly when an aide to the Icelandic president entered and whispered into his ear, to which the annoyed President Johannesson replied in English, "Please tell President Biden that the adults are having a meeting right now, and to please go have an ice cream until I return his call." After President Johannesson nodded, Captain Allen continued his briefing, reporting that they spent another day at the site, collecting and identifying the bodies of the dead crew members. The startled medical examiners coming to the conclusion that the crew did not die from the fall, but they were already dead before the destroyer came to rest on the mountaintop. Having gathered all the data they were looking for, and after holding a memorial to the 180 courageous British souls who had served their nation with bravery and honor, the group finally descended from the mountain, their passage marked by several explosions as the P-4, which Captain Allen's team attached to the ship's secret equipment, detonated. Captain Allen turned the briefing over to Commander Hollingsworth, and the attractive young naval intelligence officer stepped up to the elevated edge in the middle of the conference room and to a long metal table. Unlike Captain Allen, who was still in his battle dress, Captain Hollingsworth was wearing a sharp, tight-fitting black naval dress uniform of a naval officer. With her she carried a small metal black box and a cord which she placed on the table. Connecting the cord to two speakers mounted on metal poles behind her, Commander Hollingsworth introduced herself to her audience and said, "This is the data which Captain Allen and his team retrieved at great cost from both the Russian submarine and our naval destroyer. These are the sound recordings which both unfortunate vessels captured on their separate sonar data signal storage devices shortly before all contact was lost with them. We believe that what is recorded here is what caused the tragedy that befell the two vessels." Commander Hollingsworth reached into a pocket of her dress uniform and pulled out two white dominoes, which he placed on the table in front of her. What you are about to hear will not be overly loud, but out of an abundance of caution, I would ask that you all place the earplugs that we provided you with into your ears. She waited patiently as her audience did as she requested. Then, having placed her own earplugs in, Commander Hollingsworth turned to the black metal box. Suddenly, a small side door next to the podium swung open as Sergeant Hassan abruptly entered the conference room and quickly approached Captain Allen. "My apologies, ladies and gentlemen," announced the SAS sergeant, before whispering something in Captain Allen's ear. The SAS commander turned to Commander Hollingsworth and simply nodded before inexplicably leaving with Sergeant Hassan. Somewhat confused, Hollingsworth nonetheless activated the power switch on the metal box and, at that moment, the course of human history inexorably changed. Part 3. Viana do Castelo, Portugal. In a matter of mere seconds, a dense black fog seemed to rise from the ocean, moving inland and instantly blanketing the picturesque seaside city of Viana do Castelo. One moment, a warm sun shone down from a cloudless blue sky, as a gentle breeze from the sea caressed the inhabitants and tourists of the popular coastal industrial city, and in the next, the city was thrown into a panic, as if it had been ripped from the planet and tossed into the black void of space. None of the inhabitants heard the wails of the city's public address warning horns, nor indeed any of the sounds usually associated with a city of 88,000 souls, as an inexplicable and haunting noise drowned out the cacophony of instant panic. However, as the noise decibel levels reached the point where citizens fell to their knees in the near pitch-black fog, eyes squeezed shut and hands desperately pressed against ears, the earth suddenly buckled and rumbled like that of the force of an atomic bomb, the concussive force blowing out windows and collapsing buildings. And then, just minutes after it had started, the nightmare that befell Viana de Castelo ended. After the sudden and violent quake which shuddered the ground for over 100 miles, as if a mighty god had angrily sundered the earth with a bolt of lightning, the fog lifted, and the deafening noise ceased, leaving behind a stunned population swimming in a sea of sirens, alarms, screams of shock and confusion, and as the people's attention was drawn to the west, prayers for mercy. To the west, just outside the city proper, where the source of the massive quake was felt, great plumes of dust and smoke rose hundreds of feet in the air. Naval Air Station, Keflavik. The sound emanating from the speakers was steady and pulsing, like a stringed orchestra seemingly playing one long random note after another, as if conducted by a mad composer, interspersed by deep howls that dipped in pitch to a low growl, like the plaintive cry of a wolf, before once again returning to the sound of the mad synchronized strings. It was an eerie song, one that you might expect to hear in the vast emptiness of space, but also unsettlingly calming. As Commander Hollingsworth promised, the sound wasn't particularly loud, and a few in the back of the conference room removed their earplugs to get a clearer listen to the cosmic-sounding song. These sound recordings are relatively unfocused, as they are being played over these speakers behind me, said Commander Hollingsworth, as she twisted the height adjustment knobs on the stands, lowering both speakers to the height of the table. She then pointed the speakers on the 2 dominoes lying on the table, the sound making the table vibrate and causing the dominoes to move in small circles on the surface. Here, the sound is being directly focused on the dominoes at 60 decibels, roughly the equivalent of a normal speaking voice. Each of these dominoes weighs 8 grams. Now, watch this, said Hollingsworth as she turned up the volume slightly. Prepare yourselves, please. The 2 dominoes shot straight up, hovering steadily and motionless 4 feet above the table. This is what happens at 63 decibels, continued Hollingsworth as she slowly turned the volume control knob. And this is what happens at 75 decibels, or about the volume of a vacuum cleaner. As the volume increased, the 2 dominoes shot straight into the ceiling and hung there as if struck by magnets, before falling again to hover 4 feet above the table, and then shooting up into the ceiling again. The dominoes continued doing this over and over again, yo-yoing up and down repeatedly until Hollingsworth finally shut power to the speakers, causing the 2 dominoes to finally fall with a clatter on the table. If the sound were directed straight down onto the 2 dominoes, they could theoretically continue going straight up into space, depending on how high the source of the sound was coming from, she continued. We believe that this phenomenon is exactly what befell the Northumberland and the Kronstadt. We know that sound at 150 decibels can stun a human, and 190 can cause death. We estimate that the decibels necessary for the mysterious sound to lift the 2 ships out of the Atlantic and drop them thousands of miles away had to be in excess of 500 decibels, and perhaps going as high as 700. Moreover, for the 2 ships to have come down on Mount Kerling, the sound had to be directed straight down from an incredible height. The stunned audience of military and government officials barely had time to comprehend what they'd just seen and heard when the main doors to the conference room opened and Captain Allen and his men entered.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Commander Hollingsworth.
Captain Allen marched quickly to the podium, again flicking on large television monitors which were mounted on the walls surrounding the conference room, with a small universal remote control as he went.
I'm sorry for interrupting this briefing, but I'm afraid there's just been another incident.
The 8 monitors came alive with images of different news stations from across the globe, each reporting on the same horrific and unbelievable story on a scale unseen since the terrorist attacks of 9/11. The news films identified the location as Viana de Castelo, a city on the northern coast of Portugal just south of the border with Spain. Shaky cameras focused on the thing that clearly should not have been there. Screams of panic and sirens in the background mixing with the sounds of military helicopters and fighter jets. Standing in the middle of a half-mile-wide crater stood a monstrous, dripping, dark grey rock monolith, nearly 80 stories tall. Captain Allen turned to Commander Hollingsworth.
We've been ordered to escort you back to England, he whispered. The rest of the staff officers will remain here in Keflavik to assist in intelligence gathering, and our marine contingent will stay at Mount Curling to help secure the mountain perimeter. But Whitehall needs you back as quickly as possible, with the sound recordings.
What happened, besides this? Whispered Hollingsworth, her eyes glancing alternately between Captain Allen's grim face and the monitor behind him showing the rocky monolith towering over the hills overlooking the Portuguese city.
Why the hurry? MI6 just intercepted a top-secret communique between Beijing and Washington, whispered Captain Allen. Since we aren't giving up what we found, China's demanding that Biden get it for them.
Captain Allen gave an expression as if he'd just taken a deep breath from a dead and decaying skunk.
President Biden has just activated the Delta Force. That recording needs to be out of Iceland and in Whitehall's hands before the Deltas get here.
Commander Hollingsworth and the SAS commandos prepared for extraction out of Iceland, each weighing the new and ominous situation which had suddenly been dumped into their lap. Great Britain had acquired evidence that there was a mysterious sound-generated source, most likely extraterrestrial, which was powerful enough to lift ships weighing tens of thousands of tons out of the water and dropping them hundreds of miles away. Russia and China wanted to take that technology from Great Britain, and their extensive propaganda media was working overtime to paint the British as public enemy number 1 on the world stage, the British government behaving like a rogue state, wanting to engulf the world in a nuclear confrontation for some nefarious purpose that only the wealthy capitalists in the city or America's Wall Street knew about. It was also clear that the President of the United States didn't want to piss off either China or Russia, and was apparently willing to help them get what they wanted from Britain. Lastly, and more importantly, Great Britain would be well and truly alone when China, Russia, and eventually the United States came to get what the SAS had recovered. Over the North Atlantic. At 0400 hours in the morning, a British Aerospace 146 transport lifted off from Naval Air Station Keflavik with Captain Allen's SAS team and Commander Hollingsworth aboard. An RAF Eurofighter Typhoon flying escort back to Britain. Commander Hollingsworth sat alone in a seat next to the left wing of the plane, reading the streaming news reports of the incredible event which had occurred in Portugal. Though she'd been up for nearly 30 hours, she was far from sleepy. It was only a 3-hour flight to London, and the Ministry of Defence would surely be expecting a report from her as soon as they landed. Not much time to prepare. The huge chunk of rock which had fallen out of the sky and landed on the outskirts of Viana do Castelo had killed 127 unfortunate people. It was 80 stories tall, rectangular, with 4 distinct sides, each measuring a quarter-mile long. It was estimated to weigh at least 300,000 tons. Seismic and sonar readings captured acoustic anomalies out in the Atlantic Ocean, indicating that the monolith did not fall from space, but was actually a section of the Earth's crust pulled straight up and out of the Atlantic fall. There were also reports that these events had been preceded by a thick, near opaque, black fog. Both the residents living near Mount Curling and the people living in Viana do Castelo reported experiencing that phenomenon. Hollingsworth knew that she was way out of her league with this, but the desire to get to the bottom of this phenomenon drove all feelings of fatigue from her body. Sitting 2 rows in front of Commander Hollingsworth, Captain Allen sat alone in his own aisle, struggling to put his own after-action report together for his commanders. He hated writing reports, especially when they had to include details of losing good men. What he dreaded the most was writing the letters to the families. What could he possibly say to Lieutenant Fletcher's new wife, Kanuba's mother in Nigeria, Corporal Babu's daughter? There was no way that the Ministry of Defense could let them know the truth. He'd have to tell their families a bright and shining lie. The wounded Lance Corporal Mobley escorted his fallen comrades back to England 2 days later, leaving Captain Allen with Sergeant Hassan as his new senior NCO, as well as his medic Radcliffe and Lance Corporal Kelly in case there was trouble. His guts were in knots. Allen had worked with Delta on a few ops in Afghanistan. These new political circumstances, which might now put the SAS at odds with America's elite secret anti-terrorist unit, made him sick to his stomach. Captain Allen looked at his watch. 1 more hour before they landed. He exhaled, remembering he'd spent exactly 16 hours of his 2-week leave time with his family before 22 SAS called him back to duty. The bittersweet memory returned to the SAS officer of how he'd won a bet with his XO, Lieutenant Fletcher, who wagered him 20 quid that Squadron would recall Allen back to duty after only 2 days' leave. Maybe after all this was over, Squadron would let him be able to pick up his vacation where he'd left off. This was the 3rd year in a row where he had missed little Chloe's birthday because the army called Daddy away. Across the aisle, and 2 seats behind Commander Hollingsworth, Lance Corporal Kelly was rudely awoken by a kick to the back of his seat. Removing his headphones, he leaned over the back of his thickly padded chair. "Can I help you, Sergeant?" "Yes, you can, Lance Corporal," said Sergeant Hassan. "You can turn that bloody mumble crap down. I can hear that shit from back here." "Sorry, Sergeant," said Kelly, turning off his phone. "Liz Uzivert helps me unwind." "Liz Uzi... who?" said Hassan. "Little talentless bitch, you mean? Get some rest, man. This isn't over by a long shot, lad, and you'll need all the energy you can get after we land." Ignoring the comment, Kelly smiled a toothy smile at Hassan. "So, Sergeant," he said, turning his head to look at the golden locks flowing down from the back of Commander Hollingsworth's head. "Do you, think—" "No, I most certainly do not, Kelly," replied Hassan. "We're both about the same age, and besides—" protested Kelly. "Besides, she's so far out of your league that it would be like comparing a blue whale to a fucking cucumber," replied Hassan. "Now sit down and go to bloody sleep." "Okay, Sergeant," replied Kelly, sinking back into his seat. "She doesn't look like a cucumber to me, though." An hour later, Commander Hollingsworth was still staring at her laptop, deep in thought and with a growing feeling of dread building up inside her. "Care for a nice cup of tea, Mum?" Commander Hollingsworth looked up, a surprised smile appearing on her face as she accepted the cup from the soldier. "Oh, thank you. Corporal Kelly, isn't it?" "Last Corporal, actually," he said, smiling at the attractive officer who had remembered his name. "If you, don't mind me saying so, I noticed that you haven't rested any since we got back from Mount Curling. Do they not allow you to sleep in Whitehall?" "Well, I could say the same about you and your mates, Lance Corporal," said the commander, sipping the Earl Grey tea. "Yeah, well, that's actually a part of our training," said Kelly. "I don't mean to sound forward, Mum, but you look bothered by something. May I ask why?" Commander Hollingsworth was used to officers her age attempting to flirt with her, but they were usually at least her rank or higher. Were all SAS members so straightforward and confident? Normally she put the lower rank in their place, but right now she didn't mind the company. Motioning Kelly to take the seat beside her, she turned her laptop and said, "Look at this. I've plotted the 2 points of where we believe the sonic anomalies occurred. They're roughly 250 miles apart here in the Atlantic. Just on a hunch, I've plotted where the next occurrence should happen. If I'm correct, the next phenomenon should happen right about here, 250 miles northeast of where that rock was pulled out of the Atlantic. She marked the spot with a red X in the southern waters between Ireland and England.
Ah, said Kelly, unsure as how to reply. That's, worrisome.
Yes, agreed Commander Hollingsworth, and all the more so since we'll be flying very close to that location right before we land.
Really?
Said Kelly, a hint of concern in his voice.
When will we be coming into the vicinity?
Well, said Commander Hollingsworth, checking our watch, I'd say we'll be near those coordinates right about... Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Stratton. The sudden announcement by the pilot momentarily startled Commander Hollingsworth. We are on the final approach to London Heathrow. We should be on the ground in approximately...
What the bloody hell?
As the transport banked to the right, Commander Hollingsworth looked out of the window and whispered,
Oh, Lord.
Unable to see over Commander Hollingsworth, Kelly ran to the empty seat in front of her, pressing his face to the small window. In the seat in front of him, a grim-faced Captain Allen also had his forehead pressed against the window. The sun hadn't yet crested the horizon, and the skies were just turning to a lighter shade of purple. They could see a thick layer of clouds below the aircraft, the silhouette of the Typhoon fighter still flying escort a half-mile off the left wing. However, 3 miles in the distance to the northwest, a blindingly bright dot stood stationary in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 feet, higher than the jet fighter. A roiling mass of dark clouds circulated underneath the glowing object, which seemed to reach down and disappear in the cloud layer thousands of feet below. The cloud-like projection, almost opaque in its blackness, kept a very defined, thin, conical shape, with the point originating from the bright object and stretching down through the blanket of clouds and presumably to the sea. But strangely, there was no whirling effect, as if the clouds had remained untouched by the phenomenon.
Radcliffe, Kerry, grunted Sergeant Hassan, who was looking out the window in the rear of the plane. Make yourselves useful and get a vid of that thing.
Commander Hollingsworth was so entranced and bewildered by the sight that she had forgotten to pull out her own camera phone. Doing some quick estimations, she calculated that at the point which the cone of black fog touched the ocean, it would be roughly half a mile in diameter. Hands trembling, she finally produced her phone and pointed it out the window, her phone seemingly taking forever to get to the app as it fought against her to pull up the record video function. When it finally came up, the object was at the far left of the window, the plane's pilot taking evasive maneuvers to avoid the ominous phenomenon.
No, said Hollingsworth. We have to turn into it. I have to get a better...
Something long and metallic suddenly emerged from where the black cone of fog penetrated the clouds below and soared at incredible speed in an upwards arc towards the transport, much like a surface-to-air missile. The Typhoon fighter jet pulled straight up and nimbly looped over, the pilot yelling a warning as the object sailed underneath and past his jet. The captain of the transport banked the aircraft sharply as the object flew past, Commander Hollingsworth clearly seeing the name Greenpeace Arctic Sunrise on the side of the green-painted ship, as it somersaulted 100 meters past the transport's left wing and disappeared. Scrambling over to the other side of the aircraft, Hollingsworth and the rest of the SAS soldiers watched in horror as the doomed ship tumbled end over end towards the coast of southern England.
Oh, it's going to hit land, grunted Captain Allen.
Where? Asked Hollingsworth. Captain Allen saw the ship tumbling away towards a bay 10,000 feet below.
If I'm not mistaken, I'd say Barnstaple,
he replied, recognizing the familiar shape and terrain features of the beaches which he liked to take Barbara and his daughter Chloe for surfing holidays on those rare occasions he could get away from his responsibilities. The transport was in a steep right-hand turn, and Hollingsworth had to struggle to make her way towards the front of the transport. She made it to the cockpit door just as the pilot leveled off the wings.
Captain Stratton, she yelled, banging on the door.
This is Commander Melissa Hollingsworth, British Naval Intelligence from Whitehall. I need you to deviate course. We need to land at the nearest airport to Barnstable at once." 4 hours later, Commander Hollingsworth and her SAS escort were standing on the beaches of the Croyd sand dunes about 8 miles east of Barnstable. Having previously used a SATCOM phone to contact Whitehall, Hollingsworth briefed Admiral Radabar about what she'd witnessed over the Atlantic, sending Fleet Headquarters the video she and the others had been able to record on their phones as part of her report, as well as her decision to divert from London to Exeter, the closest airport to Barnstable. Admiral Radabar, for his part, concurred with her decision, citing an unpleasant disturbance which was occurring at London Heathrow at that very moment. A military escort awaited them when they landed at Exeter, and they were quickly whisked away. Barnstable was roughly 50 miles away from Exeter Airport, as the 2 Army Panther armoured trucks raced westwards across the countryside towards the coast. Additionally, local law enforcement had been called to cordon off the beach until authorised officials from the Ministry of Defence arrived. Hollingsworth maintained constant communication with Admiral Radabar, who informed her that the disturbance at Heathrow involved the detaining of 6 sturdy-looking men with American passports by MI6 and who were now being interrogated as suspected covert Delta Force operatives. Radabar cautioned Hollingsworth to get the mysterious sound recording back to London as soon as possible, but to use the most circuitous route necessary to avoid detection. Captain Allen was also on the radio with 22 SAS back at Stirling Lines, informing them of the change in the situation and that his team was currently escorting Commander Hollingsworth and the sound recording to Barnstable. When the 22 commander inquired if Captain Allen needed backup to meet them there, Allen replied in the negative, stating that the Americans were probably tracking all SAS movements from Stirling Lines, but to have the QRF, Quick Reaction Force, ready to move if the situation deteriorated. Captain Allen had asked Admiral Radabar if he could see the mugshots of the Americans detained at Heathrow, his heart dropping when he recognized one of them as Colonel Scheller, the Delta team leader that he'd worked with in Afghanistan. Scheller was a former United States Marine lieutenant colonel before he joined the Delta Force, and Captain Allen knew him as one of the best in the world at infiltrating into foreign countries unnoticed. Captain Allen knew that Scheller would never have allowed himself and his team to be intercepted at Heathrow unless Scheller wanted to be intercepted. A small spark of hope flamed in Captain Allen's heart. At least a few American military operatives weren't joining their president in selling out to the communists. The Greenpeace ship Arctic Sunrise was in the North Atlantic to protest and disrupt the annual NATO Joint Forces naval exercises. However, she was forced to return to port in Amsterdam when the naval exercises were cancelled due to the Americans pulling out at the behest of the Chinese. The Arctic Sunrise's last reported position was roughly 250 miles northeast of the location where the 80-story trunk of the Atlantic sea floor was pulled out of the ocean and dropped on Portugal. As with the HMS Northumberland, the Greenpeace Arctic Sunrise was a smashed and crumpled wreck, laying almost inverted on the sandy beaches of the Croyd sand dunes. It was crushed almost flat after its fall from thousands of feet. Captain Allen and his men stood next to the Panther armoured vehicles, staring at the wrecked ship while Commander Hollingsworth tapped frantically on her laptop on the hood of one of the vehicles. "The time between each of these sound anomalies is halved between each occurrence," observed Captain Allen. 10 days, 5 days, 2.5 days, almost as if something was steadily getting closer and closer to Earth. Assuming that timeline is correct, we can expect the next sound anomaly to occur within the next 24 hours, maybe sooner. Can we get an estimate of where it might occur, Commander? Well, assuming that the next phenomenon will occur roughly 250 miles from where the Arctic Sunrise was picked up and dropped, then the next occurrence will be here, said Commander Hollingsworth, pointing at her laptop to an area in the middle south of England. "Where exactly is that?" asked Captain Allen. "Wiltshire," replied Hollingsworth. "Here, let me see if I can get a more precise grid coordinate." She moved her cursor over to the Enlarge and Enhance icon, punching in the estimated grid coordinates for the next occurrence. "It's giving me 51 degrees, 1044 north, 1 degree, 4934 west. That's the Salisbury Plain." "The Salisbury Plain? What's there?" asked Sergeant Hassan. The graphic continued to zoom in and clarify, and eventually an image steadily came into focus on the laptop screen. "Are you fucking shitting me?" muttered Sergeant Ratliff, eyes wide at what he was looking at. "Please tell me we didn't just wake up in a bloody Doctor Who episode," said Kelly. "Commander," said Captain Allen, "we need to get to Stonehenge ASAP." Part 4. 1400 hours. The Salisbury Plains. At this point, it would have been pointless for the British government to try and hide its military movements with regards to what was being called the sonic anomaly in top-secret government and military communiques. Commander Hollingsworth had been working on reversing the mysterious sound recording, in effect trying to play it backwards in an attempt to create a counteractive sound which might disrupt or reverse the sonic anomaly. On the Salisbury Plains, 6 military trucks mounting the new LRAD, or long-range acoustic devices, were positioned to face the iconic Stonehenge monument. These were specifically designed trucks modified to mount the high decibel-producing systems used for military psychological operations. The emitter cables were connected together and led to Commander Hollingworth's black metal box, which was positioned in one of the Panther trucks and contained the only known recordings of the sound phenomenon. She was successfully able to reverse the recording. There was no time to properly test to ascertain if it would work as it should if the sonic anomaly phenomenon indeed happened here. Each of the LRAD speakers could generate over 150 decibels, the entire setup being called a sonic disrupting amplifier, and necessitating the personnel within the cone of sound to have to wear 2 layers of hearing protection or else lose consciousness once the system was activated. Captain Allen's men were still with Hollingsworth, but had now been reinforced with 2 companies of British Army infantry, 4 Challenger tanks, and a pair of Typhoon fighters orbiting overhead, along with a plethora of government scientists mixed in for good measure. "I'm definitely getting an Invaders from Mars vibe here, sir," said Sergeant Hassan. "You're not the only one, Sergeant," answered Captain Allen, also staring up into the grey, cloudy afternoon sky, his eyes following the pair of fighter jets as they made lazy circles overhead. He looked down at his watch. "Oh, the Martians are late." Captain Allen looked to his left where Commander Hollingsworth had positioned herself on the passenger side of one of the parked Panther vehicles, along with a black box and all the important sound recording. Although she was surrounded by other military officers and scientists, Lance Corporal Kelly and Sergeant Ratliff were not far from her side as the team still had the mission of safeguarding her and the sound recording. The 6 Army PSYOP vehicles were stationed at equal intervals around Stonehenge, their acoustic projection systems directed at a point just above the colossal stone monument. Together with the tanks and infantry soldiers, they formed a relatively thin half-mile perimeter around Stonehenge. Each person involved in the operation was issued triple-flange earplugs and the highest-rated noise-dampening earmuffs that were available, but whether or not these would be effective if the mysterious sonic phenomenon happened was anybody's guess. Though the fatally loud noise could not be heard within the periphery of the black fog, it was not heard outside of it, meaning that for some odd reason the noise only existed within the black fog. Commander Hollingsworth would be the one to activate the sonic disrupting amplifier if and when the phenomenon occurred again, the hope being that she would be outside of the fog's cone of influence to not be affected by the noise. Everything, however, hinged on whether or not this was the right location and right time for the next occurrence to happen. "Why are we doing this, sir?" said Sergeant Hassan. "I mean, what are we hoping to accomplish with this?" "Well," replied Captain Allen, "we know that there is some type of intelligence behind this. We all saw that bright light when we were on the transport flying in. We also know that the phenomenon was directly responsible for killing nearly 800 people, whether accidentally or on purpose. I reckon that by showing whoever is behind this that we have the ability to counter their sonic anomaly, they'll think twice about using it again." He looked down at his watch. "They're late," he thought. "Did we miscalculate? Did we get the time and place wrong?" "Sir," said Sergeant Hassan. Captain Allen looked in the direction of where Sergeant Hassan was staring. In the hazy distance, a black cone of fog was shooting down from a grey, cloudy sky, atop which was a point of bright light. The pencil-thin black cone was some distance farther than when Captain Allen had first seen it on the plain, perhaps by as much as 15 to 20 miles, and to be seen from Stonehenge, the unidentified object projecting the black cone of fog had to have been some distance up in the sky. A wave of surprised and shocked gasps came from the assembled personnel. "Damn," cursed Captain Allen. "We miscalculated the location." Running to Commander Hollingsworth, he pushed past the other personnel crowded around the armored truck and yelled, "Commander, do we know the thing's exact location?" "I'm pulling up that location now," replied Hollingsworth, her fingers dancing frantically across the laptop's keypad. "Here, West Woods in Marlborough Downs. That's where the anomaly is taking place." "Oh, damn it," thought Captain Allen, knowing that it would be impossible to pick up and move all of these assets 15 miles away to West Woods and then place them all back into position before the sonic anomaly had vanished. The two RAF Typhoon fighters banked hard and soared towards the bright light from which the fog was emanating. The radio inside the Panther tuned in to the air-ground tactical net. Hollingsworth, Allen, and the others gathered around the truck, straining to hear what the flight leader was saying. "Approaching the target now, 7 miles closer," reported the pilot. "The object is at 27,000 feet, around 100 meters in diameter. It's metallic, looks to be changing in color from bronze to silver and back again." The two fighter jets were flying in a tight orbit below the object, steadily gaining altitude as they made another loop around the glowing craft. "The cone of fog is about a quarter mile in diameter at its base," continued the flight leader, its words mixing with his heavy breathing as he maintained his tight turning maneuver. "The thing looks to be penetrating the ground below. It's pulling out something from the ground. It looks to be stones. The craft is pulling up huge rectangular blocks of stones." "Of course," exclaimed Commander Hollingsworth. "The massive stone blocks used to construct Stonehenge came from West Woods. That's how they were transported here to this spot." "Shit," exclaimed the flight leader suddenly. "I've lost nav and flight controls." The pair of fighters had closed to within a mile of the object, the wingman suddenly going from a tight turn into a flat spin as all flight controls became unresponsive. "Eject! Eject! Eject!" yelled the flight leader as the canopy of his wingman's jet flew open, the wingman being rocketed violently away from his uncontrollable jet. The flight leader's own aircraft had not yet gone into a spin as the pilot fought valiantly to get his fighter under control. Straining with all his might, he pulled on the stick in an effort to reverse course away from the object as warning alarms and red lights lit up the cockpit. Feeling that his Typhoon was about to go into an uncontrolled spin, the flight control system suddenly kicked in again, and the pilot pointed the nose of his fighter straight up. The nimble fighter looped up and over the glowing craft, and the pilot looked down over his shoulder, searching for his wingman and relieved to see that his chute had successfully deployed and that his wingman was now drifting down and away from the object. Now in control of his fighter again, the flight leader banked away, putting some distance between himself and the object before reversing course again, lining the object up for a missile shot. "I've got tone for an arse-ram shot," declared the pilot. "Negative, negative, negative, do not engage," warned Commander Hollingsworth into the radio, reckoning that if the fighters lost flight control after coming within 1 mile of the object, then the missile would lose its guidance system once it got that close. "Keep eyes on the target but, when you have to engage, go with a 27mm cannon." "Roger," confirmed the pilot, pulling away and abandoning his attack run. "That was a good call, Commander," agreed Captain Allen as he watched the fighter begin a wider orbit around the craft. "The target has about a dozen of those monolithic stones suspended underneath it. Probably more," announced the pilot. It's beginning to move. It's headed east towards your location." "Roger," replied Hollingsworth. "Remain on station and be ready to engage when called." "Roger," confirmed the pilot as the unidentified glowing craft sailed silently across the sky, the thick black fog no longer touching the ground anymore, but reaching down just far enough to keep the massive 25-ton monolith suspended in a triangular formation 6,000 feet above the ground, while steadily closing the distance to the Salisbury Plain. Within moments, the object had descended to 2,000 feet and was only 1 mile from Stonehenge, the gigantic monoliths now suspended just 500 feet above the earth. As it approached the thin perimeter established by the military around the monument, the personnel and vehicles which the object would pass over scattered, fearful of being caught up in the cone of the fatal audio anomaly. Fortunately, however, this fear turned out to be unfounded, as Commander Hollingworth had been again correct in her assumption that the sound could only be heard from within the black cone of fog, although there was a definite sensation of static electricity in the air, and a vibrating sensation which rattled teeth and loose equipment like a tremor as the craft passed overhead, passing the thin military perimeter and stopping directly over the centre of the Stonehenge monument. The dozen or so monolithic stones which it had lifted from the westwards, now only 100 feet above the ground. The assembled soldiers looked up in awe at the otherworldly spectacle, their team and squad leaders admonishing them to hold their fire, while the Challenger tanks traversed their turrets, their loaders ready to ram a 120mm round into the breach if the time came. Others looked nervously at Commander Hollingsworth, as she was the one who would activate the LRAD system should it become necessary. But what was necessary? What was the precedent to activate it? The object, or rather whomever controls the object, hadn't really initiated an overtly hostile act. It was quite possible that the Royal Navy destroyer, the Russian submarine, and the Greenpeace ship may have been a case of being at the wrong place at the wrong time. The deaths caused by the sonic anomalies could very well have been unintentional, and activating the LRAD system might be taken as a hostile act by the operators of that craft. By activating the LRAD system, she might inadvertently cause an interplanetary war. These thoughts raced through the young naval officer's mind, even as she gasped as the heavy monolithic stones shifted their positions in mid-air, as smoothly as dominoes being shuffled across a table. Up till now, the stones had been floating horizontally across the sky, but in an instant, 10 of the stones shifted into a vertical position and slammed down into the ground in a half-circle formation, completing the open area of the outer circle of Stonehenge. The ground shook as the stones were slammed home, causing many of the soldiers to lose their balance as the earth quaked. Yet no sooner had the 10 stones been positioned than the 5 remaining stones, still floating horizontally in the air, slammed straight down, balanced perfectly atop a pair of the stones which had been set down seconds earlier. After the dust and smoke had settled, however, the circle of Stonehenge was complete again after thousands of years, the glowing craft now resting atop the horizontal slabs like a monarch sitting atop a throne. "It was never an altar or some bloody celestial calendar," said Sergeant Ratliff, the usually unshakable medic's voice now filled with awe and wonder. "It was a landing platform." "What now, Sergeant?" said Lance Corporal Kelly. "We remain calm and professional," answered Sergeant Hassan. "Hey, Sergeant," yelled Captain Allen to a group of 3 soldiers standing next to a nearby Land Rover. "What are the radiation level readings?" The sergeant in charge of the nuclear, biological, chemical, radiological detection units was snapped out of his trance as the SAS commander yelled out his question. "What? Right, sir," the NBC sergeant said, taking the device from one of his soldiers and reading the results. "The levels are high, sir. Approaching unsafe levels. We may have to pull..." The black fog that enveloped them came on as instantaneously as the earth-shattering sound that hit with the force of a tidal wave, knocking everybody off their feet as the earth began to rumble and quake, rolling and heaving as if alive and angry. The eerie cosmic sound erupted from the craft, with a concussive force so extreme that it would have immediately incapacitated everyone the second it hit, had it not been for the double layer of hearing protection they were issued with. Still, those protective measures were taken in the event that they were operating near the cone of fog. It wasn't meant to be used while directly inside of the fog, and under such intense sonic force which, at this range, would become fatal in a matter of minutes unless they could get out from under the black fog. Captain Allen was on his knees, pressing his hands to his ears and wondering why the LRAD system hadn't been activated, as panicking soldiers collided with him in their confused efforts to crawl away from the source of the noise. Unknown to him, The near-opaque fog had risen so quickly that no one saw Commander Hollingsworth being tossed out of the bucking panther truck before she could even activate the LRAD system. "Driver, reverse," yelled the commander of one of the Challenger tanks stationed at the perimeter, and the 60-ton heavily armored beast scrambled backwards as the sound continued to rumble and break underneath it. "Loader, load sabot," he commanded. "Quickly, quickly, quickly." The loader had lost his balance when the earth began quaking and when the tank suddenly rolled backwards, but he finally rammed the 120mm kinetic energy penetrator into the breach, breathlessly yelling "up" once the breach slammed shut. "Gunner," yelled the commander, "target that thing sitting atop Stonehenge." "I can't see a fucking thing," replied the gunner. "It's bloody black as hell outside." By now the tank had reversed almost 100 meters, and they still hadn't gotten out of the cone of darkness. Fortunately, they were buttoned up inside the tank and were being spared from the majority of the ear-splitting noise, but hearing was still extremely difficult, even with internal communications. "Switch to thermals, gunner," yelled the commander. "What?" "I said switch to thermals," replied the commander. "I can't hear you," screamed the gunner. "I'm switching to thermals. Target identified." "What?" yelled the tank commander. "I said bollocks," yelled the gunner. "On the way." The tank heaved as the gun fired, sending what amounted to be a high-velocity, tank-melting dart directly into the side of the craft. Through the thermal imager, the gunner witnessed the object disappear behind a cloud of black smoke. Instantly, the brain-jarring noise that was pounding the area stopped, replaced by a reverberating sound, as if a gong had been struck. The earth quieted its heaving and churning. As soon as the noise ceased, Captain Allen half ran and half staggered to the truck where the black box was located. It was still almost pitch black, and the earth had been churned up, causing him to wonder if he'd somehow been turned around in all the confusion. His head was still pounding and his ears were ringing when he finally made it to the truck. It was laying on its side, having been toppled over by the initial sonic blast. There was no one around it, and no sign of Commander Hollingsworth. "We hit it!" exclaimed the gunner, still watching the craft smoking from the thermal imager. "Loader," yelled the tank commander. "Load another sabot just in case." The gunner's smile turned into a worried frown. "It's still black as bloody hell outside. If the noise has stopped, shouldn't it be getting lighter?" The sonic blast which struck next seemed to rise from the ground itself, impacting with even greater force than the earlier one. Once again the earth began to heave as the pulsing sound brought soldiers back down to their knees, clutching their ears and heads and screaming in pain. "Driver, reverse," yelled the tank commander. The Challenger roared backwards a short distance, only to stop suddenly with a jarring crash which knocked the crew into the inside hull of the cramped tank. "What happened?" screamed the commander, pressing his hand against his now bloody nose. "We backed into something hard," yelled the driver. "The drive sprocket is spinning. I think we broke track on whatever we hit." "Oh, bloody hell," said the commander, climbing back up to the commander's cupola. Activating the thermal sights, he spun the cupola around to get a good look at what they'd struck. "Oh, my bloody hell," he whispered in shock and dread. There, illuminated in the thermal sight, was what they'd struck. Around the perimeter of Stonehenge was another ring of standing stone, only this one was close to a mile in diameter and stood 3 times as tall as Stonehenge, and steadily growing taller. This new ring made of monolithic stone was being brought up directly from the ground surrounding Stonehenge. Far above them, the dark grey clouds swirled in a circular pattern, gradually dissipating and parting as a round, stone-grey-coloured craft descended from the sky. This one was massive, stretching 1 mile from end to end and easily dwarfing the expendable scout ship which had landed earlier. With the creation of its new landing platform nearing completion, the black fog slowly began to fade as the impossibly huge craft floated down towards the trembling earth as the ear-splitting cosmic sounds heralded its return to the planet after untold thousands of years. In the slowly shifting blackness, Captain Allen desperately felt around the ground surrounding the overturned truck, his grasping hands finally hitting a solid metal object. Quickly lifting up the black box, he double-checked to make sure that the cable connecting it to the LRAD system was still attached. and flipped the switch to give it power. Nothing happened. Captain Allen flipped the switch again, and still nothing happened. Feeling around the bottom of the box, Captain Allen realized why the LRAD system did not engage. There was a hefty dent in the bottom where the memory chip of the sound recording had been destroyed. Captain Allen dropped the useless box and unslung his rifle, pointing it up into the sky where the great craft was steadily descending, when another churning of the ground knocked him off his feet. Sergeant Hassan was on his knees, hands pressed against his ears and vomiting. Looking over his shoulders, he saw Captain Allen toss the black metal box away before the rumbling earth threw him to the ground like a discarded rag doll. They had to get out from under that thing, but the debilitating noise coupled with the shaking ground was making it exceedingly difficult just to stand, and without that sound recording, they had no defense against the noise which was now being generated by the descending alien mothership. To his right, Hassan could make out the figure of Lance Corporal Kelly, staggering towards him, pain etched on his face. Half crawling and half tumbling, Sergeant Hassan reached Lance Corporal Kelly, grabbing the soldier's vest to steady himself. "Do we have a plan B, Sergeant Hassan?" yelled Kelly. "What?" "Do we have a plan B?" yelled Kelly again. "No," replied Hassan, "but I have another plan." "What?" "Give me your phone," yelled Hassan. "My what?" "Your phone. Give me your bloody phone," yelled Hassan, mimicking putting a phone to his ears. "My phone?" said Kelly, reaching into his right pants cargo pocket and pulling out his phone. "You mean that—" Lance Corporal Kelly collapsed, finally overcome by the brutal, throbbing noise which had been mercilessly pounding on them for the last few minutes. Sergeant Hassan caught Kelly's phone before it hit the ground. Struggling against his own brain's demands to shut down and escape into a sea of unconsciousness before the noise finally killed him, Hassan forced himself to concentrate. "Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hassan yelped, smiling briefly. Tripping over 2 or 3 other soldiers who had lost consciousness from the audio battering they were taking, Sergeant Hassan stumbled over to where Captain Allen was lying. Ignoring Captain Allen, Sergeant Hassan reached over his prone body and, grabbing up the black metal box and snatching out the cord which connected it to the LRAD system, Hassan plugged it into Kelly's phone and tapped play. Immediately, the sound of Lance Corporal Kelly's mixtape blasted into the sky. The great alien spacecraft's descent began to slow, then stop altogether as the raucous strains began to seep in and infect the carefully ordered and structured audio waves which was pulling the landing platform out of the ground and also keeping the gargantuan mothership from succumbing to the Earth's gravity. All of a sudden, the ominous grey craft wobbled like a top coming to the end of its spin and began dipping from side to side. Unable to keep its position in the sky thanks to the secret weapon which the planet's inhabitants were projecting towards it, the visibly unsteady spacecraft released itself from the gravitational pull of the Earth and shot directly up into space. Within seconds, the oppressively dark grey opaque fog had lifted, being sucked away straight up into space as if by a galactic-sized Hoover vacuum, and leaving behind it a bright blue, cloudless sky, a rarity in these parts of the British Isles. The bright rays of the warm sun revealed that the meadow surrounding Stonehenge was a wreck, with earth ground up as if by earthquake, while wrecked vehicles and tanks were tossed about. And everywhere soldiers, scientists, specialists and civilians were picking themselves up, battered, bruised and bloody, but otherwise unharmed, except for the deafening ringing in their ears and a splitting headache. Sergeant Hassan was on his hands and knees, breathing heavily, his ears ringing. Looking up to his right, he saw Lance Corporal Kelly clumsily regain his balance a few steps away from the wrecked Panther truck, then stumble over to Commander Hollingsworth to gently help her get to her feet. A hand reached down and Hassan grabbed it as Captain Allen hauled him up to stand on shaky legs. "Are you okay, Mohammed?" said Captain Allen, his forehead bleeding from where he was thrown into the side of the overturned armored truck. Well, that would leave a heroic scar. Sergeant Hassan laughed, not hearing what Captain Allen had said over the ringing in his ears. "Can you imagine that?" he said. "What?" yelled Captain Allen, seeing Hassan's lips moving but only hearing muffled noise. "I said," yelled Hassan, "can you imagine that?" "Imagine what?" yelled Captain Allen. "Fucking mumble rap crap saved the world," laughed Hassan. This story is respectfully dedicated to the memory of the U.S. Navy SEALs of Extortion 17. The Navy SEALs uncovered a secret from the sea. Part 1. "Okay, gentlemen," said the Navy officer as his team turned their attention to the screen. "Listen up. This is the Chinese artificial island called Fiery X Reef. Coordinates 9 degrees 32 north, 112 degrees 52 east. The Chinese government began building up the reef back in 2014 in the South China Sea, and today the island's a fully functional base that holds 12 hardened shelters with retractable roofs for mobile missile launches and contains enough hangars to accommodate 24 combat aircraft. The Chinese also built a 10,000-foot runway on the island's north shore that is capable of launching Chinese heavy transports and bombers. The base's estimated military complement is between 200 to 300 personnel, but can potentially hold up to 1,200 to 1,500. The 8 members of our unit, 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, SEAL Team 7, were crammed inside the wardroom of the USS Wyoming, an Ohio-class boomer submarine. The skipper of the Wyoming had secured the space for this classified briefing, and our squad leader for this mission, Lieutenant Jake Wolf, was behind a SIPRnet laptop, which was connected to the projector. The image on the screen showed a narrow, razor-blade-shaped island, roughly 1,200 feet long, running from southwest to northeast in the South China Sea. On the island's northeastern end, an artificial rectangular-shaped lagoon, roughly 4,000 feet long and 3,500 feet wide, was carved nearly a third of the way into the center of the island where, within the bay, docks were constructed which would accommodate several Chinese destroyer-sized warships. Various buildings and facilities were constructed on the southern part of the island, which also included air defense missile systems, as well as close-in weapon systems, or CIWS rotary cannon emplacements. Ostensibly, the Chinese government claims that Fiery X Reef belongs to the Chinese oil conglomerate RG Petroleum. We know from the satellite photos and intercepted Chinese naval communications that the reef is actually under command of the Chinese military, in particular, the People's Liberation Army and Navy. Lieutenant Wolf advanced the slide, and a picture of a white painted ship which looked to be some sort of large civilian research vessel appeared on the screen. This is Yang Hong 09, one of 60 370-foot-long vessels, which displaces 4,425 tons, that the Chinese say they use for oceanic research. About 4 months ago, the Yang Hong 09 left Qingdao with an experimental deep-sea mini-submarine on her decks and headed towards the Baltic Sea. About a week ago, our satellites captured this picture of the Yang Hong docked within the artificial lagoon inside Fiery X Reef, minus the mini-sub. Less than 24 hours after the photo was taken, all communication with the island had ceased. Lieutenant Wolf advanced the slides a few more times. Technically, Fiery X Reef is located within Philippine territorial waters, continued Lieutenant Wolf, but the Philippine Navy is hardly in any position to challenge the Chinese. In fact, the Chinese military has ordered a 15-mile exclusion zone around the reef and have forbidden any Philippine naval vessel to enter it, even when the Philippine Navy reported that there were distress calls coming from the facility. Now, these latest photos, which were taken a week ago by Philippine Navy drones, shows a hole had been blown into the side of the Yang Hong in what appears to have been a failed effort to scuttle the ship. The next series of slides were taken at varying angles by the drone and showed somewhat blurry but unmistakable images of the research vessel Yang Hong 09 docked inside the lagoon at Fiery X Reef, listing to one side, black and brown smoke pouring from a gaping hole in the starboard side of the ship. More disturbingly, plumes of black smoke could be seen rising from various other areas of the base. And, continued Lieutenant Wolf, The Philippine Navy was also able to capture this footage before the Chinese Air Force chased their naval frigates away. The lieutenant hit the play button on the video which was embedded in the slide briefing, which displayed the image of Fiery X Reef taken from somewhere east of the island. The footage was shaky as the video was filmed from aboard the Philippine frigate Jose Rizal, roughly 2 miles from shore. Zoomed in, however, the video showed 2 light grey fighter aircraft descending on the reef from northeast to southwest, before dropping several bombs, which exploded along the entire northern coast of the Chinese base. In the background, the reverberating sounds of jet engines could be heard, followed by the muffled whoom, whoom, whoom of explosions as the bombs struck the base. Voices of alarmed and confused Filipino sailors could also be heard, followed by frantic warnings and alert sirens as the 2 fighter jets pulled up and banked around, headed directly towards the Philippine Navy frigate. The video then ended abruptly. Our intel confirmed that the 2 jets which hit the Chinese base are Chinese Shenyang J-15 fighters, launched from the carrier Shandong, cruising 30 nautical miles north of Fiery X Reef, continued Lieutenant Wolf. They hit the airstrip with anti-runway ordnance, making it completely unusable. The Chinese haven't mentioned anything about the incident yet, but it's a sure bet that the state-run media is already preparing a story to blame either the United States or the Philippines for the attack on their base. Why would the Chinese attack their own base? Asked Big Petty Officer First Class Paul Grimsby, our Bravo team leader. This guy was built like a brick bulldozer, even by SEAL standards. Are they afraid we'll capture it and use it to land aircraft? With one of their 2 aircraft carriers in the vicinity, and with the 15-mile exclusion zone which the Chinese have placed around the island, I don't think they're too concerned about folks landing on the reef, said Lieutenant Wolf, and he furrowed his eyebrows as if realizing something. If anything, I'd say they're concerned about anyone trying to leave the island. Well, that would explain why the Chinese tried to scuttle the Yang Han, I said. But do we know why she set sail for the Baltic Sea in the first place? That's not exactly a short or easy journey from Qingdao to the Baltic, nor is it someplace where we'd usually expect to find Chinese research vessels. Do we know what the Chinese were doing there, LT? Lieutenant Wolf scanned over his notes. We know that the Yang Han crossed the North Sea into the Baltic Sea 2 months ago, and anchored some 50 miles south of the Åland Islands in the middle of the Baltic between Sweden and Finland. She remained anchored there in international waters for approximately 5 days, with the mini-submarine still on her deck. However, Swedish naval SOSUS sound surveillance systems picked up unusual sonar contacts at a point due north of the Åland Islands, which they didn't recognize as a military submarine, but was definitely some type of submersible craft. You saying that the Chinese may have moved north of the Åland Islands, plopped their submersible into the water, and then moved back south with a fake submersible on their deck? Asked Petty Officer Second Class Harold Johnson. Harry was a running back with the UCLA, but postponed the opportunity for a shot at the NFL to serve as a SEAL first. That would sound like some world-class conspiracy theory shit, Harry, said the lieutenant. But that's exactly what naval intelligence believes. The Chinese knew to be at that exact location right when our satellite passed overhead. Then, after dark, they pulled up anchor to drop off their submarine on the north side of the Åland Islands, before returning to their original position before our satellite passed over the area just in time to get their picture taken with a fake submersible on the deck. Well, assuming that our intelligence data is on point, I said, that still doesn't explain what the Chinese were doing in the middle of the Baltic Sea. What's so important in the waters north of the Åland Islands that the Chinese would want to sneak a submersible there? Good question, Chief, answered the lieutenant. Have you ever heard about the crashed Millennium Falcon that the Swedes found buried in the ocean there? My name is Chief Petty Officer Corey Pretty, United States Navy, and the minute L.T. Wolf mentioned some crashed science fiction spaceship at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, my mind flashed back to my grandfather, Mr. John B. Pretty. Granddad was a sergeant first class who served as an infantry platoon sergeant with the famous 1st Infantry Division during the Vietnam War And boy did Grandad have some unbelievable stories to tell me about his time in a region of South Vietnam called the Iron Triangle. Now, to tell you the truth, I didn't believe him when he told me those crazy tales before I joined the Navy. Ironically enough, I think he'd be the only one who'd actually believe me if I ever got around to telling this story to anyone. Anyway, Grandpa Johnny had 3 children, all of them girls. Don't get me wrong, by all accounts he adored all 3 of his kids. But only having girls left him endlessly frustrated, as if his beloved gods of war had abandoned him. He wanted at least one son to carry on the pretty family legacy of serving in the United States Army infantry, but having no boys, the dream of carrying on our warrior family tradition seemed to have eluded him. Grandad had 6 grandchildren, however, 3 boys, although I am the only one who joined the military. Grandpa Johnny was like a father to me, since my own dad wasn't really around much. When I told him I was joining the Navy to become a Navy SEAL, Grandpa Johnny grunted. "Corey, why the hell do you want to go and be a wet Marine? Haven't I always told you kids that infantrymen hate to get wet? Why do you think the military will never allow women to go into combat?" "Grandpa," I said, "you do know that we have females serving in the infantry, right?" "What?" spat Grandpa Johnny, his cigar flying from his mouth. "Hang on, Corey. You won't believe me that Vietnamese Bigfoot hates commies, but you expect me to believe that we got dames serving in my beloved infantry. You know they test for weed, right, Corey?" "Grandpa," I said, "you know that I don't..." Grandad hugged me tightly and said, "Go on, boy. Go get out of Ohio. Go be a wet Marine. Get out of here and fall off the back of an aircraft carrier. Whatever the hell you Navy SEALs do." The next morning, Grandpa Johnny Pretty drove me to the naval recruiting station in Akron. The pride in his eyes that day only surpassed 32 months later, when I finally earned the Golden Trident of a United States Navy SEAL at Coronado, California. That was 14 years ago, and although Grandpa Pretty didn't live long enough to see me pin chief rank on, I'm pretty sure he's smiling down on me from heaven as he leads a platoon of boozed-up angels fighting against those damn commie demons. "Come again, LT?" I said. "You said the Swedes found what at the bottom of the Baltic Sea?" "The Millennium Falcon, Chief. It was a YT-3000 Karelian light freighter that had gone through several owners. Set out part black, part Vietnamese petty officer second class, Terrell, Terry, and Nguyen. Our tall, lean, designated medic took everything seriously, to the point that a lot of our jokes went right over his head. Well, the most famous owner was Han Solo, who made the Kessel run it. "Ah, geez, Terry," said Petty Officer Second Class Vincent Vinny Anders. "Chief knows what the damn Millennium Falcon is. His old house has seen the original Battlestar planet Trek Galactica Wars of the Apes when they first came out in drive-in theaters. Right, Chief?" "At ease, Vinny," I said. "Are you shipbirds done?" said the LT. He wasn't mad. He knew that when his SEALs joked, we actually knew how serious the upcoming mission was. I've worked with LT Wolf long enough to know that when he didn't allow his SEALs a little levity, the explosive diarrhea had already hit the fan and shit was messy. So this was not good. "What the media has dubbed the crashed Millennium Falcon," said Lieutenant Wolf, "has also been called the Baltic Sea Anomaly. In 2011, a Swedish dive team named Ocean X were diving in the vicinity, looking for sunken treasure, when they discovered an unusual stone formation 300 feet underwater on the ocean floor, which they described as resembling the Millennium Falcon. That's the name. The popular scientific theory is that the stone structure is some type of antediluvian temple." "Antediluvian?" said Vinny. "That means before the great biblical flood in Genesis, Vinny," I said. "Yeah," said Wolf. "The structure is antediluvian, which means it's over 5,000 years old, if not older. And we know the Chinese did at least 5 secret dives to the site in a period of 3 years prior to this last major incursion into the area. What prompted them to deploy a full-on research vessel and an experimental mini-submarine for the last trip, though. That's still a mystery. So, they want us to go in and find out what the temple is all about, sir? Asked Petty Officer First Class Darren Hillard, our Alpha team leader. No, Lieutenant Wolf shook his head. SecDef couldn't give less than two shits about sunken temples. The Chinese did all the hard work already. We're going to Fiery X Reef to find out what the Chinese brought back. Now, most operators will tell you that battles are won or lost in the planning stages long before the battle were conducted and the first round was fired. A lot of folks look at us and think that we make shit look easy, but trust me, there is no easy day for a SEAL. The only easy day for a SEAL was yesterday. L.T. Wolf knew this, which is why he's damn good at his job and why men like me will follow him. Wolf went over in meticulous detail the mission analysis and most recent intel data on our objective, including our assets available, resources available, and the time available to accomplish the mission and extract out the target area. On top of this, we went over our planned courses of action to get into Fiery X Reef, actions on contact, risk mitigation strategies, contingency plans should things go south, and a myriad of other minute details which couldn't be overlooked. Afterwards, LT demanded that every member of his team, including me, the team's senior NCO, back brief him on everything which he'd just discussed in the past 2 hours, to ensure that everyone on the team was on the same page. Despite the SEAL's reputation, we couldn't afford to have Johnny freaking Rambos on the team, pulling lone wolf bullshit and jeopardizing the mission. Okay, gentlemen, you know the drill. If you have a fiancée, girlfriend, or newlywed wife, dump her. If you're an expectant father, deny you're the dad, concluded Lieutenant Wolf. No gooses. No gooses, we all replied in unison. Having been dismissed by LT, the rest of the team got up to leave the wardroom to get some chow. Our newest and youngest member of the team, Petty Officer Second Class Blake Peoples, walked up to me. Well, he was from Ohio, same as me, and was so green that he'd yet to serve in Iraq or Afghanistan. Well, the kid still had some baby fat on him. Hey, Chief, got a minute? I looked at the lieutenant, who said, Go ahead, Chief. I'm going to hit the head and grab a pop. Back in 3. I nodded. Okay, Blake, you got me for 3. What's up? I was just curious, said Petty Officer Peoples, as he waited for the LT to leave the wardroom. What does Lieutenant Wolf mean when he tells us to break up with our wives or girlfriends right before our mission? I mean, he's not being literal, is he? And why does everyone say, no gooses? Jeez, Blake, I laughed. You've never seen Top Gun. Tom Cruise, Kelly McGinnis, the guy who played Batman. You ain't ever seen war movies? Yeah, Chief, said the young SEAL. I mean, I like war movies. Saving Private Ryan, Black Hawk Down, you know, that kind of shit. I just can't get into the Hollywood war movie crap where the hero always comes home at the end. Well, not always, I said. The hero most definitely doesn't always come back home at the end. You see, in Top Gun, Tom Cruise didn't fly the Tomcat alone. Maverick had a RIO, or Radio Intercept Officer, aboard his F-14, also known as the Gearboy guy in back. That guy's name was Goose, and he'd just gotten married and had a kid, or some shit like that. Guess what happened to him? He died, said Petty Officer Peoples. Splattered all over the canopy of his Tomcat during ejection, I replied. Same thing happened to the newly married guy when Charlie Sheen made that god-awful Navy SEAL movie out of Little Creek. Charlie Sheen made a Navy SEAL movie? Said Peoples. Yep, it sucked hard, I answered. I'm talking sucked hard like a golf ball through a garden hose. I recall that they fire a Stinger missile from inside of a moving vehicle at a tank or some stupid shit like that. Anyway, the point is, the newly married bachelor, or the foob that's getting ready to be a dad for the first time, always gets his ass handed to him. So, if we break up with our significant other, or if she's pregnant and we deny it's our kid, we sort of break that curse, said Peoples. Well, that's how it works, I replied. Does it really work, Chief? I smiled. Well, I did a combined 6 tours to Iraq and the GAN with the LT, and you know how many guys we lost? We lost one. His name was Goose. Or rather, his name was Guzman. Well, let me guess, Chief, said Peoples. Guzman was just married and found out he was going to be a father right before he deployed. You got it, kid, I said. Ever since then, the LT has been having everyone break up or divorce their significant other and abandon their kids before every op. He doesn't mean it literally, unless that's what you literally had to do to keep your head in the game without getting it shut off. What LT means is that you have to divorce yourself from your family and remember who you are and what you're doing when you're out there. If you spend 2 seconds in La La Land worrying about if Mary Jane Roddencrotch back home is showing Jody a good time, you'll get yourself and your team killed. Roger that, Chief, said Peoples. I'm tracking. So, Blake, I asked, how's your fiancée, Tanisha, is it? Well, just found out she was pregnant before we left San Diego, Chief, he replied. No, I said. You aren't engaged to be married, and you aren't going to be a father. At least not until this mission is over. Got it, Blake? Roger, Chief. Understood. But what should I think about if we're on standby and not on mission status? What occupies your mind, Chief? Got any hobbies, Peoples? I said. I mean, do you have any interests outside of what you do in the Navy? Well, I do enjoy fishing, Chief. Good, I answered as LT Wolf returned to the wardroom. You can go think about fishing. I'll get the fuck out of here and get some chow and some rest. I still have to discuss contingency plans with the LT. Lieutenant Wolf waited until Petty Officer Blake secured the hatch of the wardroom behind him before walking over and setting an ice-cold Dr. Pepper next to me. We lost one guy, he said as he took a seat across from me. Yeah, I fudged the numbers a bit, LT, I said, popping the top of the soda can while remembering all 7 of the Navy SEALs we'd lost in the past 4 years. 3 KIA, 4 WIA. Well, they were all good men, the best warriors in the world. They did everything right, but we still lost them anyway. I understand, Chief, said the LT. You have to keep their heads in the game. The young ones like Peoples are full of piss and vinegar and itching to prove themselves to the team. You have to reel them in, while the vets like Hillard, Gimsby, and Johnson can get overconfident and complacent, so we have to get back to basics with them. It's a constant cycle. I don't envy your job, Chief, even though you're one of the best in the business. Lieutenant Wolf popped open the top of his Sprite and took a sip. Hell, remember when I first took over the team? 3 months into our first tour of the GAN, and I was still a cherry-ass lieutenant junior grade. Lieutenant Wolf sat back, lost in thought for a second. Wolf was a 26-year-old African-American, lean, with broad shoulders and legs like tree trunks. He looked every bit the part of an anti-gun, Hollywood war hero action star which we all hate the fuck out of. Except that Wolf was a real hero whose haunted eyes had seen more horrors than 1,000 Hollywood action movie stars combined. Yeah, that was right after Lieutenant Guzman got killed, continued Lieutenant Wolf. Here I was, not even 4 months being a lieutenant junior grade. Green as shit, and now I was in charge of a squad of Navy SEALs in Kabul. I don't know what I would have done without you, Chief. You didn't do too badly, sir, I said. Hell, by the time we left the GAN, Captain Taliban and his band of merry lunatics had a $200,000 bounty on your head. Well, they had a $350,000 bounty on yours, Chief, laughed Lieutenant Wolf. We should all be so lucky, sir, I said. Nothing like being the most hunted guy in all of Afghanistan. We both had a good laugh at our own gallows humor. I liked Lieutenant Wolf. It's a great thing when the command and the senior NCO of unit mesh together well. It means we get shit done, and we get shit done with none of the egos, biases, or any of the other bullshit which prevents other units from accomplishing their missions. Chief, said Lieutenant Wolf, suddenly turning serious. I've worked with you long enough to know that you've got something on your mind. I think I know what it is. Corey. But go ahead. Well, sir, I sighed as I put down my soda. I was just thinking about Panama back in '89. Operation Just Cause. You're talking about SEAL Team 4 at Paitilla Airport, said Lieutenant Wolf. Yep, I said. The operation to capture Noriega. The SEALs had to secure his private airstrip so that he couldn't escape. That was a U.S. Army Ranger mission all the way. Well, they had the numbers and shit to quickly and violently take and hold Paitilla Airport. That's their mission. That's what they do. But instead, the brass sent in 40 SEALs, and we usually only operate in teams of 8. They ended up getting ambushed by a militia element of the Panamanian Defense Force, and we lost 4 SEALs killed and 9 wounded. And, you're wondering why they're only sending in 8 SEALs into a heavily fortified military Chinese base, where we'll be outnumbered hundreds to 1, when dropping in a battalion of Army Airborne Rangers would make more sense. Lieutenant Wolf leaned back, the look in his eyes telling me that he was thinking the exact same thing and, just like me, had no good answers. What do you think, LT? Were the SecDef's orders really so vague that they read, "Find out what the Chinese brought back from the Baltic"? The Chinese brought back a research ship. Then they tried to scuttle it. Yeah, Chief, said Wolf. That's it. That's all the SecDef gave us. There isn't anything specific that they want us to look for, so we don't have a targeted objective. That makes it difficult to satisfy the needs of our political masters, but it also gives us free rein to dictate how we're going to carry out this mission. Our mission is simply to find whatever it was that the Chinese brought back from their secret expedition to the Baltic Sea. And, apparently, according to the SecDef, we will know it when we see it. Even if this mission might start a war with China? I asked. Sir, if we raid the highly secured Fiery X Reef looking for something that we have no idea what it is, there's 1,007% chance that we'll probably come into some type of contract which will involve fingers squeezing triggers. Is Washington really willing to risk going to war with the people that are funding the current anti-Trump movement? Well, apparently they are, conceded Lieutenant Wolf, taking another sip of his Sprite. But you have to admit, Chief, we've received far more vague reports than this in the past. Remember when the politicians told DevGru to send us into Pakistan to look for some tall guy with a beard? Well, yeah, we've had our fair share of bullshit missions based off of half-assed intel, I answered. But, to tell you the truth, sir, if I'm going into a secured Chinese military facility in the middle of the ocean to look for something that they brought back from a frickin' crashed Millennium Falcon at the bottom of the ocean, I'm going in looking for Chewbacca. Chewbacca, said Lieutenant Wolf with a dour smile on his face. Chief, if I'm going to search for what the Chinese brought back from the Millennium Falcon, I'm looking for Princess Leia. Well, can you believe that shit? That was the extent of our mission. Go into a place where you're outnumbered 20 to 1. Go find something. We didn't know what the fuck the something was, but you better not damage it, whatever it is. Somehow get the fuck out of the hole we sent you into. Bring whatever the hell it is back. Then go disappear and shut the fuck up for a few years, until you write a book that becomes a bestseller at Barnes & Noble. Yep. Welcome to SEAL Life 101. Anyway, the USS Wyoming cruised into the South China Sea and remained undetected for a couple of days as we closed in on our objective. Okay, so now here's the deal. I could describe all of the hoo-ha shit that we did to get the team into Fiery X Reef undetected. How the Wyoming slipped into the South China Sea and easily penetrated the Chinese naval fleet blockade. And how we used SDVs to launch the Wyoming to the north shore of the Fiery X Reef. But I'm not going to, because fuck you, commie bitches. You jokers can keep drowning your Spec Ops folks out in the ocean while trying to imitate how Navy SEALs do what we do. Anyway, it was approximately 0400 in the morning and still dark when we hit the north shore of Fiery X Reef. Lieutenant Wolf and I were the command element of the squad. PO-1 Hillard was in charge of Alpha Team with Harry Johnson and Terry Nguyen, while PO-1 Gimsby had Bravo Team with Vincent Anders and Blake Peoples. None of us had to say a word. Our training was so that we could communicate with just our eyes, every SEAL able to anticipate and predict the actions of the next, moving inexorably forwards and capable of producing a continuous flow of firepower and dead bad guys, should the situation dictate. With the waves crashing on the coral reef masking our movements, we rapidly secured and camouflaged our SDVs at a location on the shoals, which hid them from casual view, and quickly took up defensive firing positions on the sandy embankment which bordered the runway. In front of us was an area of open beach that stretched nearly 50 meters, ending in a surprisingly well-maintained grassy area. Hilliard's team was on the right of our line, Gimsby's team on the left. Wolf and I were in the middle. It was pitch black, the peaceful and tranquil sounds of the ocean splashing behind us. Thermals revealed absolutely no signs of life across the runway, and no movement anywhere inside the base. There were lights on in various structures further south, but those lights were dim, some red, indicating that they were on due only to backup generator power. Though there were lights on the runway, none were lit, encasing the immediate area in pitch darkness. "Clear," whispered Hilliard. "Clear," said Gimsby. "Go," said Wolf. Hilliard's team of SEALs got up and raced across the black runway, weapons at the high, ready, followed by me and Lieutenant Wolf. Seconds later, Gimsby's team followed. As I raced towards the tarmac, I noticed several deep craters in the runway, at least 10 feet in diameter and 6 feet deep, the result of the Chinese bombing strike several days earlier. To my left were several hangars where at least 4 Chinese fighter jets and 3 transports were housed. There was no way that any of them could have used the runway to leave. The question quickly popped up in my head. Why would the Chinese bomb their runway before getting their fighters out first? Why were they in such a hurry? When we reached the north side of the runway, which faced the beach, we again went to the prone in the sand, each SEAL having their weapon raised and scanning for potential threats. There were 2 sandbag emplacements about 30 meters in front of us, one protecting a surface-to-air missile emplacement, and one protecting an air defense gun emplacement. Both appeared to be unmanned and abandoned. After only a few seconds, the team leaders again announced, "Clear," after which we immediately assaulted the 2 air defense emplacements. We found both to be unoccupied, although we did find that each were covered with dried brown splotches of liquid, and the smell of rot and metal mingled in the air with the pungent scent of dead fish. None of us had to say a word. We knew from experience that the air defense emplacements were saturated with dried blood and flesh, and that it was at least a week old. "Sir," I whispered. "The Yang Hong is a click southeast of us, still docked inside this artificial lagoon," replied the lieutenant. "That's the first thing that the Chinese blew. That's our first stop." Infiltrating into fiery X-Reef through the artificial lagoon would have been the easiest route for us, especially since our first objective was to investigate the Yang Hong that was docked there. But that would have left us and our SDVs critically exposed and vulnerable in what was likely the most secured spot on the base. The route which we'd planned to take across the base was considerably more difficult, but ultimately tactically more sound. The easy way will always get you killed, which is why we never take the easy way. Easy is lazy, and lazy is body bag. The team moved swiftly in a wedge formation, Alpha to the right, Bravo left, with me and the LT in the center of the formation, every SEAL scanning their sectors as we crossed the bombed-out tarmac. The only sounds that I could hear were the waves calmly slapping the beach, fading steadily behind us, and the muffled clutter of combat boots that went from beach sand to grass to pavement. The area seemed totally bereft of any living soul, except us, as we quickly crossed the runway and stacked against what appeared to be a large maintenance hangar on the far side of the tarmac. Though it was pitch dark, our night vision devices illuminated details of our surroundings, as if it were broad daylight. Harry and Terry from Hilliard's Alpha team swiftly entered the bay door which hung open from the hangar, instinctively making sure that our 6 o'clock was clear of threats. It seemed like an hour had passed since we landed on Fiery X, but in reality it probably only took us no more than 5 minutes to get from the shore and across the runway to breach the outer perimeter of the base. "It's clear, LT," came Hilliard from inside the hangar. He was whispering onto his earpiece that provided our main internal communications. This place is a mess. They got a helicopter in here, but it looks to be damaged. Also, a lot of bloodstains and... The mic went silent for a second before Hilliard came back up. Looks like there was a firefight here. Terry found a bunch of AKs on the ground and spent shell casings, but no bodies. Plus, the place smells like rotten fish, just like those defensive emplacements back at the beach. "Copy," replied the LT. We both pulled out our high-power binoculars and began scanning the terrain ahead of us. The team was at the southwest corner of the hangar, looking roughly east across another sandy open danger area, about 50 meters wide, before it hit an auxiliary runway which ran parallel to the main runway. Across from this was a main road with what looked to be several rows of one-story housing billets on the other side. Several of the doors to these buildings were wide open, a few dim red lights showing from within. Behind them were several other two-story buildings, these more spaced out. "What you got, Corey?" asked the LT. "Control tower inside buildings 200 meters right. Barracks and operations buildings 100 meters direct front. No movement." "No movement at the lagoon," whispered the lieutenant into his earpiece. "Main observation tower is north of here. Looks like 2 random structures and a weather radar station located at the mouth of the lagoon. No movement detected there. Bound to be the barracks area. Bravo, move." The entire reef was as flat as a postage stamp, with structures spaced far and wide apart. It was going to be like sneaking across the deck of an aircraft carrier. Gimsby's team raced forwards across the open area, then took cover halfway across, providing cover as the rest of us sprinted the rest of the way to the cover of the barracks area. As I closed in on the barracks, I could see that some type of firefight had taken place here, as bullet holes pockmarked the concrete walls and shattered windows. Again, dry blood, flesh, and the stench of rotting fish was everywhere. Once we'd secured the perimeter, Gimsby's team dashed the rest of the way to regroup with the team. In less than 3 seconds, the team had established a tight perimeter with 360-degree security around us. "Where are the bodies?" I whispered. "There are signs of a fight, but no bodies." "They couldn't have just gotten up and left," said Hilliard. He was at my shoulder, peering around a corner of the barracks building, his MK-14 EBR up and searching for targets. Most of the team carried Heckler and Kolk HK-416 battle rifles, but I preferred my trusty M4 with M203 40mm grenade launcher attachment. "Well, LT?" I knew that the LT and I were thinking the same thing. Where were the bodies? Where was everyone? Up to now, this was way too easy. As Murphy's Law of War states, if your advance into enemy territory seems too easy, it's a trap. "Okay," he said, checking his watch. "We're actually ahead of schedule. Gimsby, your team check this barracks out for any bodies or survivors. Hilliard, your team check the one on the left. Chief and I will take the one on the right. Back here in 3 mics. Move." Unlike the other barracks buildings, the barracks door which LT and I were checking out was closed, although I could see a dim red light through the small broken window set in the door. I went in first and faced a long, dimly lit corridor, the air reeking of death and rotting fish. I swept right down the corridor while LT Wolf swiftly entered the corridor to the left. There were 4 sets of double doors lining each side of the corridor, while the entrance door at the far side of the corridor was wide open. Going through the first set of doors to my right, my night vision devices revealed that this was a bay room, roughly 20 feet wide by 50 feet long, lined with simple lockers and narrow bunk beds. Military clothing and gear littered the space, along with personal shower and toilet articles, although the beds were relatively neat and made up. It looked as if the inhabitants of this bay had left in a hurry, but I saw no signs of a struggle or blood. There was a strong scent of decay and rotting fish in the air, but it wasn't emanating from this room. I backed out of the bay just as LT came out of the opposite bay room. "It's a true bay," whispered Lieutenant Wolf. "Messy, but no signs of a struggle." "Same here," I said. "Wrecked, like a drill sergeant threw shit everywhere, but no casualties." We quickly went up to the second set of bay doors, but the results were the same. The two bays were messed up, bunk beds turned over, and several windows smashed out. But no signs of casualties, although the smell had got worse. The third set of doors opened into the restroom and shower stalls. I found large splotches of dry blood in a couple of the shower stalls, and bloody handprints, as well as pulled-down shower curtains, but, again, no bodies. Judging by the toilet articles scattered on the sinks and floors, I concluded that this was the female restrooms and showers. The fourth set of doors on my side of the corridor were wide open, and long brown dried stains spilled from the room, as if something had been dragged from the inside of the room to the outside. The horrific smell was coming from inside of this room. With my M4 at the high, ready, and fighting back the urge to puke, I stepped inside of the Charnel house. Dried chunks of flesh and bones were splattered across the room, mingled with the padding and springs of the flimsy mattresses from the cheaply made bunk beds which had been turned over. Wall lockers also knocked over, as if someone had desperately tried to create some kind of ineffective barrier against some unknown attacker. Unlike before, here in this room I found what was left of a few bodies. Arms, legs, torsos, all ripped apart and seemingly with large chunks torn out of them, as if something had feasted on the unfortunate victims. The head of what appeared to have once been a female stared at me with dead eyes from the corner, the entire bottom half of her face looking as if it had been completely torn away. I was glad that I could only see the grisly details from within the limitations of my night vision goggles, which showed things in various shades of green. I was absolutely sure that this room had been colored blood red. I took a step back and was startled to run into a body. "Holy shit," whispered Lieutenant Wolf. "What the hell happened here?" "Looks like some folks tried to create a barrier to hide behind," I shuddered. "Well, looks like it didn't work," answered Wolf. "Whoever did this dragged the remains outside," I whispered. "Look at the blood trails." We followed the trail of thick blood and gore out the back door and into the street. I was grateful to be out of the stench of that stifling barracks and in the relatively fresh night air. We linked up with the other two teams. Each of them also reported discovering the horrific carnage which overcame the unfortunate people who'd stayed inside these barracks, but finding no evidence of what violently did these people in, except for the thick bloody drag marks which seemed to come out of each barracks building. We also observed bloody drag marks that emerged from the multi-story buildings behind the barracks. Whatever had happened to these people had happened quickly, with only very few of them seemingly prepared to defend themselves. "All those blood trails seem to be heading in the same direction, LT," I said. "Yeah," Lieutenant Wolf nodded. "They're all going in the direction of the lagoon. Okay, let's move out to the Yang Hong. Alpha, take point. Try to stick to the shadows. We can't assume that we're alone on this reef." Hilliard's team led the way across the concrete pavement, sticking to the cover of buildings where they could, but the far spacing between structures left us exposed in the open most of the time. Still, we remained unmolested as we came to yet another empty hangar at the end of the auxiliary runway. We were close to the lagoon now, only 400 meters away or so, when Hilliard's team reached a main intersection in the road. All of a sudden, Petty Officer Nguyen stopped and kneeled in front of a large street sign at the side of the road, with arrows written in Chinese pointing in different directions attached to the pole. Without having to say a word, the rest of the team went prone, weapons facing out, while I rushed forwards to where Nguyen and his team leader Hilliard were kneeling. "What you got, Terry?" I whispered. "Hey, Chief," said Nguyen. "This is supposed to be a military base, right?" Yeah, or at least that's what we were told.
Well, Chief, said Nguyen, pointing up at the street sign, this directional sign says that facility over there to our left, with the 2 randoms, is actually a restricted research facility. Check out the panel underneath the arrow. It says, authorized personnel only. Only Juan Tongguo 776 cardholders permitted.
Juan Tongguo 776 card, I said. That's the Chinese equivalent of an above top secret security clearance. I looked in the direction that the arrow was pointing, where a narrow road ran parallel to the lagoon and ended about half a click away at the compound at the extreme eastern part of the reef, where the mouth of the lagoon opened into the sea. The compound was surrounded by a high chain-link fence topped with rolls of razor wire, behind which sat 2 randoms and the weather station. At a separate dock, which I now noticed could only be accessed from the secure compound, sat the listing hull of the Yang Hong. Minutes later, Lieutenant Wolf had us in an office on the 2nd floor of the hangar, looking out over the lagoon. Surprisingly, there were a few white lights still on at some parts of the compound in which the research facility was located, meaning that some generators were still running there. We scanned the target area for a few minutes, looking for any sign of movement. Despite having a relatively clear path up to this point, the LT wasn't taking any chances, nor was he going to lead his men into the trap due to complacency. Well, he said, taking his monocular from his eyes as he ducked down behind the windowsill. I still don't see any movement, but from this vantage point, looks like the majority of the fighting took place at the research facility compound. Both Gimsby and Hilliard scanned the area using the powerful scope of their advanced battle rifles. Yep, no movement here either, though I can see where the fencing on the side closest to the lagoon had been ripped down, whispered Gimsby. It's bent inwards, like whatever tore it down tried to get in from that side. The main front gate to the compound is also torn down, added Hilliard. Only the gate looks like it was forced outwards, as if they were trying to get out of the compound. Well, I guess this answers the question of why they only sent in 8 SEALs instead of a battalion of Rangers, I said. Do you suppose that Hire suspected that this base would be deserted and didn't tell us, LT? Wouldn't surprise me, Chief, the lieutenant responded. So, wait, whispered Peoples. The SecDef and folks in Washington would send us on a highly classified mission without giving us all the intel that they have? New guys catching on, chuckled Anders. Sometimes, man, the folks in charge only have partial intel or incomplete data. In those cases, we'd be sent in with orders to either verify the intel that they have or disprove it. Or, in this case, to steal it, said Peoples. We don't steal, Peoples, I corrected. The Navy SEALs never steal. But we'll sure as hell acquire a bunch of shit, right, Chief? Added Johnson. Well, if they have it lying around, I replied. Well, the sun's going to be up in an hour and a half to 2 hours, said the lieutenant. We need to be off the beach by then. We'll use this hangar as our rallying point in case anyone gets separated or if shit goes south. Okay, let's move out and see what we can acquire. Leaving the hangar behind us, we moved in a wedge formation across the uncomfortably open ground towards the research facility compound, till we got to within 100 meters of the wide-open front gates. From there, the squad transitioned into a bounding overwatch maneuver, where one element of the SEALs rushed forward, while the second element stayed low to provide covering fire. After a couple of bounds, we were past the front gates of the compound, rushing past 2 light poles which shone a dim light upon a blood-splattered guard shack. 2 AK-47 rifles lay outside amid a sea of empty shell casings, but, as before, we saw no signs of the bodies. Lieutenant Wolf was with Bravo team and had secured a corner of a small structure which looked to be a utility building. I was with Alpha team, which was across the street and had taken up positions at the base of the smaller of the 2 red-domed buildings. We were again engulfed in shadows like ninjas as we stopped to scan our surroundings before proceeding. There had indeed been some type of heavy firefight here, as the ground was littered with spent casings, dropped weapons, and torn military clothing with ripped flesh still attached. Pools of dry blood also tarnished the pavement and sand, and everywhere was evidence that the dead had been dragged towards the lagoon. I looked around, trying to see if any of the security cameras appeared to be active, when I saw the ones that were mounted on the light poles that we had just passed. "Clear," said Hilliard. "Clear," said the lieutenant. "Hey, wait up, LT," I said. "What's up, Chief?" "Just give me a second, LT," I responded. "I want to check something out real quick. Hey, Terry, come with me." The rest of the team stayed put, scanning their sectors for any signs of threats which we might have missed as Nguyen followed me while I raced into the small concrete guard shack. Inside, 2 overturned chairs faced a desk with half a dozen monitors and a public address microphone. All of the security monitors were black, but a faint green light at the base of the monitor control board was still on, indicating that there was still power going to the security cameras. "What's up, Chief?" asked Nguyen. "Can you get these security monitors up?" I asked. "Hold on," said Nguyen, reading the labels on the control board under the monitors. "Yeah, I think so," he said as he began typing into the keyboard connected to the main security monitor control board. Immediately, 3 of the security monitors came to life, one showing the grey-green tinted view of the area just outside of the guard shack, as well as the torn-down entrance gate. The second one showed only a dark grey screen, and the last showed only static. "Okay, Chief," said Terry. "These first 2 scenes are showing a feed from wherever those cameras are mounted. That third one with the static has power still going to it, but it looks to have been knocked out somehow." I see. Hey, go wave your arm out of the door real quick, will you?" Nguyen did as he was told, and I saw his arm waving outside of the guard shack on the first monitor screen. "Okay, so these monitors are showing a live feed then. Come on back inside, Terry. Can you see if you can pull up any recorded video, say, from the last week?" "Depending on what kind of recording system they used and their data storage memory base," said Nguyen as his fingers again danced over the keyboard. "I might be able to... Oh, there, got it." The first monitor, the one connected to the camera mounted on the pole just outside of the guard shack, showed the timestamp on the video being taken at 1830 hours, 7 days prior, when the shadows were growing longer as the sun began dipping towards the ocean. It was a top-down view, given the height of the camera angle, and the bottom third of the video was obscured by the edges of the guard shack itself. But what the camera did pick up was a scene of utter panic, as people in both civilian and military clothing could be seen fleeing out of the entrance gates, all of them with horrified expressions on their faces. There was very muffled audio that accompanied the video, and the sounds of screams along with automatic weapons firing could be heard. But who was shooting and what they were shooting at could not be seen. All of a sudden, a searing hiss could be heard, followed by the body of a Chinese soldier falling backwards into the camera frame, eyes wide with shock and fear, his bloody hands clutching his abdomen, which had been ripped open. This was followed again by a snake-like hiss, and the body of the Chinese soldier suddenly being pulled out of the frame by some powerful, unseen force. The second monitor showed the feed from a camera, which was apparently mounted atop one of the entrances of the research facility. The video again showed dozens of panicking people, this time wearing mostly civilian clothing, and several wearing clinical or medical scrubs, pushing and shoving to leave the building. Behind them, unseen from inside the building, came more screams, intermingled by the sounds of weapons being fired, along with more of the unexplained hissing sounds. The third monitor, the one which showed only static, came alive with the footage of when it was active a week ago. The security camera was apparently mounted at the dock nearby, pointing towards the lagoon and the Yang Hong tied to the dock. The research vessel was belching smoke and fire and was already beginning to list to one side. But that wasn't the most alarming thing from the video. In the waters next to it, things were rising out of the lagoon. All of a sudden, a large webbed claw smacked down the camera, and the video immediately turned to static. "Hey, LT," I whispered into my earpiece. "You need to come see this." Well, a week or so ago, Taxi Dancer, the wonderful author of this story, wrote a story a bit outside of his comfort zone, I would say, and it enraged absolutely everybody who listened to it. Be you left-wing, right-wing, it doesn't matter. Everybody was very, very upset by the story he wrote. And, well, it seemed like a bit of an overreaction to me. But here he is back on form with what he does best. Did you enjoy that one? I really hope so, because that's parts 1 and 2 of a 4-part story, with parts 3 and 4 coming fast at you tomorrow evening. So you're going to join me again for the conclusion of this one, aren't you? Of course you are. So, Thursday night treat coming up. Well, there'll be a podcast as well. Oh my God, all of that in one evening. Yeah, so back again tomorrow night and on Friday. But see you again real soon. Yeah? Until the next time, very, very sweet dreams and bye-bye. Part 3. The lieutenant and I were staring at the monitor as Nguyen replayed the footage. There were at least 10 other things rising out of the lagoon, but the bubbles and rippling coming from the water behind them indicated that there were many more coming to the surface. The things were hunched over and stood about 6 to 7 feet tall. They were coloured in mottled shades of dark olive and brown, humanoid in appearance and looking to be an unholy amalgamation of aquatic creatures. Their bloated bodies and heads looked like that of a horned toad, their thin but muscular arms and legs ending in large, flat, webbed hands, and feet at least 2 feet wide, which ended in claws. A large spiny dorsal fin extended from the top of their toad-like heads and ran down their backs, ending at their lower back where it turned into a large caudal fin that was flat like that of a dolphin. Lieutenant Wolf exhaled as the monitor went to static again. "Terry, can we get a copy of the video footage?" said the LT. "Not from here, sir," he answered. "The actual video feed recordings are probably stored at a separate location. Probably a main security room somewhere in this facility." "Okay," said the LT. "Let's get everyone in here to get a look at this. The mission hasn't changed, but at least we have some idea of what we're supposed to be looking for." In a few minutes, everyone on the team got a look at the video footage and had seen what we were up against. With everyone's weapons at the high ready, I led the team down the street past the 2 research facilities and down to the docks where the gates had been crushed inwards. The Yang Hong was still there. The 35-foot hole blasted from its side was facing us, but the gangplank was still connecting the ship to the dock. "The bottom of the ship is resting on the bottom of the lagoon," I said. "That's why it didn't sink." "Bravo, secure House 6, said Wolf. "Chief, Alpha, with me." Using the gangplank, LT, Wolf, Hilliard's team, and I quickly made our way up onto the ship. The going was tricky as the ship was leaning 30 degrees to starboard, and the decks seemed to be covered in some type of thin slime, much like that which covers fish. We were aft of the ship when we clambered on deck, Lieutenant Wolf taking Hilliard and Nguyen up to investigate the main superstructure, while Johnson and I went below decks, where the hole had been blown into the side of the ship. The bottom third of the ship was filled with water, and I wasn't particularly thrilled to go down where those things might be lurking, and the lack of peripheral vision by our night vision devices didn't help things any. I flipped on the mag light mounted on the side of my weapon, and the light mounted on the side of my ballistic helmet, and took the lead down the steps to the second deck with Johnson close behind me. This level was relatively above water level and contained the ship's small galley, restrooms, and living quarters. The damage to the Yang Hong notwithstanding, there were signs of a struggle that had occurred before the Chinese tried to sink the ship. As before, there was blood everywhere, and signs in the living quarters that the occupants had vainly attempted to barricade themselves inside. Still, we found no signs of survivors or the things that had attacked them. Making our way past the forward quarterdeck, the side opened up to the outside due to the hole blasted in the hull, the explosion occurring in the deck below us. Much of the floor was blown away here, so Johnson and I had to carefully climb around the gap without falling through the hole to the lower deck and the water below. Once across, we passed the restrooms and, now near the front of the ship, we entered a relatively large medical bay where we encountered the greatest signs of carnage and savagery. Lab equipment, monitors, vials, and surgical tools were not only violently thrown apart, but smashed and deliberately destroyed. "Hey, Chief." Lieutenant Wolf's voice came over my earpiece. "We got nothing up here. A lot of scientific research equipment, but all purposefully destroyed. Computer towers, hard drives, everything regarding what the Chinese were looking for has either been removed or destroyed. This place has been sanitized of anything we can use." "Yeah," I said. "This deck is the living quarters, and it looks just like the barracks. Signs of a struggle, blood, but no solid intelligence that we can use. We're in the medical bay now. It's trashed, but—" "Chief, look here," said Johnson. He shone his light on a gurney laying on its side on the floor. "Hey, sir," I said. "I'm looking at a medical bed here with heavy restraints attached to the sides. Those restraints have been ripped off their mountings." There was a hesitant pause before Wolf said, "Okay, I understand. Let's get out of here. There's nothing for us to find here." "Hey, sir." It was Gimsby's team outside. "We got eyes on a light up in the second story of the larger research building. Looks like someone's shining a flashlight down at the ship." "Okay," said Wolf. "Keep our eyes on. We're done here, and we'll be out shortly." A few minutes later, the team had rallied at the fence and was moving towards what we assumed was the main research building. The glass double doors of the main entrance were broken, the heavy doors hanging open on their metal hinges. Upon entering the building, Bravo team swept left across a wide lobby littered with papers, broken glass, spent shell casings, and dried pools of blood, while Alpha swept right, weapons at the high ready. By this time, we'd switched to white lights on our weapons and our helmets, giving ourselves better illumination. "Clear," said our team leaders. The random we were in was approximately 150 meters in diameter, and 2 sets of steps wound around the sides of the facility up to the second floor. Ignoring the rooms on the first floor, I led Bravo up the left-hand set of steps, while LT led the rest of the team up the right side. Once on the second deck, our 2 teams circled around the corridor, checking and clearing rooms that we passed until we came to a set of double doors which, curiously, had a heavy wooden desk and file cabinet stacked in front of it, as if someone were trying to keep something inside of the room. With no words needing to be said, Big Petty Officer Gimsby quickly stepped forward and shoulder-tackled the 3 filing cabinets and desk, shoving them aside but creating a teeth-shattering screech as the heavy impediment slid across the tile floor. The second that Gimsby cleared the door of obstructions, I was the first one through, followed closely by Hilliard and his team. We were immediately greeted by a high-pitched scream. I shone my light down on a Chinese female wearing a soiled laboratory coat lying on the ground, a fading flashlight next to her on the floor. She was wearing a dark blue skirt which didn't hide a nasty-looking scratch on her upper left thigh. She'd apparently tried to bandage it with strips of her clothing. "United States Navy SEALs, ma'am," I yelled. "Are you alone? Where are you hurt?" Behind me, Terry Nguyen repeated what I said in Chinese. The Chinese female held up her hands to shield her eyes from my light. "My name is Huai Zhang. You're English Americans? I can speak English." Tears flooded the young lady's eyes as she pressed her hands together in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for coming to rescue me. I wasn't able to get out with the rest after one of the mayors scratched my leg. My colleagues barricaded me inside this room. I don't even know for how long. I'm a research biologist. I can help. Something is wrong. I feel wrong." The research biologist, probably in her mid-20s, looked up at me with wide, pleading eyes. She was emaciated and dehydrated, and the room reeked of bodily waste. "Please, I'm very thirsty. Have you any water?" I reached behind me and poured a canteen from out of my pouch and carefully approached the girl, her eyes grateful. The scientist raised her hands towards me. "They took all of the data with them and tried to destroy it when the Mears came up out of the sea.
But up there, on the counter, my laptop,
A small hole appeared in the middle of Zhang's forehead, though the back of her head was completely blown away. She was just an empty face with no head behind it.
Peoples,
I yelled. What the hell?
Her hands, Chief,
Peoples replied, moving forwards with his rifle raised and pointed at the young female scientist he'd just killed.
The fuck is going on with her hands?
Look, said Johnson. What the hell's going on with her body? We all watched in shocked silence as her arms and legs slowly darkened and grew scales. Her body expanded rapidly, the scientist's clothes ripping and falling away as dorsal fins emerged from her bloated head and legs. In less than a minute, what was once Hu Zhang was gone, and in her place lay one of those aquatic horrors that we'd seen in the security footage. Johnson lowered his rifle.
Damn, it's my cheating ex-wife, only prettier.
Shit, Chief, said Nguyen.
Did she scratch you?
I looked down at my arm. As she was changing into that thing, she'd managed to nick the part of my uniform sleeve covering my right forearm, causing a small rip, but fortunately just barely scratching my skin. Oh, I'm fine. She didn't even break the skin. Let Terry disinfect it, Chief, said the LT, just in case. As Nguyen began cleaning and disinfecting what amounted to a minor scratch on my arm, our tech guru, Vinny Anders, went to the laptop which the scientist had pointed to. The room we were in was in total disarray. It appeared to serve as some type of operations center, with 2 of the 3 rows of tables and chairs knocked over. Paper littered the room as if the Chinese were trying to grab up as many notes and documents as they could before they fled. Okay, I'm in, said Vinny, but the battery's low. Terry, you want to see what you can find? Nguyen, who was moderately fluent in Chinese, patched me up quickly and we joined the LT and Vinny at the laptop. Nguyen's fingers danced over the keyboard before he found something useful. She's got a lot of files here. Most go way over my head. Oh, wait, here. She kept a file of personal notes. Okay, hang on. Okay, here we go. Research ship Yang Hong deployed 3-man submersible to the anomaly. Ah, look. The Chinese call it the Crash Millennium Falcon 2. Okay. Submersible recovered. 3-man crew had encountered some type of biological organism at the target area. 2 crew members deceased, 1 injured. Right, let's see. Okay. 5 days after the Yang Hong left the Baltic Sea, they have the infected crew member restrained in the medical bay. Okay. Now something happened with the patient en route back to Fiery Reef. Mutation is the word they use. Captain orders the submersible tossed overboard to prevent additional contamination. Okay, now, the Chinese Navy finds the Yang Hong adrift about 15 clicks northeast of here. Initially, they find no one on board and the lifeboats are still attached, but then they find 1 survivor hiding inside one of the lifeboats. The Chinese Navy tows the ship back to Fiery X Reef, where the insane-sounding survivor, who turned out to be the ship's cook, was treated for a bite on his shoulder by something that looked like it had needles for teeth. Right. The survivor, whose name is Chen, raves about, in the course of about 10 days, the injured crewman that they pulled from the submersible slowly changed and mutated into some sort of giant toadfish creature, and either killed or infected the rest of the crew. Right, okay. Now she skips ahead a few days later. She now describes Chen as having mutated into something she called a mere, and has escaped the lab and into the lagoon. Along the way, the mere killed 2 lab assistants and injured 2 orderlies and 2 security guards. Yeah, right. Next morning, she writes that firing was heard on the north side of the base at the airstrip, where 9 soldiers are found killed and half-eaten while 11 soldiers are missing. And here... Okay, this is 2 days later. The 2 orderlies and security guards were terminated before their mutations were completed. Attacks increasing during the morning and the evening, Mears dragging their prey into the sea. And at that, the The computer screen went black as the battery finally died. So that's what we're looking for, said Lieutenant Worf. A mutagen. What the Chinese found and brought back from the Baltic Sea was some kind of biological mutagen. Hang on. Are you saying that everyone on this base was transformed into those things? Asked Hilliard. Why did it take so long for the girl to change? Well, her natural immune system kept whatever mutagen that infected her from completely transforming right away. Now, remember, she only suffered a scratch on her legs, I said. But after she was killed, the mutagen transformed her fully into that creature. Well, fortunately, she was already dead when it occurred. Okay, people, said Wolf. I'm open to suggestions. Any theories on what that mutagen might be? Well, said Anders, calling that anomaly the Millennium Falcon might not be so far off after all. Explain, I said. Okay, started Anders. So let's assume that before the Great Biblical Flood, there was some technologically advanced antediluvian society. Like Atlantis, said Johnson. Yeah, sure, whatever, answered Anders. Anyway, this advanced civilization realizes that the end is coming, so they create a biological mutagen that transforms their bodies to quickly adapt to living underwater. Well, like mermaids, said Johnson. Well, or Sports Illustrated swimsuit models, replied Peoples. Yeah, thanks, asshole, said Johnson. Look, I'm never ever going to date another Sports Illustrated swimsuit model ever again now. Wait, if they transformed on land, then made their way into the sea, said LT. That probably means that they're amphibious. And that would mean that their first order of business would be to try to spread the mutagen as far and as wide as possible, I agreed. That's why the Chinese have been trying to isolate this reef in the first place. Oh, they couldn't leave shit alone, and now we've got sea goblins running around, said Nguyen. Fucking sea goblins. All right, gents, said Lieutenant Wolf. We got the laptop. Our intel guys can wrap their brains around whatever the hell it is contained in there. Let's get back to the SDVs, people. The sun was just beginning to rise above the horizon, illuminating the area enough so that we no longer needed our night vision devices. Our SDVs were hidden in the shoals about a click and a half to our northwest, and we booked a more direct approach to the beaches, even though it meant maneuvering around more open ground. As our surroundings slowly grew brighter, we could see more of the carnage which had befell the base as the evidence of weapons fire and even explosions from grenades were more extensive than we previously observed. What bodies we encountered along the way were almost totally consumed and reeked with the smell of decay. Well, to be honest, the closer we got to the beach, the better I felt, as I didn't see any dead bodies of those mutated fish things. This got me to wondering how effective the Chinese military weapons were going to be against those things. Gimsby's team was on point. When they reached the 2 air defense emplacements, which we passed when we first came ashore, Gimsby took a knee next to the sandbags surrounding the air defense missile launcher and held up a fist. Staring out towards the beach, he said, "LT, we have a situation." Wolf and I rushed towards where Gimsby was kneeling, and I could already see what had startled the big seal. My heart sank. Our SDVs looked as if they'd been tossed 30 feet from where we'd hidden them. They lay on their sides like beached pilot whales with huge gouges ripped into their hulls. "Contact left," yelled People suddenly. "Contact right," came Johnson. Emerging from the waters and half-hopping, half-loping towards us from the beach came dozens of those creatures which the dead Chinese scientist had called mirrors. Their eyes were completely black, and the gaping maws of their toad-shaped heads hung open, revealing row upon row of teeth, shaped like curved needles sunken into their fleshy gums. The reek of dead fish poured from their mouths as hissing sounds bellowed up from their gullets, making the beach sound like a pit of vipers. "Weapons free," yelled Lieutenant Wolf as he brought his rifle up, flipping the lever to fire, and firing a burst of 3 rounds into one of the mutated creatures that was steadily approaching our position. On cue, The rest of us opened up on the things which were no more than 50 to 100 meters away, pouring hundreds of well-placed shots into the heads and torsos. "We're hitting them, but they're not dropping," yelled Hilliard, who was off to my right, his heavier caliber enhanced battle rifle barking loudly as he took his shots. And he was right. I had already put 12 .556 rounds into the creature nearest me, and while it was taking chunks out of its body, the thing was barely slowing down as more of the things crept up behind it. It became immediately evident that we might be able to kill these things, these mirrors, but we were on open, flat terrain on the beach, and the creatures, of which there were easily 100, were beginning to outflank and get behind us. "LT," I yelled, "we're too exposed here." "Fall back to the rally point," ordered Lieutenant Wolf. "Get back to the hangar we were in earlier." I hit Gimsby on the back of his shoulder and yelled, "Move!" He got up and bounced back along with Anders and Peoples as I kneeled and launched a 40mm high-explosive grenade into a gaggle of 3 of the things at 75 meters. My tube gave a satisfying poof as the round fired, and a second later I was rewarded with the sight of one creature absorbing the shot, the resulting explosion obliterating it and those closest to it. So they can die, I thought as I turned and sprinted back to join the rest of the team. I saw that we dropped about a dozen of the creatures, and several of the others stopped to devour those we'd killed. But more of them were emerging from the waters as the lieutenant directed us across the sandy beach to an olive-colored, expandable trailer which had a radar emplaced next to it, with the dish still slowly spinning. The team formed a hasty perimeter around the emplacement while the lieutenant grabbed Nguyen and pulled him into the expandable trailer. I took up a firing position at the door, turning to see that although the mere creatures were bulky and ungainly, they still loped along at a steady pace of a slow jog. They'd reach our position in a matter of minutes. "What's up, LT?" I yelled from the door. "This is the remote control station for those air defense emplacements," answered Wolf. "Still has juice run into the weapon control systems." I looked at the slowly rotating tracking radar as Wolf said, "Terry, can you translate what I'm looking at here?" "Yeah, boss," answered Nguyen. "This is the master arm switch. That locks the sights. This controls the gunned weapon systems, and this is the master arms control." "Nothing's happening, Terry," said the lieutenant, who was at a control station with a remote camera and a joystick. On the monitor I could see that he was attempting to target a mass of the creatures that were just clambering ashore. "Hang on, sir," said Nguyen. "I forgot to hit the manual override." The manual override switch armed. The picture on the monitor screen moved as the lieutenant sighted in on his targets, much like a first-person video game shooter. Looking back across the beach, I saw the emplacement 50 meters away, where the air defense guns suddenly began traversing towards the approaching mutated horrors. It was traversing slowly, probably because the backup batteries were failing. But eventually the lieutenant got the shot alignment he was looking for. The weapon came to life as the rotary cannon spit forth a deadly torrent of 130mm high-explosive rounds at the creatures, followed shortly by the reverberating sound of a buzzsaw which echoed across the beach. At least 50 of the things lay dead or dying on the beach, while many of their companions stopped to consume their flesh. However, though their advance had stopped briefly, those creatures which remained continued their inexorable approach to our position. The rotary cannon fired again, but stopped after a couple of seconds. "Shit," yelled Nguyen, looking at a red light flashing on his control station. "The battery power's too weak. The feed system's jammed." "That's okay," said the lieutenant, grabbing Nguyen and pushing him to the door. "That gave us enough time to put some distance between us and those things. Let's move out. Fall back to the hangar and get to the roof." Part 4. Once again, I was tail-end Charlie as I popped 2 smoke grenades behind us as we ran back to the hangar, where we'd scoped out the research facility earlier. Dense clouds of purple smoke bellowed behind us, causing our pursuers to slow down and get confused. The hangar which the lieutenant had chosen to be our rally point was about 2/3 of a kilometre back the way we'd just come. We'd passed the other multi-story buildings along the way, which were closer, but we'd no idea what was inside of them or if there was a way to the roof. Additionally, these buildings were located almost in the centre of the reef, where there would be multiple avenues of approach to our position. The hangar which we were running to was near the end of the auxiliary runway at the northeast part of the reef. While it was harder to get to since we were all running with 80 pounds of freaking lightweight gear, the hangar's location limited our pursuers to only one avenue of approach over hundreds of meters of open ground. And since our SDVs were destroyed, our only extraction was going to have to be by air. The large flat roof of the hangar was the most suitable option. Lieutenant Wolf calculated all of that, took in all the risk versus reward factors, and made his decision in a split second. We were all pretty winded by the time we reached the hangar on the northeast point of the reef. Fueled by sheer terror and adrenaline, I bounded up the metal stairs behind the rest of the team, up to the second landing which overlooked the hangar and past the ramshackle office we were just in a few hours earlier. Our boots clanged down the end of the walkway made of steel grating to a short metal ladder bolted to the wall that led 8 feet up to a trap door which opened to the roof. Johnson, our speedster, raced to the ladder first, throwing open the trap door and clearing the roof. I emerged onto the roof last and slammed the trapdoor shut behind me, looking around for something heavy to place on it. "Think that trapdoor will hold off the fish things?" asked Andrews. "I don't know. When do you sit on it?" I said, breathing heavily and taking a long sip of water from my hydration pack. "Drink water, people. Check your ammo. Vinny, how's that laptop?" "Still secured in my pack, Chief." "Peoples," yelled the lieutenant. "Here's the radio," said Peoples, passing Wolf the hand mic to the radio with a secure comms channel to the USS Wyoming. "Thanks, Blake. Reynolds 6 Alpha. Reynolds 6 Alpha. This is Ryan Actual, over." There was a second of static while Wolf repeated. "Reynolds 6 Alpha. This is Ryan Actual, over." "Ryan Actual. This is Reynolds 6 Alpha," came the voice of the skipper of the Wyoming. "Roger, Alpha," said Wolf. "Be advised that our sleds have been compromised. I say again, our sleds have been compromised. Requesting immediate spies extraction from a hangar roof northeast of the auxiliary runway. Grid location to follow." "I'll copy, over." "Roger, Actual," came the sub-skipper. "I understand you're requesting immediate spies extraction. Are you in contact?" "Negative, Alpha. We're good for now, but we are definitely being pursued by hostiles," Wolf said calmly. "Roger, Actual," said the skipper. "Be advised that I was instructed to open an immediate secure channel to Washington, D.C. once you initiated radio contact. Are you in position to take the call?" Lieutenant Wolf looked at me and shrugged, mouthing the words, "Washington, D.C.? "Yeah, sure, Alpha," said Wolf into the radio. "We're secure for now." "Roger," replied the sub-captain. "Wait one." Lieutenant Wolf motioned for me to come over and listen in on the conversation as the Wyoming skipper changed frequencies to the top-secret line with Washington, D.C., connecting Lieutenant Wolf with whomever was on the other end. "Sir, Lieutenant Wolf is on the secure channel." "Thank you," came the voice from Washington. "Hello, am I speaking with Lieutenant Jake Wolf?" "Speaking, sir," replied Wolf. "Who am I addressing?" "Lieutenant Wolf, you're speaking with Secretary of State Tim Terry." I glanced at Lieutenant Wolf as he motioned Peoples to turn up the volume of the radio. "Secretary Terry?" he mouthed. "Now I need for you to listen very closely," said Secretary of State Terry. "Was Fiery Cross Reef abandoned? Did you encounter any survivors?" Lieutenant Wolf paused. "We only found one survivor, a female Chinese scientist who's now deceased." "Okay, Lieutenant Wolf," continued the high-ranking American politician. "Did you happen to recover any intel on something that the Chinese named the Mirrors Project?" "The Mirrors Project, sir?" answered Lieutenant Wolf. "The Chinese scientist directed us to her laptop, and she did mention the word mirrors before she died, but I'm not—" We want that laptop, yelled Secretary Terry. You need to bring us that laptop at all costs. Do you understand, Lieutenant? Your country is dependent on you.
Roger, sir, replied Lieutenant Wolf. But what exactly are me and my people dealing with here?
That's need-to-know information, said Secretary Terry. And you don't need to know. I'm working on a very limited time schedule here, and you need to get that data on the laptop out before we destroy the reef.
Say that again, Secretary Terry, replied Lieutenant Wolf. Did you say you're destroying the reef?
The Chinese will allow us to destroy the reef, yes, but they want something in return, said the Secretary.
What the hell do the Chinese want in return for us destroying the mess they created, sir? Demanded Lieutenant Wolf.
They want us to scuttle the USS Bonhomme Richard, answered the politician.
What?
The USS Bonhomme Richard is an assault carrier and poses a great threat to Chinese military expansion in the South China Sea, Secretary Terry replied, especially since the Chinese have lost contact with a few of the other artificial reef bases they created down there. The Chinese are feeling particularly vulnerable now, so the Chinese want the USS Bonhomme Richard out of their way.
You have got to be shitting me, sir,
said Wolf, completely beside himself that the United States would agree to this. This is a fair exchange, insisted Secretary Terry. We hit Fiery Cross Reef with B-52 stationed out of Guam, and the Chinese don't have to worry about the Bonhomme Richard. But we ultimately come out on top because we also have that laptop you discovered. By the tone of his voice, it was clear that Secretary Terry obviously believed in this line of logic.
But the Chinese unleashed this biological nightmare. Sir, why are we sacrificing one of our assault carriers to please them?
Said Lieutenant Wolf angrily, not caring that he was speaking to one of the highest-ranking members of Congress. Because China is too big to fail, Lieutenant. Let's face it. Making America great again or putting America first is a thing of the past. We need to wake up to progress and move on and realize that without China, the United States could be finished. We need every advantage we can get, meaning we need that laptop, Lieutenant.
Does the President know about this?
Asked Lieutenant Wolf frankly. President Trump is not entitled to know everything we have. Secretary Terry then stopped himself, suddenly realizing that he'd said too much already. Then, dropping his voice to a whisper as if afraid someone might hear, he continued. Look, Lieutenant. We're going to destroy Fiery Cross Reef for the Chinese, and that's final. It's your choice whether or not you'll be on that reef when it happens. It's your call, Lieutenant Wolf. Now, does your country get that laptop, or don't we?
So, replied Lieutenant Wolf,
not backing down from the politician. American politicians are protecting China from the backlash of revealing that the Chinese government released a harmful mutagenic virus into the world's population. Where have I seen that before? Okay, sir. You got your laptop. Good, exclaimed Secretary of State Terry. The USS John McCain is steaming 4 miles to your south. Your extraction helicopter and the bombers are inbound. They'll be over your location in 1 hour. Good luck, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Wolf gave the receiver back to Peoples, shaking his head at me with an exasperated expression. Let's hope the chopper gets here before the bombers do, I said. Don't worry, sir, said Peoples. He and Anders were at one corner of the roof, watching the approaches to the hangar to our south and east. I think those mutated fish things will be gone before the chopper arrives.
Really? Said Wolf. Explain.
So if the mutagen turned them into those fish things, what did that girl call them? Mirrors? Then their feeding habits are similar to those of most fish, meaning they usually feed in the early morning or evening.
Okay, said Wolf.
Yeah, continued Peoples. So fish are cold-blooded, meaning that when the surface temperature is hotter during the day, they move out into open water where it's cooler. That's why the best time to go fishing is early morning or early evening. That'd explain why they attack late in the afternoon and early in the morning. So, you're saying those things will be leaving once the temperature gets hotter? I asked. More than likely, answered Peoples. They'll probably head back out to sea once the temperature rises in about an hour. then come back later in the evening. Also, their brains are small, which is probably why they can absorb so much punishment. Their brains don't register that they've been so severely wounded.
How do you know about all this stuff, Peoples?
Said Wolf. Well, Chief there told me to break up with Miguel and think about fishing, answered Peoples. No gooses, right, LT?
Yeah, laughed Lieutenant Wolf. No gooses.
So, we wait for those things to head out to sea and we pull out? Asked Anders. Let the buffs come in and sink the whole place?
No, said Wolf. We need to make sure that all those damn things are on this reef when the B-52s do their bombing run. We can't afford for any of those mirrors to get on any mainland and start spreading that mutagen. So we need to make sure that every one of those things are packed as tightly as we can in one location. That means we have to act as bait until the very last second. If we calculate that there are 300 personnel on permanent duty here, plus the personnel for their air assets, maintenance, security, combat, and air defense, along with the civilian research staff and the crew of the Yang Hong, I'd say that they had as many as 1,200 personnel on the reef at the beginning. Taking into consideration that about a quarter of them were killed and eaten instead of mutating, I'd say that leaves about 800 of those things left.
100 to 1 and we hold the high ground? I'll take those odds, LT, replied Hilliard.
Yeah, those are better odds than we had at Ramadi, agreed Lieutenant Wolf. Extractions in 1 hour. The buffs won't be too far behind. Let's drop some of them and let those fish folks know we're here.
The mere creatures were milling around aimlessly below us, obviously not knowing where our team was located. Using their enhanced battle rifles, Hilliard and Gimsby each dropped 2 of them with headshots straight through their eye sockets, while I splattered 2 more with a 40mm high-explosive grenade. Like chum in the water, this brought more of them into view, the mutated creatures loping in from around the corners of the distant buildings as they began to feast on their dead. But immediately, we knew we had a problem. LT, there's considerably more than 800 fish people coming at us, yelled Johnson.
Yep, looks maybe like a few thousand, said Gimsby. Well, I liked our odds better when we were in Ramadi. Where did they all come from? Said Nguyen. Did they already hit the mainland?
I don't think so, I said. All of the mainland countries are still too far away. Remember when Secretary Terry mentioned that the Chinese have lost contact with their other artificial reefs? Those reefs are only a few dozen clicks from here.
Well, still doesn't change our mission, gents,
said Wolf, firing his rifle down at the seething mass of mere creatures starting to gather below our position.
We have to still get all of them here to ensure that the bombers hit them all.
The stench of rotting fish was becoming more unbearable as the growing numbers of mutated sea terrors began to gather. By now we'd killed about 24 of the things which, for better or worse, started attracting more of the mere creatures to the wide open space in front of our hangar. Because Lieutenant Wolf had chosen our position so well, we only had to defend the south and east walls of the hangar, allowing us to concentrate fire and catch the majority of them in a crossfire from our elevated height. Still, it was obvious that we were facing a force of thousands, and while many had stopped to feed on the growing number of their own dead, many more of the mutated horrors were loping towards our hangar. We opened up with all weapons blazing. This was combat in its purest form, where steely-eyed, trained warriors stopped thinking about death and relied strictly on their training to keep them alive. This was where the amount of adrenaline being pumped into your veins could keep you awake and alert for weeks, and where calm, focused aggression ruled amid the sounds of automatic weapons fire, grenades exploding, the yells of reloading, and the incessant hissing of the mere creatures. Before I knew it, I was out of 40mm high explosives and anti-personnel grades and was now down to firing a 5.56. We'd killed hundreds of the things, and hundreds more had stopped to eat their dead. But still, the tide of thousands crept closer to our hangar. They were now only a few dozen meters from the entrance.
"Hey," yelled Gimsby, "are those fuckers getting bigger?"
At first, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, but now I could see what was happening. The more the mere creatures ate their dead and ingested the mutagen in their systems, the more they began to grow. Some were now as big as 10 to 12 feet, and in what I can only describe as a fit of roid rage from the massive infusion of the mutagen in their system, they began attacking and devouring the smaller mere creatures around them. Collectively, we all realized that it would take more ammo to bring those ones down. That volume of fire increased, and then came the sound that I was dreading to hear. "Out. I'm out," yelled one of my SEALs. "Reloading. Last mag," yelled another. I distributed my last 6 full magazines to the 2 SEALs who went blank on ammo. I forget who they were, while yelling, "Pop smoke. Drop it over the edge." Hilliard and Gimsby popped their smoke grenades and dropped them over the edge of the roof. The billowing clouds of red and purple smoke caused the mere creatures to hack and wheeze. The mutated horrors backed away, but we all knew that it was only a temporary reprieve. Once the smoke had cleared, they would storm the hangar. "Chief," yelled Peoples, "when's that extraction going to get here?" "Tomorrow," I answered. "Today's the easy day." "I'm black on ammo," yelled Gimsby, slinging his rifle around his back and drawing his combat pistol. "Black on ammo," yelled Hilliard, also drawing his pistol. "Black," announced Nguyen and Johnson as they drew their pistols. The protective smoke screen which we'd laid out began to dissipate and swirl around us as the air began to thump. In the distance we could see the grey-coloured shape of a US Navy SH-60 Seahawk diving towards us. The Seahawk helicopter was equipped with a spy system, or special patrol insertion and extraction system. It hovered low over the hangar, a very thick and sturdy rope dangling beneath it, which the helicopter pilot skillfully lowered to the hangar roof. Attached to the rope were harnesses to which our SEAL team attached themselves, first Hilliard and his team, followed by Gimsby and his team, then me, and finally Lieutenant Wolf. The Seahawk lifted the entire team up into the air, 8 warriors dangling one on top of the other, suspended from a rope at the bottom of a helicopter. Lieutenant Wolf was the last SEAL lifted off the roof, just as the access door burst open and those mutated fish things tumbled out. The pilot banked the helicopter in a gentle turn south towards the open ocean and the awaiting destroyer, the USS John S. McCain. I looked northeast, hearing the rumbling of powerful jet engines even above the noise of the Seahawk's rotors and downdraft of wind. Not even 2 miles away, I could see our 3 B-52 bombers that had flown out of Guam, opening their bomb bay doors, heading for the Chinese base at Fiery Cross Reef. "Whoa, that was frickin' intense," yelled Peoples into his earpiece. This is nothing," I yelled as the Seahawk banked over the South China Sea. "You should have seen what we encountered in the caves of Afghanistan." It wasn't even a week later, after the destruction of the reef and after our team had returned to San Diego, that news of the USS Bonhomme Richard began hitting the airwaves. August 26, 2020, U.S. Navy Times. "Arson suspected in USS Bonhomme Richard fire," defense official says. April 14th, 2021, Fox 5, San Diego. "Fire damaged USS Bonhomme Richard decommissioned in San Diego ceremony." August 4th, 2021, U.S. Navy Times. "Sailor accused of starting USS Bonhomme Richard fire identified." Almost immediately after our return to Coronado, 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, SEAL Team 7 was swiftly disbanded, and each member of the team was assigned to different SEAL teams on either the east or west coast. Lieutenant Wolf was assigned as an instructor to Bud S., the basic underwater demolition SEAL training course at Coronado that creates new SEALs. I ended up on the east coast with SEAL Team 6, while the loss of the reef with all personnel was eventually blamed on a freak underwater volcano. Anyway, it wasn't until a month after I arrived in Norfolk that we discovered an interesting side effect of the mutagen. The mutagen, when delivered in quantity such as in a bite, would turn a human into one of those sea monsters within minutes or hours, depending on how much and how quickly the mutagen was absorbed into the bloodstream. But when delivered in a very small and controlled dose, such as a scratch which barely broke through my skin, this strange mutagen could have some very unexpected benefits. For example, it's now winter, and I've been swimming here for hours in the open waters of the Chesapeake Bay, 8 miles off the coast of Norfolk. I'm neither tired nor cold, and the destroyer USS Cole, which has been escorting me on this little experiment, has tracked me swimming at approximately 27 knots, or about as fast as the speed of a dolphin. Oh, did I mention that I've been swimming underwater with absolutely no scuba or any other underwater breathing apparatus? If the folks at Bethesda can somehow harvest the mutagen from my blood, I truly feel sorry for the poor bastards who have to face the next generation of United States Navy SEALs. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of ancient Rome, the Empire versus the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. Part 1. Okay, hear me out. This is going to sound strange, but what if my theory is actually true? It'd explain a lot of things and answer a lot of questions that are plaguing us right now. Let's imagine for a moment that the Earth, alone in the galaxy, or perhaps even the universe, has been chosen to be nothing more than a giant chessboard. A chessboard where both time and space do not hinder or help in the outcome of the game. Now, let's imagine that there are 2 diametrically opposing forces at either end of the chessboard. Let's label them good and evil, light or dark, whatever you wish, who at critical times in cosmic history will take individuals or perhaps even entire military units and place them at strategic locations during crucial moments to affect the outcome of the timeline. What if these chess moves, for lack of a better term, has changed the course of our history over and over again? What if Abraham Lincoln actually lived, but a chess piece had been moved to assassinate him? What if Hitler had been killed in World War I, but a chess piece had been moved to save him? What if a chess piece had been moved to save Trump from assassination? Excuse my French, said Colonel Solomon Gabriel. But are you freaking shitting me, Chaplain Johnson? The 48-year-old Marine Corps colonel, with skin-tight buzz cut and the low flat top of prematurely white hair, glared at the chaplain of his 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit. Colonel Gabriel wasn't a religious man. 3 tours of Iraq and 2 in Afghanistan pretty much convinced him there was no God, at least not a loving one, despite what his Marines might have seen and experienced in the last few days. Chaps, I have the entire MIU spread out on the beaches of the Reggio di Calabria on the southern tip of Italy and trapped 2,000 years in the past. I ordered this command and staff meeting to complete all of the intel that we've been able to gather so far. That includes you briefing me on what the hell that thing was we saw. I need answers on how we're going to get my 2,400 Marines back where they belong. Not a lecture on some metaphysical Doctor Who bullshit or some ancient alien theory about Jesus, the lightsaber-wielding Jedi. Sir, I'm just offering, said the chaplain, Major Brent Johnson. Sir, interrupted Captain Tanya Tonelli, the MIU-S2 intelligence officer and one of the few female officers serving in the unit. There are historical records of entire units vanishing without a trace. Though relatively young for her rank, Tonelli's retired U.S. Marine Corps Command Sergeant Major father had toughened her up, and while she could take a good ass-chewing like the rest of them if she knew she deserved it, Captain Tonelli never took any unwarranted shit from anybody. During the Battle of Gallipoli in World War I, a British unit named the Norfolk Regiment, made up of 250 men and 16 officers, charged across open territory towards enemy positions when a thick cloud bank descended on them. When it rose, the entire unit had completely vanished from the battlefield. The event was reportedly observed by several witnesses, including soldiers from the nearby New Zealand Army. And in 1939, when the Japanese invaded China, continued Captain Tonelli, a Chinese military force of 3,000 soldiers was deployed to defend the city of Nanjing. They vanished without a trace. The list goes on and on, sir. The 5 Avenger torpedo bombers lost without a trace in 1945 after World War II. Korea, Vietnam. Reports go back to this time period where entire Roman legions vanished and even back into ancient Egyptian history. Captain Tonelli stopped when she saw Colonel Gabriel turning red and lower his head. She could tell from experience that the angry and frustrated expression on Colonel Gabriel's face, that the information she was providing wasn't what he wanted to hear. For his part, Colonel Gabriel had to grudgingly admit to himself that if Captain Tonelli was a young, intelligent, good-looking, physically fit male intelligence officer, he'd probably be ripping him a new asshole right now. If he'd wanted a briefing about shows the History Channel played during ratings week, he would have asked for one. But since Captain Tonelli was a young, intelligent, good-looking, physically fit female intelligence officer, he knew he had to tame his anger. Granted, Colonel Gabriel wasn't a fan of the new politically correct and oversensitive military which was infecting his beloved corps like a plague, but he'd also proven that he was a staunch opponent of racial bias, sexism, and the creation of a hostile working environment which always rotted and decayed the units which they infected. Those Marines who'd been found guilty of disobeying the warrior code soon found themselves to be ex-Marines. Colonel Gabriel was more than happy to be the one signing their dishonorable discharge from the Corps. Thankfully, such cases were very few and far between in his milieu, and motivation was always high among his young warriors. The 13th milieu had one of the highest retention ratings in the Marine Corps, a testament to the unit's high morale, dedication, and trust in their junior and senior leadership. What Colonel Gabriel couldn't stand were the new congressionally mandated training briefings, in which he was forced to sacrifice over a quarter of the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit's total yearly training time to such briefings as sensitivity training and training sessions in which social justice warriors encourage Marines to get in touch with their easily offended inner liberal. His Marines patiently sat through those hours-long death-by-PowerPoint briefings in which each Marine was lectured by bleeding-heart liberals on how Marines were brutish monsters unless they changed their negative and intolerant attitudes towards people who identified themselves as winged unicorns of rainbow and sprinkle-colored freedom fighters. Well, if a Marine's first thought at 0 dark 30 when they woke up in the morning wasn't, how can I embrace and love grown adults who have no idea which public restroom to use? Well, that Marine didn't have his priorities straight. While each of Gabriel's Marines dutifully rated each briefing a 5 out of 5 in relevance, importance, and promoting social justice. At least they'd be labeled as brutish monsters by their civilian slave masters. In reality, most of the Marines considered such constant and repetitive briefings tedious drivel to the point of being aggravating. They would have rather spent their training time doing something more relevant and important to promoting social justice, such as training to kill the shit out of the bad guys. Colonel Gabriel inhaled deeply as he spoke, and Captain Tonelli winced unconsciously, expecting an ass-chewing in front of her fellow staff and command officers, who were crowded inside the large tent that was serving as the unit's TOC, Tactical Operations Center. Instead, in an aggravated though calmer and collected tone, Colonel Gabriel said, "Look, Captain Tonelli, I'm not doubting whether or not those occurrences actually happened. Hell, we're stuck 2,000 freaking years in the past. What I need to know are quantifiable and scientific theories of how we got here and what that thing was who said he was God. Most of all, I need to know how we're going to get the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit back to where we belong, or at least to the 1960s. Heard that was a fun frickin' decade." Captain Tonelli smiled inwardly, knowing that her plan to readjust the Colonel's thinking might be working. "Sir, for matters regarding a theological answer, I'm afraid Major Johnson is far more qualified than I am as your subject matter expert." She smiled gently, turning her head to look at the chaplain. Chaplain Johnson returned her conspiratorial gaze. "Okay, I get it. You and chaps have been plotting against me." Colonel Gabriel leaned back in resignation. "All right, chaps, let me hear your theory. What was that god we saw out there last week?" Chaplain Johnson thought back to last Friday, when the 13th MIU was conducting a joint forces NATO exercise with the Primer Reggimento San Marco, the elite Italian Marines. The start of the training operation would be done in typical Marine Corps awesomeness. The U.S. Navy amphibious assault ship USS Kearsarge and the Italian Navy amphibious assault ship San Giusto was steaming 2 miles off the coast of southern Italy, roughly 50 clicks northeast of Sicily. In the mystic blue waters of the Mediterranean Sea, the most elite fighting forces of the United States and Italy were training together, conducting an amphibious assault of the rocky beaches of Reggio di Calabria at the tip of Italy's boot. Though this was just a training exercise, it was no less an awe-inspiring sight as a full combat battalion of Marines encased aboard amphibious assault vehicles slowly rumbled to shore, 2 water jets propelling the large green and brown colored boat-shaped armored vehicles through the relatively calm waters. Columns of white fuel-fed smoke billowing behind the assault Marines. Following the Marine AAVs, other combat Marines were aboard large air-cushioned landing craft, known as LCACs, which thundered to shore propelled over the churning waves by 2 powerful and incredibly noisy fans mounted at the aft of the vessel. These Marines crammed aboard the LCACs brought with them the MIU's main fire support weapons, consisting of light armored vehicles called LAV-25s, a battery of 6 155mm M777 towed howitzers, and even a platoon of 4 M1A2 Abrams main battle tanks. As the Marines charged over the waves towards the shoreline, AH-1Z Viper attack helicopters and UH-1Y light attack helicopters flew low overhead, looking for hostile targets inland that might hamper the breach landings. Behind the hunter-killer Viper and Venom pairs of helicopters, unusual-looking MV-22 Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft flew about a mile behind, carrying more assault Marines and equipment. And far above the Marine helicopters and Ospreys, 4 Marine Corps AV-8 Harrier jump jets circled protectively, awaiting their call to drop their ordnance on enemy positions. To the east of the U.S. Marines, their Italian counterparts were also conducting similar amphibious landing operations, supported in the air by their own AV-8 Harriers and AW-101 Merlin helicopters. Colonel Gabriel stood on the bridge of the lead LCAC, just behind the first wave of assaulting Marines, watching with visible pride as his young Marines neared the shoreline of Reggio di Calabria, each team and squad all the way up to battalion-level command team operating like a well-oiled killing machine. Once the 2 assault forces landed ashore, the American and Italian Marines would link up to begin a 6-mile road march following the main seaside road east to a pre-assigned location where they would consolidate and conduct 11 days of joint training exercises. His Marines would enjoy the sight of the Mediterranean Sea off to their right as they conducted their 6-mile road march. It was, thought Colonel Gabriel, a great day to be a Marine. Chaplain Johnson was with Colonel Gabriel on the LCAC's bridge, along with the senior command staff. Johnson saw the phenomenon before the LCAC's Navy captain said, "Sir, looks like we got clouds rolling in." The Italian and American meteo folks had previously reported that it would be clear today, high, thin clouds and 100% visibility. There were absolutely no clouds in the clear late spring skies over the Mediterranean, but right here in front of him, the force of AAVs just half a mile in front of the following LCACs had just vanished in a cloud bank so thick that it appeared that they disappeared behind a white wall. Before Chaplain Johnson could blink twice, the near-opaque cloud had already swallowed the LCACs, and for the Marine chaplain, time literally stood still. Johnson tried to blink and turn his head, but found that he could do neither. The cloud had enveloped everything in such a thick haze that Johnson couldn't see anything except the curtain of white, his fellow Marine standing next to him having completely vanished. He felt as if he was submerged in tar, straining every muscle that he had just to blink. Even the rumbling of the LCAC had completely stopped, and though everything seemed deathly still and calm, Johnson's mind was racing. "Time has stopped," Chaplain Johnson realized in shock. "Time has stopped. Lord, what's happening here?" No sooner had that impossible thought crossed his mind than a bright flash of light seemed to suck him forward. Chaplain Johnson would have screamed and raised his arms if he could have, in a vain attempt to protect himself from being smashed to a pulp against the armored glass window of the LCAC bridge. However, instead of being splattered against the inside of the bridge, Chaplain Johnson saw his body phasing through the solid glass and instantly transported to the shore, where he stood on the beach amidst a slowly dissipating cloud. He found that he now had control of his movements again, and he looked around nervously, seeing that he was surrounded by his fellow Marines who were also looking around with shocked and confused expressions on their faces. 1 second ago, they were driving AAVs over the choppy water to the shore, or sitting in the passenger compartment in the back getting seasick and throwing up. 1 second ago, they were piloting gunship helicopters, Ospreys, or Harrier jump jets. 1 second ago, they were aboard armored vehicles on the landing craft, waiting to rumble off onto the beach. Now it appeared that the entire 13th MEU was standing on the beach, and Chaplain Johnson could see the questioning eyes of several Marines staring at him, no doubt wondering if this was what heaven was supposed to be like. If Chaplain Johnson could speak, he would have said, "I don't know." The beach at Reggio di Calabria, if indeed that is where the Marines were, was made of coarse sand and smooth round stones. Visibility had improved some, though the sky above them and the seas behind them remained shrouded in a cloudy haze. Less than half a kilometre in front of them, the beaches led to a series of low foothills, which overlooked the shores and the sea. A glowing being about 300 feet tall stood on the foothills, looking down and regarding the assembled Marines with white, flaming eyes. Instinctively, several Marines raised their weapons at the angelic entity, taking up whatever firing positions they could find on the open beach, while the security squad of recon Marines took up defensive positions in front of Colonel Gabriel. No orders had to be shouted. Though scared and confused, the Marines deployed to deal with the potential threat, propelled strictly by hard training and warrior resolve. Part 2. "Stand down, Marines," yelled Colonel Gabriel, his gruff voice breaking the eerie quiet which seemed to envelop the scene. "Lower your weapons and stay frosty. We don't have live rounds anyway." "Fear not, my valiant warriors, for thou stand before the god of this land." The being spoke to the Marines with a beautiful voice, its tone calming, almost hypnotic, and Chaplain Johnson could only describe the human-shaped giant as glorious. It was a male figure with a chiseled and muscular chest, barely hidden by a golden flowing robe. The being's legs were also very muscular, and his feet were hidden under clouds of swirling smoke. The being, which called itself God, had a head which shined like the sun, flowing white hair wreathed in lightning, framing a young and impossibly handsome face. "Thou art safe here, my champions," considered the being calling itself God. Chaplain Johnson realized that the being wasn't speaking to them in the conventional term, but actually communicating with each Marine through its thoughts. "My name is Solomon Gabriel, Colonel, United States Marine Corps," yelled Colonel Gabriel. "I am the commander of the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit based out of Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton, California." "I am aware of who thou art, Colonel Gabriel," said the being, sounding somewhat annoyed at being interrupted. "Thou art the Legion Legate, a commanding officer of one of our history's most elite warrior classes, known as United States Marines." Colonel Gabriel put his hands on his hips as he looked up at the glowing deity on the hill. "You don't need to be a god to know that," he yelled. The being laughed humorously. "Arrogant and fearless, I have chosen well. But have a care how you speak, Colonel Gabriel, for I am the god of this land, and I shall brook no insubordination from my warriors, no matter how daring and bold." "Oh, please don't tell him that these aren't his warriors," thought the chaplain. "Please don't tell him that these warriors belong to the United States Marine Corps." Chaplain Johnson instead breathed a sigh of relief when Gabriel said instead, "Are you the one who brought me and my Marines here? Where exactly is here?" "Thou art upon the shores of Regium, which thou now call Reggio di Calabria," said the being. Chaplain Johnson gasped. "The Reggio di Calabria hasn't been known as Regium for over a millennia," he thought. "Ah, indeed," said the being, as if it had read the chaplain's mind. "This land has not been known as Regium for many eras since your births." There was a tinge of anger in the being's tone as he spoke.
Several things have changed since the Kohav Bahir appeared.
You still haven't answered my question, sir. It pained Colonel Gabriel to call the thing sir, but he was an atheist and would be damned if he'd addressed the thing as God. My Marines would have come ashore at Reggio di Calabria without your help.
Indeed, Colonel, said the being, but thou would not have arrived at the time in which thou were most needed. You and your warriors stand on the beaches of Rhegium. That is true, but thou standeth on the beaches 2,000 years in your past. 40 days ere the fulfillment of the Kohav Bahir prophecy.
Are you frickin' kidding? Started Colonel Gabriel.
Sir,
yelled Chaplain Johnson, putting his hand on Gabriel's shoulder and shaking his head in panic.
If you really did bring us back to the biblical area, maybe we need to hear what God has to say before we incur his wrath.
Colonel Gabriel exhaled angrily, glaring at the chaplain, but said nothing. Surprisingly, the being claiming to be God gave Chaplain Johnson a displeased expression, but spoke cordially with Colonel Gabriel.
You are indeed wise to hear me out, Colonel Gabriel. 40 days hence a great calamity will occur which will shatter the very pillars of the world, started the being. Cultures will crumble and empires will fall, and the effects of such a world-destroying event will touch even thine own lives many millennia in the future. This must not stand. Therefore thou and thy mighty warriors have been chosen, amongst all others, to keep this calamity from occurring and affecting the world with its power. It is the only way that you may be allowed to return to your proper time.
Is that so? Said Colonel Gabriel. And what is it that you're asking the 13th Mew to do? The being suddenly radiated a feeling of accomplishment that bordered on sexual satisfaction. He smiled and his body shone even brighter.
The prophecy of the Kohav Bahir must not be allowed to occur. The great pillars must not be allowed to fall. In order to prevent this, thy Marines must destroy the military legions of the Roman Empire.
With all of your great power, said Colonel Gabriel, why can't you do that yourself? Why couldn't you prevent the prophecy of the Yabba Dabba Doo?
Do not try my patience, mortal.
The glowing being seemed to diminish in its brightness and glory, its beauty replaced by a moment of ugly rage. Still, Colonel Gabriel stood his ground.
I am the god of this land, therefore the Roman legions are my children. It is not for me to carry out this task. For the sake of your world and for your future, this is a task which can only be accomplished by the United States Marines.
Well, chaps, said Gabriel, was that or wasn't it God that we saw 3 days ago?
Chaplain Johnson gulped. In my opinion, sir, the answer would be no. If it were, then none of us would probably be alive, as no man could set eyes on him and live.
Okay, then, I'll bite, said Gabriel. Was that some sort of angel of his?
Again, sir, I'd have to say no, replied Johnson. Angels have been said to be so glorious that those who saw them were either so struck with fear that they collapsed, or they fell in worship of them. Neither of those events occurred amongst the Marines, and I noticed that since no one fell in worship of that being, well, it caused it some consternation. In the Old Testament of the Bible, angels would always say that they were not God, but his servant and messenger. That being on the hill said that he was the God of this land. If he were truly God, he would have announced himself as the God of the universe. To put what that being said in perspective, it'd be like he was admitting to be the God of Toledo, Ohio.
So, who do you think that was, chaps? The deep-sounding voice came from Command Sergeant Major Jake Tunstall, the veteran black Marine who'd been the unit's senior-ranking NCO through their last 2 deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. Angel of Light? The Devil?
I'm not certain, Sergeant Major, said Chaplain Johnson, though I did suspect that he didn't like me being here, as if he considered me as an adversary.
What was it that the being said? Continued Sergeant Major Tunstall. He mentioned something about the prophecy of Kohav Bahir not being allowed to occur. What does that mean?
I haven't heard about a prophecy of the Kohav Bahir,
admitted Chaplain Johnson. Doesn't sound like a Latin phrase, nor does it sound like anything from the modern Italian language, but it sounds familiar. We don't have internet here, obviously, so I can't reference it online. We're running out of time, folks, said Colonel Gabriel. Well, whatever that thing is, it said that the veil hiding us from the rest of Roman eyes will be lifted in 3 days, after which the powers of the Roman legions will be unleashed upon us. That 3-day alibi ends in 12 hours, and we have to assume that, after that, we'll be in direct combat with at least one Roman legion. The Marines of the MEU were assembled on the beach, along with their combat support, combat service support, and logistical vehicles. All of the Marine vehicles had somehow been parked neatly in rows on the hard-packed ground of the beach. Above the beach, on a low hill of similarly hard-packed ground, but which lacked the smooth stones and rocks which might have harmed them when they were launched, were parked the MEU's Viper attack helicopters and the Venom light attack helicopters, as well as the Ospreys and 4 Marine AV-8 Harrier jump jets. Their quartermaster equipment, including the water purification equipment and the 500-gallon water containers, were also located there, as well as the tents and the field kitchens. Aside from that, mountains of pallets stacked high with ammunition, MREs, bottled water, fuel blivets, extra tires, and everything else that could sustain an entire MEU for a high-intensity operation that was supposed to last no more than 2 months also awaited the MEU on the beaches, although the Marines had no idea how those had got there. Unknown to them, an airdrop ammunition resupply of 155mm howitzer rounds dropped from C-130 Hercules transport aircraft to the 82nd Airborne's Artillery Battalion vanished into thin air, while material from the military storage facilities located across the world had almost mysteriously disappeared, only to reappear on the beaches of Reggio di Calabria. The personnel frantically searching for the tons and tons of missing fuel, munitions, and Class 1 supplies never knew that the missing materials could be found 2,000 years into the past. The being that had called itself God had only transported those Marines into the past who were essential to fighting the Roman legions. Those Marines whose military occupational specialties involved signals intelligence, satellite communications, electronic warfare, naval gunfire liaison, and any other specialty which relied on modern technology outside of that which was organic to the MEU, were left behind, as the technologies required did not exist 2,000 years ago. Aside from the Navy Corpsmen, who were also allowed to remain, the MEU would be acting as a separate, self-sustaining combat element. The glowing being had also granted the MEU 3 days of grace in which it said that the area 5 kilometers around where the Marines now stood would be blind from detection from the Romans, although the Roman Emperor Tiberius had been forewarned of the coming of the Marines. This would give the Marines 3 days to prepare their defenses and prepare for the coming campaign. At that, the glowing being departed from the Marines, and the misty haze which surrounded them lifted, revealing a bright, clear and warm morning. Watches which ran on battery still worked, and although the hours were off by a couple thousand years, Colonel Gabriel saw that only a few seconds had passed since he and his Marines had been taken from their timeline. Immediately, Colonel Gabriel sent out his light armored reconnaissance company to scan the surrounding area, informing them that under no circumstances were they to engage the local population, and if they should encounter hostile Roman soldiers, to pull back and readjust course. He didn't like his position on the beaches and ordered the MEU to prepare to move to a more secure location once it was located. As soon as the infantry combat elements had traded in their blank rounds for live ammunition from the stocks which had mysteriously appeared on the beaches, they were to move out by company to secure a 1-kilometer perimeter around the area, while the armored vehicles loaded ammunition, fuel and provisions for the anticipated move off the beaches. Colonel Gabriel kept his air assets grounded for the moment, not fully trusting the being when it said it would shield them from sight. Did that also apply to high-flying, long-ranging aircraft? Well, instead, Gabriel ordered his scouts to make extensive use of the recon drone assets available to them. Fortunately, they had no shortage of modern 1 to 50,000 scale area maps of the area, since they had no GPS or satellite tracking capabilities. This meant that the Marines would be navigating overland, using the old map and compass method. By mid-afternoon, the scouts reported back that they were just within the 5-kilometer boundary and that they'd seen no other signs of human life or habitation, though they did find several roads made of smooth brick which ran east to west. The beach at which the Marines had landed was surrounded by rocky foothills, but about 2 kilometers from that, the land leveled off to flat rolling plains and fields which gradually dipped into a wide and shallow valley. This valley extended for several miles before sloping up again into more foothills, and gradually towards taller mountains. The infantry units also reported no contacts or signs of human habitation, so Gabriel ordered them to push out another kilometer. Part 3. By late afternoon, the 1st Platoon recon patrolling to the east reported that they had what looked like several villages under observation, but that they seemed to have been uninhabited and abandoned recently. Ordered to proceed and investigate with caution, but with the same rules of engagement that none of the local population were to be engaged, and if hostiles appear, the Marines were to retreat. 30 minutes later, the recon platoon reported back to the TOC that all of the villages had been abandoned, seemingly in a very organized and deliberate manner. Colonel Gabriel ordered them to hold in place at one of the larger villages, which contained a number of abandoned homes and buildings made of the same smooth white stone used to construct the roads. Using his map, Colonel Gabriel saw that the villages were north of what is modern-day Melito de Porto Salvo, an area of grassy higher ground which then led down into the more traversable valley going north. It was a very strategic location for the ancient Romans for fishing and farming, and Gabriel wondered why it had been abandoned. A while later, the recon platoon scouting north and northwest reported very few signs of habitation upon the rocky foothills, and few places where the Miu vehicles could maneuver. Ordering his recon marines to hold place and maintain observation, he ordered 1st Platoon at Melito de Porto Salvo to secure the area and prepare for the Miu's arrival, paying special attention to marking areas which the aircraft could land. Not wanting to move in the evening, Gabriel called his command and staff officers into his tent, informing them that he was going forward to assess the situation at Melito de Porto Salvo to see if it was a suitable site for the Miu. If he determined that it was, Gabriel informed his commanders that the Mio would be moving off the beaches at 1000 hours the next morning, following breakfast. In the meantime, Gabriel admonished his combatant commanders to ensure that their equipment was serviceable and accountable, and that their units be ready to move within 24 hours. Normally, Gabriel would take the UH-1 Venom helicopter to do an aerial recon, but instead he travelled overland with his reconnaissance platoon to link up with the 1st Platoon at Melito de Porto Salvo. Utilizing the recon platoon's up-armoured Humvees to cover the short 5-kilometer distance, Colonel Gabriel was amazed at the sophistication of the ancient paved Roman roadway. Though it was hardly capable of accommodating any of his vehicles, much less their tracked and armoured vehicles, it was still an impressive feat of ancient road construction. And though the way was narrow and rocky in many places, the Marine vehicles could traverse the route, proving their worth as they had in the Rocky Mountains of Afghanistan. The thing that bothered Gabriel was that this wide and obviously major travel road was abandoned of all people, and, as his recon elements had reported, so were all of the villages and habitations surrounding the Marine landing point for 5 kilometers. This could only confirm that Emperor Tiberius had ordered the evacuation of this part of southern Italy, and the only reason why he would do this was because he was fully aware that the US Marines had landed. Admittedly, despite being thrust in such an outlandish and otherworldly situation, he was actually looking forward to matching his wits and warriors with the great Roman military generals of ancient times. On schedule at 1000 hours of their second day in ancient Rome, Colonel Gabriel ordered the 13th Miu to move out. The move from the beachhead to the abandoned village north of Melito de Porto Salvo the next morning went off without a hitch, with 2nd Platoon Recon leading the way and 3rd Platoon Recon bringing up the rear. Gabriel's biggest concern, his air assets, had launched successfully from the beaches and turned south over the Mediterranean so that they wouldn't be travelling overland, and flew up to their landing area, approaching from the south. Colonel Gabriel didn't start to breathe again until the last of his AV-8 Harriers and Ospreys had touched down near the southern perimeter of the temporary base camp and had shut down. The entire MEU was encamped on a relatively flat, elevated spot of land, roughly 1 square kilometer, with a large abandoned village immediately to their west. To their east and west were the rocky foothills which gradually rose to mountains. To their south was the Mediterranean Sea, while directly north was the wide valley which led through fertile farming lands. Colonel Gabriel gave instructions that they would not be occupying any of the abandoned structures in any of the villages, and ordered the 13th MEU to begin setting up their temporary operating base camp while the scouts were ordered forward again. Gathered again inside the large tent being utilized as the MEU talk, the assembled command and staff gathered around the tactical map covered in laminate to discuss the current situation and develop the initial CONOP, concept of operations. First and foremost, although their mission was to destroy the military legions of the Roman army, the Marines wanted to leave as small a footprint as possible on the timeline. The being that had called itself God had given them a relatively simple objective. From the Reggio di Calabria, the Marines would follow the coast road northeast to Sybaris, in what is modern-day Sabari, 200 kilometers away. From there, the MEU would turn northwest, headed inward towards Venusia, located in what is now known as northern Potenza. From there, the Marines were to travel northwest again to northern Neapolis, known today as Naples. From there, the Marines would turn north towards the heart of the empire, Rome. All told, the straight road march taking that route was 700 kilometers, or some 440 miles. The glowing being promised to provide resupplies of munitions, provisions, and fuel along the way, in the same manner in which he had supplied the Marines on the beaches of Reggio. "Okay," said Major Alexander Easter, the S3 operations officer, as he addressed the staff. "Assuming that the entity is true to his word and will provide the necessary resupply, then we'd need to resupply twice for fuel, preferably at Potenza and Naples. Going over the mountains as we'd have to, we'd be burning 30 to 50% more fuel than we would during normal operations. That includes combat maneuvering. Still, even given the fact that there are no established roads that will hold our vehicles, we should be on the outskirts of Rome in less than a week to 3 days. Though we should plan for longer if we have to deal with civilian traffic and combat operations." "Weather," said Colonel Gabriel to Captain Tonelli. Since the Meteo specialists relied on current satellite data, they had not been included in the MEU. Therefore, it was left to Captain Tonelli to make her best guess, based on known historical data. "Assumptions remain the same, sir," replied Tonelli. "If we're transported here during the same month that we were taken, then we're still in the spring season between April and May. We can expect temperate climates of around 65 to 70 degrees with an expected rainfall not to exceed 4 inches and mostly sunny and clear skies." "Perfect vacation weather," grunted Gabriel, "or to begin a military campaign." Gabriel exhaled and put his hands to his chin. "Is it just me, or does anyone else find it odd that we were given 40 days to accomplish this mission?" "If we assume that Emperor Tiberius was forewarned that we were here, it should also be safe to assume that he has recalled some of his legions from around the known world to defend Rome. 40 days would allow them to prepare defensive positions while allowing other units to get into blocking positions along our route of march," said Major Easter. "So you're saying that the entity is playing both sides then?" concluded Gabriel, "forewarning Tiberius that we were coming and providing him with our route of march." "Instead of making us hunt all over the known world to engage the legions," said Major Easter grimly. "The entities using Tiberius to bring them to us." "Sir," said Lieutenant Colonel Archibald Arch Wainwright, the ground combat element commander, "what about the moral and ethical issues that we're asking our Marines to face? We're looking at a total enemy force structure of around 200,000 men. Killing just one of them may alter the course of our timeline. Plus, several of our Marines have Italian ancestry." Captain Tonelli winced at that last comment. Sir, we need to take that into consideration as we begin this operation, continued Lieutenant Colonel Wainwright. Colonel Gabriel nodded in agreement. On the beaches the other day, he told the entity that he was not going to allow his Marines to be used as a tool, whether the entity was God or not. The Marines were bound to uphold the Constitution of the United States, though it was still 2,000 years coming. The entity went white with rage, and for a moment it looked as if it would have struck down Colonel Gabriel for his insolence, but it held its wrath. Thou remind me of other heroes of this age which hath opposed my will, so I will give you this generous concession, Colonel Gabriel. Follow this route to Rome, but do not cross her boundaries. Stay there south of the city until 40 days passes. Once 40 days and 40 nights have passed, I shall return you back to your proper time and to your homes. Colonel Gabriel crossed his arms, refusing to be bullied. If I refuse? The entity calling itself God sneered. Then 40 days shall become 40 years, shall become 400 years, that you and your warriors shall be trapped here, long dead and forgotten, ere your bones are discovered. In the meantime, shall I bring forth upon the shores of Rhegium another marine expeditionary unit, and if their commander is as insolent and unwise as you, I shall bring another and another and another, until one of your kind has the wisdom to see the reason of his holy quest, which is to stop the catastrophic prophecy which would destroy kingdoms and lay low empires. Colonel Gabriel still didn't believe the entity's claim of being God, but he did know that it had the capability to snatch up entire military units from modern times and transport them to the past. If he refused, the entity would just discard the 13th Mu and simply grab another unit. Though Colonel Gabriel graduated third from his command and staff college and first in war college, nothing that he'd been taught prepared him for the Star Trek Captain Kirk bullshit he was facing now. With the greatest reluctance of his life, Gabriel accepted the entity's offer. Ultimately, Colonel Wainwright, said Gabriel, I take full responsibility for every action which my Marines will be forced to take while we're stuck in this timeline, including every casualty we inflict. Having said that, it's not my intent to engage in offensive operations against any military unit here, Roman or otherwise. Sir, said Colonel Wainwright, I only agreed to move our forces to the south of Rome, taking the route which the entity gave us, said Gabriel. I never agreed to conduct offensive operations along the way. If we're forced into combat, it'll be a defensive battle. Gabriel walked to the map which hung on the inside of the tent. Okay, folks, first of all, I need to know what exactly we're facing. Specifically, what's a Roman legion of this time period's tactical organization and equipment? Colonel Gabriel turned to his ground combat commander. Colonel Wainwright, you seem to know a little bit about ancient Roman legion numbers. Can you share what you know? Of course, Colonel, said Wainwright. Besides, who hasn't fantasized matching wits and warriors against the great Roman military generals of ancient times? Colonel Wainwright walked to the map next to the shorter but stockier Colonel Gabriel. Wainwright was a tall, white senior officer with wavy brown hair and tan skin, with an athletic build and absolutely no body fat. A very recruiting poster of a relatively young Marine senior commander. Wainwright began his briefing, having anticipated what information Colonel Gabriel would be looking for. A single Roman legion consisted of between 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers, roughly equivalent to a modern combat brigade. They were further subdivided into units called cohorts, or battalion-sized elements, which were in turn subdivided into centurias, which were company-sized units. Depending on the ground in which we chose to defend, we could easily overmatch several legions. However, if the ground's open to maneuver, say, by a large force of cavalry, we might be at a disadvantage. Our route of march limits their approaches to us up to Potenza, said Gabriel, studying the map. We'll have the mountains to our left and the sea to our right. However, once we get to Potenza and head across the peninsula to Naples, we'll be in relatively open territory. The going will be considerably more difficult from there. Captain Tonelli. Colonel Gabriel spun around, addressing his intelligence officer. Give me that report on their capabilities." Captain Tonelli stood up to give her report. She would usually have done her briefing on PowerPoint, but now it was written on a notebook. She wasn't as big an expert on ancient Roman military structure and tactics as Colonel Wainwright, and was grateful when he offered his assistance to her. "Sir," she began, "the Roman legions we can expect to encounter are equipped with specialized formations, same as ours. Each legion has a cavalry element of some 200 to 300 skilled horsemen used for reconnaissance and outflanking maneuvers. They have a light infantry section, used primarily as scouts, skirmishers, and javelin casters. The main combatant elements of the legion are comprised of the heavy infantry, which are themselves subdivided into novice, competent, and experienced soldiers, with the novice soldiers usually filling the front ranks of an engagement. We can also expect auxiliary units, similar to our combat support units, or siege weapons ranging from ballistae to catapults, which may not harm our heavier armored vehicles, but are a threat to our light-skinned vehicles. We can expect these ranged weapons to be effective out to 200 meters, their bows also having the same effective range." "Thank you, Captain," said Gabriel, turning to address his officers. "Marines, in less than 12 hours, the grace period which we'd been afforded is set to expire, and we'll literally be stepping out to make or rewrite history. There's a lot yet which we don't know, but we do know this. We are Marines. We will uphold our duty to the Constitution and to our country. We will not be aggressive, nor shall we seek out any aggression. We will fight only when the fight is brought to us, and if we can save lives, we'll do so at every opportunity. We will stand at the gates of Rome, but do so peacefully, waiting out the remainder of the 40 days. "Sir," said Command Sergeant Major Tunstall, "what if that thing we saw on the beach doesn't fulfill his end of the bargain? Oh, then me and Chaplain Johnson are going to have a serious come-to-Jesus moment with God," said Gabriel. "Sir," interrupted S6 Communications NCO as he ran into the talk. "Sorry, sir, but Scout 1 and Scout 2 has made contact." Colonel Gabriel lowered his binoculars. He was standing at the first scout's positions, 2 kilometers to the east of the EU. 1 mile to the east, a force of at least 5,000 Roman soldiers were advancing over the rocky foothills. To their north, second scouts were reporting that a force of 5,000 Romans were approaching up the valley, about 1.5 miles distant. The second scouts to the north had reported that the Roman legion seemed to be setting up camp for the night, while Gabriel could see that the Roman legion to the east was still advancing across the rocky foothills towards the Marine base camp. "Get my indirect fire boys on the radio, arty and mortars," said Colonel Gabriel, "and have my ready flight of Harriers and Vipers ready to launch." "Sir, we still have the blind cover for several more hours," said Colonel Wainwright, who was standing with the colonel, along with Major Easter. "It appears that they're looking in our direction, but they can't see us. Once we send anything out of that 5-kilometer blind spot, we'll be visible to anyone." "I know, Arch," said Gabriel, "but if we allow that time to expire before we react, we hand over the initiative to the Romans. No, the Romans know we're here, and they know we're a threat, so we're taking the initiative now. Besides, I'm through playing by that entity's rules." Part 4. Senator Furius Camillus strode hesitantly across the polished marble floor of the chamber that Emperor Tiberius was using as his grand courtroom. Camillus walked past a row of armored Praetorian guards and nervously handed the scroll to his emperor. Emperor Tiberius had traveled from Rome all the way south to the military garrison in the mountains west of Crotona to be close to the battle. "More news from our forces in Rhegium, my liege," Camillus said. Tiberius unfurled the scroll, his brows furrowing in anger almost immediately. "Legion Legate, Marcus Lollius. Legion Il Parthica. Hail, Caesar Tiberius. The Legion Il Parthica has met the invaders as we crossed the foothills over the shores of Rhegium. My scouts led the vanguard of the Legion, but at the place where we had been informed the invaders had made camp, my cavalry commander, Captain Costas, informed me that naught could be seen upon the high plains except the villages we had ordered to be evacuated. The shadows were growing long by the time the rest of the Legion Ilpathica arrived, and we made to start camp for the evening. Already we received word from Legion XVI Gemina that they had already made camp in the valley along the northern approaches to the beaches. However, ere Apollo could complete his trek across the sky, the veil of secrecy was lifted over the plain, and we could plainly see the invaders. Though they were still far distant, we could see that they were giants, each clothed in some type of strange green and brown armor, which made them appear to blend with their surroundings. And they rode upon terrible dragons of many sizes, and they were colored in either shades of sand or in colors of green and brown. I was only afforded a moment's view of the enemy, when there came the sound like that of the rumbling of the oceans from an angry Neptune, from where the invaders stood, and all about us came a terrible whistling. Then the earth before the Legion was ripped and torn apart, as if by lightning strikes from Jupiter himself. With every thundering blow to the ground, the earth screamed and shook so much that even the goddess Terra must have trembled. The hearts of even my bravest veteran warriors melted in the face of such power, and they ran from the field, dropping sword and shield and covering their ears as they fled. But that was not the end of our horrors, for in the skies above us, 2 terrible winged dragons roared in fury, diving upon us and terrifying warrior, rider, and horse. With the grey armored dragons flew giant armored locusts, whose beating wings served only to spread terror as they spit stinging slugs around the Legion as we fled for our lives. And although not a single one of my soldiers lost their lives, the brief attack upon us caused the entire Legion Ilpathica to flee the field, all of us looking over our shoulders with nervous eyes, hoping that the fearsome dragons and locusts were not in pursuit. My Emperor, it is my belief that what had been unleashed upon us is but a very small example of the invaders' power. Well, I hesitate to call them gods, but they command terrible dragons and fire from the heavens, and it is a power that a single legion cannot hope to match. Currently, Legion Ilpathica is in retreat to the mountains in the west. I fear that the best we can do is keep the invaders in sight and observe their movements. I remain your faithful servant, Legion Legate Marcus Lollius, Legion Ilpathica. Emperor Tiberius tossed the scroll aside in anger. This damned message repeats the same message which you brought to me from Legion 16 Gemina this morning, Senator Camillus. My liege, stammered Camillus, I am simply the messenger. Who are the camp prefects of Ilpathica and 16 Gemina? Interrupted Tiberius. Titus Lartius from 16 Gemina, and Senator Lucius Cornelius from Ilpathica, answered Senator Camillus. Send them congratulations, said Emperor Tiberius. They have been promoted to Legion Legate. Tell them that their first task is to arrest their former Legion commanders and try them for treason and cowardice in front of their troops. Only their heads need to be returned to Rome. Once that has been done, tell Legate Cornelius to move Ilpathica west and reinforce Legion II Italica at Cortona. Order Legate Lartius to take 16 Gemina south and trap the invaders between them and Crotona. The invaders are limited in their movements, with the mountains to their north and the seas to their south. The legions are to crush them on the southern roads. Yes, of course, my liege, nodded Camillus. Also, said Tiberius, send this order to every single soldier serving the Empire. I decree that any soldier, no matter what rank or social standing, who takes one step backwards in the face of the invaders has forfeit their own lives. The only way is forward to either victory or death. Colonel Gabriel had watched with satisfaction when the northern and eastern force of Roman legions had broken and fled in panic. His combined mortar and artillery strikes had landed far enough away to not have inflicted any casualties, but close enough to shake the ground while his Harriers and Vipers added to the panic of the 2 Roman legions. He'd allowed his Marines to get whatever restless sleep they could that night, before moving off the beaches as planned in the morning. Once again his scouts led the way, while his air assets circled overhead. Well, they were a great asset to the Marines, Colonel Gabriel had neither the aviation fuel nor did the aircraft have the endurance to maintain flight indefinitely. Right now, the primary mission of the Mew was to find an elevated and defendable area which his air assets could land and use as an airbase that could still support the Mew's movement to Rome. He'd have to leave a security detachment force to defend the airbase, but that couldn't be helped. It was decided that the most likely place for a suitable temporary airbase would be located north of Potenza. So Gabriel sent his Venoms and 3 platoons of Marines aboard Ospreys to locate a suitable site. Coordinating so many moving parts was risky, especially keeping communications with all separate elements, but Colonel Gabriel didn't want to risk keeping the Marines on the beach and allow the Romans to regroup. The ground movement of the Mew was unopposed but slower than expected. The roads and passages sometimes became too rocky or too narrow for large vehicles, and already the armoured vehicle launch bridge had to be employed so that the Mew could cross over flowing bodies of water. And for the first time, the Marines were encountering local civilians. Several towns and villages dotted the southern roads, and as the Roman civilians saw the powerful invaders approaching, riding their growling tannin-green dragons with their terrible grey dragons circling overhead, they fled in panic. Gabriel would call a halt to allow the civilians ample time to gather their belongings and leave. By the time they reached the outskirts of a large town in what is now modern-day Soverato, Colonel Gabriel ordered a halt south of a narrow flowing river. They'd only travelled 100 kilometres from the beaches. The area which they halted at was on a flat field and wide enough to allow ample space for the entire Mew to form a defensive perimeter while their air assets could land in the middle. 2 well-constructed stone bridges crossed the river, which could sustain the weight of the Mew's lighter vehicles, but would not hold the weight of the tanks. Gabriel sent 2 armoured LAV-25s and a platoon of Marines over the bridge to secure the far side. It was late afternoon, and Gabriel wanted to allow a full day for the civilians living in the towns surrounding their route of advance to evacuate, while his scouts searched for a place narrow enough for the heavier machine vehicles to cross. The main force Mew would camp here for the night, while the detachments searched for a suitable airfield further north. If all went well, they'd make Sibari by the next day, where the entity promised a resupply of fuel awaited them. While his Marines were busily setting up night defensive positions, Gabriel received word that his scouts had located several potential areas north of the Potenza region, which could be suitable for a forward airfield. Gabriel sent his executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Brad Lively, to check out the potential sites aboard his personal helicopter, instructing him that he wanted his assessment as soon as possible, as the air assets were vulnerable at this location. Colonel Gabriel then boarded an Osprey to do an aerial recon of their forward march route the next day. The roadways were choked with civilians moving east and north. That would be a problem, along with the 2 choke points he saw along the way to Sibari. The Mew could turn off and travel across country around the civilians, but the choke points, a place where the mountains close to form a narrow passageway, would be a different story. He returned from his reconnaissance mission in time to receive the assessment from Lieutenant Colonel Brad Lively, who reported that he'd found the best place to establish the airfield, in a flat elevated area at the base of a valley surrounded on the east, south and west by mountains, and having a commanding position of the surrounding area. The downside was that the elevated plain appeared to be part of a large farming field, as there were several isolated farming villages located around the valley. Rather than waste aviation fuel to fly out and assess the area, Colonel Gabriel instead chose to trust his XO's assessment and put him in charge of establishing the airfield. Within 2 hours, the Harriers and rotor-wing assets were taking off again, heading north towards the newly established airfield. Along with them, Gabriel ordered a security platoon of Marines and a detachment of 4 of his 8 81mm mortars to bolster the Marines already there. Unknown to Gabriel, however, the Mew was also under observation. 4 cavalry scouts of 2 Parthica, now under the command of Legate Cornelius, had observed the invaders as they moved, noting that while their dragons were indeed fearful, they were also clumsy and difficult to control. They could not traverse over land as easily as the legion's horses, and had extreme difficulty crossing rivers. This information would be vital to Legate Cornelius, and the Roman scout leader sent one of his riders back to Sybaris. There may yet be a way to defeat these invaders. The next morning, the Miu moved out again towards Sibari, crossing over the armored vehicle launch bridge again at a narrow point in the river. They travelled unmolested for over an hour until the first choke point appeared in the distance. This choke point was a narrow passageway about 20 meters wide, running approximately 100 meters long, where the two rocky ridgelines met. Beyond the choke point, the ground opened up into wide grain fields. Colonel Gabriel halted his column 7 kilometers west of the first choke point. The recon marines, which had been dropped in overwatch positions, reported that Roman forces had been arrayed in battle positions at the opposite side of the choke point. Again, the marines utilized their recon drones, and Colonel Gabriel was treated to a panoramic view of the Roman forces opposing him beyond the choke point. There were at least 10,000 Roman soldiers facing them, 2 legions arrayed in disciplined formations of combatants, while their cavalry was arranged behind them. On their flanks were large Scorpio heavy dart launchers, Onager quick-firing catapults, and ballistae of every size. "Then place the howitzers and set the mortar tubes a-firing," ordered Gabriel. "Prepare to drop rounds 100 meters in front of their vanguard." Now, unlike before, the Roman soldiers stood firm as the helicopters circled over their formation. However, as the artillery marines struggled to rapidly emplace their 6-toed howitzers, one of the circling Venom helicopters transmitted a warning. "6, we have a column of Roman soldiers approaching your position from about a mile to your rear. They must have been camped out in the mountains to our north. They're coming at you at a dead run." Gabriel looked behind him, seeing nothing but the road bending around the mountain range which they just passed. The rear force of Roman soldiers had waited until the marines had rounded a long bend, using the mountain to mask their movements until the last second to get as close to the marines as possible. Still, that would have necessitated them to run at full speed to catch the invaders, as they were stopped at the first choke point. The marine logistical and support elements were at the rear of the column, followed by a rear security detachment. Gabriel smiled. It was a classic hammer and anvil maneuver, with the Romans using their maneuverability to capitalize on the Marines' limited movement ability in this terrain. Still, although the Marines were outnumbered nearly 8 to 1, they still possessed overwhelming speed and firepower. Weapons free," Gabriel said to his Venom pilots. "You're clear to fire, but fire only at the ground in front of them. I don't want any Roman casualties if we can help it." "Roger, we're rolling hot." The 2 UH-1Y Venom helicopters disappeared behind the ridge, diving low to fire on the advancing Roman legion, the hollow sounds of machine gun fire echoing across the hills. The 2 Venom helicopters appeared again in the sky to the north, from behind the ridge, circling around for another pass. "No good, 6, said the lead Venom pilot. "The few Legion soldiers who turned tail and ran were cut down by the guys behind them. Their cavalry is actually behind the Legion, herding them forwards." "Roger, understand," said Gabriel, standing to one side of the column and scanning the rear of the column with his binoculars. The bend was about 3/4 miles behind the last vehicle in the Marine column. "Give them another firing pass, but make sure you hit the ground in front of them." Once again, the helicopters dived towards the pursuing Roman soldiers, and the sounds of machine gun fire rattling sounded closer. The helicopters pulled up, circling to the south. "They're not stopping, 6, announced the lead pilot. "Sir," came a warning over the command radio net. It was a scout team leader watching the choke point. "One of the legions is moving towards the choke point." "Understood, Scout," said Gabriel, switching channels to the combat net. "Arch, the Legion is moving towards the choke point. Try to dissuade them from engaging us. Make sure they don't block that passage." "Roger, 6, answered Colonel Wainwright. In seconds, the artillery and 81mm mortars barked, sending smoke grounds hurtling over the choke point to crash in front of the advancing Roman lines. To the Marines' rear, the security detachment leader radioed. "First elements of the Roman Legion have rounded the bend. They're not slowing down." "Stay frosty. Warning shots only," commanded Gabriel. The rear elements had, by now, turned their vehicles around, pointing the .50 caliber heavy machine guns back towards the way they came. Several of the machine guns barked, chewing up the ground in front of the charging Roman shoulders. But they came on regardless, boldly waving their gladius or spatha over their heads. A 40mm automatic grenade launcher from the Marine lines came alive with a chung chung chung, and high explosive rounds exploded in front of the Romans. But they still courageously pressed onwards, closing the distance with the invaders to only half a mile. In minutes, the Marines would be in range of their archers.
"They're still pressing on, Six," reported the Venom pilot. "We can only stay on station for a few more minutes before we go to critical on fuel and have to pull back to the airfield."
Colonel Gabriel exhaled in fury. He cursed the entity for putting his Marines in this situation. He cursed the entity for forcing those courageous Roman legion soldiers to charge bravely to their deaths. "Before this is over, you son of a bitch," whispered Colonel Gabriel, thinking about the glowing entity claiming to be God. "I'm gonna kill you." His voice heavy with regret, Gabriel grabbed the radio mic and angrily yelled, "Weapons free. Weapons free. Use of deadly force is authorized. Take them down. Take them down. But if their forces break, cease fire."
"Roger. Understand,"
said the Venom pilot with absolutely no enthusiasm whatsoever. "Roll in hot." The two Venom helicopters dove on the Romans one last time from behind the Marine lines, and firing their 4 forward-mounted machine guns while pods rained 70mm Hydra rockets down into the Roman ranks, cutting the exposed Roman soldiers down in droves. As the helicopters pulled up, the door gunners continued their firing, adding their mini-gun fire to the carnage. The two helicopters pulled up and turned north, making for the newly established airfield and leaving behind the bodies of nearly 200 dead or dying Roman soldiers scattered on the field. Still, despite the carnage which the Legion had just suffered, their losses were only a small handful of their total strength, and the Romans advanced even faster. The Marines at the tail of the common opened fire at the sea of armor-clad Romans charging towards them. 5.5 miles to the east, artillery and mortar smoke rounds crashed in front of the main force of Roman soldiers, comprising 2 full legions. Unlike before, when the Legion Teutonica faced the invaders, however, very few soldiers turned and ran as the billowing white smoke crashed before them, and those that did run were gutted by their comrades following behind.
"They aren't taking the hint, Six," reported the scouts at the choke point. "The Romans are still moving to seal the choke point. Should we drop smoke again?"
"Negative," responded Gabriel. "We need to secure that choke point before they close it. Drop HE on their heavy weapons. I say again, drop high explosive on their heavy weapons. Arch, let's get those tanks moving to the choke point." Seconds later, the unit's 4 M1A2 Abrams tanks roared forwards towards the narrow choke point. Since anti-tank rounds would be virtually useless, the tanks were armed with a mix of high-explosive shells and anti-personnel rounds, a special shell designed to fire 1,100 tungsten steel balls into massed enemy formations. Behind the tanks came the wheeled LAV-25s with their 25mm Bushmaster cannons, and behind them rumbled the tracked amphibious AAVs filled with Marine assault troopers. Beyond the choke points, the forward observer attached to the scouts methodically walked the artillery rounds towards the Legion's Scorpios, Onagers, and Ballistae, blasting them apart with every round that landed. Meanwhile, the 81mm mortars dropped amongst the Romans advancing towards the choke point, causing horrific casualties among the formations marching over open ground, but not slowing them down. Part 5. The passage was barely wide enough to allow 2 tanks to travel abreast as they charged into the opening, one tank slightly ahead of the other. A squared formation of Roman soldiers had close to 300 meters to the mouth of the choke point when the lead tank fired its coaxial machine gun into the front rank, followed closely by the hollow whoosh of an anti-personnel round. 1,000 tungsten steel balls screamed towards the Legion formation, devastating them as the lead tank burst through the other side, followed closely by another tank behind it. The second tank immediately swung its turret to the right, firing an anti-personnel round into the second formation of Roman soldiers at close range, vaporizing nearly 50 of them in an instant. The third tank emerged a second later, traversing its turret to the left and firing another anti-personnel round at the Roman formation closing from that direction. The fourth tank emerged from the gap, quickly joining the lead tank in firing round after round of anti-personnel shells into the masses of Roman soldiers who had advanced to close range. But instead of stopping to engage the legion, the tanks roared on, crushing dozens of Roman soldiers under their treads as they carried their momentum to the second Roman legion who had, as yet, not been engaged. 10 LAV 25s emerged from the gap shortly afterwards, their 25mm chain guns ripping ugly holes into the Roman ranks, still trying to valiantly reform after the punch which they'd taken from the tanks. And though the Roman legion far outnumbered the invaders and had managed to rain thousands of arrows and slings against their terrible fire-breathing dragon beasts, no weapons which the Romans possessed seemed to stop them. Even when one of the legion's few surviving ballista struck one of the invaders' dragons head-on, it continued forwards as if it had never felt the powerful blow and continued to spew forth fire and death. So terrible and ferocious was the initial assault that the valiant men of Tu Patica faltered and fell back as yet another type of demon emerged from the gap, these fearsome dragons opening up their rear ends and spewing out dozens of the giant green and brown-clad warrior invaders. And to add to the horror, 2 of the invaders' winged dragons had returned. The first Harrier pulled up after dropping its payload of CBU cluster bomb units on the Roman legion which was attacking the Marines from the rear, the bombs separating into hundreds of smaller bomblets which rained down over a wide area. The ground around the legion attacking the Marines' rear flank literally erupted and exploded as the Harrier howled deafeningly overhead, blowing the Romans apart as they faithfully but fruitlessly pressed forwards. But the attack of the first fearsome dragon had hardly ended when a second one appeared behind the first, continuing the reign of death that the first dragon had begun. The 16 Geminis Legion legate, Titus Larsius, had fallen along with the camp prefect in the fires of the first dragon attack. With the loss of their leadership, the second attack of the fearsome invaders' grey dragons caused the legion to lose its nerve as the broken bodies of almost 1,000 of their number littered the ground. For the second time, 16 Germina turned and fled in the face of the invaders, none of their number getting any closer than 100 meters to the Marine lines. As instructed, the Marines on rearguard stopped firing as soon as the Romans lost their nerve and ceased to a retreat. The Marines quickly mounted back aboard their vehicles and cautiously made for the choke point. With Marines now so close to the Roman lines on the far side of the choke point, Gabriel ordered a ceasefire of the artillery and mortars. The LAV 25s had widened the perimeter that the tanks had initially created, and the follow-on Marines and the AAVs had formed a skirmish line, forming a perimeter which allowed the remainder of the truck-borne ground combat element Marines to emerge from and to add their fires to the assault. Unable to breach the lines created by the invading warriors and their powerful black lances which spit forth fire and death, the 2 Parthica finally broke. To their credit, however, the 2 Italica, which had yet to be committed to the battle and had withstood the pounding of the Marine artillery, began advancing forwards on the Marines, their cavalry leading the charge. However, rising above the charging Roman horsemen hovered 4 Marine AH-1Z Vipers, their forward-mounted 20mm cannons firing. Colonel Gabriel stood in the middle of the smoking battlefield, looking around him with sadness at the carnage which the battle had wrought. His heart ached as he looked at the bodies of thousands of noble Roman soldiers littering an area of almost 1 square mile, many of the courageous warriors having fallen in disciplined formations. He felt sick to his stomach. There was no glory or honor in such a slaughter, and Colonel Gabriel's determination to bring low that goddamn thing calling itself God grew with every breath of air stained with the scent of blood and cordite that he took. The screams of hundreds of wounded and dying Roman soldiers filled the air, and though Gabriel's men were doing everything that they could to treat their grievous injuries, there were far too many wounded, more than his medical resources could treat. The fact that the Marines suffered no casualties outside of their typical scratches, bumps and bruises did little to quiet the screams in Gabriel's heart. Far too many of the Romans wounded. The only mercy which the Marines could offer was a quick round to the head to end their suffering. Before long, groups of Roman soldiers emerged from the surrounding tree line and began taking the field once again. They stood facing the Marines across the field of battle, first by the dozens, then hundreds. They stood still, with their shields stoically raised above their heads. None of them were armed. "Arch," whispered Colonel Gabriel to his ground combat commander. "What is that?" Lieutenant Colonel Wainwright stood next to his Humvee, also observing the odd spectacle. "It's the ancient Roman symbol of surrender, much like raising the white flag." Captain Tanya Tonelli and Major Alexander Easter also stood next to Colonel Gabriel. "I don't think they're surrendering, sir," said Captain Tonelli. "I believe they're healers and physicians. They're asking for permission to treat their wounded. They'd taken a solemn oath to treat their injured warriors and would rather die than to break that oath." Gabriel nodded, lowering his head in shame and admiration at the courage of these Roman physicians and healers, their loyalty to their wounded brethren mirrored by the loyalty of the Marine Corps itself. "Let's leave them to their task," he whispered. Aerial recon revealed that there were no more legions in the area, and 2 hours later the 13th MEU consolidated again and pushed on unmolested to Sibari. Except for radio communications by the scouts, radio traffic was at a minimum, each Marine in the MEU seemingly lost in thought of the battle. Though many had seen combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, this one was different. It felt wrong, as if the Roman legions weren't the real enemy. Perhaps no one was more conflicted than Chaplain Johnson. Though his heart was telling him that the glorious entity on the hills was God, his head was telling him it was not. Discovering the entity's true identity was the key to solving everything that was happening. Chaplain Johnson was a servant of God, yet the God on the hills seemed to view Johnson with contempt. He spoke almost in fear of the prophecy of the Kohav Bahir, though Johnson had never heard of such a prophecy. The word sounded familiar. That was the key. Kohav Bahir was the key. For his part, Colonel Gabriel realized that the Romans had made a terrible tactical error. Instead of using one legion as the hammer and 2 legions as the anvil, the Romans should have allowed his Marines to cross the choke point, using the 1 legion to close it off behind the Marines, making that the anvil, while the 2 legions were the hammer. The outcome would have been the same, with the Marines coming out victorious, but they would have been in more dire straits, and the Romans would have had a much better chance at inflicting casualties. The MEU was delayed twice. Once when an AAV threw a track, and another when a Humvee overheated. News of the defeat of 3 legions had already spread rapidly, and the civilian population was fleeing before the invaders and their armored dragons, which could shrug off the blows from the most powerful of the Rome's weapons. Still, there were a few brave souls who stood on cliffs and hilltops, fearfully hoping to catch a glimpse of the invaders and their beasts. Among them were the Legion scouts. By early evening, the MEU had reached the outskirts of the city called Sybaris, which is modern-day Sibari. The main roadways led through the ancient city, and the people were still evacuating. As the entity promised, there were several blivets of aviation and diesel fuel located in a wide rolling farming field to the west of the city, along with pallets of heavy and small arms ammunition, as well as A and B ration meals. The MEU had travelled 150 miles, and as there'd only about 1 hour of daylight left, Colonel Gabriel called a halt, forming a night defensive position around the resupply and pushing out his security teams. As his Marines worked into the night breaking down pallets and replenishing their stores, the cooks got to work setting up their field kitchens to prepare a hot meal. Mechanics and crews were also busy getting their vehicles fully mission capable, working under spotlights hooked to portable generators while the mortar teams emplaced their tubes, readying them to fire illumination rounds throughout the night. At his Humvee, Chaplain Johnson and his chaplain's assistant held an impromptu service which was attended by an unusually large number of Marines. Colonel Gabriel called Colonel Lively at the forward airfield, informing him of the day's battle and of his intention to remain at their current positions for the next few days. Priority would be vehicle maintenance, consolidation of the airfield, and extensive reconnaissance for the push to Potenza 100 miles to the northwest. The ground would be more open, with the rivers Agri and Bacento needing to be crossed. Finally, he told Lively to have the Mew's 4 attached CH-53 Super Stallions ready for launch in the morning, as they'd have to pick up the tents for the airfield and the much-needed aviation fuel that was here at Sibari. Emperor Tiberius read the report once again, about the 20th time since he and his entourage had abandoned their positions and begun the trip back to Rome. The reports from his scouts about the invaders' conduct of battle were as disheartening as they were intriguing. All totaled, the 3 Roman legions faced the invaders with 15,000 soldiers. However, though the invaders' numbers were woefully inferior to that of the legions, the almost godlike powers of the invaders had proven that the forces of the legion were woefully inadequate. Rome's forces were soundly defeated. Still, before the invaders unleashed their terrible beasts on his legions, they first gave them a demonstration of their weapons' awesome powers. Had his forces fled as they had on the beaches of Rhegium, Tiberius knew that the invaders wouldn't have pressed their attack against his legions. The invaders had been forced into battle just as Tiberius had planned. Given all of the information that had been reported by his most trusted scouts and field commanders, Emperor Tiberius was forced to come to a most shocking conclusion. His enemies, the invaders, had acted with the highest of honor, displaying not only great power but great restraint and mercy. Of his 15,000 soldiers, only 6,000 had been lost, either killed or wounded. Not only did the invaders choose not to destroy the entirety of his legions, the invaders had attempted to heal the Roman wounded, even allowing his Roman healers to tend to the injured unmolested. The invaders could have destroyed all 3 of his legions. They'd chosen not to do so, allowing them to retreat and regroup and treat their wounded. Emperor Tiberius was struggling with one thought that was haunting him ever since God had ordered him to destroy the invaders who threatened the Roman Empire. By all evidence, the invaders didn't want to wage war with Rome at all. The invaders had only attacked when the legions had forced them into aggression. The thought that God had instructed him to defend the empire against such a noble foe greatly disturbed the Roman emperor. Tiberius was also loath to admit that it was a mistake for him to have taken personal command of the 3 legions away from his more experienced commander, Imperial Legate Flavius Aetius, who was originally in overall command of 16 Gemina, 2 Parthica and 2 Italica. After the first battle with the invaders, Tiberius returned command of what remained of his decimated legions to Aetius, ordering him to consolidate their forces and form the defences around Neapolis as quickly as possible. The Mew had to deviate from their course by 20 kilometers to find a narrow enough crossing to ford the river Agri. The scouts had discovered a stout and well-constructed stone bridge which could support the weight of most of the marine vehicles. The AAVs forded the river as the wheeled vehicles crossed over the bridge. Colonel Gabriel did not trust the bridge to hold the weight of his tanks. The M1A2 tanks could ford to a depth of 6 feet, so Gabriel sent his scouts to find a spot shallow enough for the crossing of the Agri. 2 hours later, his scouts reported that they'd found a shallow enough crossing about 5 feet deep and 100 meters wide, but somewhere in the middle of the ford the depth dropped to 8 feet. It was decided to have the tanks cross the ford until it dropped, then deploy the AVLB track to launch the bridge to cover the gap. Except for the tanks, the rest of the Mew had crossed the Agri River. Gabriel stood on the far bank, watching with binoculars the crossing operation of his tanks. His ground combat commander, Colonel Wainwright, by his side. The AVLB had successfully launched and had bridged the gap, though the bridge was 5 feet underwater. Each tank was to cross individually, with guides stationed on each bank. Collapsible markers marked the center of the scissor bridge, and the tank commander of the first tank stood on the front hull of the Abrams, looking down and acting as a second pair of eyes for the nervous driver who was slowly driving into the flowing waters. Agonizingly slowly, the first tank reached the spot where the armored launch bridge had been positioned and tentatively began the crossing, the waters of the Agri splashing over the front hull and into the driver's compartment. Still, the tank continued forwards and succeeded in making it across the bridge. Minutes later, to the relief of the tank crew, the soaking wet Abrams tank emerged on the opposite bank of the Agri River just as the second tank entered the water behind it. It was when the third tank entered the water, when the pilot of a circling Viper helicopter warned, "Six, we got company. Roman catapults and cavalry approaching from your south, about 2 clicks out." Gabriel raised his binoculars, seeing the low hill which they crossed that hid the Romans from his line of sight. "I don't have eyes on target. How many cavalry? How many catapults?" "We're looking at a few hundred cavalry and about 10 catapults," reported the Viper pilot. "Roger," said Gabriel into the radio. Break. Archer 4. Colonel Gabriel radioed the last remaining tank still on the far side of the river. "Get back up the hill and engage the Roman catapults," said Gabriel. "I'll say again, just target the catapults." "Roger," came the response. "We're moving." Archer 4 spun around and the tank raced back the way they'd come, easily climbing up the gentle slope of the hill. Gabriel turned to his combat commander. "Arch." "Mortars?" asked Colonel Wainwright. "Yes," said Gabriel. "On the way," said Wainwright. Part 6. With the Viper helicopter acting as the forward observer, the mortars fired a few adjustment rounds over the hill to mark the targets before finally dropping the Marines' new non-lethal indirect fire munition, a round that disperses flashbang submunitions over a wide area to temporarily stun and daze people. The rounds fell amongst the charging Roman cavalry with devastating effect, terrifying both horse and riders. The concussive force of the munitions, coupled with their ear-shattering blast noise that accompanied it, scattered the charging cavalry, horses rearing up in fear and tossing their riders to the ground. In minutes, the charge had fallen apart as the Abrams tank, now at the top of the hill, began belching smoke and fire. One by one, 120mm high explosive rounds smashed into the Roman trebuchets, which the Viper pilot had mistakenly identified as catapults. The Roman soldiers and horses, which had been struggling to bring their mighty weapons to bear against the invaders, fled in terror as soon as the first 2 trebuchets had been smashed seemingly by the hand of the powerful dragon which stood upon the hill before them. It took only minutes for the invaders to smash the Roman cavalry and heavy weapons, even though most of the invaders never even laid an eye on the Roman attackers. And despite the power of the invaders, which broke their attack and injured many Roman soldiers, not one of them had lost their lives 2 hours later. The 13th Mew was on the bank of the Bacento River. 2 wide and well-built bridges capable of supporting the weight of Gabriel's tanks spanning the water. And positioned in the rolling fields before the Marines stood formations of thousands of Roman soldiers. The Romans stood stoically, unit pennants flying in the breeze, almost defiantly daring the invaders to cross. Once again, the mortars were in place for firing while the artillery battery also unhooked from their trucks, their tubes facing almost straight up as the Romans were only 2 miles away. Gabriel had his tanks at the foot of the 2 bridges to provide fire support, and arrayed his LAV-25s and AAVs to cross the 2 bridges. Imperial Legate Gaius Marius, commander of Legion 16 Gallica, and the Legion 8 Macedonia, 10,000 soldiers in all, studied the invaders from his chariots. They were of smaller number than his men, just as the scouts had reported, but their dragon beasts looked fearsome indeed, no matter what size they were, and they chewed up the ground over which they walked. But nothing seemed more fearful than the flying dragons and locusts which circled the invaders protectively overhead. Still, the reports from the healers said the invaders were behaving strangely, showing mercy, even kindness to those Roman soldiers who had been wounded in battle, treating them with strange poultices, medicines, and bandages to stop bleeding and save lives. And of the civilians, the invaders neither slaughtered nor took slaves or demanded ransom, instead allowing them to leave unmolested ere they crossed the land. The invaders made displays of power to the legions which opposed them, as if in warning that they did not wish to fight, but would defend themselves if attacked. Imperial Legate Gaius Marius knew he was taking a big chance, and he prayed he was not wrong. He knew that his decision was a fatal one for him, but he was a dead man anyway, after he'd made up his mind. It was the lives of his men which concerned him. From the bridges, the dragons roared and rumbled across, moving faster than Marius could ever have imagined. Behind them, the invaders called upon their thunder weapons as the great grey flying dragons and locusts dived upon his formations. Meanwhile, the ground 200 meters in front of his forward formations erupted with noise and explosions, as if an army of volcanoes were being formed right in front of the legions. Many of his men faltered at the power of the gods. "Stand your ground," yelled Marius. "Stand your ground. Show these invaders that neither smoke nor noise nor even dragon will shake the hearts of the men of Rome. Hi-yah!" Marius raised his spear above his head, shaking it in defiance. His legions did the same, and a loud roaring like that of a lion raged back at the Marines. "Let these invaders know that they shall not cross this land without our permission." Once again the legions roared in defiance. Two of the invaders' giant flying locusts hovered in front of the legion commander, but Marius stood unmoving, staring defiantly back. Filled with both fear and defiance, Marius pointed his spear at them, yelling, "Go back, locusts! You shall find no fear in these hearts." And then the locusts turned and flew back to where the invaders were positioned across the river. The dragons were still approaching, but they'd slowed once they'd crossed the river over the bridge. The Imperial Legate, Gaius Marius, called to his trumpeters and signals captains. "Signal the legion commanders," he ordered. "Tell them to retire their men from the field." The ringing sound of trumpets signaling the legions to withdraw blared across the field, and in very disciplined order, the formations of Roman soldiers marched to the left and to the right of the field, creating a wide path through which the invaders could pass into the valley beyond. "Imperial Legate Gaius Marius," said Marius' shocked second-in-command, Bidinus Pedophilus. "What are you doing? This is not what we planned." Marius turned to look at Pedophilus, waving his hand in a sweeping motion towards the low hills surrounding what was to be the battlefield. "Hold your tongue, Tribune Bidinus Pedophilus. Look around you at the hills," commanded Marius. Tribune Pedophilus, a politician and not a warrior, did as he was told, seeing that thousands of civilians, mostly women, children, and the elderly, had assembled on the hills. They were looking down at the legions, looks of worry and despair on many of their faces. "The men of the legions come from this area," said Marius. "Those people shall not see their husbands, fathers, and sons die on the field today." "This decision will mean your life, Marius," said Pedophilus. "This is treason." Marius looked across the field. The invaders' dragons had stopped, just as he had expected. From behind the large dragons, a smaller sand-coloured dragon crossed the bridge and approached his chariot. "So be it then. My life is a small price to pay for the lives of my legions." Imperial Legate Gaius Marius stood confidently upon his chariot as its driver held the horse to a slow gallop towards the invaders. Marius was flanked to his left by a chariot where rode his tribune, the legion's second-in-command, and a chariot to the right ridden by his camp prefect, the legion's third-in-command. Though outwardly Legate Marius displayed an air of regal confidence, inside of him his rapidly beating heart hinted at a tinge of self-doubt. What if he was wrong about the invaders? What if they were barbaric animals after all, and this was a trick to cut the head from the snake? The dragon beast separated from its brethren and rumbled slowly towards the Roman commanders. It was smaller than the others, and its colour was like that of sand. It matched the pace of Marius' chariots and stopped in the middle of the field. As Legate Marius' chariot slowly closed the gap, the dragon opened 4 of its mouths, and from it stepped 4 of the invaders, each clothed in their fearsome green and brown clothing, just as the reports had described, but none carrying the dreadful black lances that spit fire and death. Marius' eyes narrowed as he realized that the dragon wasn't a dragon at all, but rather a strange mechanism which the invaders relied on for their transportation, and the invaders, while taller than most Romans, were not giants, but humans. Marius studied the 4 invaders, who had emerged from their strange contraption, which needed no horses to power it, as they walked slowly towards him. He ordered his chariots to halt, and he stepped down. Flanked by his tribune and camp prefect, Marius strode towards the 4 invaders. 3 of them were men and 1 a woman. What is this? The invaders count women among their number of warriors. The sight stunned Marius, but he did his best not to show it. He approached the 1 invader who stepped forward, the invader's eyes and forehead bearing the familiar wrinkles that come with commanding warriors in battle. The invader removed his helmet, revealing a head of short grey hair framing a wrinkled brow heavy with responsibility. Marius removed his own helmet, also revealing a head of short grey hair framing a wrinkled brow heavy with responsibility. Legatus Augusti pro praetore Gaius Marius, said the imperial legate. Colonel Solomon Gabriel, 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit, United States Marine Corps, replied the invader. Though he did not know what strange tongue he spoke, Marius assumed that the invader had given him his name and the name of his mighty warriors. Colonel Solomon Gabriel, said Marius. Misere, deus pugnarent dies. Colonel Gabriel turned to his right where Chaplain Johnson stood. Chaps, care to hobler what this gentleman just said? I'm a little rusty on my Latin, sir, said Chaplain Johnson, but I believe he's asking for mercy for his men. He added that only gods should fight gods. Colonel Gabriel tightened his lips, nodding to the Roman legion commander. Miserere, Gabriel said. Does anyone know anything appropriate to say in Latin? Said the one called Colonel Solomon Gabriel. You already know the perfect thing to say, sir, said the woman warrior. Colonel Gabriel smiled. I believe you're right, Captain Tonelli. Then, coming to attention, Colonel Gabriel saluted the Roman legion commander, for he outranked the Marine colonel. Semper Fidelis, he said. Imperial Legate Gaius Marius nodded and smiled. Saluting the invader, Marius responded with, Semper Fidelis. The 2 commanders parted ways and returned to their respective units, and that is how the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit crossed the Bacento River Valley and passed the positions held by the Legion 16 Gallica and the Legion 8 Macedonia without loss of lives on either side. By morning of the next day, the Miu had left the last of the Apennine mountain ranges behind them and crossed into Potenza and the valley where Lieutenant Colonel Brad Lively had established the airfield. For Colonel Gabriel, it was good to have his unit back together in one place, though it would be a temporary arrangement. They have at least 1 legion to the northwest of our current position, reported Colonel Lively that morning to Colonel Gabriel. They've taken up blocking positions on all the main roads leading to Naples. They also got several cavalry units surrounding us, though they haven't come closer to us than 1 mile. They're probably keeping us under observation. Not much we can do to stop that, said Gabriel. Good job setting up the airfield, Brad, but after we find a suitable location north of Naples, I'm afraid you'll have to pull up stakes and move again. Just let me know when, sir, answered Colonel Lively. Marius has failed us, my liege, said Senator Furius Camillus, handing Emperor Tiberius the scroll brought by the rider. Tiberius threw the scroll away in rage. He retired from the field without engaging the invaders, yelled Tiberius. If word of this treason reaches the other legions, they may also follow suit. Has Marius been dealt with? Yes, my liege, said Camillus. He has been placed under arrest, and the tribune Bidinus Pedophilus now leads the 2 legions. Rid me of that fondling fool, said Tiberius. Pedophilus is no leader of warriors. Have the commander of Legion 16 Gallica take command of both legions.
Have them pursue the invaders. If the invaders mean to take Neapolis, then 16 Gallica and 8 Macedonia will strike them from the east."
"Yes, my liege," said Camillus.
"Also," said Tiberius, "send word to recall the legions 17 and 18 and 22 Primigenia from Germania and 3 Italica from Rome. Tell them to make haste to Neapolis. They will strike from the north. Finally, alert Legion 22 Deiotarania in Egypt to start movement from the south towards Neapolis."
"Should we also recall Legion 10 Fretensis from Jerusalem and Legion 6 Ferrata from Galilee, as well to bolster the attack from the south?" said Camillus. Emperor Tiberius rubbed his chin.
"No, not yet. Not unless the tide of war turns against us. For now we shall leave those legions in the land of the Jews."
The next couple of days, Colonel Gabriel sent his scouts out again, this time to recon a site at what is now modern-day Benevento, 50 miles northwest of the 13th MU's current location, which they could use to establish a forward firing base that could cover the approaches to Naples to the west and Salerno to the south. This fire base would be the jumping-off point for the Marines as they made their final push to Rome. Part 7. After 2 days, the scouts had located several positions to the west, which may have been tactically feasible as a firebase. Instead of ordering his XO to establish the firebase, Colonel Gabriel went out himself aboard an Osprey with a security squad of Marines to recon the potential sites. By the end of the 3rd day, the last of the 5 sites which Gabriel surveyed turned out to be the best. It was located atop a relatively flat but rocky ridgeline south of Benevento, where 3 major roads intersected with Naples to the west and Salerno to the south. His plan was to have his engineers use their dump trucks and bulldozers to build the road which would lead from the road up to the firebase. Meanwhile, he would airlift 3 of his 6 howitzers, along with 4 of his 8 81mm mortars, and a company of infantry for security, to the top of the ridge where they would keep overwatch of the roads, as well as the engineers who would be constructing the road to the firebase. On the morning of the 4th day since their last encounter with the Roman legions, the Marine Security Company and the mortars had been airlifted to the side of the new firebase and were given instructions to prepare the site for the arrival of the 3 howitzers. Meanwhile, the ground element of engineers, scouts, and the security element of LAV-25s and armored Humvees departed the airfield for the new firebase over 50 miles away. Late in the morning, the Marine convoy was stopped as it travelled down a narrow road through a rocky hillside. In front of the lead scout vehicle lay a Roman soldier, his neck broken when the horse he was riding on threw him. The Roman soldier had been pushing his horse hard as they charged down the roadway. As they turned the corner of the hillside, they came face to face with one of the invaders' small dragons. The horse had reared up in fear, tossing its rider, then sprinting up the embankment, disappearing into the field on the other side. The scout marine slammed on the brakes of his armored Humvee as soon as the rider rounded the corner. He stood over the body of the dead Roman soldier, who looked to only be in his mid-teens.
"I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," said the young Marine, a private first class by the name of Hendrik. He knelt over the young Roman soldier's body. "Oh, he came around the corner so fast I didn't see him in time."
"Nothing you could have done about it, Hendrik," said his squad leader, a sergeant by the name of Ellis, who was standing next to PFC Hendrik. "The way he was pushing his horse, he was probably a messenger. Look, he has a leather messenger pouch over his shoulders. Hendrik, he didn't do anything wrong. He just came around the corner and..." An arrow penetrated Sergeant Ellis's throat just above the neckline of his body armor. The Marine Scout team leader jerked up and fell backwards onto the rocky ground.
"Sergeant Ellis!"
screamed PFC Hendrik, just as 2 arrows hit him, one bouncing off his frontal body armor and one penetrating his left arm. Hendrik grabbed his left arm, yelling in pain as a second arrow hit him square in the face. PFC Hendrik fell backwards, his body lying motionless next to that of his squad leader. In the fields to the right of the Marines and the hills in front of them, hundreds of Rome's finest archers emerged, having camouflaged themselves by hiding patiently under sheets dyed green and brown. they stood up and rained arrow after arrow upon the invaders and their fearsome dragon beasts. Marine gunners on the vehicles spun their turrets and immediately returned fire with machine gun, 40mm grenade, 25mm chain gun, and small arms fire, swallowing the Roman archers in a cacophony of deadly explosive firepower. The Viper and Venom hunter-killer helicopters, which had been circling overhead, dived towards the Roman ambush, the Viper vengefully firing its entire payload of rockets into the Roman archers facing the Marine convoy, while the Venom rained the field next to the Marines in machine gun fire. Only moments later, after the Romans had initiated their ambush, it was over. The positions in which they had been hiding, now shrouded in smoke and fire, and littered with the dead and dying bodies of the courageous Roman archers, who knew that, by the time Apollo had ended his trek across the sky, they would indeed be dining with Hades tonight. Medical evacuation helicopters arrived to take the 6 Marines who had been wounded by the Roman arrows that had found the gaps in the Marine body armor. Fortunately, though their wounds were painful, they were not life-threatening. With the bodies of PFC Hedrick and Sergeant Ellis, the wounded Marines were airlifted to the aid station back at the airfield, along with the scroll which the Roman scout had been carrying. Soon the Marines were on the move again, the radio silent as they mourned the deaths of 2 of their courageous scouts. Lieutenant Gabriel sat alone at his desk in the top, blaming himself for the loss of his 2 recon Marines. Of his entire MEU, he had pushed his scouts the most. What could he tell to Sergeant Ellis and Private Hedrick's family? How could he tell them that their Marines died in the service of a country that hasn't been founded for nearly 2,000 years? And though he was proud that his Marines did everything that they could to treat the wounded Roman archers who had ambushed the convoy, Gabriel's rage against the entity that had brought them here was growing with every second they were trapped in the past. "Sir," said Captain Tonelli as she and Chaplain Johnson entered the top, "I have it here." "Well, that was fast," said Gabriel. "Well, between me, Chaplain Johnson, and the 3 privates who we found that are taking college classes in ancient languages and cultures, we were able to translate the scroll that was recovered from the dead Roman scout." Chaplain Johnson set a canteen of fresh brewed coffee in front of Colonel Gabriel. "You really should have something to eat, sir," said Chaplain Johnson. "I haven't seen you eat in days." "Later, chaps," said Gabriel. "Okay, Tanya, spill it. What you got?" "They're movement orders," said Captain Tonelli. "They're signed by Emperor Tiberius himself." Should be worth a fortune on eBay," said Gabriel with no humor in his voice, as he took the scroll from Captain Tonelli. "Go on, Captain." "Yes, sir," answered Captain Tonelli. "What we believe the scroll says is that Emperor Tiberius has recalled 3 Roman legions from Germany and 1 from northern Italy. They're setting a trap for us at Naples, planning to hit us with 3 legions attacking from the north, 2 to our west, 2 to the east, and 1 legion recalled from Egypt to hit us from the south." Said Gabriel. "That's 40,000 to 2,000. We should be honored that the Romans think so highly of us. I take it the 2 legions attacking from the west are the 2 legions that let us pass in the Vicento River. Does the scroll say anything about what happened to their commander Marius?" "Only that he's been arrested, sir," replied Chaplain Johnson. "The last part of the message says that the Roman legions garrisoned in the Holy Lands will remain in place pending the results of the coming battle." "I see," said Gabriel. "Well, I'm assuming that multiple messages have been sent out to the separate legions, so one of them isn't going to get it. Still..." Gabriel paused, looking at the map. "Let's get the command and staff here." "Okay, here's what we got," started Gabriel as his command and staff officers had arrived in the talk. "Tiberius is planning to commit at least 8 legions against us in the open plains east of Naples. It's a good plan tactically to engage us in force far from Rome. The entity wanted us to destroy the legions of Rome within 40 days. I told it that we stand at the gates of Rome until the 40 days is up. It was my intent to avoid combat as much as possible, but it appears that Emperor Tiberius is forcing our hand again." "Do you think that Tiberius is working with the entity?" asked CSM Tunstall. "To destroy his own military," said Gabriel. "I don't think so.
I'm still going with the assumption that the entity is playing us and the Empire against each other. It's still a mystery why it wants the Roman legions destroyed.
I don't think it matters to the entity where the legions are destroyed, as long as they are, said Major Alexander Easter. That entity is pulling all the strings here.
I agree, said Gabriel, but we aren't going to play his games anymore. I don't know what's supposed to happen when the 40 days is up. We aren't going to be doing our part in preventing some prophecy from occurring.
Gabriel then pointed at the map.
Changing the operations plan, folks. I'm moving up the timetable of our move to the new site to tomorrow. It's a more defendable position than our current location, and because it's at a major crossroads, we can hit the bridges and overpasses that the legions will have to cross. Once we establish the firebase and the airfields, we go over to the defensive, using air and artillery to interdict any Roman formations. Hey, S6, what's our fuel and POL status?
Currently, we're at about 75% motor gas, about 3,000 gallons. We're down to 50% fuel for the generators and 60% aviation fuel, answered the S6 supply officer. By the time we establish the new position, we'll be critical on fuel and POL.
Colonel Gabriel nodded.
I understand. What about Class 1 supplies?
Currently, we have a week to 10 days of MREs and rations, but only about a week of potable water, answered the supply officer. The water purification unit is operational, however, so if there's a water source at the new site, we should be good.
Colonel Gabriel, said Colonel Arch Wainwright, we're going to need a resupply once we get there. That means we'll have to trust the entity to make good on his promises.
I know, Arch, conceded Gabriel, but I'm betting that the entity needs us more than we need it.
The Marines worked through the night breaking down the airfield, loading supplies and equipment onto vehicles, and breaking down tents in preparation for the morning's movement to the new location. At first light, the first chalks of helicopter flights airlifted the 1st Marine Infantry Company to the new forward operating base, along with the remainder of the 155mm howitzers and their crews. Upon arrival at the new firebase, the Marine Infantry Company secured the designated landing zones, and those aircraft not directly involved with convoy security flew to the new site. Meanwhile, the remaining Marines rolled out of the airfield, headed for the new forward operating base over 50 miles away. The convoy road march to the new site went unmolested by the Romans, the only delays coming from vehicle breakdowns which had to be towed, and by late afternoon, the Marines' move to the new location had been completed. Part 8. There was none of the resupply that the entity had promised at the new site, as it had been in Sibari over a week ago. Still, Colonel Gabriel couldn't allow that from stopping him from establishing the now consolidated operating base, though they would have to ration the use of Morgus, and especially GP8 aviation fuel, which they were down to less than 35%. To limit the movement of the legions, Gabriel and his Harriers and engineers blew all of the bridges to the southern and eastern approaches within a 5-mile perimeter of the base, leaving only the 3 larger bridge crossings to the northwest of his position leading to Naples. It took 2 days for his engineers to create and improve the hard-packed road which led up a gentle 300-meter slope to the main firebase located on a commanding position 50 meters on the top of the ridge. At the base of the ridge, where the engineers had constructed the road, Gabriel had designated as the airfield where his air assets would be launching. 2 streams ran parallel to each other on the base's southeastern perimeter, where the water purification Marines busily began restocking the Mew's 500-gallon water containers. By limiting and conserving fuel usage, Major Alexander Easter, the operations officer, estimated that the Mew had a week to 10 days of fuel left, assuming that the Marines went over to the defense. Gabriel hated giving up the initiative to the Romans, as it allowed them to maneuver and consolidate their forces, and Gabriel had no doubt that was exactly what the entity wanted to happen. It was pulling the strings, which would force one climactic encounter between his Marines and the Roman legions. Still, Gabriel once again sent out platoons of Marines to scour the surrounding countryside, looking to see if they could find any signs of the entity leaving a resupply depot. After 2 days of searching, in which time the Marines were consolidating and improving their defensive positions, it became apparent that there was no resupply to be found. Although the patrolling Marines did report heavy Roman movement to the west and south, and especially north, where the legions were looking to consolidate in South Naples. Already they were either bypassing or repairing the bridges which had been blown. By Major Easter's estimation, they'd be in South Naples and ready to move against the Marines in about 1 week's time, when the Marines would be critical in fuel. 6 days later, Colonel Gabriel and Lieutenant Colonel Wainwright, the ground combat commander, were in a UH-1 Venom helicopter, circling the rolling flatlands 4 miles west of their position. Oh, that son of a bitch, that damn glow-in-the-dark son of a bitch. Below them was a massive supply depot that had appeared overnight with pallets of fuel, POL, stores, munitions, and rations, enough to sustain the 13th MEU for weeks. The process to transport the supply depot would probably take a few days, even using their assets. The problem was the entity had left the supply depot behind the lines of 6 full Roman legions, a force of over 30,000 soldiers. If the Marines wanted it, they'd have to come and take it from the Romans. "Arch," said Gabriel, "what do you think? Can you secure it?" "Maybe," said Colonel Wainwright. "But it'll take every Marine we can spare that can carry a weapon. Oh, we'll need to be quick. We need to be violent. We'll need to use every weapon at our disposal. And, sir, we cannot afford to show mercy. There'll be lots of casualties on both sides." Gabriel nodded, silently watching as the supplies which his Marines sorely needed rotated below his orbiting helicopter. "Sir," said Wainwright, "I don't like it that the entity is calling the shots, bending and twisting circumstances to fit his needs. First chance we get, I want permission to engage and kill it." "Permission denied," said Gabriel. "If that opportunity arises, I reserve the honor of ventilating that reject from ancient Bigay creepypasta myself." The last of all the available aviation fuel was fed into the Harrier jump jets and the Viper and Venom helicopters, which would be participating in the assault. What was left over was put into the Ospreys and Sea Stallions. Their rear ramps dropped to allow a 50 cal machine gunner to fire out of the back. Their mission was to hit all of the Roman heavy siege weapons, which had been lined in 3 rows, each row a half-mile long and facing the charging Marines. As usual, the M1A2 Abrams tanks would lead the assault, followed by the LAV-25s and the AAVs. These would be followed closely by armored Humvees mounting miniguns or heavy machine guns, and these, in turn, were followed by 7-ton trucks loaded with 2 companies of infantry who would secure the supply depot. Meanwhile, the full complement of the Marines' artillery and mortars would hit the Roman lines to clear a path to the supplies. No warning shots this time. The indirect fire Marines set the fuses of their high-explosive rounds to air burst, which would cause them to explode over the heads of the Romans, inflicting the widest casualties over the widest area. Meanwhile, the tanks and LAV-25s were to hit the front lines of the Roman legions with everything that they had, including the dreaded anti-personnel rounds, punching holes into their ranks as quickly and violently as possible. Gabriel hoped that a quick, massive display of overwhelming firepower would shatter the legion's will to resist and cause them to flee. Though this would regretfully cause a massive amount of casualties to the Romans, their casualties would be far lighter than if the battle were allowed to be reduced to a protracted battle of attrition. Normally, for a battle this size, Gabriel would be in the air in his own command and control helicopter. Instead, he chose an elevated spot on the ground to observe the battle, allowing that fuel to put another gunship in the air. The 3 bridges spanning the Benevento River, each stout enough to hold the weight of his tanks, was 1 mile down the ridge to his southwest. The Roman legions were arrayed in the fields to the west of the bridges, only 3 miles away. The entire battlefield could be observed from Gabriel's vantage point. Chaplain Johnson and his chaplain's assistant sat in their Humvee, having no part to play in the coming battle. Something was eating at the chaplain. Though everything about the Marines being transported to biblical times felt wrong, there was something particularly troubling about this day, and especially this climactic battle. Johnson rubbed his forehead. He was tired. He hadn't had any sleep and had been living on coffee for the past few days.
Coave Bahir, Coave Bahir, said Chaplain Johnson. What is that? It's not Latin. It's not modern-day Italian. Almost sounds like Hebrew.
If only he'd studied up more on his ancient Hebrew.
You're right, sir,
said Lance Corporal Recupero, Johnson's chaplain assistant.
It does sound Hebrew. Sort of like when we were at Bright Star.
Chaplain Johnson thought back, remembering how he'd taken a long, dreamed-of trip to Jerusalem last year after the 13th MEU participated in an annual joint training exercise with the Egyptian military named Operation Bright Star.
Bright Star! That's it!
Chaplain Johnson jumped with excitement at recalling.
The Israeli soldiers who'd been our tour guides called Operation Bright Star Coave Bahir. Chaplain Johnson's mind was racing. Okay, so it's the prophecy of the Bright Star. The Bright Star was the Star of Bethlehem, which signaled the birth of the Christ child who is Jesus, who was destined to walk with man and be crucified by the Romans. Then, after 3 days, he would rise in fulfillment of the scriptures. That's it. The entity is trying to stop the crucifixion of Jesus by removing Rome from the Holy Lands.
The Roman garrison in Jerusalem leaves to defend Rome against the Marines and therefore does not order and carry out the crucifixion of the Christ. The Christ is not crucified as is written in the books of the New Testament, and therefore does not rise again in 3 days, thus nullifying the prophecy of the Coave Bahir, the bright star which led the 3 wise men to the birthplace of the Christ. With the prophecy unfulfilled, the rise of the Judeo-Christian faith never occurs, and the worship of the Roman god Jupiter will continue into the future. Ironically, for the being known as Jupiter to survive, the man called Jesus must not fulfill the ancient Jewish prophecy by dying. The destruction of the Roman legions by the MEU will be a small price to pay for a dying god like Jupiter who needs the worship of his land to survive. Startled by this new revelation, Chaplain Johnson jumped out of his Humvee and ran towards where Colonel Gabriel had set up his command post to observe the coming battle, where the ground combat element was waiting for the green light to go weapons free.
Oh, I don't have time for this, chaps, yelled Colonel Gabriel. I got the entire Roman army closing in on my Marines. Sir, yelled Chaplain Johnson, you have to pull our Marines back. You need to retreat.
What are you talking about? Responded Gabriel angrily. If we give up the initiative now, we may not get it back.
Don't you make me choke murder you, Brent. Colonel Gabriel, said Chaplain Johnson, the prophecy the entity was talking about refers to the crucifixion of Christ. At the end of 40 days, the man who is now in Jerusalem named Jesus will be put to death by the Romans for treason. 3 days after that, he'll rise again in fulfillment of the scriptures. He'll then send out his disciples across the known world, and a new religion will be born, one which will completely destroy the entire pantheon of Roman gods. If we destroy the legions here,
Emperor Tiberius is forced to recall the Romans from Jerusalem, and Jesus never gets crucified. Thus the prophecy never happens, answered Colonel Gabriel. Is that what you're saying, chaps?
Yes, sir, answered Chaplain Johnson.
And if the prophecy never happens, that son of a bitch who kidnapped us remains in power, said Gabriel, anger etched on his face.
Yeah, that's correct, sir, said Johnson.
Okay, chaps, what if I pull my Marines back? Said Gabriel. What if we cease operations right now and I tell the entity to go screw himself? Is your God gonna return my Marines back to where they belong?
I can't answer that, sir, admitted the chaplain. All I can tell you, sir, is that if Jesus dies, the entity also dies. But Jesus rises again, the entity doesn't.
Gabriel looked down at the battlefield. His Marines had crossed the bridges and were arraying themselves to assault into the Legion's first battle lines as soon as the artillery lifted. The supplies that the Marines so badly needed lay only half a mile behind the Legion's positions.
I can't believe I'm doing this, chaps, said Colonel Gabriel.
I hope you're right, Brent. Colonel Gabriel got on the radio BattleNet. Colonel Wainwright, Arch, recall the attack. I say again, retreat. Pull our Marines back across the bridge. Gabriel then switched the radio to his air command net. Break. Wait until the last Marine crosses back over the bridge to our side, then blow it up. He ordered his AV-8 Harriers circling overhead. I say again, wait until the last Marine crosses over the bridge, then blow it up. Switching to the artillery network, he ordered his artillery commander. Thunder. When we blow the bridge, I need your red legs to drop ordnance on our supply. I say again, hit our resupply once the bridge is down. Gabriel dropped the radio hand mic and turned to Chaplain Johnson. When you get a chance, chaps, tell Jesus he owes us a favor. He put his binoculars to his eyes, watching as his Marines were already falling back across the bridge, his Harrier pilots arming their paveway bombs in order to collapse the bridge once the last Marine element had crossed. Next to Gabriel, the artillery Marines were adjusting the tubes of their howitzers, preparing to hit the resupply depot with high explosives rounds as soon as the Harriers dropped the bridge. The legions had stopped advancing, the Roman soldiers cheering in victorious relief as the invaders withdrew. Their prayers to their gods had been answered. The deity known as Jupiter screamed with anger and rage, realizing that he'd chosen very unwisely. Yes, the U.S. Marines were deadly warriors. Yes, the U.S. Marines were the most elite fighters of their time. But the Marines were also honorable. The Marines were virtuous. Worse, the Marines had proven that they had the ability and the character to think and act for themselves, loyal as they were to the accursed U.S. Constitution and dedication to their esprit de corps. The Marines had completely destroyed the carefully laid plans of the entire pantheon of Roman gods. And Jupiter would not make the same mistake again. There were still a few days before the prophecy of the Kohav Bahir would be fulfilled. The man who was Jesus the Christ still had not been crucified, as was foretold in the scriptures. There was still time to prevent his crucifixion, and thus prevent his resurrection, for with the rising of the Christ from death, the very pillars of the pantheon of Greek and Roman gods would crumble and collapse, awakening the world to the knowledge of the one true God. This must not be allowed to happen, and though Jupiter knew that what he was about to do would drain his powers considerably, he had no choice. The U.S. Marines must pay for their disobedience. Jupiter looked far into the future, far past the timeline where he'd snatched the 13th MEU, looking for fearsome and deadly warriors with absolutely no mercy or morality. Reaching forward in time with the last of his strength, he called forth those warriors. Then the deity known as Jupiter fell to its knees, defeated by the decision of one Marine commander. Jupiter sighed, knowing for the first time in its long life the fear of mortality. Then, on the beaches of Rhegium, 2,000 Chinese Marines suddenly appeared, giant laser weapons mounted upon the shoulders of their very heavy battle armor, thermal targeting crosshairs imprinted in their irises, scanning for something to kill.
So, anyone still with me? Almost 10.5 hours into this. I'm not sure how many of you will be with me, but for those of you that use this as a method to help you sleep, I hope that was a nice, relaxing sleep for you. And, well, if it was, then you're probably not listening to this either. So, anyway, that was a compilation of several years' worth of stories, some of my favourites in the genre of weird military stuff. So, that's it, and I will be back again very, very soon. If not this year, then next year. 2025 is just round the corner. Wow, these years are rolling by so quickly. So, my dear friends, if I don't speak to you again this year, very, very happy New Year, and see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. It really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well,
If you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.